basically claiming that you have to have your headlights on and it's broad daylight. It's middle of the day.
It's crazy. Yeah, I always thought it was between sunset and sunrise, or like if it's raining or something.
Yeah, it depends on the state, fog and whatnot. Yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah, in
I live in
Florida,
the state
yeah.
that's in contention. I live in Florida.
Why you are going to this extent, Creed? I don't understand. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
it's
for
okay not to understand. The question on the table was: has any of you guys ever done experiments that would look at the question of the Earth being a globe or not? And I said, no, I've done an experiment with that rules out heliocentric. And she's like, oh, okay, cool. What was it?
I didn't say anything. It's cool because I don't know, man. Because what
Oh,
you
try
are
this. What
bringing up,
experiment have you done? Have you done an experiment? Do you have
what you are bringing,
an
what
hypothesis? Have you wrote?
what,
Yeah, hold
what
on.
you are bringing.
Bingo. No, don't worry about me. Let's you. Okay. Have you
No,
done
but
this? What have you
you are
done?
you are the one who was talking, and you
Yeah.
are talking things.
So what have
And
you done? And once you tell me what you've done, I'll tie it in to what I did. So we're like kind of like a 1-for-1 comparison.
man,
What have you done?
I'm not. My contention is not against you. My contention is what.
I'm not saying there's a contention. You said you're confused about what I did in my
Yes,
experimental setup. No
because what
problem.
you did.
What I think a good problem solving here is give me one of your experimental setups and I'll compare it to what I did.
What you did is like you brought that what state of Florida did and blah 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 blah. It's like the same thing like what the globe theory is doing and blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
not.
not okay. Well, how about your blah blah blah? What was your blah blah blah?
What I'm saying, don't
Okay,
bring
yeah,
in what I'm saying.
yeah.
Okay,
Okay, go ahead. What? Okay, let's start with your naturally observed phenomenon. Do you have what did you observe?
what I'm saying, don't bring
Okay, yeah,
whatever.
it's not brought in. It's thrown away. What was your observed phenomenon? What did you start
But
with? You made a naturally observed phenomenon.
my point is not that. My point is what you are talking about. You are saying that the state of Florida say this, blah blah blah, and you are saying that's what you were saying. It's not my contention. It's what you said. What I'm trying to
Okay, yeah,
say.
that part's out. Okay, state of Florida's out. Okay, so what was your naturally observed phenomenon? Mine
Man,
was that even after sunset, there was still light in the air. There's still enough light that you could see things. It wasn't darkness. Okay, so what was your naturally observed
so it
phenomenon?
was twilight. It was not darkness.
Yeah, which I picked up as a standard
That's your.
deviation.
So
So what was
that
your
brings.
what was your
What
naturally observed phenomenon?
Okay,
What did you
okay.
observe?
What that brings in the in the thing? Is it globe or is it flat?
We're not
The
there
tw-
yet. The first thing we did was, did you observe something? What did you observe?
no, you said, man. I'm talking about what you said.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's
talking
not
about
about what I
my.
said. It's what you observe. What did you observe? Did you observe anything at all? Have you ever made an observation at all? Ever?
You
Okay,
are
don't worry
making
about me.
claims.
You.
I
What
I
observation did
am
you make? You, not
I
me.
am talking about your claims. I'm not
Yeah,
talking about
I
my
got
claims. I
it.
didn't
It's
do
a
any
claim. You
claims.
think I made a claim? My claim was I did an experiment. That would be my claim. Did I not do an
Yes.
experiment,
What
or I
was your
did?
experiment? What was your experiment?
Yeah, we're not there yet because you're confused about it. So let's talk about
No,
your
I'm not
experiment.
confused about it. I didn't do anything. I
Okay.
was
Okay.
talking
Well, go
about
back and
what
listen. Go back and listen to what I
I
said.
am talking about what you are saying. What you are saying, it doesn't make any reference of it's a globe or flat. All
Duh.
you are saying,
I said that right from the beginning.
of
What the
course,
fuck, dude?
I'm not
Talking about the amount
disagreeing
of
with
light in
you.
the air. I wasn't talking
I'm
about no globe. I was
I'm not
using.
disagreeing with you, but you
Okay,
are
so
saying now
no, this is what
that
I'm saying.
after
This is what I'm saying. Exactly.
after
Listen,
the sunset
I'll
there
tell you
is
what I'm
light.
saying. Pay attention. The question on the table was, have any of you done any experiments? And the answer
No, the
was
question is
yes.
my
Have
question
you?
was
Have you done any
you were
experiments?
saying that
What
after
experiment?
twilight there is
No,
a light
don't worry. No,
or whatever.
the question was, has anyone here done any experiments? That was the question. The question
What
was,
have you done? Okay, what
yeah,
have you done as an
yeah, I told
experiment?
you what I did. What have you done?
What was it?
Yeah, I
After
told you
twilight
already.
you saw the light?
Yeah, sure. That's if that's what you heard, let's go with it. Now, what have you done?
No, no. I am. You see, you're trying to put me in a place.
No, I'm not trying to do anything at all. I'm trying to talk to you because you seem to not understand what the question was. So now I'm troubleshooting. I'm
Why
trying
is
to
Elder
figure
Bear
out
muted?
Yes, I
why
know
you
you're.
think this has anything to do with me.
I know
You
you're
could do this experiment yourself. You could do it
I know
yourself.
you're
You don't
troubleshooting.
need me. I just told you where the experimental model what came from, who did it first. I repeated the same experiment, got a slightly different result, and then did it and then changed locations and got the same result twice. Therefore, you could have I eliminated some variables, like over the ocean type of thing. Therefore, you
I,
could do this. You could do this yourself now. You could do it. You could see how long does it take, and then plot that out on the graph from sunset until it's too dark for you to see. You could do this today when it gets dark. Right before it gets dark, set up a target at a certain distance away. Make sure that target is always the same distance.
so what
Then, as
happened?
soon as you can't
What
see it
happened?
anymore, stop the clock. Write that
What
time
happened?
down. Then do it
Okay.
again the next day and the
What
next
happened?
day. Do
What
it. Do
happened?
that over and over again until you've got enough data to plot it out and make a bell curve.
What
Once you've
happened?
got a bell curve, then you can compare it to what they said it should have been based on drivers driving at towards a sign that's a white background with a W in it. You could do this. You could do this yourself right now,
That's what that's
today.
what you were talking about 2 minutes.
Yeah, you could do this yourself. This is
That's
not
what you
difficult.
were
This is a
talking.
very
Okay.
low level, a very easy experiment to run.
Okay. If you
Very
don't want me
easy.
to talk, I don't want to talk, man.
Okay, we'll just go with that. That you don't want to talk. Rather than going through step by step and you highlighting what you did and I could compare it to what I did, you just don't want to talk anymore. Fine, whatever.
You didn't do anything. All you
Okay,
did,
if I didn't do anything, then what are you talking about? If I didn't do anything at
all
all,
you did
why are
is
you
walk.
asking me about something I didn't do? If I did nothing,
Okay.
I did nothing. Okay, sure. Crit did nothing at all. Why are you asking about something I didn't do? Bueller? Bueller, does anyone know why this guy's asking about something I didn't do?
You don't want to talk. You don't want to let anybody to talk.
Just let me know. Did I do something or I didn't do something? Which one?
What did you do? All you said is after twilight, you don't. All I was saying is what you said. It doesn't have to do anything with the earth. All you said is about twilight. After twilight, the light and when you are diving, when you are going up. All these things doesn't have to do anything with flat earth or round earth.
Okay, so Dear Diary. That was going to Dear Diary. That's what you're going to go with?
Man, if you think yeah, whatever. It's okay, man. I'm fine.
So the question on the table, unless you missed it again, the question on the table, very easy question.
It doesn't even have to be like, you don't even have to like, it doesn't have to be like a super
Yeah, holy, like here, the holy guacamole. She's the one who asked it. Have any of you done any experiments? And what did you do? And I'm like, certainly. This is what I did. And she's like, yeah, cool. Let me check that out and see what's going on there. Relationship
What did you
between.
do? What did you do? Tell me, what did you do?
I measured the amount of light in the air based on how well I could see a W on a white piece of paper that was 1 yard high and 1 yard away from me.
That's all fucking word salad. Doesn't make any sense. Can you explain again?
Okay, I waited. I'll try to do it very simple. I measured the amount of time it took for it to be too dark for me to see something.
Where was that?
Where was what?
Where was your experience made?
So location doesn't matter. I told you I did it in multiple different locations.
Like?
Yeah, that part is the part would be a control variable. You would control that variable, so you could do it. Yeah, you could do it. You could do anywhere on Earth. You pick a location.
Like you
Anywhere on Earth. You could do this yourself. Anywhere.
It's your example. You
Anywhere where you've got light and dark and the sunset is possible. Anywhere on
example. Pick one
anywhere, yeah. Anywhere on Earth. This would be a controlled variable. You pick the location.
It's your example, man.
You would control this variable. Okay, you would control that variable. You wouldn't have to travel anywhere. Anywhere you are, if it's got these things, you've got a sun that sets and then darkness happens. Anywhere that happens, you could do this.
Where was it when you did it?
Yeah, same answers before.
Where was it when you did it?
You can do this anywhere there's sun that sets and then there's darkness. Anywhere.
It's word salad.
Anywhere.
So you don't have anything.
Okay, don't ask me about it. If I've got nothing, then don't ask.
Okay, I don't want to ask anymore. Why should I ask you if you don't have an answer?
Yeah, you have to ask yourself that. If I didn't do anything, I didn't do an experiment, I didn't do an observation, I didn't do anything at all, then why are you asking about something I didn't do?
You said that you did this shit.
Yeah,
I did. Say, I'm asking you, I'm questioning you, your claims. I didn't do anything. I'm sitting on my fucking toilet. Okay. I'm not doing anything.
Okay, yeah. So my claim was, this is what I did. I waited until it was going to get dark out, went to my backyard where I had a yardstick that was 1 yard up and 1 yard away, and I put a piece of tape on it, and then put a piece of paper on it, and then put a W on that piece of paper. Then when they said that sunset on time and date, they gave you time. This is when sunset is. As soon as that time passed, right when it started, I hit a stopwatch. And then as soon as I couldn't see the W anymore, I stopped the watch. I then converted that into a usable format, the amount of time, plus or minus. And then took those numbers, took all of them, squared all the numbers. Every single one of the numbers, I took a square of it. I added them all together and then took the square root of that number. And that gave me my standard deviation. I then plotted that standard deviation on the bell curve to get the frequency at which you would see the W despite having no sun in the sky. The sun had left the sky.
So it's like a collection of observations.
It's all word salad with nothing.
It's not word salad.
It's okay, Creed. I love you, but man, you're not making any sense at the moment.
It's not word salad. It's a collection of observations plotted to get a data sheet.
Yeah, with the
So-
paper on the W, with the paper coming out of that, and blah 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 with word
Yeah, at least he's
salad.
out there doing something. That's good.
Yeah, of course. A lot of Globers they do the same shit without any proof. It's all word salad. Nothing.
No, it sounds like a set of observations to try to get data. Crit, how many times have you done it?
Yeah, I did a couple. I changed locations. I did the same thing a couple different times in different locations.
Man, Clint, you know that I don't have anything against you, but what you're saying at the moment, it doesn't make any sense. That's what I'm telling. All you're doing is you're trying to prove that because I said this, I want to make it right. Man, it's okay sometimes to say that. I
Well,
don't know.
I think it's interesting. Like QE, he's very, very strict on the scientific method. And when I ran this by QE, he said that's pretty close. That's about as close as you can get to a pure experiment without going into like a full experimental setup, and where
Yeah.
you're calling in. So if you can't get it, I mean, I'm not sure what to tell you.
You see, he told you pretty close.
Yeah, and you're saying it's so far off. It's word salad. In your
He didn't-
worldview, like Huey said,
Because-
wow, good
because
job,
he
Crit.
liked you.
That's pretty good.
Because he liked
That's
you,
pretty
I
close
like
to
you.
like a full hypothesis that I've heard consulting observations, like sort of observational science. And you on the backswing are like, it's complete incoherent word salad.
No,
At this point, the error is you.
okay,
It's
okay.
you who's in error. It's you're the
Okay,
one.
okay.
You're the only
Maybe-
one in this
maybe I
chat who doesn't get it.
Maybe I went too far with the word salad or whatever. But whatever you said, it doesn't make much sense. I mean, it's not that. You know what you're saying? It's not scientific.
Okay,
and it's
here's
not
your question.
possible.
Your question is, when should you turn your headlights on because you could see better at night? If you're gonna drive at night, you probably need some headlights. Check or
It's
hold.
not my claim, man.
Do
It's
you need headlights to drive at night? Would you
It's
need
not-
light?
It's not my claim, man.
Okay, how about this? Driving's dangerous, yes or no?
No, I don't know.
It's not.
man, what you're saying.
It's not dangerous?
What-
Driving a car. Is driving
Did I
a
say
car is driving a car dangerous? Is it
Did I say that?
I'm
Did I
asking you. Do you think driving's dangerous?
Did I say that?
I'm asking, do you think so? Yes or no? Do you think
I don't
driving a
know.
car?
I
You don't know. You have no clue.
No.
No idea.
I mean, not driving would almost be just as dangerous, right?
But I mean, it's a risk. You got risk involved with driving a car.
Even walking is a fucking dangerous thing to do.
Okay, sure. We do with walking. Walking is dangerous. So now, if you're going to walk and now it's dark, is that more dangerous or less dangerous?
Dangerous is always dangerous.
What do we mean by dangerous?
Where you could cause a mishap or like a risk assessment.
Because of light?
Yes. Oh, how about this? Say you're going to take a walk through your nature park.
Okay. I will
Would
tell
you-
you something. If
Yeah,
you
then-
don't,
Yeah, hold on. You can't answer the question, so you're disqualified. So you're going to walk through a park, and it's light out, broad daylight. Now you're going to do the same thing in absolute darkness. Did you increase or decrease the risk factor?
I don't know about the risk, but I definitely increased the difficulty.
Okay, so if you want to like align it back to make it about equal, could you bring a light with you, like a torch?
Yeah.
Okay, so what time would you say it's no longer feasible? You'd have to use a light source to mitigate the risk. When would that happen? Would that be sunset or not sunset?
I'm not sure personally.
Okay, I mean, do you have light after sunset or before sunset?
Yeah, I still have light after sunset. It's
Yeah.
my observation.
Yeah, me too. And I'm saying, well, how long after sunset do you have light?
Given there's no like street lights around, you're talking about like completely controlled environment, right?
Yeah.
No porch lights, nothing like that. I don't know. What's
About
Well, for
15.
Florida, personally,
A stand- Oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead. I apologize.
Yeah, the answer to that question is a standard deviation of about 15 minutes, like 14.43.
Okay, another. And how does that prove it?
Can you
Related
prove-
back?
Wait, can you prove that?
Yeah. Yeah, I took data
Yeah,
from
yeah.
multiple different observations in multiple different locations at multiple different times and it got a repeating answer of about 14 minutes and 43 seconds. After sunset, there was still enough light in the air before you needed to have a flashlight or a torch or whatever you call it.
so it's about
What-
a quarter of an
what-
hour, almost
Yeah.
every
Was
time.
it when
No,
cloudy?
the very
Very
most
clear.
of the time, 60% of the time, about 15 minutes
So
after
like a
sunset.
quarter of an
Was
hour.
it-
That's-
Yeah, 60.
What
About
was your
60.
hypothesis when you started the experiment?
Does it-
wait.
Does the curve like is the sun being blocked by the curve of the Earth, or is it the
No,
sun being?
man, we're not asking that. We're not asking that. But when you did your experiment or when you did your measurement, was it a clear day or it was cloudy day? When was it?
Yeah, those variables were accounted for by taking multiple observations and then turning it into a standard deviation. So you're going to have not just one single day that you didn't account for. I accounted
Exactly.
for changing weather by doing it multiple times, and then
Exactly.
take that information and squaring it. You take a square, you square it, then add all the times together. Then once you got that number, then you convert it into usable data by taking the square root of that. Then you subtract or add based on what the reason why you square it is because if you have a negative number, then it would turn into a positive number. So you want to take two negative and you get a positive. That
all
way
you're doing-
you plot it on a bell curve. You're not starting at zero and then kind of like creating a curve going one direction. You can create the curve going both directions.
There is no curve we are talking about. All you are doing is
Bell
taking
curve. A
measurement.
bell curve, a
It's a
statistical.
data
Yeah.
sheet.
When you
built
are
in. Plot-
Yeah, dude.
plot
You,
data
yeah,
point.
maybe he doesn't know when he hears the
Yeah,
word
okay.
curve and he thinks I'm talking about the curve of the Earth. No, the
What was
curve.
the independent variable in the experiment?
Yeah, how
I
much?
just got here.
How far you can see the distance, your viewing distance.
How far you can see? Okay.
Yeah,
how
And
far, how
what were
far,
you measuring? Just
how
how
far you
how
can see?
long you could see after the sun, quote unquote, set.
yeah. The
after the
amount of
W.
time after the sun
the
was
W.
no longer in the sky.
So how far you can see then? After the sun goes down.
Yeah, using a meter yardstick, 1 meter away and 1 meter up. I put a white piece of paper with a W on it, and when I couldn't make it out anymore, that was my max viewing distance.
I guess all that would be left to do would be to repeat it to make sure that there's no disparity. I don't know how many times, but
Yeah, you'd run it over.
Like I keep running it back.
Yeah, and
You
in
know,
different
I don't
locations
want to
also.
argue with you on this point because it's like what you're saying. It doesn't make any sense. You
Yeah,
put
you're broken. You're
okay,
broken, dude.
okay.
See, how about this?
I know,
Okay,
I
I'm
know.
gonna disconnect you from the call if you give me exactly the same feedback again. I'm just gonna.
Probably,
You have to give an
probably.
actual counter argument because it's like
Yeah,
you're not giving any actual counter argument. Like how are you debunking that what he's saying is not true or that it makes no sense?
Okay, what I'm saying, probably I am
You
wrong.
you
Probably.
can just say you don't understand or
actually,
comprehend.
fuck it. I'm just gonna take a break. I'm sick of hearing this guy. What you're saying doesn't make any
I'm
sense.
trying to
You're
say
just doing the
probably.
Bevtard. You're just trying to get me frustrated. It's getting me frustrated. I was saying it's getting me frustrated. I keep saying the same thing, trying multiple different ways, multiple different problem-solving techniques. It doesn't matter what I say. You just come right back with, "Oh, that doesn't make any sense. That's word soup."
Yes,
Like, dude,
I
you're
am
bricked.
sorry.
You're
I
bricked.
am sorry.
You're
I am
extreme. You're
sorry.
bricked, dude. You're just bricked at this point.
Okay. Probably I am break and I am whatever I am. I am sorry. I'm just telling you that I will try to look whatever you said, which doesn't make any sense, which I will try to look to through it, and hopefully I found whatever you said is right, and I will come back to you.
Yeah.
All I
Okay.
wanted to
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
to you,
Great.
all I wanted to say to you is I am sorry. I like you a lot, and I've been, you know me. I've been so many times here. I've been so many years here, and what you said now, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense. Yeah,
Okay,
I can put it on the soundboard at this point.
it's
At
no
this point,
problem.
at this
It's
Don't
point,
no
make
problem.
sense.
your only
Don't make
feedback
sense.
could just be a soundboard. I just
I
go back and
understand
clip
what
it.
doesn't make
What?
sense. I just
Now
got here and it makes complete
you're gonna
sense.
make fun of me? What the fuck, man? I'm
No,
trying
what
to
he's
tell
doing
you
is
that
he's taking a
whatever you said,
series of observations and plotting the data
man,
on a
whatever you
on a
said doesn't
sheet.
make any fucking sense. What I'm
Okay,
saying,
what
okay,
doesn't
I
make
will try
sense?
to fucking understand that, but don't fucking put me like I'm a stupid.
He's taking a
Because
series of
I will come
observations
back
and
because
he's
whatever you
plotting
said at
them.
the moment, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
He's taking a series of observations and he's plotting them on a sheet.
He
That
said
way
that he did that. Okay, what if? What is his fucking proof then? Show me your proof that you did that.
Craig, could you show us the data
Please,
set?
please show
Okay.
us what you did.
Yeah, I could. I don't have it in front of me, but yeah, virtually
Oh
all.
yes, of course. I have the globe measurement by the front of me. You becoming like a globe now.
What the fuck?
You don't have. So you don't have the whatever you said. You don't have the front of you. You're
Well, how many
acting.
times would he have to do the observation for it to be valid?
He doesn't
Like,
have
how many
it.
data points? How many data points do you need?
He doesn't have it. That's
That's
my
not answering
point.
my question. How many data points do you need for him to have a valid experiment?
Let him show his experiment.
Yeah, so let's assume that he did do it. Let's assume that he did collect data, right? How many data points do you personally need for it to be a
He,
valid
if he
observation?
if he has it, I will agree with it.
If he has it, what? How many data points do you need?
Whatever
You
he was
understand that he's
talking
plotting
about,
data points.
he was talking about whatever he was talking about. He
You
showed
don't
me.
even know what he's doing. I joined like 10 minutes into your discussion and I figured out what he's doing, and you haven't figured it out yet? Can you steel man what his observation is? Do you even know what he's doing?
He's not doing anything, man. All
Okay,
he's
so you're
doing.
just a troll. You're just trolling.
Oh yeah, maybe I am. Maybe I am. Can he show
Okay, when I ask you a good faith question, do you know what the man is doing? And you say,
his?
he is not doing anything. Are you French?
Can
I
he
thought
show his?
I thought Migo was a valued member of your community. You're gaslighting him. Amazing.
No, Elder Bear. I don't want you to protect me or to back me. You,
I know, but you're just dispensable, amigo. They'll kick you out. And leave you.
No. We're having misunderstanding between friends. You are not friend. You are not welcome here anyway. I don't know what you're doing
I
here.
wouldn't
You're my friend, Elder Bear.
let my friends gaslight me, mate. You can have him as a friend if you want,
Man,
but he wouldn't be mine if he gaslit me like
I
that.
don't mind.
Or you
They
know.
are
I mean,
my
you gaslight
friends.
me too, so
You know, Crit is my friend, and all of them, they are my friend. I probably misunderstood something, and probably I misunderstood it. Probably I am misunderstood. But
out of line.
I
Step out
am
of line.
sure. The only thing I am sure that you are not my friend. That's the one I know completely. Maybe me and Creed now we have a problem, but when we figure it out, it will be okay. But with you, it will never be okay because you are not my friend. Don't interfere.
He said, mind your
Because I
business.
pointed out the distance
Sit down.
doesn't match the circumference. Is that why? Is that the reason you don't like me? Because I
You want to
pointed
say
out a discrepancy in some measurements. You know, that's all I
there's no
did was to point
measurement.
out a discrepancy in some measurements.
All the measurements
Okay,
are
Okay,
about
good.
I think I got it. I got it figured out, Mingo. I think I can explain it this way. Let's say you wanted, like right now, you wanted to know how many times Elder Bear is going to blurt nonsense into the voice chat, and then you basically what you do here
against me and
is
trying
you
to
start a clock, like right here,
was
like
2
basically,
times.
he gaslit
No,
me.
Yeah, there's
3
like-
times in 3 seconds. 4 times,
Yeah.
5 times, 6 times.
So
Already.
then what you would do then is you would plot these on the graph. And each day he comes in here, you plot how often will he blurt nonsense into a conversation he's not even part of. Then you could do a bell curve of that. And you could use a predictable pattern. What is the amount of time between blurts? And then you could use that to have a method in practice to say, when
I'll
should he
take
have
it,
his mic
Miko.
turn off?
You can thank me for saving you from being gaslit.
See, there it is again.
I mean, I'll take
Another
it,
one.
You know, fine.
There's more. Yes, he's like unconscious at this point. It's an unconscious behavior that he's not aware of. So you could convert this into a direct observation. How often does he blurt?
How do you demonstrate what you do? It doesn't matter whether it's me or anybody else. We see what you do, Crit.
See, there it
We
is
see
again.
your game. It doesn't matter
Another
who you
blurt.
target. It doesn't
Appeal
matter
to
whether it's
motive.
me or Miko
Appeal to
or
motive. Yeah, just a
anybody else
blurt.
that comes.
Appeal to motive,
Just your
logical
nonsense
fallacy.
bullshit. Okay, you should get out of
Yeah.
here. You're a bad person to be around in.
Look at this.
Yeah,
Now,
shadowcaster, nonsense shadowcaster.
yeah, look at it again. Another blurt.
Is this like
Appeal to morality.
I
No,
haven't really
appeal
been
to
on this server.
morality.
Do you guys do this a lot where you just sort of go back and forth?
Yeah, he's melting down. This guy's just fucking having a thermonuclear meltdown.
Or just insulting him?
How do I insult him?
Everything you just said was an insult to him. If you're pretending otherwise, then
How
we're
so?
in a different world.
Well, just let me know. Give me some feedback. How did I insult him?
You said everything that the man says is just blurting out nonsense.
Yeah, was he even on point?
Okay, so you agree now that you insulted him, but a second ago
No,
you weren't
I'm
sure
saying it's a
if you
blurt.
insulted him?
Everything he said was a blurt. It was completely worthless, useless, utter
Okay,
trash.
so it's not an insult because you feel that it's true?
No, I know it's true because we're talking about an
It's not an
experiment.
insult because you know it's
No,
true.
we're talking about an experiment, and he comes in here trying to blurt, "Oh, look at Migo is going to get banned. And he's going to get kicked out of here," and
So it's not an insult because you know it's true? Because you're acting like it wasn't an insult.
No, it's not an insult. I'm saying you could do the same sort of time frame where you're looking for events that have a repeating result. And when you
So it's
got
not
the
an insult
repeating,
because you say it's not an insult, so you made that up?
But
I think you should explain what makes an insult. Explain what makes it an insult, mate.
Man, did he give any evidence of whatever he said?
If you guys don't know what an insult is, I don't know if you're ready to have big boy
Did
conversation.
he give any evidence of whatever he said, Elder Bear? Did he give any evidence to prove whatever he said? Or he just fucking said things?
You guys need me to educate you on what an insult is? No shot.
I'm not talking
Yeah,
about
go
You
ahead.
guys know what an insult is.
I want to know what an insult is. Please tell me.
You guys know what an insult is.
Go ahead, tell me.
Hey, you're smarter than that, mod.
I don't know what you think an insult is. That's the problem. What do you think that is?
Are definitions arbitrary like that?
It's
Because
you
that is
playing your pylon
interesting.
games and your nonsense. That's insulting to anybody.
From
Your
what I understand,
pylon nonsense games, mod power crap is your
So
Mod
game.
power.
That's insulting.
Mod power crap.
Anybody.
Who's been modded here?
I could
From
give you an
my-
example of an insult. Like if I said crit is retarded, that would be an insult.
Why would that be an insult?
Elder, you're being so mean. You had enough today.
That's an insult.
Please leave the server, man. You had enough. You had fucking 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, I don't get why you say if someone's being retarded and you track the amount of time of their being retarded and you give them feedback. You say, hey, in this conversation, it lasted 30 minutes. There was 7 instances of you being retarded.
No, if I said crit is being retarded, I would definitely be insulting you.
Because why?
And
What if I'm
you
being?
don't
What if I
believe
am being
that's-
retarded?
Oh, why are
Then
you
what?
judging?
How about if I'm being retarded and you tell me I'm being retarded? How is that an insult?
Does the truth value of the insult change whether or not it's an insult? Is that what you think?
No, I'm
But-
saying if you give someone feedback, they go, right now, you are being retarded. How is that an insult? And even still, where did
Do
I
you
say
live
that?
in a reality where you can just make up what words mean, like insult?
It
Yeah,
doesn't have to be an insult, but it is disrespectful to address somebody disrespectfully just because you believe they're wrong.
What if
You
you're
have to
around?
put it up.
What if you're around a retarded person and you say you're acting retarded? Is that an insult then to them?
Yeah, like around a Down syndrome person, that's what you would say to them.
Is
Yeah.
is that an insult then?
Yeah, I mean, you guys seem to have a very particular definition of the word insult, but regular human beings know that it means
No,
to, like,
the
speak.
insult means that you attack
Right.
the person.
Can I finish speaking, or
No,
do you
because
have
you're
to
just
interrupt me and
busting.
censor me?
Yeah.
You have to interrupt and censor me?
Yeah,
Is that
you
what
say
have
I'm
to do?
being. Just say
Is
I'm
that
being
what you have to
retarded.
do?
Just say I'm being retarded. This is
No, I'm
about
not
you.
saying you're being
You were
retarded.
upset
I'm
that
asking if that's an insult.
you were upset because somehow I insulted Elder Bear. That you think
I
that
was
happened.
not upset. I was asking you what an insult was.
And yeah, because you said I did this. Crit, you did this thing. What did I do? You insulted Elder Bear. I did.
No, I asked, is this what you do here? You just insult each other, and then
Okay,
you want
sure.
to play
Go ahead.
games with
Yes.
God.
Yes,
You want to
that's-
pretend that you're the arbiter of what words
Fine.
mean.
Fine. That's what we do here. We just insult.
Okay, so
people.
now you're admitting that you were insulting someone before
No, I'm
you were
accepting
actually-
your retardedness as you. Like, yeah, that's what we do. Now, do you want to be part of that conversation? So inside
I
your
can't
own.
converse with a liar. You don't even know what the word insult means. That's
I'm just
crazy.
accepting. I'm accepting your subjective take of what's happening. You said, hey, do you? All you do here is insult each other. Let's use yes and no. 'Cause I
Hey,
have no
can you
idea what
define all those? Can you define all those words for us so we know what you're talking about? If you're just going to make up the definitions as
Yeah.
you go.
Your question on the table was, in this channel, is the only thing that happens is you insult each other. Well, let's go yes and no. So if yes, do you want to be part of the
So
conversation?
it's like superposition, like you're both.
No, it's
insulting
letting you
and
know
not-
that
and not
you can set
insulting.
your own boundaries here. It's okay for you to decide if you want to be part of the conversation or not.
It's like you just get to make up what words mean, Crit. You're the.
No,
definer
I'm
of words.
accepting your statement, your question. I'm going to go down both lines of logic. Yes, that's all we do here is insult each other. Nothing else is done. That's the only thing that happens.
Well, that's not a dichotomy, really.
Yeah, he said his question
Just
was:
kinda-
is all you guys do here is insult each other? That was a question. And so yes. What about
that
yes?
true?
Sophistry, man. Like, Crit, you're
that's
not
yes.
really good at sophistry, but you do a lot of it.
No,
You're
is
not
it
good at
yes? Is that answer
you
to
do
that
a
question?
lot of sophistry.
Okay, that's appeal to motive. So now we got yes.
Not
So
appeal to motive. I'm
Yeah.
critiquing your argumentation.
okay, so that's all you do here is critique, or all you do is insult. Which one?
What are you talking about? Do you drink too much?
Yeah, let's go with yes and no. I drink too much and I don't drink too much. Which one?
I'm gonna go with the
This is a
former.
weird- Yeah, this is
Okay.
a weird backed in a corner.
Yeah, because like it's like your yes
You
and no
just do-
questions that don't have answers, and if you accept your own answer, you end up denying your own answer anyway. So it becomes a completely vacuous statement. Do you drink too much?
How come when
Do
you're
you
backed
insult
into
people
a
too much?
corner, you just engage in meaningless sophistry?
To find out where you're coming from. What do you mean when
If
you
we don't
ask
agree
me?
on the definition
Which
of
one?
words,
Which one?
we
Do I-
can
okay.
have a conversation?
Which
'cause
one do you?
can pretend
Which
that
one do you
words
want?
mean anything
Do I
you
drink
want.
too much or I don't drink too much? Which one?
Crit, if we can't agree on the definition of words, we can't have a
I
conversation.
don't know what you are talking about at this point.
If
So I'm
you
trying
keep
to just
interrupting me, we can't have
accept
a
what you say. So let's go one thing at a time.
You're
In this
interrupting me
channel,
like a petulant child.
okay, so in this channel, this one right here, is the only thing that happens is people insult each other.
You're interrupting me like
Yes
a
or no?
petulant child does. Can we have a conversation without interruptions?
Just give me a yes or no. Is it the
Can we
only
have
thing
a
that
conversation without interruptions?
just yes or no? Just give me yes or
That's
no.
what I'm asking. Can we have a conversation without interruptions?
Just make okay. You said
Can we
here
have
the
a
question.
conversation without
Okay, you
interruptions?
ask a question and you take no answer.
Can we have
So
a
you ask
conversation without
you ask
interruptions?
you ask a question.
Can we have a conversation without interruptions?
Use yes and no. Use both yes and no.
To my question?
Yeah. So can the conversation happen
So
without
I'll go with
interruptions?
yes, so you'll stop
Then don't do it.
interrupting.
No, you stop. You're the one who wants yes. You said yes. It's possible to have a conversation without interruptions, and then you instantly interrupt. You instantly interrupt. You are a walking, talking contradiction. Even internally, your internal monologue, you're contradicting yourself. Like, hey, Crit, let's have a conversation without interruptions. And then you interrupt right after you say that.
I haven't intentionally interrupted
Yes.
you once. You've repeatedly interrupted me on purpose.
So
several
what?
times.
You're the one who said you want a conversation without interruptions.
He said
And you
he
keep doing
actually
it.
asked, "Can we have a conversation?" He didn't say,
Yeah, you say
"Hey,
yes
Chris." So now
and
you're
no.
changing the words of the sentence. This
So
is
yes or
literally
no?
called
Which one?
sophistry. Chris.
Which one?
Like,
Yeah,
can
Yes
you
or
not see it, bro?
man.
Which one
You know,
do
a
you
lot of
want?
people
Yes or
lose
no?
disrespect for people who act
Okay,
like
so what?
Crit.
So what? You lose
For-
disrespect. So what?
For
Now
the
what?
YouTube audience, this is a demonstration of one of the leading flat earthers.
Oh, there it is
This
again.
what you're hearing now. Just take it in.
Yeah,
just take it in and
Yeah,
observe what's
Yeah,
going on.
that's why we
Okay.
broadcast
They'll
live.
just clip it from the live stream.
No, it's going to be there the whole time on both bots. So your first question is the only thing that happens here is that people get insulted? That was your first
That's
question.
not what I asked.
Yeah, the only thing that happens is all you guys do here is insult each other.
Yeah, but you're making up stuff. That's not what I asked.
Okay, so I make stuff up. Okay, so now you know inside your own worldview, I make stuff up. So
Dude,
use
do you
it.
take yourself seriously? You just do this? This is just
Same answer.
sophistry.
Same answer again.
Okay, let's say I take myself seriously and I don't. Let's
Yeah.
say I do. Let's say I do both.
When you ask a question that in of itself is already broken, it's
Let's
broken
say I ask a
fractured
question
logic,
in of itself that's broken and I don't. Let's say
Yeah.
both.
and I can say to you like, okay, let's follow the logic. What do
Let's
you do
say
next?
I follow the logic and I don't. Then what do you
Yeah,
say?
so now you're just repeating what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is sophistry.
Okay.
See how like we're not getting anywhere because I'm doing the same retarded thing that you're doing?
So now back to retarded again, which is my first feedback to you. Just
No,
say
you've always
retarded.
been
Well,
and move on.
this is kind of definitionally retarded, right?
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
so
this
just
is
give
a
the feedback.
retardation.
It's
This is
retarded.
definitionally a retardation.
See,
of
now
a
you
conversation.
know
Did you
I will.
Are you insulting yourself then? Is that what you just did?
I'm just trying to ask questions, and Crit's playing games. He's like, "Oh, I don't know what insult means. Can we define
There it is.
insult?"
No, I don't know what you means. I don't know what you mean for insult.
I mean,
Yeah.
the
You'd be like,
standard
it's like going to a
definition of
channel
insult,
and
yeah.
be like, hey, does everyone here, is the only thing people do here is bananas? And I'm like, I don't know what that means. What are you talking about, bananas?
To pretend that insult, which is a well-defined word,
You're
is the
not.
same as
What
bananas, which is not
insult?
a word.
What was the
You
insult?
have no forbearance. You can't.
You
not
haven't
interrupt
even
people.
told. The problem was you were asked what was the insult levied from who against who, and you didn't give an
Levied?
example.
Levied.
Yeah.
If you don't know what the word insult means, I don't think you're ready to use the
Who
word
insulted
levied,
who?
bro.
How about this?
Digging in your butt, twin.
What?
Who insulted who? That's
Wait,
it. Who
if
did
we
it?
don't know what the word insult
did it?
means, I can't
Who
make
did
an
it?
argument because
Who do
you're
you
saying
think
you don't know what the
insulted?
word means.
Who
You insulted Migo Ego a ton of times
I did. What did I? How did I insult him?
by saying insulting things to him. And if you don't know the definition of
was-
insult, I don't think we could
Which
have
was
a
what?
conversation at
Okay,
this
then we
point
can't.
because
Okay,
you don't
go
know
with
what
that. We
words
can't
mean
have-
anymore. You've
Perfect.
lost a grasp on
Perfect.
reality because the
Perfect.
flat Earth has
Yes.
boiled your brain.
Yep. Got it. Perfect. Now let's follow your logic.
Yeah, Chris,
Follow
I don't
that.
know if you know what words mean, so I don't know how we
Okay,
can have a
perfect.
conversation. And
You
you just
think I don't know what
repeatedly
words
interrupt me
mean,
every time I
so
open my
don't try. If I know you don't know what words mean, I know you don't even know what the words
you just make
you
up the
use
definition of what
mean.
words mean.
Therefore, I know not to ask you anything. I know not to have a conversation with you.
He didn't understand.
Meanwhile, you'll say the same thing about me and then still could try. It's breathtaking, dude. You're a walking, talking contradiction.
You're a walking, talking contradiction. You don't know what words mean.
You don't, yeah, exactly. You think I don't know what words mean, and you'll still continue to have a conversation with words. Meanwhile, I know 100%.
No, I know what words mean. The words
You
that I
don't.
use have definitions.
You don't.
The words that you use
You know they don't.
have
Not even close.
arbitrary, made-up nonsense.
Yeah,
He
it's not
did
even
not
close.
insult me. Me and him, we had discussion. He did not insult me. There was no insult. Otherwise, there was going to be insult. He did not insult me. You are
You were
wrong.
insulted? No, I was
See,
just
the
asking.
offense taken. See, offense is taken, not given. You just randomly took offense to something that was said between two people.
We were just.
If I don't even know what the words mean, how could I insult somebody by just saying words I don't know what they mean?
You
Dude,
can't
you're
grant
gone.
the
Your
premise
brain
while
is
using
gone.
it to deny
Dude,
the premise.
your brain is
You
fucking
said-
mush, dude. You're gone.
You said he insulted Migo Vigo. I am Migo Vigo. He did not insult me.
That's a different
What we
person
did-
that's server muted.
we had
Nico, you're talking to
disagreement
someone who's
about
server
something.
muted. You're talking to a different person who's server muted. No,
Okay,
it wasn't me who
whoever
said
said that he insulted Migo Vigo, he did
Yeah, you
not
said it
insult
like 4
Migo
times,
Vigo.
thanks.
All
You said
it
it.
happened,
We
all
we
it
understand.
happened,
You
it
didn't
was,
get insulted. We all know that now.
there was no insult. All it
Yeah,
happened,
we got it.
got it.
You said it 10, 15 times now.
I don't need
okay,
to.
I just want to
didn't get
say that
insulted,
he
got
did
it.
not insult me.
Oh, great,
16.
thanks.
We had disagreement.
I've got another argument if you want
Triangle
one.
and I are on the same page.
He wasn't insulted, so we don't have to worry about the
Elderberry,
word.
you don't have any argument. You don't have anything. Shut up.
My argument is totally different
I
whether
do
or
have
not
some
you got
arguments,
insulted or
yeah.
not. I have an argument.
You might not like it, but I have.
What do you have?
Yes,
Horizontal
now that the
plane?
retarded shit's over, let's get some more retarded shit in here.
If-
No thanks,
if-
Elderbear. No,
If
Elderbear,
the
no
Earth
thanks.
is measured flat with a
No thanks.
radius of
No thanks, Elderberry.
6,210
No
miles,
thank you. No thank you. We just got through a long stream of retarded shit. Let's try to get back to normal, a normal conversation, not more retarded shit. No thank you.
the normal conversation became you attacking Migo Wigo.
No,
That's what
no.
happened.
No thank you.
That's where you went to after
That's retarded.
fallout of having a
Retarded
conversation
shit.
with me.
That's retarded shit.
Yeah.
No thank you.
So if the Earth has a,
Okay.
has a distance,
No thank you. Elderbear, no thank you. No retarded shit. Take your Bev Tardia and go fuck off. Or have a normal conversation. You pick which one. No retarded shit.
Yeah, I think that hurts his feelings, Elder Bear, if you try to say if. And
No,
then,
it's not if. We've had enough of Elder Bear's been talking for hours and hours and hours.
If
Hours.
the Earth is measured
the
flat
same-
with a radius,
Okay, here it is again.
wait, so is it
No-
argumentation? You're not allowed to make arguments?
Yeah, use that. If he's not allowed to make arguments. If you're not allowed to make arguments, do you make arguments if you're not allowed to make arguments?
Am I allowed to make arguments?
How about
There
that?
is no radius. The Earth is measured flat. No radius. No distance. It's measured flat.
I just
Now he
seems
goes
like
back.
you gotta
See, watch it go
censor
to his
people,
NPC
Crit.
script again.
Crit, it seems like you gotta censor people when they have a differing opinion.
Oh no. Too bad.
Oh, so you agree. Sweet.
Yeah. I just accept
Easy
you
to
for
learn.
for who you are. This is who you are. Just blurt random shit without form or function and then instantly contradict yourself.
I didn't contradict myself at all. You don't even have
Instantly
a
contradicted.
definition of words.
Yeah. So you wouldn't ask me for words then.
Yeah, and we don't appeal to opinions here, we appeal to facts. So we don't care about your opinion.
It's not an opinion. If I say
if
that
the
a
Earth is
word
measured
has
with a radius of
definition-
6,210 miles and a circumference of 39,090
Why
miles,
you are bringing
and the
radius?
transit of the sun
Elder Bear?
must
Why
be
you bring
23.5.
Why you are bringing radius? Who gave you the
Johnny, do you
measurement
think
of
it's an
radius?
opinion that words have definitions?
All right, try again. Migo, ask you a question, Elder Bear. See if you can
Transit of
answer
the sun must be 23.5 degrees.
He keeps bringing radius. Who
I
gave
think what
you
he's.
the
I think
radius?
Miga. I think I can clarify for you. Is the equator a circle?
No, wait. But
Well, let's do
who
one on
gave
one here. We got a claim on the table that somehow Migo's not wanted. Migo and Elder Bear, go ahead. You two talk. Elder Bear, if you don't address Migo's question, you are saying no thank you, and your no thank you will be reciprocated.
Elder Bear, please. Who gave you the measurement of
I'm not allowed
the
to.
equator? Please.
Well, I'm not allowed to say who said it in here, but it's a known fact by navigators for hundreds of years that there is
Okay.
a distance
Wait.
measurement of the equator in order to navigate on air, sea, and land. Now, the flat earthers say it's the same on the globe as it is on the flat earth, 24,901 miles.
No,
Yeah,
when you
and
say flat earthers, who said that? Which flat earthers? You put flat earthers every. It's like you're putting Christians. All Christians, they are the same thing. You have Protestant, you have Catholics, you have Orthodox, you have born again Christians, you have morons. You have so many types of things. Who told you that all flat earthers they are the same things?
I'm not asking you to deny Jesus, Migo.
You said the flat earthers. I am a flat earther. I never told you there is a measurement to the equator. Did I ever told you that? I'm a flat earther.
Okay. So you don't deny Jesus. That's fine.
No, I'm talking about the flat earth measurement to the equator. Did I
You brought the
ever
analogy of
told
Christian.
you
Hang
that
on.
the
Why do you?
measurement- Did I ever told you the measurement to the flat is the equator?
I'm a
not
flat
playing,
earther, and I didn't.
What I can tell you that every measurement that you're gonna take, it will be horizontal, level, and flat Earth.
And horizontal
matter.
is 69 straight miles.
Who cares about the 69 miles? Who told you that? Who told you that? Have you verified that if it's okay or not?
I'm not allowed to say who told me in this room. He
Okay,
won't allow me to say who it was.
Doesn't matter. Did you verify if he said is wrong or right?
Falsification is independent of.
So you will not even try to falsificate what he said. You just believe what he said, and you are going with that assumption. Whoever told you, I told you the earth is a globe. Oh, okay, I believe you. I told you the earth is flat. Okay, I believe you. You never did any verification for yourself, right? All you did is just come up and tell us how we are wrong. But
I
never.
noted with your conversation with Crit, you hadn't done anything. He asked you, "What have you done?" and you didn't have anything.
What did you do to come and tell me what I didn't do or not? What did you do?
I listened to those who made a.
Oh, you just listen like a movie. You just listen and regurgitate. Your boss said, oh, there is mountains, there is valleys. It's not flat. Yeah, let's attack flat. That's what you do. You follow your leader who tells you what to do. Right? But we, as individuals, we dispute. Me, I was.
The critical need for intelligence at that point in time warranted an interim photo reconnaissance system that could get into operation earlier than the SAMOS could be ready. This was a significant decision, particularly for that era. Just 20 days before, the Soviet Union had orbited the world's first satellite, Sputnik 1, from the Chorotam range. The United States was still over 3 months away from launching its first small satellite. But the need for reliable intelligence on Soviet missile deployment was becoming more and more urgent. The so-called missile lag debate was already underway, with the Senate Preparedness Subcommittee holding hearings on this issue. The White House responded rapidly to the board's recommendations.
I'm going to stop this here. The reason why I'm showing you this is because you are seeing the origins of not only satellites themselves, but the covering up of the program that would be satellites at the same time. If you remember yesterday from our live stream, showed you that paper that Planetan Veritas, okay, that PV showed you about the SAMOS program, and you're seeing that SAMOS program is wrapped into the Corona program, and both these systems are hiding the truth of what satellites are. The reason why I'm showing you this is because I want you guys to understand something about the atmosphere. You've been taught that there's a troposphere, stratosphere, a mesosphere, an exosphere, right? The very, very tip top. You've been taught that there's all these levels of atmosphere. And that's true. I'm not here to say that's not true. What I'm here to tell you is that you're missing the true layers of atmosphere. Keep in mind how powerful symbolism is in this world. If you understand how powerful symbolism is, you understand how powerful height is. Aleister Crowley, one of many people, was a famous mountaineer. He felt that there was an energetic change to his circuitry if he had been taller than any other man in the world. The same for the wickedest man in the world. All of these are transactions, belief technologies that he's entered into with the world, where he's allowed to pull power from laws, from symbolic laws. That's what you're seeing when you see most elite ceremonies, most references to 33, most references to any kind of symbology is going to be based on What kind of belief technology can I extract from this ore? It's very similar to mining for gold. If everyone believes that symbolically 33 is a serious source of power, then if you were to find something that came in the term of 33 that you could showcase to everyone else, everyone would therefore give it prana and give it that power. It would be charged. Height, elevation is no exception. The reason why we got rid of giants is because they were too fucking smart. We were like, no, we can't have those people around. That's fucked up. I'm making a joke here, but it's true. There is a transaction. Your meat antenna is taller the taller you are. You are capable of broadcasting more thought, more wisdom, more prana, more ego. You're a taller antenna. You have a different amplitude than a smaller antenna. The same intrinsic idea applies to our entire world. The tallest building, right? The significance of the tallest building in the world has the exact same motif to it. Just as the position of something on the world, right? The center of the world. We used to have civilization after civilization after civilization. Oracle of Delphi, the Great Pyramids, Egyptian culture, Sumerian culture. All of these had a massive battle for the center of the world. It was truly the birth of Saturnalia itself. The idea of marking the world is a ritual in positioning, global positioning. All right. As that applies to the atmosphere, it's no different. Where do the decisions come from in government? They come from the top, right? Why? Because the person on top is considered in charge. Who's at the top floor of the penthouse, right? Who at the skyscraper, the top floor is considered the most powerful, which by the way is completely back-asswards. You're as far away from the ground as you possibly can. You're not grounded at all, but that's how Zeitgeist Zionism kind of works. It has this concept in mind of height. Let's get back to atmosphere, all right? You as a civilian, no offense, but you don't have helium, you don't have an airship, you don't have an FAA license to even make an airship. You as a civilian, the highest you are allowed to go is 50,000 feet. Some of you, a very small percentage of you, are right now going, it's bullshit because the Concorde is 60,000. Some of you have been 60,000 feet because you rode in a Concorde, or you had a friend of a friend who rode in a Concorde, so now you think you're special. So fine, go ahead. Claim that you have 60,000 feet. But as a civilian, we are not allowed above 50,000 feet. It's illegal. There's no legal way for us to be above 50,000 feet. All right? That first layer, from 0 to 50,000 feet, that is the civiliosphere. Civiliosphere, right? The civilian atmosphere has a limit to it. There's no getting above that. All right? That's 50,000 feet. What's above 50,000 feet? You have the Air Force field. You have the millosphere, right? Civiliosphere and militariosphere. All right? That's going to get you anywhere from 50,000 to 80,000, maybe 100,000 feet. Okay? You're allowed to go up there as long as the military's approved it. Maybe it's probably more like 110,000 feet. It's probably closer to that. That's the militariosphere. All right. Only a select few is going to be able to go into that portion. All right. In fact, an astronaut itself, when you earn your astronaut wings, you do that because you've risen above 80,000 feet? It's someone will correct me, I'm sure, but there's a marker you get when you're considered officially an astronaut. Why? Because you are now in the elite. You are one of maybe 20. It's probably more than 20, but who's gone above that ceiling. It's definitely less than 100. All right? That's the miliosphere. There is a atmosphere above that, my friends, and that is the clown sphere. The clown sphere. And this clown sphere is capable of having elite access to this upper atmosphere, and no one else gets to see it. No one, including the U-2 spy plane. By the way, this is CIA film. They're showing you rocket, but it's never used. It's like squirting. CIA film.
By the summer of 1957, the U-2 had already spent a year in service. It had never been intended as operational for more than a year or two. The operational life expectancy was based on the likelihood that the Soviets would in some months track it successfully, and with accurate tracking data in hand, bring pressures to discontinue the flights. As it turned out, we had misjudged the Soviet air surveillance capability at the time. Their radars had tracked every flight from the first. The Soviets filed a protest, and a stand-down was ordered. After that, overflights were made only sporadically, although for 3 more years, the U-2 ranged over much of the rest of the world. And so we set out on December 8, 1957, to build and develop what has become known as Corona, the world's first photographic reconnaissance satellite.
The Corona is the first world's reconnaissance satellite program, and it was housed on the U-2. And the U-2 was a very simple platform at first. It only had, let me see, is this the right one?
The U-2.
Nope. Sorry guys, is this the right one? Is this the right one? Yes, it is. Hang on a second, guys. Sorry, I forgot. You have to hit this refresh thing and tell it, no, I gave you a new picture, so fix it. Sorry about that. Just give me a second. U2, here we go. Okay, this U2 platform. Notice the video told you, oh, the U2 was just for a year or two. In fact, we had to scrap it because of Sputnik. Just like in the first movie, you heard that the reason why we had to start the Corona project was because of Sputnik. Why did we get started in the space program? Because of Sputnik. There was a demonstrated fear that we all had because of fucking Sputnik. Billions of dollars were spent because of Sputnik. Picture yourself in the clownosphere. Does Sputnik pay you? Or does it take money away from you? Think about that. The U-2 program was born as a light, high-altitude platform aircraft. It's built for a platform. What you're looking at here is straight off the CIA website. It's actually on Wikipedia too. Analogy for ORS Tier 2 operating concept, recon wing capability of space. Notice that there are responsive platforms. Podcasters, you're looking at a one of the first photographs of the U2, and it's showing you about 10 or 11 different pieces of furniture that you can attach to the recon wings of the U2. And let's read them. Responsive platforms, satellite buses. Satellite buses. Plug-and-play satellite payloads. Launch vehicles. And rapid build-up turn times. JFC call-up, operation non-acquisition, air tasking order responsiveness, sustained high-ops tempo. Basically high-level squirting that you don't get to hear about. Now here's the important part. Payload flexibility. Telescopes, comm packages, mini SAR, RFID, PAN, MSI, HSI backplane, I don't know what those mean, guys, on-demand launchers, and more satellites, responsive buses. You're looking at a satellite platform called the U2 that they claimed that was only going to be built for 2 years. Meanwhile, they were shooting rockets up, and the rocket would go up super high, and a payload would eject, and that payload would have a parachute, and that parachute would fall. And as that payload's falling, it's taking pictures, lots and lots and lots of pictures. That system was in place before we even had U-2s. We'd swoop in behind it and catch it. I'm sorry I don't know the name of this plane, but this is an Air Force reconnaissance plane. That's, you can see it's actually picking up the drogue chute. You see that little holster there? It's catching it. The U-2 plane in that CIA film you saw was the Corona project was meant for physical retrieval. This is important. The Corona project was meant for physical retrieval of payload from satellites. not electronic, physical. All right? The moment you start to think about that this entire satellite program was built for physical retrieval of canisters inside the satellite, tells you not once were these ever considered to be working in space. You guys know what happens when you enter atmosphere. You know what happens if you're 250 miles above from what we've been told, right? Remember the space shuttle tiles? And oh my God, the tiles are falling off and it's gonna die. All the drama related with that. This was a physical retrieval system from day one. Day one. All right? All of this stemmed from Sputnik. All of it. Who did Sputnik help? It helped the clownosphere. It created the clownosphere. And what's important to understand about the clownosphere is that it's an international space. All right? The International Space Station is the clownosphere. It's the central lobby for the clownosphere. The 7 nations participating in the ISS have created a mutual blackmail hot potato where they have their own space program and their own approach to it. And because they own the clownosphere with everyone else, they have a conglomerate platform that they can use to manipulate their people. The exact same way Eisenhower scared us all by claiming that Sputnik meant we were in serious, serious trouble. That if we didn't do something about this right now, we're all gonna die.
Its importance from today's perspective is momentous. In the weeks after Sputnik 1, there was pressure from all quarters to accelerate the U.S. missile and space program. And there was much public debate about military versus civilian control of the space program.
Earth satellites, in themselves, have no direct present effect upon the nation's security. However, there is real military significance to these launchings, as I have previously mentioned publicly. Their current military significance lies in the advanced techniques and the competence in military technology they imply. For example, the powerful propulsion equipment necessarily used.
On 8 February 1958, the President placed authority for all military space projects under the newly formed Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA. The splitting off of Corona from Weapon System 117L, the Air Force satellite program, was accomplished by ARPA just 20 days later. At about the time CIA's headquarters was being built, Project Corona was begun. It was decided at the beginning that the photographic subsystem of the Air Force's WS-117L, offering the best prospect for early success, be placed under joint CIA Air Force management, an approach which had been highly successful in covertly developing and operating the U-2s.
All right, he just told you that the entire CIA building was being constructed as Corona was rolling out. Okay, and not only that, but the very first it showed you, and it was successful because they were able to build the U-2 without anyone in the military knowing it. And basically they're handing the keys over to the entire satellite PSYOP to the international CIA. To the international CIA. How do you know it's international? Because of Sputnik. Guys, Sputnik is a pinball. It's a horrible, the worst PSYOP you've ever seen. Look at that thing. And we'll get to more proof, as some of you guys are still doubting it. By the way, before we go on, I've been contacted again by someone who said, James, it's really irresponsible of you to doubt Wayne L. Sexton. And I've asked them to build a video. And they said in their comment, it's so irresponsible, it's so easy for anyone to see. And I've asked them, I begged them, can you please make a video on Wayne L. Sexton? And please send that to us, and I will showcase it on this channel. I will showcase this expose on Wayne L. Sexton and how real she is, and how wrong it is for all of us to make the assumption that something CNN says that has the character name Waynell Sexton, it would somehow not be true. So I offer that to any of you. Anyone who's doubting the authenticity of Waynell Sexton, please make a tape and send it in. Please. The truth has to get out. We have to know the truth about Waynell Sexton. And I appreciate your passion for Waynell Sexton. I appreciate your perseverance to believe in Waynell Sexton when no one else would. When everyone else said Waynell Sexton was bogus and bullshit, you said, I believe in Waynell Sexton. That's what you said. And I want you to know I'm proud. Stay that way. Stay the course. Submit your link. Start a YouTube channel. Change the world. You can fix CNN's credibility by showing everyone that Waynell Sexton was real. The same way you can do it with satellites. The same kind of things I got yesterday from people on Twitter. James, I'm a professional satellite dish installer. How dare you suggest that satellites aren't real? My answer to you is please read your literature. Please read what it is you're actually installing. Read the fine print. Go look up what the word space means on Wikipedia. Go look up what the word satellite means. Go look and notice that you own the dish. No one else does. It belongs to you. That's your technology. It's not theirs. Okay? There's no opportunity for you to declare fraud because the language has been built in such a way where you're not going to be able to legally call them out for fraud. That's what government does. That's how black magic works. All right? It's how it all works. You were never, ever, ever, ever going to find Waynell Sexton admitting what she did, admitting who she is. Guys, it doesn't work that way. You're looking at an elementary truth, and you're never going to get it. That's a facade. That's what you were shown from school grades 1 through 12. You were taught that there's a truth and that it's regurgitated to you and you can repeat it and it will be true. And now you have this knowing thing, this petrified belief system called knowing. Don't fall for it, all right? Yes, Don Lemon loves Waynell Sexton, as Foo Bear says. Find that truth, guys. Look past it, all right? If you can't handle this stuff, stop watching the channel. I realize this is painful for some of you. The rest of us are enjoying the mystery that we find. We've discovered that there's mystery in the world, that not everything's figured out. In fact, it's the opposite. Most of it's lies. It's a pretty exciting place to be. It's a new frontier, all right? What we thought were finished frontiers are not finished at all. It's a beautiful, beautiful place to be here. There's nothing sad about this at all. These platforms are your satellite program. This is a U2 camera. This is back in the 50s. I've been working on this for a long time. The guy on the left designed the U2. The guy on the right's a clown pilot. Not an Air Force pilot, he's a clown pilot. Gary Powers. Yeah, his name's Gary Powers. This is that U2 close-up. It's showing you, look, here's the platform we built. You've got on the left, you've got imaging, 3 imaging cameras. I don't know what the very left one though, but those are all imaging cameras. And on the right, you've got radio RF cameras. These platforms and payloads are built for physical reconnaissance, which means that this capsule that you think is floating in space is actually suspended from a parachute. It's suspended from a parachute so it can be caught. And while it's up there in the parachute, this U2 is allowed to talk to it. Here's an empty U2. It doesn't have any payload underneath it, right? This is a horse without its saddle. These are suspended from balloons. And they're not lying by showing you this. All of this is real. You can go there and watch it. You'll meet someone. I was in the factory. I polished the glass. And they did. But it's top secret what happens once this is in space. It's in clown world now. It's suspended from balloons. These guys, the U-2s, are just there to communicate. It's the C-19s that scoop them up. I doubt this is a C-19 right here, but these are the planes that scoop them up. They've got these long tethers. This has been doing this for a long time. It was always about physical capture. Not RF, physical. All right? That tells you everything you need to know. And we need to remember how important it is that space is sexy for them. If space is sexy, you'll buy it. If space is sexy, you'll freak out. That's why you have the wow, someone's just GM. Wow, this guy's having a bad. Someone needs to tell me how to ban that guy. I'll do it. Wow. Sorry, I don't know how to do that. Let me see. Delete and mute. There. Sorry, guys. Man, that guy had a mouth on him, didn't he? I'll figure that out, guys. Thank you. We have some D-Live squirters coming in the room, causing trouble. Okay, so you get that part. The what is this?
The U-2 flew as part of a CIA operation to overfly the USSR, gathering photographic intelligence. The aircraft's great altitude was supposed to protect it from interception. But on the 1st of May 1960, Soviet missile defenses had shot down a U-2 piloted by Gary Powers over Ekaterinburg. Powers being captured and held until February 1962. A danger of flying near the North Pole was loss of compass because of the Earth's magnetic field, and Maltby would navigate using the stars. As the mission progressed, the shining aurora made it difficult to differentiate stars. He collected his samples when he thought he was close to the North Pole, turned port 90 degrees, then reversed the turn for 270 degrees.
Okay, a couple things there. Number one, can't see the stars from the ISS, but you can from a U-2. Just want to point that out. I don't know how that happens, but that's what they're saying. All right. Number two, that was Gary Powers. This guy. He wasn't the only one. He wasn't the only CIA guy. Notice that when he got captured, it created a beautiful PSYOP. Now you have spy versus spy. There's even a spy exchange. This was actually the second CIA pilot that was captured by Russia. Both times. The first time, it actually led to the building of the Berlin Wall. The second time, it was claimed that you almost caused massive nuclear wars, what Russia said to us, because of this program. And again, what does that make us do? Spend more money. Spend more money. Spend more money. Find more ways to do it. Where's that other guy? Got this other guy in here. May not have made it in this thing. Yeah, I don't think he did. The other pilot was Molesby. Molesby. That's who it was. Actually, I think he might be in this video here. Now, this is all the reason you need to explain satellites, to explain space, to explain it all. Whoever's the highest is going to get more prana. They're going to be like an antenna. They're going to have that reverence. The exact same way that the government said, while all of you could do airships, only us could do space. It's the same kind of techniques. It's the same kind of taking over. Space, being the clownosphere, is all about illusion. And the only way that illusion works is to make it sexy. That's why it rains diamonds on Neptune. That's why all the crap you hear about Pluto, the silhouette on Pluto of a dog, we want to penetrate Uranus deeper than we've ever been before with a probe. That was one of NASA's last headlines. They are going for deep, no pun intended, they're going to deep penetration in your mind. Remember, effective propaganda is charismatic and enchanting. And when you look at an astronaut, what you're truly looking at is an actor on the stage. When a B-2 flies over Russia, that pilot is an actor. When two MiGs are sent out, forget the word, quarried. When two MiGs come out to track him down, those are actors too. The people who run the war, the CIA, the clowns, they know. They probably have a communication about, we're going to send the U-2 over into your space. We're going to do this. We're going to send our clown, our actor in. He's going to fly to your space. He's going to claim he wasn't able to see. He couldn't see the stars. North Pole was so confusing. Oh my God, that's why we don't fly over the South Pole. He's going to get captured and have this beautiful news story about it. We're going to have this nuclear meltdown, these talks. Everyone's going to freak out about it for a while. Then we'll exchange our prisoners back. Lesson done. It serves both sides. The Chinese virus. Right? Right now we're fighting the Chinese virus. Right now there are war squirters out there like George Webb telling you how dangerous and how this is the fault of China. This is the clownosphere. Right? George isn't even smart enough to be a clown. He's the bitch of the clownosphere. You see how it works? It's a gross system. And no one has to know what's going on. That's what's so beautiful about it. This is all compartmentalized. It's so easy to compartmentalize this. Why? Because you can show someone a picture without a parachute. You can show someone everything about their system with zero parachutes attached to it, and it's all completely believable. It's all part of the illusion. And you're like, yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, it's spinning at thousands and thousands of miles an hour. That's why it's able to get such a stable picture each time, because it's going that fast. We want to believe. It's charismatic. We want to believe. It doesn't matter how many lies we're told. I think what happened with the Challenger was pretty simple. They sent the Challenger up. It was a bottle rocket. That's why everything was so big, made a lot of noise, had a lot of color, right? They sent that up and it exploded. It was either an accident or on purpose. Both have a profit for NASA. They win both ways. I'm tempted to say it's an accident. And the reason why is because these guys are still alive. This is Challenger crew. And these people are all still alive. They're all living happy lives right now. And some of you might say, no, James, it was an accident. They purposely planned that to explode. And it could be. It could be. But when you explain how government works, if you really want to know how government works, there's a lot of accidents. I was in the military. There's a lot of fucking accidents. A lot of just really stupid calls. No one talks about friendly fire. But more people die of friendly fire probably than enemy fire, honestly. It's probably an accident that they capitalized on. This is all about fantasy, right? Here's Kubrick. Here's Glenn. Look at him. Look at how silly he is. How do you have thread that survives the perils of space? How come there's a vacuum chamber? I think it's a Goddard, owned by NASA. Right, the world's largest near pure vacuum gravity chamber, and they've never put an astronaut inside it. Wouldn't it be safer to expose him while you're on the ground so you could pressurize that thing and get him out? But no, it's considered too dangerous. It's too dangerous. It's weird. It's not just weird. It's showing you exactly the truth of it all. And the fact is, we want it to be true. I'm bringing this up because I posted this a long time ago on Twitter. If we the people crowdfunded a cabal-free, open-source satellite camera like Google Earth, we would know the truth instantly. We would. If we crowdfunded our own satellite, if we crowdfunded our own reconnaissance photo system where we knew no one would be changing the pictures, right? If we did that and we flew it over Antarctica, one of these balloons lasts 30 days. That's 15 days over, 15 days back. We would know instantly. It's not fair for us to say, well, we were fooled by Sputnik. It's not fair because we become a slave, we become a victim when we say we were fooled. It's better to say we didn't want to know. It's better to just admit that we were afraid of knowing. We were afraid of knowing, and we created satellites because we wanted to stay here. We wanted to stay here with our head in the clouds, looking at a place we could never go. What does that do to your energy? It grounds it. It puts you in a state of wonder, right? Wonder is a trance state. It's a state of submission. Yes, you're submitting to the wonder. You're worshiping the wonder. And 32 Saturn rockets, the largest explosions you could ever imagine, were launched because we were satisfied with that. We wanted to keep looking. We didn't mind being limited to 60,000 feet. We liked it better. We wanted our Zeppelins full of lead. We wanted a helium embargo. We wanted a helium monopoly. America did that to the entire world. It's still doing it. And it told everyone this story about satellites. And then you end up with Clown World on the ISS. Now, I've told you guys before that the ISS is a blackmail machine. I've said that because it's an excellent tool where different countries can go in on a lie together and be held accountable. It's a form of having a pact. Two enemies can agree by making them both vulnerable. And I bring this up because on July 16th, 2013, it was the anniversary of the Apollo 11 launch. An Italian astronaut reported that he nearly drowned while outside the space station in his spacesuit. Now, that's the anniversary of the Apollo 11 launch. And it's weird to tell someone to be an Italian astronaut in space and to tell the whole world that I almost drowned. You should listen to that. It was on the Apollo 11 anniversary. On the anniversary. Now take that and place it on the side and go, okay, that's interesting, James. Doesn't prove anything. And like I said, you're not going to prove anything in the clonosphere because you can't get up there to see it. Right? You're dealing in a sea of lies. All you're going to do is find yourself going, well, I can't believe that you would doubt something like Waynel Sexton. That's what you have to do because you can never disprove what you can never experience. But take that example, that one example of the Italian drowning astronaut, and just put it on the side and realize that on August 20th, the anniversary again of NASA landing on Mars, the biggest accomplishment they ever claimed, again, the second biggest, right? If you want to say Apollo 11's the first. The landing on Mars is the second. On that anniversary, a Russian astronaut says, yeah, I was outside the ISS and there's sea plankton on the solar panels. Sea plankton. And you have these two accusations on really big days that suggest the ISS is in water. That somehow it might be in a pool in Texas. That somehow these 11 countries and then 7 who went in on this clownosphere lie were maybe not happy with the United States. Or maybe not happy with their relationship. We're possibly using the news to distribute information that would jeopardize the hold of the blackmail. It's an attempt to expose it. I would offer that Covfefe, C-O-V-F-E-F-E, the tweet by Trump, is the same system. He was telling someone, I almost said COVID, years before it was released. These are all instruments of elite blackmail. You guys have seen my presentation on that before. I list the top 5. Top 5 elite blackmail. One of which is the ISS. One of which is the fact that we have a pool with every single flag in the world draped over that pool that's participating in the ISS and a fully submersible, complete outfitted ISS unit underwater. And we're claiming that that allows us to test what it's like in a vacuum. But it's literally the opposite kind of pressure. A, it's not deep enough. But B, having water push against the ISS is the opposite of having the ISS pulled apart by a vacuum. Meanwhile, we will not put any man in the vacuum chamber on Earth because it's too dangerous. And there's video of that one astronaut who they tried to do that. He fell over backwards, his eyes started to boil. You can't do it. I realize I'm preaching the choir right now. But there's this desire to believe that's more important than our search for truth. I think it's a result of evacuation. It's a result of not trusting yourself. It's a result of lacking the sovereignty. You want the missiles to keep you down. You want the satellites to make you feel better. It's weird. You want the vaccines. It's all the same. People don't know where their passion should go, and so they'll throw it out to anyone. Wherever it gets the most virtue is where they'll send it.
Just going clockwise or anti-clockwise. That's what was happening. Above your head, 24 hours, north and south.
So nothing to do with the GP then.
Well, no, that's another question, isn't it? And, it would help you. I mean, it would help you if you could, it would help your claim. It would help your flat Earth. No,
about that.
it would help your flat Earth claim if you could produce the
Only you
information.
said something about that. You seem to think you can take angles off the surface of a ball.
Not in a geometric GeoGebra world, but we don't live in that world. We can get horizontal and right angles on any surface we're standing on. Sorry. This bullshit about you can't get an angle to a curve. You're living in a computer world, 2D computer world. That's all you're doing. You're not living in reality.
So, reality,
rubbish.
Basket, and you're telling me in reality, I could take a basketball, put a protractor on it, and get an angle to something in the sky.
Well, the right angle would be right angle if you put it on top of a ball, wouldn't it?
How would you know if you're exactly on top of a ball or not?
Well, it's up to you. You're doing the experiment. You fucked up, then you fucked
up. I could
up.
just place it anywhere on there and then take an angle.
You could,
and then that would be the angle.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the triangle would still be the triangle would still be a right angle, wouldn't it? Right angle triangle.
Yeah, that's the only way you can do it. That's why the Earth is flat.
Yeah. It wouldn't change the right angle triangle, would it? It's like the flat Earth table.
There's no right angles on the surface
the flat
of a ball.
Earth table's still flat,
There's
isn't
no
it?
right angles.
Isn't it?
There's no angles on the surface of a ball, including a right angle.
What about the flat Earth table? If you put that on a ball, is that still flat?
Flat Earth table?
Yeah, the one you always pull out when you want to prove the Earth is flat.
On the
flat Earth table.
Yeah,
Have you got a table? Is your table
CB.
flat?
He's talking about CB's table when he went to like a coffee shop.
You all do it. What do you mean? You don't blame it on CB. I mean, I've heard hundreds of.
Yeah, but I'm letting them know that you're referencing something that someone else posted.
Oh yeah, let's not reference somebody else. You did reference McToon a minute ago. He's not in the room. Let's not talk about him. See, your rules don't work very well, do they?
He's afraid to come here.
Oh, I don't care. You don't. Nobody knows you out there. You aren't even on his. Flurf wiki page. It's such of a. You don't. They don't even know who you are.
Okay, so.
So you're either part of the game and you're not on the page, or they just don't even know who you are.
It's done on purpose.
Hold on. Let's see if are you on there?
Yes.
Outstanding.
Yeah. Do you know how I got on there?
Because you're a flat earther.
No, standing up for you guys.
So you're okay.
Because the guy, let me tell you this. Quick,
you're a stand-up guy.
I'll tell you the story.
I don't give a shit.
I was over.
I don't care about your fan fiction horseshit. It's fucking retarded, dude. Here's more retarded shit. You hear this, Torah? You hear this? Or is he me the two? Okay. See, look at this retarded shit. They got a fan fiction website, and he's upset because he was represented as a flat earther by representing us. No one asked you. No, thank you. Yeah, it's like I think I remember what's the website, something like fanism or something like that, or where people can make their own like fan websites, and you go there. Let me see if I can find it.
Is it the case like when someone identifies as a flat earther, they're not saying like it's actually flat, like how like when a man identifies as a woman? Like you just change the definition. Hold on.
Wait, Torah, no, we can't get into gender stuff. We're live again on YouTube. So that's a TOS violation. Earlier, when you guys were doing the weird gender shit, we weren't live. But now that we're live, we're back in TOS framework. So no misgendering people or any of that crap.
Can you tell me where I misgendered someone? I didn't do that. I don't know if you didn't hear my question or something.
Yeah, you just talked about where people identifying or something like that. We don't go into identities here. People identify how they want to identify, and you either accept it or you don't accept it. You don't challenge someone's identities.
You don't challenge the law of identity. Okay, no problem.
No, you don't challenge someone's personal identity. If somebody says they identify as whatever they want to identify as, it's not for you to challenge their identity. That's not your role.
What's the argument
what
for
someone's
that?
identity is? Are we allowed to ask?
Because that would be rude if we didn't know, and then we could be,
Yeah, if they correct you, then you just
identifying
go with
them.
it.
Yeah. So, do you identify as a flat earther?
Yeah. I say I'm a flat earther, 100%.
Do you think all the land is flat?
If that's what you heard, yeah, go with it.
I'm just trying to get your definition down here.
All right, well, go ahead. You can try. You will fail. You will fail because you don't have any idea or framework to be able to use someone's definition. Because you think everyone else's definition is they don't know. It's all subjective. There isn't any word. There isn't any definition for words. So you'll try again, and you will fail again.
Are you projecting your position onto me? That's weird.
Weird. That's all right too.
But do you mean flat, like literally, like?
Just
in
no
the literal
words
sense?
before, no words after. Adjective, noun. Flat earth. That's it. Anything else you add to that, any other context, projections, identities, anything after that, that's all you inside your own worldview that has nothing to do with me whatsoever. That's all
Okay,
you.
like we live in different worlds. Like does reality
Yep. Yeah, if I
exist
say
out our
flat,
mind?
if I say
We
flat,
haven't figured that
and
out
earth,
yet, right? We haven't
and
figured
you
out
hear
if
something
reality and the
else than that.
dictionary and whatnot exists outside of our mind.
What's going on, boys? Don't let me interrupt. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think me being white would suddenly change if there wasn't the mind to be able to experience that?
Yeah, I think so. Definitely.
Mm-hmm. I think perception shapes reality.
Okay, but reality continues to exist outside of perception, right?
No.
Okay, so gravity would stop working if nobody was there to perceive it?
Absolutely.
Interesting. So the world has started to
There's
exist
people observing it. Yes.
since the first human being was able to perceive it, correct?
The first living entity is interacting with it.
But how do you know? How do you know that they're able to perceive it when they don't have a consciousness?
God was the first to experience gravity.
Because time, time itself is tied to the existence of reality. And time actually exists just perceived by a human. Or not human, by any life. So the fact that life, because what is life? Life is it's like an object that can move and change, make decisions from one time frame to the next. Do you know what I mean? Nothing else needs to do that. So once that existed, that's when everything was created. Really, it's tied to that. If that stopped, everything stopped.
So is time bound to perception?
Yes, of Jesus as well. I think when Jesus and God is perception. It's God's perception which created the universe.
No, but God exists outside time itself. So
no, God is time.
What is time? Change.
God is everything. God is time. God is the matter around you. God is the heavens above. God is the sand.
No.
God is time.
He said he's energy, so we're in him and a part of him.
And time is energy. God is everything.
If God is everything, then God is nothing. There's nothing you can exclude.
Within nothing, your concept of nothing is within God, because God is time. That's what I'm saying. And that's why time, reality, is perception.
Yeah, come on, let's get back on topic.
What do you mean?
The God part, you don't need that for this conversation, because there's people who think all that stuff on both sides. So it's like a complete red herring.
Well, I thought he was making a mind-dependent stance for reality, which is retarded.
I am. But it is.
Yeah,
He was.
I am. The mind
Yeah.
of God.
Yeah, okay, but
You
that's
never
what I
believe in
say.
God? You're not a very good Christian. Are you a Christian? You don't have to be. But
Of course.
obviously not.
Of course.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to talk about mind dependence, right? Does a horse have a mind?
Yes.
How can you
All of God's
demonstrate?
creatures have a mind. How
What's
can
a
I
mind?
demonstrate that? You can feed it. You can be like, here's some hay over here. And remember you and shit. Horses are actually quite smart. They definitely have minds.
Okay, what do you define as a mind? Is like a conscious to you?
It's yes, it's consciousness within like something like a brain. I think that's what.
Wait, can you define consciousness?
Okay, yeah.
That's very difficult to define, isn't it? I mean, there are like I've heard like philosophers and shit go on about that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like that is. Me just to bust that out for you. That's a bit of an ask, but I think I could. But you'd have to hear me struggling to find the words and shit.
I don't think consciousness is so hard to define I think consciousness is hard to define when philosophers try to only keep it relative to human beings, but when you're talking about the grand scheme of all biological organisms, it's pretty easy to see that human beings seem to be the only ones with a high degree of consciousness. And when I say high degree, pretty much like consciousness itself.
To ourselves.
And what's the reason for that?
We're making that decision. We're making that decision. How can you say that?
I can say that because humans seem to be the only organism that I've interacted with so far that have the ability to have some form of self-awareness, the ability to make decisions.
But our eyes only pick up very little of what this universe contains.
That has nothing to do with how I perceive other organisms.
How could our eyes be real if we're not real?
How much I know about the universe has no relevance or bearing to whether humans are the only ones that have consciousness or not. Especially when we're talking about if you're talking about perception, please name me another animal that seems to have the same degree of consciousness as human beings, the ability to.
Well, we can't see everything. We only see very little. There's so much more going on.
I saw a really good video about killer whales, where so in the video,
whales are more intelligent than humans. Like we know that.
Yeah, if I may. So in this video, they talked about the amount of casualties lately with killer whales killing humans in captivity, and they said that
we're losing that fight. They're above the food chain than we are. But go ahead, yeah.
Yeah. So in the wild, there had never been a reported act of a killer whale attacking a person, like in the wild. Like they avoid us. And they said they think they were making a conscious decision because they're basically afraid of vengeance, of what humans will do to them if they attack. So they've talked.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah. So what the author of the video, the YouTube video, was saying is that they could, if they wanted to. I mean, they could attack. I mean, they like the way sharks attack people. So they saw what happens when a shark bites someone. What people do to sharks. So they said, "Fuck that." But when you put them in captivity, now they've got nothing to lose.
Okay, but I understand where you're going with this, but that not necessarily means that they have a conscience. You say that.
No, what would be the explanation then? How come in the wild they avoid humans? They want nothing to do with us. But in captivity, where you force the interaction, then they become violent.
I think that answers itself. Right there in your premise is that, do you think because you're forcing them to do something, an animal might have a biological intuitional reaction where they're going to resort to violence?
Yeah, except for if it's biological, it'd be all of them. It's not all of them. It's like only one or two whales have attacked handlers. Most of the whales don't.
My point, but wait, bro, that actually proves my point that it's, if anything, just human beings as well. What are you talking about, bro? The vast majority of human beings aren't violent in nature. We can do violence, but that doesn't mean that
we're extremely violent. Humans are extremely violent creatures. Yeah, extreme levels of violence towards each other, even.
Hold on. You're talking in a form of monolith, right? I'm saying throughout human history, bro, the vast majority of humans were not participating in violence against other human beings. We weren't conquering and pillaging and these sorts of stuff. These were the emperors, these were the kings with their armies and so forth. These weren't millions upon millions of every single man that wanted to go out and pillage and enslave it. So what I'm saying is, just because they can do that does not mean that it's a conscious decision. With human beings, we actually know it's a conscious decision because we can actually have a conversation with it. They can actually express their level of self-awareness and tell you their motivations and these sorts of things. With killer whales, with other biological organisms, you actually can't do that. So you can't actually presuppose that other animals have a conscious. That's my problem with that.
I mean, well, don't they actually consciously attack or hunt the pack?
Again, the way we're using conscious in this is the ability to self-awareness.
Okay, I think okay, let me try again. So the killer whales in the video, okay, it was like an hour and something, 15 minutes. The author, the speaker really broke down. They said in the wild, you've got killer whales that flip sharks over to get them confused and then eat just liver. You've got killer whales who practice hunting and hitting other animals as target practice. They are assholes, okay? They know they're the baddest thing on the block. They are the alpha, the extreme alpha predator on Earth. There isn't anything more of a apex predator than the killer whale. They don't want anything to do with humans whatsoever. At all. They hate it. Okay, they hate dealing with humans. So why? Why are they like that? If they will attack sharks, lions, tigers, and bears, anything is. If you get in their kill zone, they will attack. You see them hunt penguins, and one of them will push the iceberg to get the knock off. They do pack tactics better than wolves do. Who invented pack tactics? So now you've got this idea that they are like this, that they are making conscious decisions, tactical, conscious decisions. So why would you think that their avoidance of humans isn't conscious?
Because I don't think we're defining consciousness as the same thing. I just simply think it's that.
All right, maybe not.
It's like you seem to not think that. Do you think it's possible that these animals are, after millions and millions of years of existing, that these are just biological impulses that drives them to these things?
No, it's conscious decisions. They're consciously deciding to do these things.
Okay, so demonstrate to me. So if you're saying that causes that, because even the documentary that you just said that the guy that was documenting it, you even said that it's possible. So he's not saying that it's causing that. He's saying it's possible, and you're the one drawing the conclusion that it's because they have a conscious. Like you're the one stretching it, not the other guy. The other guy said it's possible, but you're not saying, oh yeah, it's because they have a consciousness. But your evidence is just simply, well, they seem to be doing these things. It's possible that it's conscious, but we don't actually know it's genuinely conscious. But I'm gonna draw a conclusion that it's conscious because it seems like they just have a consciousness. But like there is no when I'm telling the consciousness that I'm referencing right now is me and you are having this conversation. I can choose to right now say, go fuck yourself. I don't want to engage with this conversation. You can tell me the same thing. Or we can continue engaging with this for the next 2 hours until I get to work.
Animals, it's up to you. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is animals have not shown that capability.
They do that. Yeah, they do that.
You don't.
Killer whales do that.
You assert the position, and then your evidence is that authors say that it's possible. That's my point. All that says to me is, and I'm not disagreeing with you. Maybe they're conscious, but I'm also saying to you that it's quite possible, and I'm leaning with the fact that it's just biological intuition. Is that I haven't seen a killer whale for documentaries of killer whales. I don't know, fucking like they're able to like reason the way humans reason. Not to the same degree in terms of intelligence-wise, but just the ability to be self-aware and like behave in these sorts of manners that human beings do with their conscious. So to me, that discredits them from having a consciousness.
Yeah, if you look it up, do killer have consciousness? And it says yes.
Yeah, it's all dependent on how you define conscious. If you say only humans have this, it's a trait of only humankind, then you've defined it in such a narrow scope that it can't. Animals can't have it because animals aren't human.
They say
No, but I'm
they even display self recognition.
like I'm not defining it that way. The way I'm defining it is simply that, whereas like you are able to demonstrate that you have self awareness, you have the ability to make decisions, different type of decisions. I don't see.
Exactly what they're saying. That it appears that orcas are self aware.
Well, what if his definition of humans is they're an animal?
Then that would contradict because he says only humans have conscious, not animals. And it says humans are animals. Then no one would have consciousness at that point.
Yeah, so that's kind of weird. Is that your position, that humans are animals? So humans are not animals, then what are they?
Humans can be animals. There's no controversy. Which they are. We are animals, and they'll no consciousness. There's no
Go for it.
You know,
Did he leg out? Was that testing? Did he leg out there?
Hello?
Yep, you're back.
Can you hear me? Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
Yeah, your last statement, you roboted. I don't think anyone heard it.
There's no contradiction in saying humans are animals, and humans are the only ones with consciousness.
Okay, so animals can have conscious then. It can be conscious.
Of the human variety, yeah, I think that's what he's saying.
I'm saying that animals, yes, animals can have consciousness. Humans are animals, but humans are the only animals that have demonstrated to have consciousness.
Yeah, that was a little robot-y.
Yeah, you're
Did you hear that?
No, you roboted again at the end. Something. So what I think I heard was animals can have
I'll say it again.
consciousness if they're a human animal. How you define a human animal from. Okay, go ahead.
So it's like saying this, bro. It's like saying this. Birds are animals, but not all animals can fly. Right? And the same thing that they still fall within the category of an animal, but there seems to be a characteristic, a trait of theirs that is only distinct to birds, such as, for example, being able to fly. So that's the same type of like reasoning and definition that I'm using, like analogy for humans. Animals can have consciousness because humans are animals and they're a part of the category, but they're the only subcategory that has. Oh, sorry, they're the only animals that have consciousness, which puts them in a different subcategory when you're talking about consciousness. Does that make sense? I guess not.
Yes.
English and we're not going to understand each other. It will be pointless conversation.
I'll have to take some screenshots so you understand what I'm saying. I'll be right back.
You know, sometimes you can instantly hear that somebody is smart and somebody is dumb.
Yep.
Yeah, Q is the
Really,
smart one.
bro or bruh, like every third word. That's how you know they're an idiot.
But I just watched this video and this video is cool. I mean, it really. Why does it shift though? When he lets the air back in, why does the wood get heavier? I mean, heavier. You know what I mean? It rotates and it moves down.
It's a very interesting setup, dude. So what I took away from it, what it suggests is, for example, you take the 3 pieces of metal and you weigh them outside, right, or in your room or whatever office, whatever. Okay, you get a weight, then you weigh this other thing, the block of wood, in the same environment, and you get another value. Right, one's heavier than the other. When you put them on the scale, that demonstrates that. Right, there's more force being applied on one side, so it's lopsided. When you put it in the vacuum chamber, the vacuum chamber taking the air out, okay, suggests that the sheer fact that the air being present had a contributing was a contributing factor to how much force was being applied downwards. Okay, so when you take the air out, you see the wood weighs less, quote unquote, right? Suggesting that the buoyancy of the piece of wood within the air, or lack thereof, on the other side, was at play. So when you take the air out, you remove that factor, and it equilibrates in terms of force pushed down on either side of the scale. When you introduce the air back in, right, that reverses, and then it goes back to as it was outside. The guy talks about at the end of the video, the gentleman there. Encourage you to watch it. It's very good.
Yeah, I watched it without audio. Let me hear what he said at the end.
Yeah, skip over there. You'll see. He explains it.
In the side chat, 15 minutes after the hour. I don't care if people are afraid of etymology or they hate it. It doesn't matter. They'll either commit a etymological fallacy or a reverse etymological fallacy if they don't know the difference between the two. Words matter.
We have several new people in the channel. Welcome. If anyone has a question about Flat Earth, this would be a great time to ask. We have Backwards R, Shinobi.
In the meantime, I was just going to say, the way I've understood it, AG, is that evidence is more of like a stronger suggestive element, right? You have a thing, it suggests X highly, and proof is like what would be concluded by numerous bits of evidence, or even just one if it's so strong.
Right. Evidence can certainly be proof because it's obvious to the eye, but not necessarily. It may or may not.
Right, there you go. Right, so the strength of the evidence is contingent on the context.
However, all proof is certainly testable and provable and repeatable. but these repeatable things might not necessarily be readily evident.
Right. So all proof is evidence, but not all evidence is proof. Basically.
Kind of, yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to point out is these words are they have specific meaning, and there's other words too that I'd like to bring up, but I won't because this conversation's not etymology 24/7, so I'm not doing that. Be right back. I'm going to watch an armadillo swim in a little pool.
Wait, no fucking way that anvil floats up in the mercury like a plastic toy. What's going on? Why does the anvil float up in mercury?
That's
Mercury's
really
too
cool.
dense. Mercury's too dense.
Whoa.
Mercury's not like water, right? It's metal. It's very dense. Yeah. Now the anvil, now we understand that that's solid and that weighs a lot, but the density of the mercury still doesn't let the anvil, probably iron or steel, pass through. It's a density relationship, right? If you change the medium, something different will happen.
So this proves gravity doesn't exist. Doesn't exist.
Well, what we have to understand is in this demonstration, no manipulation of whatever gravity is. There's just a manipulation of the object and medium relationship. Change one or the other, something different's going to happen. Awesome. Now, why? No one knows, because no one's been able to turn that on and off by manipulating gravity, because that's what science would do, right? It would very manipulate gravity to cause that direction to change or not. No one manipulates gravity.
So, but what about Mercury vortex engines? Don't those make their own gravitational field, or what are they called? Ionocrafts? Ionocrafts?
That's an electrodynamic principle. It's not gravitational.
Oh. Learning.
It's not even a real thing.
What do you mean?
A Mercury vortex engine? That doesn't exist.
Really? But they developed them in Serbia.
No,
secret.
I mean, they talk about it and they think about it, but nobody has ever actually built it.
What?
But yeah, my question for Flat Earth is if there's a boat and it goes really far, eventually we can't see it anymore, but why?
Why do you think that we can't see most objects when they go far away?
Because our eyes just can't see at a certain distance.
Yeah, so first and foremost, when we're looking, we must understand how we look, and we see the world in this perspective type view, right? The angular size of things with distance reduces until the angular size is too small for the human eye to resolve. That angle is 0.02. Beyond that angle, we can't see it, even if it is directly in front of us. It's just too small to see, right? Like a fly or a bumblebee. Right, can't always see it the further it flies away from you. Same with a mountain, right? If you're far enough away from it, eventually it's going to be too small to see.
Okay. Well, even if you had some sort of scope that you could look through that could make you see really far, you still wouldn't be able to see it, right? If it went far enough.
Sorry, see what? Sorry?
Like if I'm standing on the beach and there's like a boat and the boat just keeps going away from me and I have like binoculars and then even stronger binoculars and I keep, looking through, eventually it's not going to help.
Yeah, eventually it's still going to be too far away for the technology to resolve it. It's going to breach that angle. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for answering my question.
That's right. Just one other issue as well, being as we're standing at the beach looking at boats, eventually the gas that we're looking through, the atmosphere, because it's not completely transparent, it's opaque, no matter the distance of an object, eventually that light's going to dissipate. So the atmosphere is going to act like a brick wall at about a distance of 250, 300 miles. But lovely talking to you anyway.
Thanks.
Well, I don't want the chat to go dead, so we'll invite anybody else if they have got any questions pertaining to the Earth shape and what it is and what it does and all of that type of stuff. Excuse my language, please free to ask yourself. If you've got the belief that the Earth's a ball and you want to defend that position, then we will oblige you if you want to die on that hill. So again, unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and you can make your claim and defend it. But either way, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel here on whatever server we're on. I completely forgot. But like I said, if you've got any questions, comments, or concerns, introduce yourself and say hi. Other than that, I'm going to make myself a cup of coffee.
Yeah, we got several new people in here. Yeah, Backwards R, Verum, Shinobi, Karen. Hi, Karen. Danky.
Hello.
What's going on there? You got a little duck there in your PFP.
Yeah.
Are you a fan of ducks?
Yep.
Me too. Have you heard about the flat Earth before?
Yeah, my coworker. He told me about it.
Nice. I love it when people come in here. They're like, my uncle's into it, my sister's into it, my coworker's into it. What did he tell you?
Yeah, quick question. Did he tell you the real deal, or did he tell you about some kind of pizza planet in space?
No, he told me the real deal on his in the locker room. On his locker, he has like a Flat Earth Society like poster.
Bullshit. You're such a larper, dude.
Oh, that makes me cry.
Why do other flat earthers want to give him ammo?
Guys. I was so into him with the duck. He got me with the duck. That didn't take long. Good job, guys. Good job.
Wait, what happened? Do you guys not like them or something?
You failed.
Yeah,
There's no such thing as there's no
There's no what?
I'm really confused.
Sorry, sorry, I apologize. I had to back out.
The Flat Earth
Flamingo's trying to explain? The Flat Earth Society. Yeah, go ahead, AG. Go for it. Go for it.
I was just going to say the Flat Earth Society is controlled ops. They're fake, and I can't talk much because this stupid thing's going to keep beeping. But yeah, that's all.
This guy knows that he's trolling. I mean, it's so obvious. It's so boring.
No, I'm not. I didn't know that. I thought. I mean, that's just what it said.
Oh my god! Come on, dude.
On the poster.
It's so boring. Come on.
Sorry, but I was trying to say that it's a no true Scotsman fallacy, right? When you say the Flat Earth Society is not true flat earthers.
Sure.
Sorry, I apologize. I had to cough and I had a coffee.
Glober's website. It's Glober's website.
Oh, again, like I said, it's a no true Scotsman fallacy, right? So are you saying that the people that are in the Flat Earth Society aren't true flat earthers?
No, the Glovers that try to make fun of flat earthers.
Do you think you're a true flat earther?
I know for a
Earth
fact
is
that
flat and
everyone
stationary. It's measured to be that way.
Right. So what about what they think? You think they're not? They're just controlled off. Right?
Here's a better way of putting it, then, dude. We are not them. They are not us. And what they believe has nothing to do with what we discuss here.
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry, I looked it up. It says, yeah, a lot of flat earthers think that the Flat Earth Society is like disinformation and it's like a controlled opposition. I didn't know that before coming in here. Genuinely, I'm being honest.
Oh, wow, you could find that on a Google search? Wow, because that's totally something you never would have been able to find in the
It's
past.
no different from the Roman Catholic Church, right? When they say,
Okay, Flamingo, we got you. Yep, Flamingo's a globe believer. So
it doesn't matter what I believe. I'm not going to let you sit here and just fucking say, "Oh, you just because you believe one thing, you're not allowed in the club."
All right, dear. Yes, that's fine. Let me scratch you on the head behind those cat ears. So, Karen, did your coworker like give you any actual information about the flat Earth or what?
Not really. He was kind of vague about it because it seemed like he was like, I don't know. It seemed like he wasn't that much into it. Like he's into it just barely enough that he believes it, but not like super into it.
Yeah, he must not be really into it at all if he thinks the Flat Earth Society is a real organization. I mean, by this time, yeah, I think, you even did a Google search and found out that they're totally fake. They're frauds, Flamingo. Yeah, they're frauds.
Oh, they're frauds, right?
Big fat phonies. That's right. Yeah,
Yeah, man, except because you've said so, right?
It's not just because
the leader of the Flat Earth Society, the 1960s, did a television interview, and on the television interview, he brought a rock with him, and the rock that he was holding onto, he said saved his life because he fell off into the waters at the edge of the earth, and he was going to fall off the edge of the earth if he hadn't have held onto that rock.
I'm a rock.
So you tell me if you think that's like good, honest information or not.
Well, no, it sounds like someone who's fucking lost his mind, right?
I don't know.
A lot of flat earthers have, right?
It's a load of bullshit, mate. A little bit of critical thinking and time will show you that. But anyway, shall we get back to the topic?
Let's go.
Yeah, it sounds like Karen, you probably don't, if your coworker's that vague and is into the Flat Earth Society, probably never explained to you about the fact that the curvature of the Earth has never been measured or documented.
That's an absurd claim right there.
Hey, Flamingo. Hey, I'm talking to
It's a lie, dude. It's a lie and an absurd
Okay, you're going to make me have to mute you because I'm talking to Karen. Okay, somebody else did it. Thanks, people. Yeah, so Karen, the idea here behind people who are serious about flat Earth, which I don't want to judge your coworker. Perhaps he's just misled. But, the idea is that the radius of the Earth has been clearly debunked, the claimed radius of the Earth, because according to that calculation, the horizon distance would be at a fixed maximum location, and that yet we routinely see the horizon location being far beyond the location predicted by the geometry of the sphere.
Thinking about it would be really cool, dude, if you were to bring your coworker in here. That would be awesome.
Okay. I kind of want to defend him. Basically, what he told me was he doesn't trust the government.
No, you're such a LARPer, dude.
Yeah, this is so boring. Like, it's so obvious. You don't have this coworker.
Nobody has a coworker with a flat Earth document, flat Earth Society shit in their locker or on their whatever the fuck you said. You're just making shit up, dude.
I'm being 100% honest with you. In the locker room, he had a poster, and it had a picture of a flat Earth, literally.
Nobody brings that stuff to work, man.
Flat. Okay, well, he does. He has. It's not just the flat Earth thing. He has a bunch of
subversive material.
Yes, Claw agrees with us. Even Claw agrees.
Does he have a manifesto too?
Doesn't ring
No, he
very
doesn't have a
true.
manifesto.
Try him out. Let's test him out. Maybe he's gonna say something if we don't interrupt him. That's actually gonna make us think he's not a fucking larper.
How about this? How about we forget we sideline your co-worker, and how about you bring some glove evidence and you discuss that with us? Don't worry about your co-worker. Let's forget about him.
I like that, QE. Yep. I like that, QE. Yep. Forget your coworker. Tell us why you think you live on a globe, Karen. Good idea. What's your evidence?
My evidence? I don't have evidence. It's a belief that I have.
Cool. A religious guy. Cool.
You could say that, yeah. It's not something that I could provide evidence for. It's just like I went to school, and in school I went to science class, and my teachers told me many things, and some of the things they could we did some testing, dissecting a frog, or whatever you do, chemistry, and those experiments, they worked out. They made sense. Everything that my science teacher said, it actually happened in front of me. So I had some trust. Some trust was built on that, and then everything else just fell into place. I just believed all the other stuff, even without the testing, because it's like, okay, well, this test works, so all that other stuff that they tell me, that probably works too, even though I haven't seen it myself.
And you think that is a reasonable way to go about life?
Whether or not it's reasonable, that depends on the person. For a lot of people, it's reasonable, obviously, because most people, that's kind of how they operate. But if you're a very logical, rational, or skeptical person, that might seem unreasonable.
Yeah, it's a low standard of evidence just because, someone in your science class showed you stuff that was on Earth right in front of you that you could touch, feel, smell, and taste, maybe, but might be dangerous to taste it. And that stuff worked, that you're just going to believe what they tell you about the fantasy realm of outer space that you've never experienced, will never experience, and which violates natural law as well as goes against the clear and obvious proof that we do not live on a sphere, have never lived on a sphere, and will never live on a sphere because as I mentioned, the claimed radius can be easily debunked and has been debunked thousands of times. But if you prefer just to believe, just believe, click your heels together 3 times and just imagine you're on a globe. That's your standard of evidence, Karen, then, I guess you're just have a low standard of evidence compared to what we have.
Yeah, that's my standard for a lot of things. I literally had a vaccine shot into my arm based on that same standard of evidence.
Shut it. It's against the TOS for Discord. You're muted already. Yeah, you guys, I guess you haven't read the TOS for Discord. You need to review that about medical information before you can come back here. Anybody else? Crackhead, Claw, Bicentro, Twonger, never wants to talk to us, Backwards R, Verum, Shinobi. Yep, stand up here if you've got your evidence for a globe. Twonger, you got something for us? Post the science. Yep, where's your science, Twonger? Oh yeah, Karen, I'll give you a link to the Discord terms of service and then you can read it. Twonger, I just really get tired of you constantly saying stuff in the chat and not willing to come here on voice to back it up.
I mean, just post the science. Go ahead.
Oh, you're speaking now. Nice. Yeah, I already discussed the math. I can post the math for you if you want. The science would involve a natural observation. You have a natural observation of the globe, Twonger?
Yeah. Did you read the chat?
Yeah, you said my science is the entire globe model. Yeah. So where's your natural observation of the globe? My question still stands.
Yeah, how about you post this globe model you speak of? Start there.
Good idea. Let's see your globe model, Twonger. I know, I can tell.
Look, I'm a virgin. I have to protect my virginity at all costs.
Oh, you're doing it. You're doing it right now.
Yes, I am. Yeah, always. 24/7, dude. This is a permanent job.
Just keep talking. You'll be a virgin forever.
Dude, my entire house is booby trapped, okay? So that I can protect my virginity. Okay, retard?
All you need to do is speak. It's enough. No girl will go within 30 miles of you.
That's not nice. What's in your mouth?
Confirm.
Hey, Fatso, what's in your mouth, you fat fuck? Is there something you'd like to say to me with your fat mouth? You big fat fucking retard?
Are you okay?
That's what I thought.
He's
Coward.
escalating quickly. He's escalating quickly.
Dude, what are you scared of me, you fucking wimp? Dude, why don't you just say it with your mouth? Well, who the fuck are these women?
This is the lamest rage bait I've ever seen.
Who's rage baiting? I'm just trying to have a conversation with you.
Who's rage baiting? Oh my god, he exposed my whole shit.
Don't take the Lord's name in vain, dickhead.
Dude, try some different song and dance, man. This is lame.
You won't even have a simple conversation with me. You're pathetic, dude. You're a wimp. What do you want to talk about? What's your favorite movie? Well, what color are your nipples? How much fucking hair do you have in your nipples?
My favorite movie was the one you were in, Deliverance. You were the freaking inbred kid on the porch playing the banjo.
Nobody's ever heard of that. What are you, 80 years old? Deliverance. What the fuck movie is that? Nobody's heard of that.
Well, you were in it. You should know. You were in it.
So what color are your nipples, dude? How come your nipples are so big?
I'll just mute you. You're just useless.
That's probably for the best.
It's not even mildly entertaining, troll.
I know. You'd think they'd at least do better. Hey there, and Martin K are here. Do we know those people? They seem new to me.
No, I don't know them. You know.
Hey there. Hey there. And Martin, welcome to the Flat Earth channel.
What does that mean exactly? Flat Earth?
Really?
Well, I just I'm just trying to figure out what flat means. Like, definitely, because like the beach is like a change in elevation from sea level, so that part's not flat. So I'm just wondering, like, overarching term, what do you mean?
Well, it means a flat horizontal topographical plane. Obviously, it doesn't mean flat in the absolute ideal sense, because these like ideal geometric forms don't actually exist. Like nothing is actually flat, nothing is actually spherical. There is no actual cube or any of these objects don't exist. We make things in the real world that approximate these forms, but they're not exactly identical. But for the purpose of just like human conversation and conception, we use them interchangeably as like analogous equal forms.
I got you.
So like we say, my kitchen. So like, yeah, your kitchen table's flat, right? But it's not actually flat. If you zoom in on it, then you'll see bumps and ridges, and if you look really close, it's probably got a slight warp in it.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So if you're saying if we like zoom out to the position of God and act like we're God, we'd say flat. Kind of similar to how like the sphere,
No, you don't gotta go that
it's
far.
not an actual sphere, right? They're like it's not.
No, you don't have to go that far. Like basically, if you take the vertical axis versus the horizontal axis, the ratio of those is so large, the difference is that it's effectively flat for all practical purposes.
Well, in the area you check locally in reality, right? We can't make a claim to the entirety from just local measurements. Really,
what? Because it's water.
That's not a fallacious reasoning, you don't think? That you could just make a claim
because the water, no, because phenomenologically connected water does the same thing at the surface.
Yeah, I agree, like still water does, but I go fishing and I have a fishing spot in 85 feet of water, and depending on the tide, it'll be around 81 or 88.
But that ratio is still maintained, and even if you had freaking tides 1 mile high, because the surface area of the Earth is at least in excess of 100 million miles as far as the water is concerned, that ratio of 100 million square miles versus some bump that's a mile high, that's a 150 million to 1 ratio.
Okay, yeah, no, I hear you. And so, is the equator a circle still, or
there's no equator?
There's no equator.
So the equator would have certain phenomena that we observe to even determine where the equator is. Like, hey, I want to know where the equator is. Okay, how do I find it? How do you find the equator? Okay, we're going to go to the place where, like, what equator means, equality of day and night. So let's go find that place where day and night are equal. Well, that's nowhere on Earth. Nowhere on Earth is the day and nighttime length equal.
I gotcha. No, I agree. I thought some people define it as like a 0 degree latitude, meaning that Polaris disappears at the equator, kind of.
First of all, it doesn't. And in the globe model, it wouldn't, because according to the globe model, refraction lifts it up over the horizon. So at the equator, you would still see Polaris. But that coordinate system is based upon what's called the celestial sphere, and the equator is in the sky. It's not on the ground. So this is like, speaking of fallacious reasoning, the latitude system, latitude and longitude are not on the ground, because you can't find latitude, longitude, equator, tropic of Capricorn, tropic of fucking Cancer using just the ground. You would need to look in the sky to find all those things.
Yeah, that's where it seems to be the reification occurs. I see what you're saying. That was why my question was, is the equator a circle?
Well, in old books, like in books that they published in the 19th century, they would say you're under the equator. They wouldn't say you're on the equator. They would say you're under the Tropic of Capricorn. They wouldn't say you're on it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense for sure. And so since they took it from the celestial sphere, they would have it mapped as a circle, but like it could be a straight line.
Coordinates. It's not like this is what it's a coordinate system. Okay, so a coordinate system is different than some territory, right? You can choose any arbitrary coordinate system, Cartesian, polar, dual polar. Like there's just like there's an infinite amount of coordinate systems, a literal infinite amount. You could choose choose a skewed grid where you're using diamonds. You could use frickin' spirals as your coordinates. You could use frickin' anything.
Yep, yeah, that makes sense. No, and that's why I was thinking. I thought the interesting part was like how we say, we use this geometry on Earth, right? And it's Euclidean. But then once they try to involve this coordinate system using the sky, it becomes non-Euclidean. Which is like, that's where their contradiction is. They do everything using Euclid's principles on the Earth, even though they're declaring that the surface is non-Euclidean. It's crazy.
Well, I would say that even the spherical geometry of things in the sky is pseudo-Euclidean. So they're using it Euclidean kind of, but to even use it that way, because they have to assume parallel rays, it becomes Euclidean as soon as you say, hey, we're using parallel rays of light. Now all the starlight and all the sunlight and the moonlight and all this light is hitting parallel. That can only be modeled in a Euclidean geometry, right? So you would take a slice and use a circle and rays that extend from the circle. You couldn't do that in any type of spherical geometry. It'd just be impossible. You couldn't, like, if you took a 3D model, like in some 3D graphics program, and tried to draw parallel fucking rays to the surface of a sphere, it's not possible.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's almost like a mixed system. So when they actually do like predictions of the sky, they just assume that you're at the center, right? That you're at the center of the origin of coordinates, and there's a big ball moving around you, but it's not even a full ball; it's half a ball. So, and then that's partially the truth, because you can't do observations below 30 degrees and pretty much above 20. So 20 degrees from zenith and 30 degrees above the horizon, you can't do any observations because A, you can't accurately measure the angles directly overhead because it's just hard, and at the horizon, because of, according to them, refraction displaces the objects. You can't do it there either. So like the measurements fall apart if you look in the sky in these areas. So technically, it's just like a ring, a donut in the sky where it actually appears to be natural, like some sort of spherical system. It's way more complicated than people think. It's not like the simplified shit they teach. It's not the way it actually is. Not in practice or in math.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So yeah, there's like a 30-degree discrepancy there that you're saying. I think they came to the conclusion non-Euclidean is because when you do like the 69 miles per degree, they get a number that makes pi equal 2. Right, from 0 to 90. So that's 69
miles per degree. Where did that come from?
69 miles per degree. So what we do is we take an angle measurement to Polaris, and then we can just travel upon the Earth in a linear fashion, right? And go 69 miles, and it'll change 1 degree.
You know
yeah, I'm testing it, actually. I'm doing the test myself. No, not right this second, but I do plan on 69ing the globe, and I was wondering if you would want to join in.
69 in the globe?
Yeah, like what we'll do is we'll take angle measurements.
How come it always goes to degeneracy?
That's not.
I don't understand. Why wouldn't we Eiffel Tower?
Why did I join? I joined during homoerotica right now. What's going on?
No, I'm talking about 69 miles per degree.
I want to Eiffel Tower it.
No, I'm talking about 69 miles per degree. Let's test this fact.
I'm talking about two people on either side of it and fucking it from both sides.
I wasn't trying to get weird or anything. So yeah.
Better try harder not to get weird, because you're getting pretty weird there, sir.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's an arbitrary stance weirdness, anyways. But yeah, so 69 miles per degree. If I stay on the same longitude and I travel.
It's a fact before you did the test?
Yeah. I'm not claiming it to be a fact, but it is the case that navigators have been using this for a long time. So I would say that it's a possibility that it does exist.
If you look in navigation, how accurate it is, typically they're off like 15 miles per day.
Yeah, they don't even claim it's perfectly accurate.
Only you guys do. Do you know why?
So have you ever taken an angle measurement to Polaris? Have you ever taken an angle measurement? Did it match your latitude?
That's circular logic. Latitude is defined by the angle measurement.
Yeah,
I just told you that.
Okay, and is there 69 linear miles between you and one other degree? No?
I don't know.
How do you know that?
How would I know?
You said no.
How would I know? Well, I have no evidence that
you could go and test it. You're saying you can't drive 69 miles? Yeah, we all can do it together. So that way we can learn and prove things in reality.
Dude,
you don't want to learn and prove things in reality?
No, I'm just not doing shit with you.
Why? I don't understand. You don't have to do it with me. I'm saying you can do it with yourself. I'll do it over here by myself, and then all of us in the community can come together and verify this information. Are you saying we shouldn't be testing
You're not in any community, dude. You're a fucking one-man army, bro.
A one-man army
aren't
that
you one of the
claim?
Havites? Are you in that community?
No, what?
Are you one
That's
of the
what he sounds like. Yeah, he totally sounds like one of them.
Are you guys scared to do a measurement in reality?
So you're going to talk about me. I'm asking, are you one of these Bevites that
are you scared to do a measurement in reality, Indio?
No.
What's the matter? Are you getting scared, my friend?
Why would I be scared?
I don't know. So why not test this actual claim in reality to find out if it is the case or not?
Because that is a reversal of the burden of proof, Pinhead.
A reversal of the burden of proof.
Yes,
it's not an argument. Nobody made an argument. Nobody's making an argument.
It isn't for me to go out and test everybody else's claims, dude. It's up to them.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So you don't want to know if it's 69 miles per degree or not?
Dude, I don't care. Because it wouldn't prove
you're done. You're done. You don't care. Why are you even doing people the
Why don't I care? Why don't I care?
Yeah, because you don't want to tell. You don't want to check it.
Because it won't curve. Because it won't curve the surface.
What does that matter? It'll make pi
equal 2 if it is correct. That is the whole point. This is
doesn't matter.
Earth Discord. And if the surface is not curved, it's not a ball. In no observation of the sky, observation of the sky can turn the Earth into a ball or make it flat.
Nobody thinks it's a ball, dude. No one thinks it's a ball. People, when they claim that it's a globe, they're saying like it's a blade, it's a spheroid. They're saying all different things. They're not saying it's a ball. Everyone knows what the water level does.
Well, a sphere is a 2D surface only. It's a ball. They're claiming it's a ball.
Flat is a surface description only.
Is a sphere a 2D surface, yes or no?
Yeah. Is it flat a surface description? Yes or no? Is flat a surface description? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So locally, when you check things out, it's flat locally. Now, can you make a claim to the whole from the parts, or is that called
we already
whole fallacy?
Yeah, we already covered this.
Okay, so you can use fallacious reasoning in your logic to come to a conclusion.
Okay, I already did the logic, and you didn't point out any point in that logic that was fallacious.
Yeah, it's called a parts of the whole fallacy.
Okay. No.
Yeah, if you just measure one part of something, you can't make a claim to the entirety. And all you can do is measure locally in reality. And if you're going to take measurements out of reality, then I don't know what you're doing.
It's not a part. It's not a part.
Okay, the ground you measured is not a part of the earth. Okay, got it.
The water.
The water is not a part of the earth.
Right?
Okay, yeah.
If I measure the ocean.
Yeah, how'd you do that? Go ahead and give us the way you measured the ocean.
Okay, I went to the beach, dude, and I observed a container ship sail from 6 miles out to 30 miles, never disappearing over any curvature or anything like that. Even though
how did you verify the 30 miles?
Okay, radar.
With radar, you shot radar to the ship?
No, there's a radar. There's a radar station in Gloucester, Massachusetts that tracks the position of ships using radar.
Okay. And you okay? So we have to trust that information. Oh, that's cool. I'm okay with trusting that information. So in your area, things take a long time to disappear into the horizon. Therefore, you can make a claim to the entirety of
No,
the
it
Earth.
never disappeared into the horizon. Ever.
Okay, it never disappeared into the horizon. Therefore, that occurs everywhere, right? That's your claim.
No. No.
Okay.
No. Why are you
And
straw manning me?
why are you saying it's flat then
Why are you straw
everywhere if you
manning
only
me?
have because you have one local. You have one
Why are you straw
local.
manning me though?
Yeah. You don't have any other observation. You have
But
one
that
local
water that the
observation.
ship is
That's a
on,
part of the whole fallacy.
it is a whole observation because that water, even though I can only see locally, that water is connected to the entire Atlantic Ocean.
Okay, and
is it not?
Yeah,
So
I
when I look
agree
out
with
the
you.
Atlantic
So
Ocean, it's the same Atlantic Ocean that's in South America.
okay, so if someone else sees the
And
boat
actually, just
disappear
because we
earlier
named it,
in another part of the world and
hold on,
they claim that it's a globe, isn't that fallacious?
Well, that's a fallacious claim because that
Yeah, just like your claim is fallacious.
Dude, you interrupt me one more time, you're going to get muted. Okay? You ask me a question and then answer it. You guys do this all the time. That shit is not going to fly. Okay? I'm telling you right now. If you ask me a question, you need to let me answer it. Okay? Someone saying ships over the horizon is curvature of the Earth is fallacious in the first place because that assumes that it's impossible to make that type of observation on a flat surface. It's not. We've demonstrated it's not. We can demonstrate this is the way it also appears on a flat surface. Okay, so that inference that they've made is wrong. Okay, period. So though we call it the Atlantic Ocean, that water is connected worldwide. There's no break in it. So the Atlantic Ocean is connected to the Indian Ocean, which is connected to the Pacific Ocean, which is connected to the Southern Ocean, which is connected to the Arctic Ocean. They're all connected. It's only saying this is different by convention because we came up with different names. But it's the same thing. It's the same water. So because this water phenomenologically behaves uniformly at the surface, we can say the vertical compared to the horizontal, that the surface of the water is flat for all practical purposes.
Okay, yeah, no problem. That's definitely using inductive reasoning to make a confident claim, but you didn't reach 100% certainty or knowledge at this point because you didn't do anything deductive.
Yeah, and that's just a baseless assertion.
Okay, tell me that how you determined your argument is deductive and not inductive.
Okay, do you want the syllogism?
Sure.
Okay, syllogism goes like this: if A equals B, B equals C, A also equals C. So in the place of A, B, and C, we use a laser, we use the surface of the water, and we use the term flat. So lasers travel in a straight line and are effectively flat, except they're in special cases. Okay, there's no observation of this special case.
There's no beam spread. You're saying?
There's beam divergence. So what? You can control that. So you can control that variable. So you control that variable. No, it is flat because you rely on the centroid of the beam. The beam centroid. You know what that is?
Okay, what's the beam spread and how long is the beam?
Do you know what a beam centroid is? Because there's no point continuing further if you don't know how beam divergence actually works.
You win, dude.
You don't.
You won. You won, India.
If you don't, you'd have no idea what a beam. I'm not trying to win.
And you have a fallacious
You don't know what you're talking about. Nothing that. Yeah, you're just asserting the same thing that you just asked me to demonstrate, and I am, and you say you won, but it's still fallacious.
You think a laser is flat?
It's not going to work. Lasers are flat.
Say it again.
Lasers are flat. The vertical change of its direction, okay, which would
there's parallel rays.
In physics, it would be called. In physics, we call the Poynting vector. So the Poynting vector of the laser does not change vertically. Okay.
Do you have any evidence of light being parallel?
Not good. What do you mean light being parallel to the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, that's what your claim is at this point. You're saying light is traveling parallel when you shoot out the laser. There's no beam divergence. It's straight. So you could set two lasers up.
You don't know
one
what beam
above the other,
is.
and
you don't know what beam divergence is. What is beam divergence?
Yeah, when the beam comes out, it spreads. So you have beam spread.
So how do you stop that from happening?
I don't think you can at certain distances,
you
like
can.
the distances you're.
You can use a collimator. And the collimator will make...
That doesn't correct it completely. Culmination errors cannot be removed fully.
Okay. No, dude, you're just mixing and matching terms. Collimation errors happen in a theodolite. Collimation errors don't happen in a laser. Collimating a laser means having the beam come through a lens and come out parallel. Okay? So the laser come out parallel, so you can measure what the beam divergence is. And you can control it. So if the beam divergence at some distance, like say I have the beam divergence and at 41 kilometers, it equals a 2-meter spread. But the curve of the Earth is supposed to be 127 meters. That spread does not change the result because the spread is 2 orders of magnitude smaller than the measurement. So there is no like measurement error, uncertainty, lack of precision. It doesn't matter because what the prediction is 2 orders of magnitude different than the measurement. Even if you say, hey, we're going to take the uppermost point of the beam divergence and see if that part, right? So you got to think of it like a triangle. So from the center of the laser to a point of it, and it spreads out like a triangle, diverges, right? If you take the top point of this triangle, that top point is still 125 meters under where the fucking under the level of the eye.
Okay, so not flat.
And 80. Does flat exist?
Does flat exist? Yeah, there's things that's a surface description, or if you want to describe uncarbonated water, or if you wanted to describe paint, yeah, there's flat exists.
You are an utter fucking retard.
Oh, is that not true? What I just said is not true. Is that correct?
For some reason, I thought, Tora, were you a flat earther before and then you switched?
No.
I'm not taking any position. I'm not going to get trapped into what you guys were sold called a bad deal. It's not Batman versus Superman, Jets versus Giants, in my opinion. But if you'd like to hold that position, good luck. You'll be trapped forever.
Yeah.
He's a glossy earther. I got it because he says flat applies to paint. Yeah, there you go. He's a glossy earther. It's a new one.
Okay, so flat doesn't apply to paint. Flat doesn't apply to paint. Is that your argument?
You're a joke.
What is a glossy? What is a glossy earther?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if
we have people in here now that doesn't think flat applies to paint. This is what happens when you get stuck in this model. I'm sorry, guys.
I think flat applies. Yeah, I think flat. Yeah, flat applies to paint. Yeah, I was gonna say that too. Shoot, somebody beat me to it.
Flat applies to paint, but that's a word context fallacy. So congratulations.
The first definition I gave was surface description. Did you miss that?
Okay.
And then I gave other things. You asked me if flat exists in reality. Yeah, it does. It exists in reality in these 3 ways, and I gave them to you.
So, if matter is made of discrete elements, how can it be flat unless those discrete elements are also flat?
How do you know that?
Well, I mean, you can determine that. Well, we could do the.
You know what matter is made out of? Were you there when it was all made? So you're the creator. Are you God again?
No, no, that's nothing to do with it. We can do the photoelectric effect and determine that everything's made of discrete matter.
Okay, and that's reasonable. That's a deductive experiment. You're saying?
Yeah, you shoot fucking light at a metal plate and particles fucking fly off of it.
Particles? What's your evidence for this?
That's right. Because they have a ballistic.
Can you see them?
Because they have. No, you don't need to see them. Not everything is known with sight, so it has a ballistic trajectory, and you can deflect them with a magnetic field. Okay.
Okay, so
measure the
theory confirmed.
It's not atomic theory. Well, I mean, you could call it atomic theory to a degree.
Okay, so it's
not really
confirmed. It's not a theory, right? It's confirmed. It's 100% the truth of the matter.
You get an experiment. This is what will happen. That the matter will come off in discrete particles, and it will have a set momentum, right? You can measure the momentum. You can measure the impact of the particle. And you can see
that every single time and from here into the future, all the time, it'll be that way.
Oh, don't try to make the uniformitarianism argument, dude. It's fucking so gay, dude. You're just a selfish. I'm just muting you. Pathetic.
Indio.
Yeah, they got this new script. That's what this pie is too thing. Somebody said that yesterday too. They got a new script they're rolling in
Elder Bear.
But somebody's it's an Elder Bear acolyte. Somebody's got a question for you, Indio.
Oh, what's up, bro?
It's okay. Yeah. I just wanted to ask: is he Glober or Concave?
I don't know what the hell he is.
I think he said he doesn't want to be trapped or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he already is, man. Until he figures out how to get out of that straitjacket, he's trapped.
Yeah, he sounds pretty trapped to me. He sounds pretty trapped.
Straitjacket. That was nice.
I mean, maybe he's a Houdini Earther and he can get out. I don't know.
And bro, sorry for not knowing what is a level Earther. I just heard it today, I think.
Dude, this is like a thing they've been doing for years now, right? They try to like water down or obfuscate or make a flat Earth appear ridiculous by coming out with like these iterations of like, it isn't flat Earth, it's true Earth. It isn't flat Earth, it's level Earth. It isn't flat Earth, it's horizontal Earth. It isn't.
I get it.
You know, it's silly.
They want to introduce. So they want to introduce. Sorry for interrupting. So they want to introduce infinite options, so that they can water it down.
Yeah, mostly level. Remember that one, Indio? Mostly level.
The
mostly okay. Sorry.
That was sheeple, right? The mostly level Earth.
Yeah, that was totally sheeple. Yeah, the most flat.
Why wasn't he the mostly flat?
I know he should have been the mostly flat, right? That would have been more consistent. Yeah,
yeah, I should have been the mostly flat. Yeah, that's what he should have been. In truth in advertising. So I'm sure if you're listening, I still haven't talked to Alan and Shane or those guys. I mean, their shit's really not that important to me, but you know, I'll get to them eventually when I have a chance.
I hear ya. I'm kind of over it myself, but they're still trotting it out like it's the best thing.
Well, I mean, there was something there that would have already. Well, I can't say that because there's some pretty good experiments that people don't know about. But there would be. I think there'd be more there.
Oh, there's nothing there, to be honest.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, if that dog could hunt, then it would have caught something by now. Like I said, I'm gonna look at it with like fresh eyes. But I think it doesn't mean I don't think like what they've done is actually useful. I think it has the potential of revealing something in the mathematics that, I mean, you kind of like alluded on that, like when you said that they're using hyperdimensional origins of coordinates. Man, that's freaking. That's the next level. Like, what the hell are you doing? And like mathematically, yeah, sure, it works, but it's like, I mean, if you want to, like, I don't know how they could ever say that this is reality and we're not just reifying something using hyperdimensional spaces. But then again, there's millions of dollars and billions of dollars going to string theory, which is 200 dimensional frickin' space that of strings that terminate on a freaking, on you, me, and everybody around here and everything else. Get real, like if you're real into it, you can do loop string theory. So now they're rings or circles or vibrating freaking loops. You know, how can you be a sophist like that guy and hold your head up high? Right? I don't get it. Like, you should be walking around with your head bowed down in shame.
Dude, what was crazy to me is, for some reason, I thought he was a flat earther at some point because I recognized his voice, but it was weird. It almost had like a Jaron vibe where he's just like refusing to acknowledge all of the empirical evidence for a plane.
Yeah, I recognized his voice too. Yeah, I can't remember if he used to have a different name or but yeah, he's been around.
Yeah, he had a different name. I think he was in here the other day under a different name. But no, that could be a different guy. Like, there's like the Bev crew or the. I think he must be part of the Bev crew, or he's freaking borrowing some of their arguments, if that's what you want to call them, or tactics, really.
Yeah, he's parroting them. Guys.
Yeah. But he might not be part of the crew. Like, he just like trying to take the piss, rage bait, whatever. It's like a game to them. The uniformitarianism argument is just silly, dude. I mean, yes, it's like that everything in the past is going to be the way it is now, and everything now is the way it is in the future. You have to have some like level of belief or faith in that, because you don't actually know that the future is going to be just like now, or that the past at some point was, that matter was particles. Could have been, who knows what, freaking cream cheese. But like, it's just a sophistic argument. It's just silly. They always want to change the argument to philosophy instead of like, hey man, I saw a ship 30 miles away. It's not like, that's interesting. It's more like, well, how do you know it was 30 miles away? And how do you know this? And how do you know that? And you just have to believe that radar is a thing. Were you actually looking at a ship? How do you know that you can't even see? Maybe you're a shelf. Maybe you're on a shelf right now. Your brain in the jar. You can't know anything.
Yeah, and then it seemed like he started arguing disco ball Earth. Like, oh yeah, it's just locally flat.
Yeah. Like, I don't know how disco ball Earth would work, man. Because if I see in a circle around me, then it can't be squares like a disco ball. It has to be a bunch of circles. Then you have a bunch of gaps, so there'll be a gap where it's not flat. Maybe you fall in it. I don't know. This is like the water. The waters of the world, we call them separate oceans, but they're one ocean. That's the fact of the matter. And for all intents and purposes, they're flat as far as like the vertical versus the horizontal. It's flatter than a table. It's flatter than an ice skating rink.
Yeah, that was good the way you explained it.
Well, because then they get in the perfect flat. It's like the inverse of the perfect sphere argument. But it's not a perfect sphere. So it can be flat in some places because it's not a perfect sphere.
Yeah, it's just their way to avoid talking about the lack of curvature, right? It's just their... I don't know, like, yeah, these guys like actually think these are good arguments, or if they're purposely trying to obfuscate. I guess it doesn't really matter what their motive is, because we just have to deal with it when it comes up and expose their fallacious reasoning.
The motive is to the fear, uncertainty, and doubt. You can't know it's flat. You have to doubt it's flat. You're uncertain it's flat. You're wasting your time in here telling everybody the Earth is flat because you don't really know. You're in the same boat as us as the globe. We don't really know. But at least we have authorities that agree with us. And everybody in society sings Kumbaya and says there's the globe. So you should go back to the globe, flat earthers. We'll welcome you back into the. We want to be welcomed back into the fold, man. We're all a bunch of black sheep.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to be in your fold, guys. No, thank you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not doing an experiment with you anywhere.
I know. You guys are insane. Like, I don't want to hang out with people who can't deal with simple facts and reality. But that's what the deceivers, they're doing is they I've noticed that they abhor certainty the most, right? That's why they're always with this, like, I'm 99% sure I'm actually here, and all this nonsense. Like it really does threaten their whole, matrix of control for somebody to be like, I'm 100% certain we're not on a globe. Like, they really don't like that,
Yeah, they do not like that even a little bit.
Because we're supposed to be as uncertain as they are, right? It's your opinion, it's flat, but it could be a globe or a soccer ball or a disco ball. We don't know what it is. Nobody can ever know anything.
But since we can all never know anything, we should just go with what everybody consensusly believes, and then we can just claim we know it, and it's good enough because we can do that.
That's what they say. Good enough for me. Most people think it, so that's easier. So I'm just going to do the easier thing, which is following this thing that has absolutely zero evidence to back it up in reality. Gosh, what a life. Yeah, we're not going anywhere with you guys. Send us a postcard from your crazy world. Oh, Cooper's back, speaking of which. How are you today, Cooper?
Doing good.
Good. What were we talking about yesterday? Now it's wiped from my brain. I can't remember.
Curvature at 38 kilometers.
Oh yeah, you're the one who had that high altitude balloon footage as your proof of curvature. Is that the one?
That's the one.
Somebody else. Yeah. Okay.
I wouldn't say the word. I wouldn't use the word proof. I would say
evidence. Yeah. Evidence is probably. I probably asked for evidence. That's probably what you gave me. Yeah, I think I left when you were still talking to the other guys. Did you ever get anywhere?
Not really.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Please. I don't want to talk to this dude about that thing. That's a rerun. I was just giving you a little recap of the last episode. Go ahead, India.
Yeah. I actually think I talked to Cooper about that particular 37-kilometer one. But that's not what I actually want to talk to Amish. So Amish posted in the chat this graphic. Daza posted this graphic and then tried to pull the 32 skidoo and say GPS coordinates are from the yellow lines, right, or the blue lines, right? The blue arrows. And we were talking about the receiver because Jen asked him, he's like, okay, you do all this stuff with GPS, so go get the data, go do it, whatever, then come back, right? And then he was like, well, okay, what do you want? Okay, the Rhinex data. Oh, you don't need that. I said, well, it comes down in Earth Center, Earth Fixed. So he was going to try to get a GPS receiver that spat out latitude and longitude other than what the receiver actually gets. And then, to do a preemptive strike and play games, he was like, well, the GPS uses the blue arrows. Like, no. And GPS, you're not at the center of those blue arrows. You're at the center of the green arrows. Right? And the whole coordinate system is the green arrows. So, kind of I exposed him in here and, he went, dead silent because got exposed as being a trickster. Helio skeptic. Yeah, you're right about that, Helio. Same demonic influence. But yeah, you can continue with Cooper.
Yeah, or you can. I mean, he's not letting
Cooper,
go.
Cooper, let me just ask you a question. How come, like, if you go to the beach and it looks flat, that's not acceptable, but getting a balloon and sending it up, then that, just looking at that is definitive in some way.
Sure. So when you're trying to assess, like, when I want to know the shape of something, it's basically the question we're asking when we're like just looking, making that observation is like, what does this thing look like? So when I do that, I think the best way to do it is to back up from it and try and get the whole thing in your field of view, or as much as you can in your field of view. I think pressing your face against the object and observing it is not the way to go.
Okay, so check this out. So would you build a house this way? You have a bunch of boards on the ground. You want to build a house. Would you just look at the board?
I don't think you build houses by trying to figure out the, like, you don't start from like the general shape of the house and work there. So I don't know. I don't think I would.
Yeah, so you wouldn't just look at the boards and say, that looks 10 feet.
Well, if I had yeah, that's true. That's true. I wouldn't do that. If I was trying to figure out what shape the board was, I might just back up and see, like, is this a square? Is this a rectangle? I might just put the whole thing in my field of view.
Yeah, but can't you still do that and not reconnoiter the shape?
I mean, if it's close to if it's like a rectangle that's close to being square, yeah.
Well, it won't look like a rectangle, though. It'll look like a trapezoid, right? So if I was far, like, say the board was laying flat on the ground and I backed up 50 feet, it isn't going to look like a rectangle.
If you are only looking at that still, if you like take a photo of it and look at it from that angle and only that angle without moving your head at all, then yeah, it would look like whatever trapezoid angle shape it is. But as soon as you start to move, our eyes can kind of tell that, like, this shape moves. Like there's like a movement. When I change my perspective, I understand that, like, if I got up and straight with this shape, that it is a square or it is a rectangle or whatever.
Okay, so let's say you have the boards on the ground, your camera's on the ground, you're looking at it, and like it's a 2x10, right? Right, from the side, you're only going to see 2 inches of it, right? So it's just going to look like a line. And as you go up, you're going to see more of the top surface, right? And and then it would be a trapezoid. And if you went directly above it, and look straight down from the center, then it would look like a rectangle. So depending on your perspective, then it changes the way it looks. Now, the 37-kilometer high altitude balloon, have you evaluated whether that video is making some sort of analysis like this? Or are you just going, oh, it looks curved, therefore it's a ball?
It is basically just that. It is basically just that. Yeah. So what I would have to do is, if I wanted to, like, do that and confirm everything, is I would have to figure out the angle of deflection from the tangent in the screenshot where there's curvature, like, figure out that angle of deflection, finish the circle, find and, like, see if that diameter matches with, like, the proposed diameter.
No, let's say I haven't done that. So from the elevation of where they claim the ISS is 400 kilometers, that only sees 3% of the surface of the Earth. What would 37 kilometers?
That camera is, like, pointed straight down at the Earth, like, where there's no edges. You don't ever see.
Well,
like,
regardless,
you ever see, like,
it's still only 3%. Regardless, it's still only 3%. And 37 kilometers, what would that be?
Yeah.
1/10 of 1%.
So you're looking at a small,
from that altitude. Yeah, but do you think from that altitude that you would actually be able to see curvature of the Earth?
Looking straight down the Earth, absolutely not. I don't know if you could.
Not looking straight down, looking at the horizon. No, looking at the horizon.
I don't know.
37 kilometers.
I know you can see it at 38.
Earth is a ball. If the Earth is no, you don't know that. You know that in the video that you saw, a video shows that, but not all videos show that.
I don't think all videos attempt to show that, right? We looked at the ISS yesterday. that they show on YouTube, and it's just a camera pointed straight at the Earth with no edges. Like it doesn't demonstrate curvature or anything. Like it just
no, that's not what no one's. That's not what I'm. We're still on the balloon, brother. Okay, we're not on ISS anymore. We're on the balloon. Okay, so you send up a high altitude balloon or a rocket, and I send up a high altitude rocket. One will show flat, one will show curve. But so the way to arbitrate which is like which one shows the true geometry is to do the mathematics and say, hey, is curve predicted to be seen from that altitude? And from 37 kilometers, the answer to that question is no.
I don't think you've done the math to prove that. I don't think you know that. I think you're just asserting that.
Well, I'll tell you how I know that. Because the dip of the horizon, right? The angular dip, right? Because the horizon, that tangent line is equidistant. You can think of it almost like it's like a very flattened cone. And you're looking down the side of the cone. You're at the apex of the cone. You're looking down the side of the cone, and it's all equidistant. So if you draw, so your eye level from the apex, you draw a line, and you measure the angle to the rim of the cone, that angle is the same in every direction. That it's like, say it's 6 degrees at 128,000 feet. It's 6 degrees to the left. It's 6 degrees to the right. It's 6 degrees at all points on the horizon. Every single point is the same distance away from the camera. Every point. Well, how, if you took a picture, could one part of that appear lower than the other and curve down? Because if the edges would be further away than the center.
I guess I don't understand.
Appear lower in the image. What would appear lower in the image geometrically? It would have to be further away. But the horizon's equidistant. And from eye level, every part of the horizon has the same dip angle because we don't see in like the distances, we see in angles. So one part of the horizon in the frame will have the same dip angle from eye level as every other part of the horizon in the frame. It can't appear curved at all. Not possible. Yeah, you have to be farther away.
That's the hard thing. That's the hard thing for a lot of people to understand is the dip angle. It's going to look flat no matter. It's like if you had a
dip angle. Yeah, I agree, Bennett. The dip angle is equal in every direction. It can't appear lower or higher in the frame. You have to be far enough away from the ball so you see a significant portion of it. So there's effectively no horizon, right? You're looking at the ball itself. You're not looking perpendicular across the surface or parallel to the surface.
As flat as it gets.
I don't think that's accurate. I think that you can get a small angle deflection from a small slice of the pie.
Yeah, but we're talking about.
But isn't this enough? Look at my camera. Isn't this enough proof? It's completely flat.
It's your camera. No, that's not enough proof.
My camera. The Earth is just flat.
Playing a video game. Your camera also proves that Liberty City's full of hookers. Come on, dude. I mean, you could say you don't believe it, but this is just the geometry, right? So if you do the geometric analysis for 37 kilometers, you got to remember they're claiming the ball as a ball 8,000 miles in diameter, or 12,000 plus 12,000 plus kilometers in diameter, and 37 kilometers off.
Dude,
stop. And 37 kilometers off that surface is such a small fraction of its size that it's not high enough. Think of the ratio, 12,000 to 37.
I get it. You don't think the math will add up, but you've never done the math and you don't know that. You're just asserting.
I just told you the math. What do you think these numbers? 37 to 12,000 ratio.
Are we talking about the video specifically right now?
No, we're talking about well, why are you switching to the video and looking at it again? We're talking
that's
about
what we were talking about. Remember, you had to yank my leash to talk about the video earlier.
Okay,
I'm yanking yours.
Because one video will show one thing and one video will show another thing. So to arbitrate it, you figure out what is the actual prediction.
Why would you go to the theoretical when you have the actual in front of you?
Well, we can't. It isn't the actual. We don't know if it's the actual because we have conflicting evidence.
Sure. So we'd have to analyze these two pieces of conflicting of evidence against one another and see the methodologies. We wouldn't just totally ignore them and go jump into the theoretical, right?
Okay. Let's evaluate the cameras. Do the cameras preserve geometry of external to the camera when taking an image? Do they preserve the optical geometry inside the camera?
Inside of the camera, what do you mean? So obviously, there's always going to be some lens.
There's a geometry outside. Okay, I'll explain it, dude. You ask me a question. So there's a geometry of the world outside the camera. It enters the lens. Is it projected onto the sensor where the geometry does not change relative to the geometry? So is it projecting a geometrically identical, and I don't mean identical in the pure sense, of course there's going to be freaking some differences because camera lenses aren't perfect, right? So there's going to be some geometric difference between the external world, right? So I'll give you, for instance, say you look at the sun with a camera and its angular size is 50 degrees or 0.5 degrees outside the camera, right? And it's a perfect circle. But taking a picture, the geometry of the camera system, the optical system itself, changes that geometry. So it's the vertical axis is 0.5 degrees, but the horizontal axis is 0.52 degrees. So it's changing the geometry.
I understand that optics will change, that distort images.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm talking about inside the camera itself, dude.
Yes.
The camera has a lens. That lens is projected onto a surface.
Of light going into lenses that warps the image. Yes, I understand that. Yes. There's barrel distension and stuff. I understand. Yes.
It's called barrel distortion. There's also other things called Petzval curvature. So an image is projected onto a flat sensor, and that image has to be projected evenly. Okay? If it's uneven, right? Because the refractive power so you calibrate it to project an even image. You calibrate it at sea level, and you do a bunch of test images with grids, and you calibrate the camera, right? You calibrate it in a digital sensor, or typically you'd calibrate it in software, but in pure optics, like when you do the system, when you actually design the camera, right? You go through the manufacturing process, and then you test the camera to see if it meets the calibration spec. Right, and if it does, and if it's good enough for the end user, and it's within your calibration spec to ship, you ship it, right? So you have an inspector that inspects the camera. Okay, so that is in their test environment, the calibration. Okay, so you take that camera and you stick it in a different environment. That environment's negative 50 degrees Celsius, and it's lower air pressure because the refractive power of a lens is directly related to the relative refractive index of that lens to the outside environment, and you're at higher altitude, and there's less air, so the relative refractive index.
Issue for this image.
So the relative, it is an issue, and I'm going through it, dude. So the relative refractive index.
It's not. We can skip all this.
Well, and I am explaining why it is, and you're going to let me finish.
It's really long-winded. Please, brevity is.
It isn't long. I'm being thorough. It's not long-winded. I'm being thorough. So, and this is why you're trying to cock block. Okay, so the relative refractive index of the outside environment in the light is different than at sea level, the place where it was calibrated. Okay, and this is known, and I think I explained this to you last time, because they have peer-reviewed publications on designing lenses for high-altitude aerial photography. And it says, hey, you have to take this in consideration when you design the lens. But you're saying that you take just a run-of-the-mill camera and a GoPro or whatever, you stick it on a fucking balloon, fly it up, put it in this environment even higher, because high altitude aerial photography usually operates in the lower at 40,000 or 50,000 feet, not at 37 kilometers where the fucking super cold and the air is super rarefied. It's not even operating that. So you're even at that environment, even at the lower altitude, it can't preserve geometry. They know this because this is how they design them. So what they'll do, they'll take the optical system and they'll test it in the environment it's going to operate in, and they will hermetically seal the camera so that inside the optical system itself is not the same air as the outside environment. And they'll use materials so that the lens geometry doesn't change when it gets cold. Right? So they take this into an account when they're doing things like high altitude aerial photography for the purpose of photogrammetry. Photogrammetry is using photographs to measure the surface of the earth for surveying. They take this into account. Okay? So you said, hey, we're going to compare the evidence. Okay? This evidence versus that evidence. The only way to properly do this is to evaluate the optical system from which the picture was taken. If you're trying to just use some subjective measure, like I like the way this looks and I don't like the way that looks, that's not scientific. That's not objective. That's subjective. And if you want the paper that I'm getting this from, okay, this isn't me. Of course not. You'd rather just look and say, "Oh, look."
Because none of this is relevant. Can we? You've been talking for like 3 minutes. Can I respond?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so here's what you said. Cameras are calibrated in a certain environment. They're not really rated to be taken into the extreme environment, such as the upper atmosphere. You might get more distortion than on that, and you will see distortion. They're not designed for that. Yeah. Okay. So is that a good summary of what your point was? Okay. What will?
Yeah. Well, kind of, but it's not might. It's will. It's not might.
Will. Okay. Will. I accept. I just said that. Will. Okay. I accept that. See how I did that in 5 seconds?
Yeah, it's two folds of the environment. It's the temperature and the air.
Okay. Anyway, I'm going to tell you why that's not relevant. Okay. So it's not relevant to that photo. Hold on, I'm talking now. You talked for like 3 minutes straight. I'd like to interject.
You asked me a question.
I was making a statement about your person. I was making a meta statement about
you forgot one part. It's not just the temperature. It's the air. It's the air density.
I think I used the word environment.
Okay, cool. Okay, go ahead.
So none of that is relevant. That photo has 2 strings on it under string tension held outside the lens. If there was distortion going in the lens, it would also be distorting the strings. The strings are straight, therefore the image is not highly distorted.
No, you did. When I asked you last time, what is that at the boundary of the image, you didn't even know. You didn't know if they were strings or what they were. Remember?
No, I knew.
And also, somebody showed the beginning of that video where it showed the concave Earth. Now, remember, Clipcord showed it when they were taking off.
I mean, when you look at a fisheye lens through a fisheye lens down at the Earth going straight up, yeah, it looks goofy, doesn't it?
So it's a fisheye lens.
It had 3 cameras on it. If you look at the screenshot I posted, it even shows the feed from 3 different cameras. The one that's showing the image I'm referencing is not a fisheye. And even if it was, the strings are there, so you would be able to see the distortion evenly spread throughout those strings.
I don't see any. Did you post it in the right chat? Because I don't see it.
One sec, I'll repost it.
Or is it way up?
It was yesterday. I'm referencing something that's posted yesterday. Let me repost it.
Okay.
So while you guys are washing the sperm off your face for round 2,
there you go.
Oh gosh, is that really necessary, anti-pope?
Okay, I retract it.
Why is there an overlay on it?
So
the next one below it doesn't have the overlay.
Okay, the image I put in the side chat about retrograde motion, because I come from a
knowledge of cosmology and astronomy, and
you have no knowledge, dude. Just stop. How'd they get to? Tell us what the cosmic distance ladder is. What's the first rung? What's the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder? Yeah, shut up, dude. Just stop, dude, with the LARPing.
The answer, orbit. Is that the first step? Is that the answer? I don't actually know. What?
No, radius. Radius of the Earth. Because you need the radius to Venus. So you assume radius is the same radius as the Earth, then you get its orbit. And then from that inferred orbit, using Kepler's laws, and you time how Venus passes across the sun. And if your things about Venus, your assumptions about Venus and the Earth and all that shit are right, then the sun's like 93 million miles away. Then assuming all that shit's true, and you use the size of Earth orbit from that distance, then you get a calculated parallax shift. If you combine it with this thing called stellar aberration,
I understand.
And it goes on and on and on, dude. There's a whole bunch of rungs in the cosmic distance ladder. The shit this guy said he had a knowledge of cosmology.
I'd never heard those like key numbers referred to that way.
Key number? I don't understand what you're talking about. And are you talking about the strings? Are you talking about the strings of the balloon cam? Is that what you're talking about? Looking straight up?
Those are not strings. No, those aren't strings of the balloon. Those are reference. Those are markers put in to be a reference point for flat and straight. They are two strings held under tension by a spring out in front of the camera lens.
So the image I put in chat with the comment under retrograde motion of planets does reveal the Earth is indeed orbiting the sun with the other planets. Now, does that mean the Earth
not true. It's a false statement.
You're cutting me off.
It's a false statement.
And you're cutting me off.
There's no reason to go on if you make a false statement.
No, it's
Tycho Brahe's model.
correct.
Listen,
okay, first of all, you can't just say it's false without saying why. Say why it's false.
I'm gonna.
Okay, and you didn't let me finish, so it doesn't matter what you fucking say. You just want to fight.
I'm gonna say why it's false. You said that it necessitates the Earth orbiting the sun. It's not true. First of all, you could have a geocentric model in which the sun orbits the Earth.
It
and the
wouldn't go retrograde if it was geocentric.
Yes, it would. Okay, let me finish.
No, it wouldn't. There's no finishing, because if you have a heliocentric model, no planet.
So you're not going to let me finish.
The end. The end.
You're
don't
going to
know
be
what
muted
you're talking
in 10
about.
seconds, and then I'm going to finish my sentence. Okay, so Tycho Brahe, who was Kepler's fucking boss, had a model in which the sun orbited the Earth and the planets orbited the sun. It makes the identical predictions. Some are different.
A heliocentric model.
No, it doesn't.
Go retrograde.
No, it doesn't. So Tychoism.
You can go look it up right now.
Like,
listen, you can go get a solar system model.
I'm going to post
the solar system model online and play it.
Okay, I'm going to post the actual model that I'm talking about, where the sun orbits the Earth and the planets orbit the sun, which shows retrograde. The observation is identical to what we see. What you're saying is factually fucking wrong. But you have a knowledge of cosmology. You don't even know the fucking history of astronomy.
I don't?
No, you don't. So, even though you interrupted, give me one.
Well, you don't own the fucking channel, number one. Number two, what you said is false.
Okay, I'm gonna
show
post
your fucking model.
I'm gonna post.
Show your fucking bullshit model.
I am. I'm gonna post it in the chat, and until then, you're gonna shut the fuck up. So I'm not gonna be badgered while I'm doing it. Okay, it's in the chat. Okay. I don't see the strings, Cooper. I'm sorry. I just don't see the strings. Unless you're talking about the camera that's looking straight up at the balloon.
No, I'm talking about the yellow and gray lines in the photograph.
The yellow and gray lines.
Yep. So on
Do you
the
have an
second one
external
without
view?
the
Do you have an
overlay,
external view of the balloon?
an external view, you can see the
Yes, I
balloon.
can see what they are.
No,
I can see what they are, like what it is.
I think you'd have to watch the video to see the whole thing. I can send you the source video. They talk about a lot of it. And there's another separate Q&A video where they go over all the specifications for the cameras that are on it and all the sensors for your pressure and temperature and all that jazz.
I don't know if you saw that, India, that Magin wants to see the optics paper you were talking about when you get a chance.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, that's what you're looking for? Okay, good. I thought you were looking for something else.
Now, I've posted this lots of times. I've pulled this out of Discord. So, if the link is dead, just go on Google Scholar, paste in the name of the paper, and you probably get a paper that's current. If that link don't work, if you don't links die all the time, I just haven't clicked that link in maybe a couple of years.
I just clicked it. It worked. Oh, Professor Triangle's here. Good morning, Professor Triangle.
Yeah, Professor Triangle is going to probably have a lot of pupils that are going to get an F today.
Yeah, he hardly ever has any that pass. Yeah, his passing rate. Actually, did you know, Professor Triangle, that teacher evaluations are now tied to passing rates? So, guess you're going to get a bad evaluation because all your students failed.
I know, you're all horrible.
Oh, wow.
But hopefully you can keep your job because nobody wants to be a teacher anymore. So they'll probably keep you anyway.
So I got to just say that they're looking good. Your triangles, even though you got it wrong, you're correct. And then
Yeah. Just like a grade on a curve, round them up to a D minus. Then you don't have to have them in class again next year. That's the way to do it, Professor Triangle.
All right. So I guess out of the 4, if they get 1, I guess I can start grading it that way.
Yeah, just multiply their grade by 2 and then add 10%.
Perfect.
Are we done with Cooper, or what's going on? Do we need to yank his leash again? He's accusing us of yanking his leash. I guess that was me doing the leash yanking.
No. When I refer to leash yanking, I mean trying to keep someone on a narrow focused topic.
You don't like that, huh? You don't like when you bring a claim and then people have to thoroughly debunk it?
It's fine. Mm-hmm. It's a fine thing to do, and depending on the context and flow of the conversation, if someone needs to be brought in, they need to be brought in. I had to yank Indy's leash a little bit. He had to yank mine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Notice you posted a basketball. Basketballs are flat.
Yank my leash. What?
I don't think he did it. I think his leash is attached to something else. Definitely not to you, Indio.
Dude, this is called witty banter.
Witty banter.
This is my idea of comedy, man. I'm still trying to figure out what the freaking string is, man. I can't, like, there's a yellow line and a black line, and you're saying that those things are strings held taut in front of the camera?
I am. That is what I'm saying.
Okay. And they should be curved like the external air. Why? Like way out there. Why should it be curved?
They will be curved the same amount as everything else in the photo. So any lens
and why are you saying
happening to the image, that's just a reference point. So we know that what we're seeing, the curvature of Earth there, that's not like a distortion of the lens, because we would see the strings distorting in a appreciable amount.
No.
What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah,
no.
They would.
No.
Of course.
Look, I'll tell you why you're wrong. It's because refraction is based upon wavelength.
So the distance from the object changes the wavelength.
Refraction is based upon wavelength, like different wavelengths refract different amounts, and you got a yellow fucking string.
Observer changes the wavelength of a photon.
Okay, so you know how prism works?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Refraction is based upon wavelength. You know how prism works?
Yep.
Okay, so each wavelength gets refracted differently through the prism, so it gets spread out.
What is the prism in this? What is doing the refraction?
Oh my! The light.
The lens.
The light. The lens.
The lens is the medium where it's being refracted to.
Okay. It's a relative.
The distance where the light is being refracted
is based upon the absolute. Let me ask you: do you think refraction is based upon the absolute value, or is it relative?
The amount of refraction is determined by the ratio of the density and the amount of distance it's going through.
So, and when you do the calculation for how much something will be refracted, you have to calculate for wavelength, right?
I don't know.
The wavelength of your strings is not the same as what's out in the scene. In fact, you're using blue, which would be refracted the most.
You're grasping so desperately at straws, bro.
Oh, yeah, because I read a physics textbook?
And you did not understand it. The wavelength of a photon is not going to be altered by the distance, from that. Like, the point of the observer is the lens. Like, that's where the refraction.
So let's go review what you said. Ridiculous of a straw man butcher that was. The wavelength of the photon is not going to be altered by the distance. I didn't say anything like that. So we do Snell's law. We have to put in the wavelength, and the angle which something changes will be different at every wavelength. So blue is the one that will be the most influenced by changes in the refractive index of the visible spectrum. The least would be red.
So given this premise, what is your conclusion?
It's not a premise. Well, it's a fact. You can measure this yourself, dude.
Given this fact, air quotes, what is your conclusion?
I can conclude that this is not the geometry of the world, okay?
Got it. Image fake. It's fake.
Okay, so a straw man, another one. Is that really where you're at right now? Straw manning.
Well, I mean, you're not
Did I say the image was fake? Did I in any way imply that this image was fake?
Yeah, it's the implication.
You're muted, dude.
Because if this image isn't accurately
there's no
reporting
imitation that
reality,
fake means it's a forgery. It's being represented as something it's not. Goodbye. No one said the image is fake. I said the image does not represent the external geometry of the world, and it can't, even in your own worldview, because that horizon that you're looking at, not only is it not well defined, it's apparent. And different colors are going to refract differently at the lens. It's well known. You can just go look it up. Hope snack. Yeah, fake it till you make it, Cooper. That'll work. That's kind of weird. How many times I straw man in your position? Exactly 0. When you start getting boxed in, the desperation comes out, and they're like, oh, I gotta use policy after policy after policy. No. The reason you mute is there's no point in continuing dishonest people if I'm going to keep talking to you and you're just going to keep intentionally saying I said things I did not say or I also did not apply, which you've done several times now. You don't know enough about optical systems to have this conversation. And that's okay. The fact of the matter is you're making your evaluation based on what it looks like. We're trying to make an evaluation, which you asked for, based upon the image. So we have to make an evaluation of, is this camera capturing the geometry? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It's what's outside the camera, the geometry. Are those the image of the strings, the geometry? Where is the geometry in this image? At the end of the day, all of this are subjective interpretations of what the image shows. 0 measurements of anything. 0 objective procedure or process to know. But we do know objectively how light behaves in rarefied air. We do objectively know how refraction works, generally, on lenses to a pretty good degree. So, so now, Cooper, you heard everything I have to say. I'm going to unmute you. If you don't address what was said, I don't know. I might kick you out. I might just mute you. I don't know. So I'm not playing the Glober fucking reindeer games of shucking and jiving. You know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. You know I know what you're doing. Okay? Stop straw manning me. Okay? Actually, now I think about it. Cooper, did you read the paper I posted? Oh, you said don't post it. Oh, that's right. You said don't post it. You said you don't care about it. You also said you don't care about that this is a prediction. But what if this image matches a globe of fucking a 1,000 mile radius? Do you care about that prediction? Can you else want to hear Cooper talk again? Do we want to continue with this?
I mean, I'd rather hear somebody else, but seems like there are no others. Maybe we're just stuck with him.
Does Cooper know what a triangle is? I mean, we should use this as a litmus test for continuation.
I don't know. Has he taken the triangle test, Professor Triangle?
I don't remember. Cooper, have you taken the triangle test yet?
He'll. I know he will. But anyway. Coop, you're unmuted.
Oh, hi. That was a big, long speech.
Amazing. Yeah. What did I say?
You said, I don't understand your argument. I don't know enough about optics to have this conversation.
Literally straw man again right off the rip, bro.
You.
Right off the rip,
Why are you asked me a question? Why are you interrupting me?
Because you're straw manning what I said. I didn't say you don't understand the argument.
You said I don't understand the optics well enough to have the conversation.
Yeah, that's right. Oh,
I
so you
think
knew
I
what I said, and then you
Sorry, you
lied
guys
about
missed
what
your
I said.
chance to talk to me. I gotta go. I'll be back later. Bye.
Yeah, don't bother coming back. Just piss off. So he just showed that he knew what I said and tried to mischaracterize it.
Yep. Yep.
Now there's no doubt that this shit's intentional. Now there is no doubt. Anybody's like, oh, maybe he just misunderstood you. Maybe he didn't hear you. Maybe this, maybe that. All the freaking excuses they do for each other. Well, now you just seen it in black and white. He heard exactly what I said. He said what I said verbatim. Verbatim. Word for word.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, another demonstration of why the mute button works too. Yeah, I didn't know you guys had already talked to him about, I guess I did know, because yesterday when I asked him for his evidence for curvature, I think he said maybe that he presented that to you guys before, and then he presented it again, and then went over with him, and I think it was old Haas that was getting him on it with the fisheye lens and all that when I left, but you guys already did all that. Yeah, and then we did it again, and then today, yeah, we're not getting anywhere with that guy for sure. Oh, I was going to call on the small fox because he was in the VC earlier. Now he's just chat skanking. Small fox. I once got bitten by a rabid fox. Looked kind of like that one, but it was a gray fox instead of an orange one. He had that same look on his face. He's probably a rabid small fox. I guess I'll mute the anti-pope in case he wants to make more claims. So yeah, anti-pope, why don't you tell us where you found curvature on your globe? Where'd you measure it?
Well, the first thing I want to address the link he showed me of the geocentric model of the Earth. That does work. And the thing with geometry is that you can fold different shapes different ways, and the dimensions will produce the same results. But the question is which one is correct? Okay, and something easy to show that that model isn't true is comets, because comets come into the center of the solar system and shoot back out, and they come to the sun. They don't come to the Earth. Right? It comes to some
Okay, well, I actually have to run, anti-pope, so you're running off into your space fantasies. You got a bunch of guys here talk to you about your balls all day long. I asked you for proof of curvature, so when I come back, maybe you'll have that. You can be looking while I'm gone. All right, bye-bye.
Don't they track those comets with the coordinate system?
What the hell is that?
Well, you mentioned comets, and don't they track those with the coordinate system, which you just described as arbitrary?
No, they track them, and it doesn't show that they work on a geocentric model.
Because they're not using one. But since you said produce a different coordinate system,
Your mic's cutting out.
yeah, I said since coordinate systems are arbitrary, and I agree, they could adjust the reference frames accordingly, and it would work out.
Well, I don't think so.
Okay, that's just your opinion.
Well, and that's your opinion. That's speculative. It doesn't make sense to me that they could it just change the fact that if the Earth is in the center, it's geocentric, that the comets are just coming in and hitting the third planet, which would be the sun, from the center and shooting back out and not getting to the Earth. Then that would suggest, okay, if we're witnessing that it's some type of control system, or possibly comets are unique to whatever the sun is, right? And they're not going to the vortex of the system. It doesn't make sense. It's being sucked in, right? The sun would then have to purposely be keeping the comets away from Earth, right?
That's just your interpretation, right? What are even
I'm not
comets?
finished talking. I'm not finished talking. Because if the Earth is at the center of the vortex, right, of the solar system, and something coming into it wouldn't stop at 4, 3, 2. It would go all the way to the bottom, not stop at 3 every time. Every time it stops at 3. It never gets to the bottom of the vortex. It just happens to be that way.
Do you think comets have mass?
What kind of question is that? Everything has mass.
Okay, what's mass?
Holy shit! What are we in second grade? Make your point.
How do you measure that comets have mass?
You're just off in fantasy land, setup land. I'm not taking your bait.
Oh, okay. So you don't want to define the terms
that are necessary for your claim to be
let's
true.
define the term science. Let's define the term measurement. Let's start with the alphabet.
Actually, let's do that.
Define
let's do that right
let's start with A. Let's start with A. Okay, what does A mean?
No, we can skip over that. What's science?
Oh, we can skip over that, but we have to go to science, right? You're just a fucking asshole. I'm out of here.
Yeah, define science. I don't think you know what it fucking is. And he's gone. That was easy.
Yeah. You should have asked him what is the unit of measurement of mass.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if I really needed to go there, Berserker, but his entire concept of what he was describing relied upon mass attracting mass, or some kind of gravitational concept of mass interactions. Right? So he was actually observing this kinematically and assigning dynamic equivalences that were unprovable.
Exactly, but the question was brilliant because the definition of mass is the measure of the body's inertia, defined as inertia, meaning the resistance. Okay, I mean they say it's the molecules or something like that, and it is not the weight. It has to be considered different than the weight. But the contradiction is that the primary unit of measurement for mass is the kilogram. In the International System of Units, SI, the kilogram is the base of unit for mass. This is from Gemini, artificial intelligence of Google, the answer. And then how is mass measured? Mass is typically measured using scale. It measures weight. So, excuse me, mass is measured by scale that measures weight. And in the same time, they claim that mass and weight are two different things. That was a brilliant question, which was brought out by P-Dub a couple of months ago. It's very interesting. So they say that mass and weight are two different things, but mass is measured. The unit of measurement of mass is kilograms or pounds, and mass is measured by a scale. That's a contradiction.
He knows that because I asked that question, that I understand what he believes comets to be in the first place. And he knows, and I know, that there's no way to prove this empirically what they are, let alone, like what they are based off of their constituency.
Yeah, that's why he ran.
Right? Because he wanted so badly to say something like, well, comets are like big chunks of rock or ice flying through outer space. And I'm like, he knows that my next question would have been, okay, how'd you determine that? And he'd say, well, NASA space probes, right? And then that gets into that whole discussion, which he didn't want to have. In the other direction I could have taken it was exactly on him defining what mass is, because if he's so certain of that, then he would be led down into a hall of mirrors of mass really just being an accounting artifact.
Yeah, bro, I know what you mean. I mean, they always go like, bro, pick up a telescope. So you look through a telescope, and then you can know that that thing is an object and has mass.
Right. And, he's also presupposing that Earth is a globe and that the entire universe functions the same way he thinks it does, just with the positions jumbled around. But even a geocentric globe universe would be so radically different than prevailing cosmology that he would not be in a position to make any assumptions about what would be the case. Yeah, I mean, there are just so many directions you could go with this. And yeah, I mean, I think he felt like he was overwhelmed and he didn't know which way that this could have gone. And he started to see that all the dead ends in front of him. And he just said, fuck it, I'm out of here. And he left.
yeah, exactly. He saw his fall coming, so he had to. Yeah. Have you? I'm sure you know Dollard, Eric Dollard. You know Eric Dollard, right?
Yeah, I know of him, sure, and I've seen some of his lectures. I own a book of his.
Yeah, and do you know also this guy? I think he's a friend of Dollard in the chat box. Peter Lindemann. You know him?
I know of him too, but not as much as Eric Dollard. But yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, in this video, he makes two wonderful points. One of them was the Curie temperature point. You remember a couple of weeks ago? I think it was you or Heretic or Matrix when he posted a GIF that metals use. And in this video, he says he knows that the Earth has an iron core, but he cannot understand how could the iron core of the Earth produce a magnetic field when the temperature of the core of the Earth is higher than the Curie temperature of the iron. So that's the temperature point when ferromagnetic material use their magnetic field and become paramagnetic. And another point which he makes in this video, he says that NASA has no photo made by a camera from outer space of the sun in visible spectrum. And before saying that, he says that light is invisible and only can be seen when it's reflected from an object or a physical object. So if NASA has no photo from of the sun from space, from outer space, from the alleged outer space, in the visible spectrum, that would prove that the sun is just a luminary, just luminary, just a light, not an object. He also says it is just light. He says that's why the stars are invisible and the sun too. When astronauts go high, he says the astronauts. That's why the astronauts need this golden reflective, on their visor. How do you call it? Because otherwise, you could look into the sun and not see the sun, but you can get blind. And then at sometimes he says, we have been lied to in a huge mess, and and then he laughs and he says, I don't care if you don't believe me, I'm just a crackpot. It's very interesting. You can see the video. He's also a funny guy.
I know where he's going, but at the same time, I don't agree, because there's no such thing as a complete vacuum. Like, even your eyes have a medium inside. It's called a vitreous humor. It's a gelatinous substance. And that would provide a
sorry
way
for interrupting you.
light to
Sorry for
interact.
interrupting you. Yeah, sorry for interrupting you, but that's why I said the alleged space. Sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. I was just saying, I mean, just to reiterate my point is even your eyeballs have a medium inside which interacts.
Yeah, because a couple of months ago I just threw out a question by saying thinking logically, it doesn't make sense when someone claims that the outer space is vacuum and still contains all the planets and the stars and the nebulas and meteors, and that's not a vacuum, bro. That's the opposite of vacuum. So it contains everything. It contains the universe. That's everything.
Yeah, it's a vacuum.
And then they call it a vacuum. This is it's like, are you kidding me or what?
Yeah, it's like all the concessions they make. They'll make a bold concession, and then, well, it's not quite that way because we have to support all the exceptions somehow. So we need to leave ourselves a strategic out.
Sometimes it looks like they are mocking us. I mean, okay, atoms. That was not so such a big mockery. But then, okay, we don't have atoms. We have now strings, just jumping around, dancing around. So, did I get wrong? Did I get that wrong? I mean, what is the string theory? The string theory replaces atoms with strings, right?
Well, I don't think it's a replacement, but just a description of.
Yeah, bro, it's a mockery because I've seen also a video from someone who's talking about quantum theory, and then he says, "Yeah, you think that you can't understand quantum theory because it's difficult to understand, but you're wrong because you cannot understand quantum theory because it's ununderstandable." So no one can understand it. Okay, so if no one can understand the quantum theory, so how could that first person who came up with the quantum theory come up with it? I mean, doesn't make sense.
I know it's a work in progress, but yeah, the big problem with that is there are like 12 different, call it models, that describe the same phenomenon. And they're kind of divided into two different camps. One of them belongs to the camp of the realists, and the other are the non-realists. It has to do with an interpretation of what psi means, the Greek psi. And, we see this all the time, right? Where people come up with models that are useful, but they're not all correct. So how well do we understand it, or do we know? I mean, I guess it's a matter of your interpretation.
Yeah, I think where you're going. I think you mean there is, for example, physics, which is a real physics, and then we have the theoretical physics, which is like fantasizing things.
Yeah, how can we use like discrete math to describe non-discrete things and vice versa? Which is kind of at the heart too of Einstein's field equations, and how general theory of relativity is not balanced. Sorry, I'm kind of halfway distracted here. I'm listening. I can't really chat.
No. You didn't distract me. It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, what Einstein came up with. It's not real science. It's yeah, it's theory. How's that Japanese guy called? Mu with M. Ah, who says that we don't adhere to the
Michio Kaku.
scientific Michio Kaku. Yeah, Michio Kaku. Yeah, who says he himself says we don't adhere to the scientific method. We don't use the scientific method. I mean, I heard that for the first time from flat earthers, and then I saw the video clip. He says that really. And then there are videos, or there is a documentary where Michio Kaku and all these guys, they talk about science being that, oh, they are now so astonished because, yeah, it looks like that science is actually the same thing as mysticism. So they don't only compare it to mysticism, they call it mysticism. I don't know if you have seen that documentary. I just don't remember how it's called.
So, are there any actual flat earthers in the call right now? Excuse me. Hello. Crit, you are unmuted. Do you copy? No, he's not here. Effie Bateman, you here? No, Bateman's not here. Okay, I guess we'll come back when there are some actual flat earthers in the call.
like have evidence. I have. It's a belief.
Yeah. Okay. I got that. I actually usually, although you seem like a special case, very special, I usually appreciate people who admit that it's just a belief. In your case, seems kind of weird. I don't know, just your whole point of view seems weird, but why do you acknowledge that you are accepting this globe belief without evidence? Like, that doesn't bother you? That, something so major as like where you live and your whole worldview, that you're like, your religion is pseudoscience? Is that what you're telling me, Karen?
I mean, yeah, like, sorry, you asked a lot. What was like your main question?
Is your religion pseudoscience?
I don't know. You would have to ask like somebody who who knows more about it.
Okay. So it doesn't bother you. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't bother you that you're basically treating these scientists like your priests, like you're letting them do the thinking for you, you're letting them tell you what to do, you're letting them tell you where you live, despite your actual experience of the earth is flat and stationary. Like, it's because, what, you have a spiritual vacuum in your life, you decide to fill it with Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson, or what?
Neil deGrasse Tyson. I like that guy.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. He your hero?
No, I actually. Oh wait, never mind. I forgot. He said something recently that made me not like him anymore.
What?
Yeah. Okay. So, are you interested at all in objective reality, like to learn about the world where you actually live, not the one you see on television?
I mean, maybe a little bit.
Do you spend much time in nature?
I don't like nature.
Yeah, that's what I thought. What makes you dislike it?
There's like bugs and the grass is itchy.
Weird troll.
It's not trolling. I don't like bugs. I seriously don't.
Okay, so you have no evidence for the. I don't know where to go with this guy. So you have no evidence for the globe. That doesn't bother you. You've allowed your mind to be hijacked by other people. You're farming out your brain to the mass media indoctrination, and you're not even ashamed of that. I mean, okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. Enjoy your life then on your fantasy globe.
Yeah, I am enjoying it.
Yeah, okay. So is it just like, I mean, if you like science fiction.
I do. I love science fiction.
Yeah. So why do you like NASA's science fiction? Because it's so low quality. I mean, low budget, right? Like, isn't it like, you notice how the animation's really bad compared to Hollywood science fiction? And like the actors are really bad too?
Who says that I like their science fiction? I don't even watch anything NASA puts out.
Okay, good for you. Yeah, just stick with your actual fictional science fiction. Yeah, and then you're fine with just living and dying, your life, never having known anything for real, never having like experienced the real Earth where you actually live, just kind of plugging your brain into the boob tube and going along with whatever they tell you there, whatever they tell you to think there, like just being ruled by propaganda and indoctrination. That's fine with you?
Well, hold on. Just because I don't like nature doesn't mean I haven't been out. I've been to plenty of places.
Did you ever go to the ocean?
Yeah, I've been in the middle of the ocean, actually. I literally stood in like a part of the ocean where the floor is like really high, and I stood in the middle of the ocean.
And did you notice how it was flat? As far as the eye could see, it was flat, 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 flat horizon. As far as the eye could see, all flat. Notice that?
Yeah. I mean, apart from the floor being like a little bit bumpy and not perfectly flat, yeah, it was flat.
Yeah. So that's the idea here, is that you got the ocean, it's water, it's totally flat. At no time does it curve. It covers over 70% of the Earth. So, live living on flat Earth. You can still enjoy your science fiction while realizing that it has no relation whatsoever to the world where you actually live.
I mean, yeah, like if nobody told me that it was round, I would probably just believe that it's flat. I mean, not even probably, I would definitely believe that it's flat if nobody told me otherwise, just because that's what it looks like.
Yeah, so why are you believing otherwise then when your own experience shows you that it's flat and stationary, just as it appears?
Well, because I'm a very trusting person, especially when somebody I was practically raised by these people, like my high school teachers, and like my elementary school teachers, they were like my second parents because they took care of me for like the majority of the day, and they taught me many things that they could actually prove in front of me. So
it almost sounds like
that's
a deceiving
cool.
question.
Yeah, I mean, he can, that's Raiden. Oh, Raiden has flown in for you. The hero of the globe is here for you to bring you right back to it. If you start to stray from it, Raiden will super glue you right back onto that globe. But yeah, they could know things. They could be right about certain things, but they could also be passing on false information. They could believe that it's a globe because they could think that people smarter than them proved it, so they could pass it on to you without actually realizing that they were giving you misinformation that has never been scientifically proven and in fact is mathematically disproven. Like, you can still like them and think that they did good things for you in your life and that they told you some things that were true while realizing they made a mistake on this issue here about the globe, that it's not real. The globe's not real, Karen. The way you experienced reality, that's real. You just told me that. You experienced it as flat and stationary. If no one told you it was different, you would think that. So why not just go along with your own lived experience? Why hijack your mind to these other people who clearly don't know what they're talking about because they have not tested the 3,959-mile radius sphere claimed in reality, because most people don't even realize that it needs to be tested. They assume somebody else already did it for them, just like you did.
It's really because I'm a very trusting person, and it's hard to not acquire a belief if
this feminine shit is just crazy.
Anyways, it's hard to not just acquire a belief if every single large institution that has been controlling my entire life since I was born has the same belief. Obviously.
Yeah, that's cool. You can keep with your Stockholm Syndrome. Nobody's going to stop you. What'd you say, Rodwin? I couldn't hear what you said. I couldn't hear him.
Can I make a quick point?
Raiden, yes. Hello. I haven't seen you for a while. What's going on?
Yeah, just real quick. I wasn't white knighting for him or anything. But you had said something. You asked him a question about flat. And I just wanted to make the quick point that depending on the size of the object that you're on, if it's big enough, it would appear to be flat. And you wouldn't know it as some other shape. So, for example, if the Earth is shaped like a triangle, if it's big enough, you wouldn't know it because it would appear to be flat to you because you can't see all sides of it. So that's the point I was going to make.
That's why you measured it. That's why you measured it.
I'm just saying, if you can't see the entirety of something, you really don't know what the shape of it is.
That's when you measure it.
I hadn't considered that. That's a pretty good point.
The point is, whatever the shape, whether it's a dodecahedron or a triangle or an equal or whatever it is, if it's big enough, it's going to appear to be flat from your perspective. That's
my God. The point
I'm
How about when it's measured? I get perspective. It can look this way or another, but what about when it's measured?
Unless you're measuring the entirety of it, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you see, this is the thing. Right, we're not measuring the entirety of it. That's why we're not making a claim to shape. What we are saying is the bits that we can access is measured flat.
Well, Well, it would naturally anyway. So that sounds like an extrapolation, Jedi.
So it's not a claim to shape. It's an extrapolation based on the surface measurement.
Sure, I agree with that.
Cool.
Right. Yeah, sure. If you were on a triangle right now, it would appear to be flat to you.
A triangle. Yeah, if I was on a two-dimensional triangle that was laying horizontally and I was in the without reaching the edges of the triangle, I wouldn't know it was a triangle, but I could still measure the surface that I was to figure out that it was at least flat, laying horizontal.
Sure. As far as you could observe, it would appear flat to you.
Yeah.
Sure.
Exactly.
Just like the married guy who sees his wife comes home every day, he doesn't understand that she's cheating on him at the same time because he doesn't see that, right? He just knows that she comes home every day, right?
Okay.
He doesn't know anything else.
Okay. So where is this going?
I'm just simply saying that as far as if you're on an object that's big enough, anything would appear to be flat as far as you can see because you can't see the rest of it.
Anything. What, like
if you're on a
curved?
dodecahedron,
Sorry,
it would appear
just to
flat to you.
clarify. Sorry, I'm trying not to interrupt. I'm just going slowly because it's a conversation. Okay. So anything like a curved surface, would that still measure not to have a rate of change of slope?
Not unless you could see the entirety of it. No,
I'm talking about seeing it. I'm talking about if it was a curved surface. You said no matter the shape, it would appear to you to be flat. Okay.
Sure.
What about a curved surface? Would a curved surface, even though it appeared flat, would it still measure to be flat, even though it's curved?
As far as you can measure it, sure.
Okay. As far as you could measure it, it would still measure flat, even curved.
Unless you could figure out a way to measure the entirety of it.
The entirety of it. See, this is the thing about a curve, right? It's a rate of change of slope. Starts at 0, and because it's a curve, it gets worse and worse and worse. So as you increase in distance, more curvature should be measured from separation of tangent or horizontal. Right? More distance, more curve?
Sure, it depends on how subtle the curve is, though.
Well, see, the thing is, with the radius that we're given, because the Earth's a sphere, so we're told, then the curvature rate should be measured because it's immediate from your feet outward in any direction. It's 8 inches per mile squared. 7.98 inches to be more precise. But then again, that's a parabolic formula, but it's good up to about 1,000 miles. So with this in mind, this is a separation from horizontal. Immediate from your feet outwards. We should be able to measure this. We should be able to observe it, yet we don't. I get what you're saying, though. If it was really big to our tiny perception, yeah, but it's not too big for our rate of perception because it's a curved surface that has a rate of change.
Yeah, but that's the problem. You don't believe it's curved. So
well, no, it's not. Sorry, it's not measured curve, right? There's no curvature measured.
Well, how could you measure it anyway if you don't?
Well, it would be, like I just said, a separation from a horizontal at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, giving us a geometric horizon at 1.225 miles multiplied by the square root of that observer's eye height feet. So there'd be geometric consequences to a curved surface an observer standing on.
And just like you said, that's under the understanding that we don't live on a parabola.
You understand the parabolic formula is good up to about 1,000 miles. We're not calculating the rate of curvature that's going to be coming back underneath the curve and reappearing behind us. We're talking about the separation from a tangent.
I'm just trying to understand how you could say that an object is flat if you haven't measured the entire object. How do you do that?
Sorry. The surface of the Earth that we do measure is flat. I haven't measured the entirety of it, so we don't make to shape. Remember your triangle example? I told you that I haven't got to the edges to determine whether it's a triangle within your hypothetical. Why have you circled back round to this like nothing happened?
No, I agree with you. Sure.
Oh,
the
good.
parts that
Awesome
you measured
stuff.
is flat. Sure.
Okay,
I'll agree with that.
Cool. So yeah, we haven't measured the entirety of the Earth. Still doesn't. The bits that we have measured aren't flat when they are.
Okay, fair enough.
So hold on 1 second. So you said we can't measure it all, so we can't know it's flat. How'd you know if it was a ball if you didn't measure the whole thing?
Well, I didn't say that you can't measure it. I say that no one has on your side. So
No one's measured the ball either. Yeah, no one's measured the ball, so that's a loss, huh?
Okay, well, when you can show that, then because they claim they have measured the entire.
Who did that? Who's? I mean, just they. You'll just say the individual person. Is this not flat? We checked NASA, or what are you going with?
Well, he said they too, so I'm guessing him and I have a different they.
Well, yeah, I'm saying for you, like, who's they? Who do you think measured the globe? Who did that?
I don't know if an individual did. I'm going to say NASA.
They, a group. Nate. So NASA measured.
I'll say NASA is they.
Okay. Do you know how they did it?
I don't know how they did it, but I'm comfortable with satellite images because they haven't been debunked.
So they told you that we took satellite images and then used that flat map to wrap it around the ball to give the impression of what Earth might look like from space. You think what they saying when they said that?
Well, until someone can say that that's false, I'm satisfied with it.
So they have a flat map. You're okay with that?
Well, all maps are flat for convenience purposes. I don't know if anybody uses a map today, but a paper map, but I guess if you don't have a cell phone or some device that's capable of GPS, you probably would, but each his own.
Yeah.
I don't. Do you know anyone who uses a paper map today to travel hundreds of thousands of miles, or I don't know. I don't know anyone.
I would say hundreds of thousands of miles, but I have a map. It's in the car. It's one of the ones that is well known for like city maps. It's like a book with like rings around it. I can't think of the name of it right now. But I still have that one that when I drive into the city, I use that. I know some of the roads have changed since then.
Sure. I can see how it'd be useful, like locally. But if for example, if I was going to drive from Florida to California, I would use GPS. That's me. I wouldn't use a map from a gas station.
I had to look it up. It was driving. I hate when I can't remember. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. I'm just saying if I was going to drive from Florida to California, for example, personally, I would use GPS. I wouldn't use a paper map from a gas station. That's just me. But someone else may. I don't know.
Yeah, because you'd use your GPS.
I would. Sure.
And does it ever tell you some bullshit that is wrong?
I have had maybe 2 or 3 incidents where I got turned around due to like construction or something, but for the most part, it's dependable. I haven't had any issues.
Yeah, well, not work construction. Have you ever?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, well, because I can show you examples of like people following their GPS and going down the wrong roads and stuff, and there's people who have signs like private roads, like regardless of what Google Earth tells you, this is a private driveway. This is not 123 East Street. So you make it seem like somehow this technology is foolproof. What made it foolproof was that people were supposed to compare it to a map. Be like, okay, is this where I want to go? Okay, check. Yep, the GPS is telling me the right thing. But what people did, they fired up their GPS and they didn't check it for shit. They just assumed it was going to tell them the right stuff.
Right. No, it's not.
Like you've got people getting, like truckers getting in trouble, like in court for like driving on like streets with bike paths and whatnot. And their defense was the GPS told me to.
No, it's not perfect. Well, nothing that human beings create is perfect. So it goes with that understanding. But I think all in all, I think it's reliable in my view. I don't think it's something that should be thrown away.
Maybe
But yeah, it does
requiring
have
a
its
test,
flaws.
like a test to use it. Here, I'm trying to find this story where this trucker like drove across a pedestrian-only bridge, and his defense was the GPS told me to do it.
I don't know what's going on with that truck driver that day, but anything that human beings make is fallible. We understand that. You know,
Here, check this out.
Somewhere, someone somewhere is going to get in their car and they're going to try to start and it's going to blow up. That's an oddity. Most cars don't blow up when you start them or try to start them. So it doesn't mean we're going to stop trusting cars.
Right
It's
here,
going to
look
happen
at
to somebody.
Raiden, you got to come up with some new material. That was your argument last time you came. You
terrible
don't have
at this,
anything
isn't
new.
he?
Yeah.
Well, it's not an argument. It's just it's an example of human beings make stuff that's fallible. I mean, because we're fallible people. I mean,
Yeah, and you know what's funny about that is they went to the moon and did it on the first try, and then kept doing it every single try after that, and now they can't do it anymore.
Well, that was because God was with them. That was a divinely inspired event.
you did bring up some interesting points, though, Crit. But yeah, when I was talking to Jedi a second ago, him and I, we did come to an agreement that, as far as you can see, regardless on any surface you're on, it will appear to be flat if it's big enough. That's the only point I was making.
So here, look at this driver. Are you looking at the text channel?
No, hold on. Let me go to the other room and get in front of my mind.
Okay. It's what I'm talking about.
God. He had his GPS on walking.
Yeah, isn't that incredible? Like, the story after story of this. I mean, this shit happens like...
That is incredible, dude.
No, this isn't the only time. I mean, you can look at the number of people who've done this. Like,
That's insane.
Yeah, I see.
No, but it's gotta be those people with no, like, inner voice, no thoughts, no... How the fuck?
Because there's real NPCs that roam around us. Those are the guys that are in the game that get stuck in the corner and keep walking.
Yeah, this is the people telling them that GPS told them to do it. Like, and they'll sit there and argue. Like, they'll argue with traffic control. They're like, why the fuck did you drive on this pedestrian-only road? And they'll say, well, GPS told me. Are you trying to tell me GPS is wrong? And traffic control's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Obviously it's wrong. Because how did you how did you end up here in your car? Like, what the fuck?
I saw this in real life. I remember when I was in elementary school, there was this fucking tourist couple and they went down a road that's not for cars, dude. And I had to tell them to go back. They were almost running people over. Dude, that's crazy. I remember now. I experienced that shit in real life. It was a tourist couple, man. It was summer. It was end of the school year in elementary. Yo.
How about the ones where the dump trucks have their dump up and people are honking and honking? Dude, you're gonna and they take out like a fucking whatever, like a street sign or a red light, thing. And then the guy's like sitting there like he's dumbfounded. He's like, how? Like, how did this happen? Because you're a fucking idiot, dude. Like, you did the dump truck didn't tell him shut close the tailgate or the thing, like the dump, whatever. You bring it down. The truck is just a machine. It's just going to operate how the person operates it. But these people are so gone. They're so gone that they're literally driving down the road expecting somebody to tell them what to do. And they can't figure it out.
They were young. I remember their faces. They were young. You would never tell that. Now that I'm thinking back, that I'm so happy you reminded me of this. Because it's so cool. I completely forgot it happened to me. I mean, yo. It's so fun. I always have
You'd
so
ask
much
those
fun.
people, how do they know the Earth is a globe? And they'll be like, the TV told me so.
Because of GPS.
Yeah, GPS. The same GPS that told you to drive down this pedestrian-only road. And they're like, well, yeah. Yeah, duh.
Dude.
The Earth is a fucking donut.
The Earth is a sausage. It's a sausage.
The Earth is a...
Aww.
Right there, that kid right there is going to be driving, like in a pedestrian only, saying the Earth is a donut, flipping deuces out the window, and everyone's like, "What the hell's wrong with that kid?"
A lot of them won't even get driver's license. They'll just use an app to get picked up, and they'll waste all their money never learning how to drive.
Yeah, I was reading about that. The number of people they're weirded out because the number of young people getting licensed is like not just normal low, like drastically low. Like when I was a kid, that was a big deal. Like when you got your chance to get a license, you jumped in it, and now it's like they're shit scared to even take the test.
We were driving cars at 12 and 13 through our neighborhood. My dad would let me drive at 14 to get a ticket to the car wash, and legal age was 16.
Oh, here in Croatia, we all ride 50cc 30-year-old scooters.
Yeah, I noticed that the young people don't seem to be in as big a hurry to get their license. That's true. Because they're living through their screens, I guess. That must be the reason. Yeah, because we were in a hurry, right? Because we wanted to go do something else, somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. He got server muted for typing.
And he's walking around with a server mute now.
Poor guy. He got politics to roll. I really want to go back in time and see that again. Them driving down that road. I can probably find on Google Maps the exact place. I mean, not probably. I can just go there right now on the maps.
You still there, Crit?
So, F, did you like that studio? How that car was shot? Now you know how it was shot.
Yeah. Thank you for teaching me that, because I never saw that setup. Man.
That's how the space movies are done. They need that round setup so they can turn a camera like they're in space floating. They use it for other stuff. You can make walking scenes in there as long as your angles are right. Look like you're outdoors.
That's cool.
You guys are the best. Do you think so, Raven?
What?
Said I think you guys are the best. Don't you think so?
We are the best.
Yeah. I was going to tell Crit. I don't know if he's still there or not, but I actually hope that the Earth is flat because, in a weird irony, I would want to know how they were able to do it. How these people and all these different government agencies, etc., were able to purport and perpetuate this lie.
Oh, they signed an NDA.
Well, the reason why I say that is because you can't get two best friends to keep a secret between them today, and I'm just wondering how in the world.
My
They
God.
signed a non-disclosure agreement.
Oh yeah.
Are you over 18? Are you over 18 and you don't think that secrets can be kept by governments? My God, Raiden, please.
Like I said, you can't get two people to keep a secret between them. So I have no clue how you could get millions or around the world to all tell the same lie over and over and over again for years.
I work with 5,000 people that keep a secret.
It's school, man. It's literally school. They put you in school when you're a kid. They start brainwashing you since you're fucking 4 or something. When do you go to kindergarten? They try to take you away from your family and teach you lies from the moment you come out the fucking womb. They start to make separation, blue and pink colors, all this shit. It's always they just separate us and they lie to us since we're born, and then you think it's true.
Okay, well, actually, that would be more impressive to me is if you could get that many people to continue the same lie as opposed to the shape of the Earth being something else.
Very few people have to be consciously in on it. I'm sure you've heard this argument before because of compartmentalization. But yeah, what Rodwin just said, I mean, it's the same thing. Yeah, for my job, it's like I have to watch 7,000 trainings a year about don't let the person in on their key card and don't do this and don't tell anybody this and don't put on your social media this. I mean, this is just like low level stuff. And you don't think the government can get people to do that to keep their jobs? Please. But it's only, most of the people in there, don't even have enough information to even be whistleblowers. They're just doing their little job. They think they're heroes of the space race, whatever. Like, Raiden, seriously, you have not heard this before?
I have down the line, but I'll tell you one thing. History teaches us that human beings have a very difficult time keeping their mouths shut about things. And
I'm telling you, the Earth is flat, dude. We've already told you. We're the whistleblowers.
Yeah, it's not a secret, Raiden. How do you know about it? If it was a secret, how do you know?
Yeah, if people can't keep their mouth shut, if people can't keep their mouth shut, you could tell me what's going on in Area 51.
I don't know. Maybe there's no such thing as Area 51. I don't know.
It's marked like that. There's road signs for it.
Area 51, they probably have a real Area 51. They have one that they're gonna show us and tell us that there's aliens and this shit. And
No, put your tinfoil hat, tighten your tinfoil hat down.
Yeah, they haven't said anything about Area 51. The hell? So, can you tell me anything that happened there? What is the government doing there? That military base?
What? Fucking no! I was just saying that
I'm not
maybe
talking about you. Am I talking to you? I'm talking to the other guy. Not you had the tinfoil hat a little bit. So let me talk to the other guy. Yes, you.
What was your question?
Well, you said that people can't keep their mouth shut, so I guess you could tell me what's going on in Area 51.
Well, that's assuming that Area 51 actually exists. I don't know.
It's there. People have gone there. People have gotten driven away from there. So what it's called supposedly Area 51. So there is an Area 51 if you go down there.
Well, for all I know, they're just making toilet paper.
For all you know,
what's going on?
I'm not asking for what you know. I'm asking you what you heard because people can't keep their mouth shut. So
I've heard a lot of things.
What have you heard from there? Anything you can substantiate?
No.
First of all, I thought you said you did. If there is an Area 51, now you're saying you heard something.
I don't think you're listening to anything I'm saying to you. You just kind of.
I don't think you're listening to what you're saying.
Okay. I don't know what Area 51 is. Like I said, I don't even know if it actually exists. So.
All right, and then you said,
it could be government propaganda for all I know. I don't know.
But you've heard of it, have you?
I've heard of it, sure. I've seen it in
Okay.
video games too.
All right. So what's going on in there? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't even know if it's
so people can't keep secrets, right?
Assuming that it's real. I don't know.
Especially that has to do with the military or anything like that, or
what about
government agencies?
Is there Area 52?
I don't know. Is there?
I mean, I don't know. Do you?
But you're saying people can't keep secrets, and I'm asking you about Area 51 since there's supposedly some well-known secrets in there. I mean,
well,
are people talking about it?
You're talking about.
Are people talking about it?
51.1.
Are people talking about it?
I don't know what they're talking about.
Is any whistleblowers in there, man? There's a lot of people that go in there, and a lot of people that are in there and come out. So, are people talking about it?
People talk about everything. What
where is the information at?
I don't know. Ask them.
What do you mean ask them? I mean, you're saying that people can't keep their mouth shut, so there has to be something about it. Well, where's the information?
What information?
You can't be this dumb.
I don't know if there's any information to learn about it. You're assuming.
So are you saying people can't keep their mouth shut?
If they want to. But that's
so they can't hold a secret. So people can't hold secrets then. I thought you said a minute ago that people can't hold them.
Generally, no.
But I don't know anything that's happening in Area 51. And we've looked.
Assuming that Area 51 is some secret place. That's your assumption, right?
You can't go in there. Public people cannot go. People in the public cannot go in there.
So I don't know what they're doing in there. Like I said, they could be.
So people can't hold secrets.
Who said it's a secret just because you don't have access to something?
Yeah, the police come when you get to the gate. So, what are you going to tell them? Why are you there?
I don't know what
I just posted the video for you, and they get the little banner too. If you look up Area 51, they get the little flat Earth banner notes.
Well, I don't think he understands what the definition of a secret is because people on Discord don't know where I live, but it's not a secret at the same time. Oh, I don't know how he's defining the word secret, but
Okay, Raiden. So you got no proof of curvature, no proof of rotation. You just believe in the globe because you don't think people can keep secrets. Noted.
that's not entirely accurate. I don't know why I can't prove it myself, but when I was talking to Critter earlier, I'm satisfied with satellite images. So until someone can debunk those, that shows plenty of curvature.
Let me debunk satellites. Why can't you see them in the sky?
If someone can show that these images are false, then I'll change my view. But that hasn't been.
I want to see a satellite. Shouldn't we be able to fucking telescope into a satellite if they were there?
I don't know. I can tell you.
I want to buy a telescope because there's always this bright orange thing that I can see off my balcony. I want to zoom into it.
Yeah, that's my response to you, Dandelion. If someone somewhere can debunk satellite images of Earth, then I would probably change my mind that day.
I don't think you can even validate satellite images from Earth.
Yeah, what image are you talking about? Isn't that what you want to know, Albo? What image?
Yeah, I mean, he's saying that somebody could debunk. I mean, percent one to start with.
not debunk me.
What's
I'm
the
not the one
convincing? What image has convinced you? Let's see it. Post it in the chat.
Okay, I'll have to go on. I have to get in front of my computer and do this again. I've already posted these images like 3 or 4 times.
Oh yeah,
over the
just give me
last
your
year or so.
favorite. Just give me your favorite globe image, the one that makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside because you live on the globe and you'll get to escape to Mars one day. Yeah, just give me your favorite.
Okay, I'll give you one that NASA took, and I'll give you one that the ESA took. Does that sound
Sounds fabulous.
okay? Please stand by.
Standing by for globe proof. Standing by.
I think they use ray tracing for the CGI of the globe. I'm sorry. I'll stop. I just have so much fun when I come in here. So cool.
Yeah, I mean, pictures from space. It's like, it's old school, but it's like it's kind of like just admitting like they just like it better, right? That's how I see the pictures from space, guy. It's just like we just like these pretty pictures. We want them to be real. We don't care if they're not real. We just love them.
That's how I feel about dinosaurs. I wanted to be an anthropologist when I was a kid, but then I found out they aren't real. But we still have them in games and movies, so it's cool.
Yeah, you can still live in a fictional, world in your imagination just for fun, as long as you recognize that's what you're doing, that it's an escapism thing, then, the problem is when people actually think that fantasy world is real, that they seem to be having problems.
I have a Star Trek channel running.
Yeah. And he knows it's fiction. That's right. And if he switches over to the NASA channel, then he knows it's more fiction, just not as entertaining and worse acting and lower production values.
I just posted an image in the chat that was taken in 2012 by Europe. That's just one image. I posted like 3 other ones in the past, but it's kind of redundant, so I just posted the one. That's enough for me. You guys can look at it.
That's enough for you. That's proof for you.
Africa, so big, so
I've seen more
big.
than that, but if that can be debunked, like I said, then I'll change my mind immediately.
There's no stars.
Yeah, that was the first thing I noticed. It's just black. It's just black.
I thought I saw a star and it was a speck of dust on my screen because I moved the image and dust stayed there. I wiped the only star I saw away.
But what are the ones that we see when we go outside? What are those? What are those pretty lights in the sky when we go outside?
Yep, no satellites flying around it, no airplanes, nothing, no contrails, nothing.
No.
Yeah, no chemtrails. There's no chemtrails.
Contrails. Shit's airplanes leave behind.
Yeah, it's fucking nanotech that comes out the chemtrails, but that's not this
Condensation trails. What's wrong with you?
Now there's these independent researchers. They have this type of microscope, and there's like only 30 of them in the world, and they're the only independent team with that kind of microscope. And they took, I don't know how they did it, but they took samples of the chemtrails, and then they looked at it under the microscope. And the feature that it has is it can show you the material, it can show you what you're looking at. And it was all metals. And fuck, I want to see that video again because it was so cool.
Yeah, go search
They
the
proved
video because
that-
you're taking us off the tangent of the topic of the room.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, that picture's fake. So there you go. Now you're a flat earther. No stars.
Yeah, I like penguins. I don't know if you feel like talking, but yeah, I'll just read what you said there in the text chat since it's relevant to the previous conversation. Why do people think everything that contradicts them is fake when there's too much evidence from too many sources? Okay, so yeah, the reason we know Raiden's image is fake, I mean, besides the things that were just mentioned, which are actual. Oh, hello, Indian dude. Hold on a minute. If you got a question, oh no, he's gone away. Besides the discrepancies in the photo itself, which we just mentioned, it's because we know that the Earth measures flat and that no curvature has ever been demonstrated. And the drop-over distance predicted by the fantasy globe story doesn't actually exist in reality. That's why we know for absolute certain that photo's fake, as well as the fact that the fantasy medium of outer space can't exist either. That's why. So it's not just what you said, everything that contradicts them. No, I'm all into contradictions. That's why I know that the contradiction that demonstrates the geometry of the sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles is contradicted by real-world observations. I'm all about it. You got a contradiction to that? Penguins, we can't wait to hear about it. He can talk in a bit. Welcome, Inside Secrets. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel. Tony V says he can't talk right now. Good to see you. Ski's here. Backwards are still remaining silent. Welcome, everybody. If you've got any questions, feel free to speak up. What tool is measuring the Earth as flat? Backwards are still remaining silent. Yes, thank you. That will be Backwards our entrance theme whenever he comes in the future.
I posted a picture I caught with my P900 of a planet in another galaxy. You can see it's getting hit by a moon. It's finally collapsed in on the planet. And it was just, I couldn't get the video, but I got a good still shot of it. I'm going to be calling CNN tomorrow.
It looks like Far Cry 4 with intro.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Because it has stars.
Oh yeah.
They're out of focus because I was focused in on the planet.
Elon Musk. Fuck a direct energy weapon.
Well, you can tell that's a real picture because you can see the red lava underneath. Like, that's what planets are made of. You can see it's going to explode out. A cloud came by, then you can see it's real cloudy there. It came by and covered it completely, and I couldn't get any better shot.
When are we gonna go out in the field as a team and just start digging fucking holes?
You can. You and Kembo Beats want to go travel.
Yeah, I'll travel in 7 years. Check back with me.
Travel on my foot heels. So wait, why is a space? Why do I have to watch a Space Odyssey?
What's going on?
I don't know. It's some funky music.
Yeah, that's Indian dude. Okay, I'll just probably have to mute him because I don't know what he's doing.
People have a hard time in here. It's a very difficult room for most people, it seems.
Yeah, well, people don't want their worldview challenged, right? Mr. BS is back up at the top.
Yo, did anybody find a picture of the container yet?
Yeah, I just posted it at 31 after the hour. You can see that I took a picture of a planet. Its container exploding. There it is. That's a container.
Oh, you believe in planets now?
Yeah, at 31 after the hour. Scroll and look at it.
Ah, you came around, so you're a Glober now?
Yep. And then if you scroll down, you'll see which YouTube video it came from. The guy that made that in Blender. That was just like the end result.
Good for you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have to go in and out. Just the chat, like sometimes it just doesn't update. Does that ever happen to you guys? But then it's fixed when I leave and return, so I shall try that.
It doesn't scroll itself sometimes, so you just gotta scroll down.
Yeah, there's weirdness.
Hope everyone had a safe holiday weekend. It sounds like everyone here did.
Wait, are these supposed to be rivers or borders? What am I looking at in this picture?
What do you think about gravity, Dandelion? You have any ideas or thoughts? Or
At least you have a new approach, Raiden. I don't think you ever asked me that before. What do I think about gravity? Yeah. So, yeah, what I think is it's unfortunate that the American education system, which is the only one I can speak to, is miseducating millions of school children, even though mainstream science has discarded mass attracting mass gravity, and there's no conclusive proof for it ever demonstrated on Earth. And I think it's really unfortunate that people's minds are being mistrained and miseducated. And that's just one of the many areas where they're being misinformed and they're not even being kept up on the current lore. I mean, I've thought this for years because there's many things like that where the K through 12 education system teaches these old things, even though when you get to college or you get to more advanced levels, they tell you, oh no, actually we totally misled you about that thing, the structure of the atom, all the stuff. And why not just revamp it and it really needs to just be all thrown out and start over, right? For sure. Some areas, for sure, definitely many of the so-called science areas. But yeah, I'm not into it. I'm not into it. No evidence of it conclusively demonstrated as a cause and effect relationship on Earth. What do you think about it, Raiden?
That's fascinating. So you don't think there's forget about the word gravity. I think a lot of people have a problem with that word. Do you believe there's a downward force being applied to everything on Earth, or no?
No evidence of that.
Okay, that's fascinating.
You have evidence? Present it, please, to the group. Everyone wants to hear it. Let's see it.
You want the long or the short answer?
How about the medium one?
Well, in the interest of time, I'll give you the short answer. How about that? Because I don't want to hog the mic. There's other people here.
I'm not going to stop you, Raiden. Prove gravity, please, by all means.
Like, the only thing I can prove is that I exist. I can't prove anything beyond that. But that's a whole nother thing. That's a Descartes thing. But anyway, everything else is contingent. But anyway, the short answer is that you and I are floating away, and there's a reason for that. That's what I'm guessing.
We aren't birds.
Yeah, we don't have wings.
Well, birds don't float; they fly.
Exactly. So they actually apply energy.
We aren't balloons.
They can do that. Well, you have one or two choices.
I don't think we are.
In the line, you have one or two choices.
Birds are engineers.
You're either being pulled down by something or the ground is being pushed up toward you. So which one do you want to choose? There's something going on here. We know that. So which one do you want
Birds don't think the ground is coming closer and farther away from them when they're flying.
I'm just saying, either something is pushing us down or the ground's being pushed up towards us. So which one is it?
Your fat ass.
How does this guy know what birds are thinking unless he has a bird
fat ass is keeping you on the ground, bro. Your weight. You think it'd float away if there wasn't gravity?
What is weight?
Weight.
Can you define it?
You don't know what weight is?
I'm asking if you know what it is. Do you know what it is?
Well, why do helium balloons go up? Gravity?
What is weight? Can you answer? It's a simple question.
No, you're too dumb to know what weight is.
What is weight? Explain. I'm too dumb. I need you to explain. Answer.
Yeah, no, you're dumb. You're dumb.
Go ahead. What is weight?
Solid. A solid.
What's weight? Weight is a solid? Weight is a solid? That's your answer?
Solid. Something you can weigh. Something that has mass. Not mass. Has density.
Something that has mass? That's your answer?
Density.
What is density?
You're a fucking idiot.
Why can't you answer these questions? You're using these terms.
No, I'm not answering questions for a 5-year-old. What's weight?
Okay, you don't know what weight is?
You don't know what weight is.
You're the one that can't answer.
So why do helium balloons go up and your fat ass goes down?
What is weight and what is density? Define the terms you're using, please.
You're too dumb to talk to, bro.
Go ahead, just define the terms. It's simple stuff. When people say things, usually we ask them, "Hey, what does that mean? What you're saying? Do you know what it means?" That's normal. You guys do it all the time in here. So, what is weight? What is density? Those are terms you're using.
Yeah, density, the amount of stuff in something, dude. What are you talking about?
The amount of stuff? What the fuck does that mean?
Don't you know anything, bro? You know what weight is?
What is weight? I'm asking you. Do you know what it is?
Does air have weight?
Why do you keep answering with questions? You use the term. What does it mean? You don't know what it means? Just say, I don't know what it means.
Weight is?
Are you afraid to admit that you don't know what weight means?
You're asking me what weight means. Everyone knows what weight is.
Yeah, everybody's here. Everybody here can hear. It's pretty simple. This is pretty simple stuff. You should be able to answer a simple question. What is weight?
Yeah, I did.
Well, okay, what is it? What's the answer? It's the amount of stuff in solids? Is that what your answer is?
Everyone knows what weight is, dude. Yeah?
Okay, so if everyone knows what it is, just tell me. What is
your weight that's keeping you
So weight is your weight.
Density.
Is that your answer?
Your density, dude.
Weight. You're saying, okay, so
Your
weight is density?
Dude. Yeah. Keeping you to the ground.
So then what is
Stopping
density?
you from flying away. Yeah?
What is density?
No need for gravity.
What is density?
Because your fat ass is already keeping you to the ground.
Okay,
you can float away if there wasn't a magical force of gravity.
Weight is density. What is density?
What do you mean, what is density? Look it up. You don't know what it is?
You tell me. You're the one defining things, so go ahead, define it.
No, I'm not going to define every word for you, fuckhead.
You're the one using the terms. You need to be able to explain what the terms you use mean. If you can't, you're probably using them wrong.
No, if you don't know what weight means, then you're retarded.
Okay, what does it mean? I'm retarded. Go ahead. What does it mean? Answer.
You need to look it up.
So if you can't answer, that means you're retarded by your own logic. If you can't answer,
what's gravity mean? What's
so
gravity
by your own logic, you are retarded.
What's gravity mean?
Oh man, wow, this is rough. You guys gonna let this dude flounder like this? Usually you jump in to save the retards.
What's meth? No, I'm kidding.
Yikes, buddy. You should go back on mute, buddy. That was rough for you. Maybe come back when you can define what weight or density is. The terms that you keep using. Look it up.
You don't know what they are. No, you should look it up because you know what it is.
I'm not the one using the terms. You are, so you should be able to define them. Right? Like you keep using those terms, so explain to me what they mean.
Every single word. Boy,
no, not every single word. Just those two would be nice.
You can look them up, dude. What weight is?
No, I want to know if you know what.
You don't know what weight is. Okay, well, maybe you should look it up.
I don't think you do. I don't think you do. I don't think you know what they mean. Pretty clear.
This is just a tactic of the Globey, just to say define a word.
Look at you. This is just a tactic of a dude that can't admit when he doesn't know something. He has to obfuscate, run away from the question. You're using terms. Someone asked you to define what the terms are. You're explaining your reality using these terms, and you can't even define or explain them. That's pretty rough for you. That means you're living in a faith-based world. You're just repeating what you hear.
You haven't defined it.
Okay, Lloyd, can you explain what weight means?
So relax.
What does weight mean, Lloyd?
No. What does weight mean? He asked you actually first, but then you just...
No, I asked him that. You retard. Have you been listening? Go back and watch.
And when he actually tells you what you're doing, you just deflect and say the same thing. Like, no,
don't rewrite history, buddy. Everybody was here. This is all recorded.
Yeah, I was listening the whole time, Booger.
Okay, so I
Where's
asked
the evidence
you a
for your
question.
globe?
So now I'm
what would be
asking
the best evidence for your globe?
Does weight mean?
Booger.
Don't pivot, Lloyd. What does weight mean?
What is the best evidence for your globe?
Lloyd, don't pivot. This is rough for you guys.
Weight on
don't
a platter.
pivot.
You have weight
the
on
other
a
guy
globe.
muted like I told him to.
Doesn't
you want
matter.
me to make you mute too? Because you can't answer a simple question? What is
Booger.
weight?
Doesn't matter.
What is weight?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, why do things go down, Lloyd?
Because of the relative density of objects.
What is density?
The amount of something that an object has.
What is something? What do you mean when you say something? The amount of what?
Of matter, mass.
Okay,
really
so the mass.
Closeness of the objects of the object, such
Why
as
is
like
mass being
particles
pulled
or
down?
atoms.
Why is mass being pulled down?
Because of relative density.
What do you mean relative
But it's not
density?
being pulled down. That's the thing. It's just going down.
Right.
There's no pull.
The same reason why
What the hell does
bubbles
that
in the
mean?
ocean
Oh,
go
hold
up.
on. What do you mean, buddy, when you say it's not being pulled down, it's just going down? What's the difference?
I didn't say that.
I don't know. You
I'm talking to
define
the
that.
other guy, Lloyd. Be quiet.
Yeah. No.
What is the difference between going down and being pulled down? You drew a distinction there, so explain what's the difference.
No. Let me try and answer your question, because I don't.
It's a simple question. You just made the point.
I really want to try to answer your question, because I want to see where you want to go with this. Where you like being pulled down and just going down. What did I mean by that?
One's a traction and one's a direction. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so what causes things with mass to choose the direction down?
They don't.
Since they're not being pulled,
it's a cool
why are they
claim, but go
choosing
ahead and
to go
prove it.
down?
That's a cool claim, but go ahead and prove it. Go ahead, Nick.
What claim, retard? I'm asking you guys
you're really
questions
low,
about
man.
the things you say, and you can't even answer them. You guys say things, and I ask you to explain, and you get lost.
Booger, that's you. You're projecting, brother. You can't answer anything.
Lloyd, you can't just keep saying.
Shut up, dude. You can't answer anything, and that's what you just keep repeating. So, Mick, I don't know if you want to take this, but he's just going to actually repeat what you tell him.
I want to ask him one thing, right? You observe an object fall to the ground, right? How do you know if something is pulling it down or something else is pushing it down? How do you make that differentiation?
Repeat the question. What were you saying?
You observe the phenomena of something heavy, like your phone, falling to the ground, right? How do you know if something is pulling it down or something else is pushing it down? How do you make that differentiation?
Based on that one example, if that was the only example that was shown to me, I wouldn't be able to make any kind of conclusion. I'd have to do additional observations and in different conditions to be able to make any kind of judgment. I can't just see a phone fall down once and say, hey, this is why it's doing what it's doing. I would have to see repeatable phenomenon. There'd have to be measurable results. We'd have to do it in different conditions all over the earth. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so how many and under what conditions?
Oh, I don't know. As many as
you don't know.
all around the earth.
You don't know. Okay,
all
so,
around the earth.
So picture the most as many as you can do on under as many different conditions as you can think of.
I'm imagining a world where things fall down. I'm imagining it.
Okay. So now how do you, having done all those tests, how do you know for sure that all those things were pulled down as opposed to being pushed down?
You could do some more specific experiments. You could like drop things in a vacuum, for example.
Right. Okay.
So, like, for example, if you're saying relative density is the reason things get pulled down, if I made a vacuum tube and I dropped something, why would it go down?
Well, if you think about it, right, a vacuum is far less dense than the air is. So if it's going to go down in air, it's going to go down in an even less dense environment.
That doesn't explain why it's going down, because you're using relative density to explain why things get pushed down to the earth. Correct. You're saying the density is the reason they get pulled down. Listen. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish my point, and then you can go.
No, but
finish what I'm saying.
You've already made my point for me. All you can actually do is manipulate that and observe if that phenomena happens or not. Right?
If relative density is the reason that certain things go down and certain things go up, then in a vacuum, things shouldn't move, right?
Nope.
Why?
No. Because, like I said before, in air...
Answer why.
I am.
In air. We're in a vacuum.
If you shut the fuck up...
There's no other matter.
Shut the fuck up. I'm answering you. right? In air, it's one less dense medium than the object. A vacuum, which is not a vacuum, by the way. In a vacuum, for example, right, is an even far less dense medium, and it's not even a perfect vacuum, right? So one could
argue
that
there is no medium in a vacuum. Silly.
Actually, you don't. Actually, in an imperfect vacuum.
What's the medium in a vacuum?
In an imperfect vacuum, shut your fucking mouth, child. Listen.
Stop losing your mind. Stop getting emotional and calm down.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Control yourself. Control yourself. Be an adult.
Fucking mouth.
Control yourself. Control yourself, child. Control yourself.
Shut your fucking mouth, or I'll control it for you. All right. He's fucking. Oh, there we go. Okay, he's undeafened. Right. In a vacuum, it's not even a perfect vacuum. Right. So there could be an argument to be made that in that enclosed environment is a little bit of air, right? Far less than in the environment, but significantly less nonetheless. So there you have an even less dense medium, right? So everything follows. Now your claim, right, as to why it's going, he's fucking deafened.
Yeah, he was. I just didn't want to interrupt you because we're all listening. Everybody else except him.
So explain to me if I put a bowling ball in a
thank you very much.
Everybody else is listening. Everybody else is listening to you.
Thank you very much. Right. So in an even less dense medium, right, it is you have a setup that's consistent with what we were talking about before. Right. It's less dense
in a vacuum.
So it goes down. Yep. It's even less dense.
In a vacuum, why would the bowling ball fall down instead of up? It's got the same consistency in the medium as it does above it and below it. Why would it not fall up?
Because it's more dense than air.
What do you mean by
there's no air in the vacuum?
Yes, there is.
There's air in a vacuum.
Yes.
There's always a little bit.
Okay, so is the air below or above the bowling ball?
What? It's in the vacuum.
If I put a bowling ball in a vacuum,
more dense than the air in the vacuum. That's correct.
So then if it's more dense, why is it pulled down instead of in any other direction?
Solid objects. What happens when
Why aren't you answering? This is a simple question.
What happens when you put water in a vacuum chamber?
This is a simple question. Let me explain it to you. Okay, I'm going to wait for you to finish, and then we're going to stay on topic. You're not going to change the topic. You're going to stay on this.
We're not going to talk about the solid objects.
Yeah, and you're making the answer in your conclusion. Again, you asserted it's being pulled down. You don't know that. Right? Think, buddy.
If I put a bowling ball in a vacuum chamber and I pull all the air out of it, why would it fall down?
I am not done.
Why would it not fall down?
I am not done. If you really think about it, sir, there's no real way of determining this because you can't manipulate all the variables in question. The only ones that we can are, as has been mentioned, relative density. Okay, we can observe the phenomena of things going up or down depending on their relationship with their surrounding medium. Here you have a vacuum. It's far less dense than the object itself. It goes down. It's consistent. Why down? It's anybody's guess, dude. You asserting that there's a standalone.
So you're saying there's some kind of force pulling it down?
That is your burden to bear. You keep asserting.
No, I'm asking you. Let me ask you a question. When you're done, I'm going to speak. So go ahead. Finish.
I make no claim to it. You're the one that has that burden. You bear it. You provide the evidence it exists, or case closed.
Okay. All right. So now that you're done speaking, so if I took a bowling ball and I put it in a vacuum chamber, okay, and I pull everything out, okay, and I let go of that bowling ball, why does the bowling ball fall down?
Did you not listen to anything I just said?
I'm waiting for you to explain why it would fall down. Are you saying that in another? Or here's a better question. Here's a better question.
I just told you. All that we know is that rule is consistent with that setup. Why it goes
like
down?
Gravity. It's like there's a force.
So that's your assertion.
Force pulling things down.
That is your assertion. For all we know,
so you're saying things are not pulled down.
I'm not making the claim whether it's being pulled or being pushed.
Oh wow!
If you
So
think
you don't
about
even
it-
know if things fall down or if they fall up.
I
Okay,
didn't
all
say
right.
that.
You're
Don't
cooked.
straw
You're
man me. I didn't don't straw man me. I didn't say that. Okay, for all you know, things are being pushed down from something above. We don't know that. I'm not making the claim, but you like to think that it's being pulled down because it's consistent with your worldview, right? But the reality is, either way, technically speaking, from observation, it matches up. Now it's your burden to bear, right? Determine which is actually happening. And to this day, you have failed to actually produce that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So why wouldn't it fall up?
It's anybody's guess, dude.
So if I'm actually, let's take this out of the vacuum. Okay, let's say I'm just holding a bowling ball in front of me. Okay, I'm holding it in the air. Now, the relative density, the air above it and below it are going to be equally as dense. If I let go of the ball, why does it fall to the earth?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, it's not about how much is up or below it.
That's what relative density means, and that's what you keep saying.
No. It's not that. For example, if you put a bowling ball and the ground,
vacuum
a foot
would
from
not
the
be
ground,
the same density.
Right. Go ahead. Take it away, Lloyd. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying he was claiming that in this case, hypothetical, that the bowling ball would have the same density as a vacuum, which is just ridiculous.
No, that's not what I said, Lloyd. Think about it. What I said is if you had a bowling ball and I was holding it, let's take it out of the vacuum. I'm just holding a bowling ball in front of me. Would you say that the air has a uniform density around that bowling ball?
Right.
Okay, so if I let go of it, why does it fall down?
Because the bowling ball is more dense than the air around it.
There you go.
Why wouldn't it fall up? If the air above it is the same density as the air below it, why would it not fall in any other direction?
Nobody said the air's pushing the ball around, you dummy.
He is. He said relative density is the reason the ball falls down. So yeah, he is saying
More
that.
dense than air.
Here's the problem.
Okay, so why would it go down instead of any other direction? Why would it go towards the earth?
Let's entertain this, right? Okay.
Are you asking why things go up and down?
It's 1 foot off the ground. I have a bowling ball. It's 1 foot off the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
The air below the bowling ball is whatever the density is of general air.
The air
right?
above it, yeah.
Maybe a little bit more, right? Because it's hotter or whatever you want to argue, right? And then the air above it's a little bit colder. Okay. Is the bowling ball still net more dense than all the air around it, whether the air is hotter or cold?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So you answered your own question. Next.
So it's more dense, but why would it go to the earth instead of going up? If the reason it falls is because of relative density of the air, and the air has the same relative density all around it, why would it get pulled to the earth? Explain that.
I see the problem.
Explain why it goes to the earth. You keep missing that. You keep missing that. You keep avoiding that.
You misunderstood the point. You misunderstood the point.
Answer the simple question.
It's the relationship between the density of the object and its surrounding medium, not the constituent parts of the medium.
So why does it go down?
How many times do I have to type?
Please answer that question. Why does it go down? Why does it go down? Please answer that.
Why does it go down? If I have listen, buddy. I'm gonna make this as simple as possible. Let me change the scenario up. Let me change the scenario up a little bit, okay? Let me change it up a little bit. Let me make it more simple for you.
Geometry of information across the cosmic quantum network.
Who the fuck is this guy?
I don't know who that is.
I have no idea either. Dude, if
you're mentioning a vacuum. Vacuum. Are you going to need a container to produce that vacuum?
Go ahead.
Okay, why, if I'm holding a bowling ball 6 feet off the ground,
you would need a container, right?
Why does it fall down? The air above it is equally as dense as the air below it. So why would it not go up?
So that's going to be in a vacuum, right?
No, it doesn't have to be. I'm saying if I'm just holding a bowling ball out in front of me, 6 feet off the ground, and I let go of it, why would it get pulled down to the earth?
Because you picked it up.
Why are you assuming pulled?
Why would it go down to the earth? Why would it fall
Okay, are
down?
you an Einstein denier, or why are you assuming pulled?
Why would it fall down?
Fall down. I don't know.
The
That's what it
conventional
does.
sense,
What
yes.
mechanism? What mechanism
Vacuum
do you have?
requires a container to separate inside from
Do you have
outside.
an answer
but
for that?
in the deepest
Why
layers
would
of
it fall
physics,
down?
No, because I don't have a
vacuum isn't
viable
nothing.
mechanism
It's
that
the
I could
quantum
actually
field
test.
itself.
Oh, so you don't know? You don't know why it would fall down?
I don't have a viable mechanism for it that I can test. Do you? I don't make
So you don't
pseudoscience
know.
claims.
So
do
you
you?
don't know how.
Well,
you don't know
listen,
why it falls down.
Yeah, because I
Is that
don't
your
make
answer? You don't
pseudoscience
know?
claims. Do you?
Okay, so you don't know. That's your answer.
Do you know?
So your answer is you don't know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Clarify
Do you
that for
know?
me?
Do you know?
Good. I'm glad you can admit that.
Do you know?
Wait. But why don't you answer any questions that are presented to you?
Because I asked the questions first, and I just
Do
answered
you know?
after he answered.
Yeah, do you know?
Yeah, I do. It's
What?
gravity.
Why? Oh, okay. Now validate that for us with a scientific experiment. Go ahead. First, define gravity.
Gravity is the warping of space-time caused by
Warping of
objects
space-time.
with mass.
Okay, now provide us a hypothesis that's been tested and used to demonstrate that the warping of space-time is the reason the thing fell. Go ahead.
You take something and you drop it, it's going to fall down towards the earth.
No, you don't. You take something, and that's circular reasoning as well. You don't just drop your fucking phone.
How is that circular reasoning? Do you know what
Okay,
circular
I'll explain you, moron. You don't just drop your phone
You
and
don't
then
know
go,
what circular
that happened
reasoning
because
is? Jesus
space-time
Christ.
distorted.
Gravity is an abstract of mass.
Okay, listen, do you know what a scientific hypothesis is, little bro?
Yeah.
Okay, formulate one for me for space-time and whatever it is you're going to be dropping.
No, I'm not going to formulate.
Yeah, you don't know what a scientific hypothesis is, little bro.
Do you know what a scientific
little bro?
Like I said,
Yeah, I do.
gravity is an
Wait, hold on,
Yeah,
You're going to say I win again, Harry?
Can you define it for
That
me,
was the
please?
best, dude. I
Wait,
need you
real
to
quick,
say
real
I
quick.
win again.
It's
so
a
I can
fictional
clip that.
supposition into a cause and effect
I'm gonna
relationship
clip
in
that.
nature.
Okay,
Yeah,
define
you're not
cause
going to
and effect.
remember any of that.
Hold on, define cause and effect, please. What is?
So long, he's not going to get you off the hook. So you don't know what a scientific
What, bro? You're
hypothesis is.
cooked. Tell me why things fall down.
Oh, he's going to do a respawn now while he says, I'm cooked.
You never answered. You keep avoiding. Like you.
No, I did answer. I
never
said,
answer the
I'm
question.
avoiding beyond
You did
relative
never.
density.
Heretic,
We don't
you got one trick. All you do, Heretic, is say, demonstrate it, right?
And you can't. It's a good trick because you make claims that you can't back up with demonstration, as I just proved again. And you don't know what a scientific hypothesis is, so you don't have any scientific validation whatsoever for that claim that space-time made the thing go down. You're so stupid that you think that a scientific demonstration just entails dropping something and then asserting that some bendy space-time was the reason it fell. I think maybe you fell on your head as a child, dude.
Hey, I have a question, mister.
Hey, did you call me stupid, man? That's fucking hurt my feelings, dude.
You are stupid, and I didn't have to point it out. It was self-evident.
Are
Now
you
shut up.
serious?
Somebody who
You need to stop.
might
You're
not be
being
brain
really
damaged.
mean right
I don't
now,
know
man.
yet. Somebody who might not be brain damaged seems to have a question.
Heretic,
So we're gonna let
now
him
you're
go
saying
ahead.
I have brain damage, dude? What
Clearly,
the hell?
dude, you think a scientific demonstration is just dropping something. You're mental. Go ahead.
Me, my turn.
Yeah, he's retarded. We're done with him.
That's not nice to say.
Well, he is. I mean, look at him.
Well, let's be nice, okay? You know, there's nothing wrong with being. There's nothing wrong with being. Is there something wrong with being nice?
I mean, Clownfly, think about it. The guy openly admits he smokes boogers. Okay.
And scary clown is lecturing us about being nice. Like, what kind of bizarre world is this? What's your question, Clownfly?
Clown, if I. My question is, because I'm a little on the fence here, right? So, if I want to believe the Earth's flat, right, and I look at the sun go underneath the horizon, and I feel like I've asked this before, I'm not sure, but I see it, and everyone else sees it the same way, go under the horizon. Wouldn't that be impossible if there's no two sides of the flat Earth? Because from our cartoon of the flat Earth, there's only one side. So where would the sun go? Thank you very much. That's my question.
I'm sorry. Was I supposed to be answering that? Was your question about the sun? I was looking at something else.
Yeah, if it goes underneath the horizon, which we all see, where does it go?
It goes
Since the Earth-
outside of your. It goes outside of your field of vision.
Oh yeah? How can you prove that?
I look at it, and that's what it
Look
does.
at any hallway, right?
Go ahead, Flat Lloyd, please.
Yeah, just because it seems like you think that we think that we're like a disk in space, and that's definitely not true. There's definitely no outer space vacuum next to gas pressure. But
What is the
in the case of your question, it's not actually going down, right? When objects get farther and farther and farther away from you, they will actually recede to your vanishing point or like your horizon line, right? Which in this case, you see the sun above you at noon, right? And it goes away from you. Similar to like if you were like, I don't know, on a really, really large flat table in a dark room and you had a small, tiny light next to the table. Well, it's not going to light up the whole table, but if that light just kind of keeps going around the table, it'll light up the portion of the table that it's at. And when it goes away from you, you can't see it anymore because the light attenuated, right? Inverse square law, all that stuff.
How does that model explain seasons?
Well, the sun will also oscillate between the areas as well, right? So, like, you have the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, and the sun will oscillate through basically these two circles.
Wait, hold on.
Right?
How does that
So it's in a
model?
The sun
projection
should
of
be moving.
Polaris.
Which one's on the inside? Which one's on the inside? Is the Tropic of Cancer on the inside, or is the southern hemisphere on the outside?
I'd have to look. I'm looking at the electronics of an old iPod right now.
Can I just ask?
Well, either way, let's just real quick say that the North Pole is in the center and the South Pole is like around the edge or whatever you call it. But that would mean that the sun during the summer in the northern hemisphere would be making smaller circles and be moving slower. It's very much not doing that.
It doesn't mean that at all.
Is the
No, it
moon?
definitely doesn't.
Sorry, is the
Because
moon also
in
flat?
their area,
Flat Earth
they're
model?
further away from the sun. And in my area, say such as the northern area, the
If
sun
you
is
need to
closer
make-
during the summer.
The sun makes a circle around the Earth, and it takes 24 hours. You see the sun going around in 24 hours, it'll be at the same position that it was. When it's further south.
Actually, it won't be in the same position that it was. It'll be slightly different.
Relatively same.
It won't be in the
relatively
same
same
spot. No, it won't be relative.
Not even relatively the same.
What's that?
In fact, it'll dramatically change speed throughout the day.
So you think the
If you
sun
actually
is
notice.
smaller than the Earth?
It's not about, what do you mean the speed throughout the day? It's not about the speed throughout the day. It's about the speed during the summer versus the winter. In the winter, in the northern hemisphere, the sun is still making one circle every 24 hours. So if it's a bigger circle, that means it would need to be moving faster in order to make that 24-hour, 360-degree circle. But it's not moving faster.
And if you look at a solar analemma, this is what we see. Actually, in many cases, the solar analemma can change shape depending on the area or the locality that you're at.
You're telling me that if the sun's overhead in the summer, then it'll move to it'll move from like 90 degrees above the horizon to 60 degrees in a different amount of time during the summer in the south when it's overhead in the south from 90 degrees to 60 degrees. You're saying it's going to move faster?
I'm saying it does what it does, right, regardless
No, you said it
of the
moves
shape
faster.
of the Earth.
You said it moves faster.
I'm saying in your locality, right? And you can actually see the solar analemma, right? You see that it has like a smaller loop and a bigger loop sometimes if you're in a certain locality versus, say, when you're at the equator, right?
Well, I'm talking about overhead.
A little bit closer to even versus, actually, there's a lot of different solar analemmas.
Well, I don't even know what an analemma is. I'm just talking about if it's overhead from 90 degrees overhead in the summer and the winter to 60 degrees when it starts to set, it should take a different amount of time for it to get to that angle, or either that or another thing that's completely broken. Then in the
Well, it goes
south,
throughout the year.
see it overhead, it goes from 90 degrees to 60 degrees. That should take a different amount of time if it's a bigger circle. You're saying that happens and you can observe it with an
No,
analema?
it's the exact same amount of time, man. It's exactly how it works outside.
So it's
right
not
now.
making bigger
Like right
circles
now,
and
it's summer
all
for
doesn't
me,
explain the seasons.
and for my friends in Australia, it is winter.
Yeah, so you can't
That's
explain the
happening
seasons with
right
that
now.
model because it wouldn't line up with observations. Like the
What
sun
model are you talking about? I'm talking about reality right now. Remember, I talked about the sun's locality. I'm not talking about a map. I think you have a disk, like AE projection stuck in your head or something. I didn't make that claim. I'm just saying out in
You said it
reality
makes
right now,
circles of different
that if the
sizes.
sun is closer to you, it's going to be hotter. The sun is further from you, it'll be colder. It's pretty much that simple.
Yeah, and you said it does that by making different sized circles around the Earth, and that is not true. It's verifiably not true. So that model is
It
broken.
does do like spirals. Yeah, it does. Yeah,
No, you're
what's
saying
the
it does different sized circles, which would result in different speeds because it's 24 hours per circle.
If I may, I'm just curious. What do you mean by it's verifiably not true? How would one go to test that? Because even if you are using an AE map sort of mental, construct just for illustration, right? The sun's spiraling around, right, as it goes to the outer ends of that projection. If it's maintaining a constant angular velocity, sure, that would translate into larger linear velocity as it expands out. But at the very least, the angular velocity is constant. Right. So when you say it's not verifiable, I mean, what's your method to check that?
So the angular velocity is just how much it'll move from overhead to like sunset, for example. Now,
right,
we should
Does
see.
that time change every day or no?
Does that time change every day? Yeah, very slightly.
You're right,
That's
but it's
the thing.
changing ever so slightly, isn't it?
During the summer and the winter.
What would cause that
that's because the
change?
sun's position changes if you keep it overhead. If you adjust your distance and your position.
I wonder what would cause that change for my locality. In fact, I could just look up the solar chart,
You're
such
saying
as
it's
like sun calculator. We use actually like a celestial dome over a flat surface, right? I mean, you didn't even know what a solar analema was, bro.
No.
You're like wondering like how the sun works outside right now, and you don't even understand that. By the way, it has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth, whether it's curved or flat. That's just the sun.
Well, you presented an explanation for how the seasons work, and it just.
You know what's really funny? It doesn't work at all on a globe.
It 100% does work on a globe. What do you mean?
You think it does because you were told it does, and I remember being told that it did too until I really looked at it and realized that the sun, when it's supposedly closer, just because of supposedly a 23.4 degree tilt, that somehow we get the same phenomenon that actually is much easier to explain. Like I just told you, the locality of the sun and you.
What do you mean the sun's closer to what?
Like for instance, in the globe model, you have an elliptical pattern over the sun, right, over the year's time. And when it's furthest away from the sun, it's supposedly experiencing summer and winter. And when it's closest to the sun, it's also experiencing summer and winter.
How much of an ellipse is it? What's the change in distance?
3.5 million mile difference.
Oh, so like
supposedly, 3%. Of course. Now you can't really actually verify those numbers or measure it for yourself, but based on an assumption,
sure. Summer happens. That's not why summer happens. And it doesn't. That's not why one hemisphere experiences summer while the other experiences winter, due to the axial tilt in relation to the sun.
That's the story you've been told, but you've never actually verified or actually realized what that tilt is about, such as the solar analema.
Well, I wasn't done talking. So I've been shown visualizations of it, and I'll admit, at first, it didn't make sense to me, so I'd never bring it up in conversation. But then eventually it started to make sense once I was able to actually comprehend all the variables at play, which is which side of the sun the Earth is on as it rotates around it over 365 days, and the tilt in relation to the sun. So the bottom side in like January is going to be exposed to the sun and getting more direct sunlight. 3 million miles, if it's 93 million miles away, won't make a difference in temperature to the degree that we do see. So when it's on the other side, 6 months from then, on the other side, due to the axial tilt, now the northern side of the Earth is facing the sun. So that does very much explain seasons. I mean, maybe you just don't understand it. And
just because you explain the story, doesn't automatically make it proof, my brother.
I never said
I know
that.
the story too, and you butchered
I'm explaining how it is possible.
Butchered it. You just learned about it today, and suddenly you're like, "That explains it. That definitely works on a globe."
I don't know where you got any of that.
I have no idea where you got your story either, because that wasn't even close.
You said it was impossible.
You said it was winter when there was more sun.
Great detail. No.
Wrong. We don't experience that in reality, brother.
I said in January, the southern hemisphere experiences a direct sunlight and more sun. I never said it was winter in January.
And that's true regardless of anything. That has nothing to do with the globe model whatsoever. In fact, that doesn't work because in this case, one side is closer and one side is not, regardless of the tilt, brother.
The closeness doesn't matter. It's about the angle of the sunlight.
Yeah, just because you said so, or what?
No, at the variables given, if you accept that the globe model is 93 million miles away from the sun, and it's only an ellipse with a difference of 3 million miles, that's not going to change temperature variance to the degree that we see.
Well, says you.
All right.
The difference of the tilt of the Earth then?
Is it 23 degrees? No, it's like...
That is making so much difference, right?
They say it's 23.4
It's changing the angle of the sunlight. So you're getting...
Dude, I mean, you're stuck on seasons when there's not even a curve of the Earth. It measures flat. I mean, I
get that you want to pivot away from talking about the seasons because I showed that it wasn't impossible for a sphere to explain the seasons.
No, you lack the knowledge of your own story. And yeah, I want to move on because it has nothing to do with proving a globe.
Yeah, well, you're the one that made the claim, so maybe verify what you say before, because people can challenge what you say.
Okay. You're damn right about that, right? You're saying that we're living on a ball. How do you know that in the first place?
When did I say that?
You're arguing for globe model.
You said seasons work better on a globe, right?
Yeah, it's implied.
It's not impossible on a globe.
Okay, so if you're
literally just showed you how it doesn't.
Yeah, so check this out, bro.
You just said it doesn't. I explained in
you just said
you didn't make any commentary about it. All you did was say that I'm telling a story. You didn't explain anything about my explanation.
Right, you have no demonstrations whatsoever. You just have the story.
Yeah, well, you
I have a demonstration. I actually explained reality to you, what we experience in reality, and I showed you the contradiction that the globe has in reality, and you just completely whistled past it.
Well, you thought the globe model explained seasons because of the distance to the sun. That is not what anybody has ever said. I don't know where you got that.
Because you don't understand your own globe model, dude.
So you're saying a 3 million mile difference out of 93 million miles will have the temperature vary by like 2 times?
You know that?
3 to 5 times?
No,
so show me that
we experience no difference.
Show me moving 3% closer.
No difference, and yet there is a difference. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Because distance
in reality, we have the same winters, summers, and those patterns still exist in the same relative times that they do. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The contradiction is in that elliptical paradigm, which in this case we don't have. I don't have to explain the heavenly bodies to you. That's why I was trying to tell you how seasons work in reality. You jump to a flat Earth model when I wasn't explaining any model to you. I was explaining how reality works.
I asked you how you thought seasons worked, and you gave an explanation. I talked about the explanation, then you jumped to the globe, then I talked about the globe, now we're back to this. So you're the only one talking about other stuff.
Well,
I think
the first question I asked was about seasons.
I think
you are right. I did ask about that.
Hold on. I think one thing on both of your sides that's powerful is that even in the heliocentric model, the sun is in an apparent position. It cannot. Physical sun cannot be located even in the globe model. They cannot give a they admit it's an apparent position.
What's an apparent position?
Sun. Seems how you're talking about the sun.
What do you mean? What position? What, like, how are you measuring this position? What method?
You can't get the apparent physical location of the sun. Even in the
You can't
globe
get the
model.
apparent physical location of the sun. I thought we were talking about, like, you mean there's an apparent position that we're measuring or observing somehow, and then there's the actual position? Is that what you're saying?
Even in the model that you believe in, they claim the sun is in an apparent position. It cannot be located physically. It cannot be physically located to a particular position. It's an apparent position, even in your model. I think that's one thing. Without that guy saying, I think he was saying it without saying it. I was trying to apologize if I leaped in there like that. My bad.
No, I'm curious to what scientists that believe in the globe say you can't locate the position of the sun. That's interesting. That is interesting.
What I've heard
A little bit more nuanced than that. The scientists say that at the moment when the sun touches the horizon as it's setting over the ocean, that's just an apparent position. The geometric position of the sun is actually below the horizon. So it can vary by up to 0.5 degrees, the hour before and hour after sunrise or before sunset.
Oh, so they do know the position of the sun because you just gave the numbers of where it actually is. Yeah, there's an apparent position that's what you're seeing because light takes time to travel. That has nothing to do with being able to locate the actual position of the sun. That's just regarding
about it right now.
right? Yeah, I just learned about it and I'm already cooking you on it. How's that feel?
Dude, the rule of
You're not cooking anybody.
Yeah, the rule of thumb that I remember hearing growing up is wherever you see the sun at any given point, right? It was there like really like 15 minutes ago or something.
Yeah, right? And did you know that if you hear the thunder from lightning, it actually happened a while ago?
Now, if you heard what I said,
that happened.
Now, if you actually listen to what I said, this is what I understood growing up. Not to say that I actually take that to heart or absolutely believe it, right? But that's the lore, and it was simplified and provided in such a manner as a rule of thumb. And that's the illustration of what we mean by apparent position. It's not actually really directly down that line of sight, that straight line of sight that you project out or receive light from, really there anymore at any given time. That's the point.
Mike, who told you that? Because I don't think modern scientists would say that.
I think it was in passing growing up. It might have been.
I love you, Matt.
It could have been totally right, but the point was to illustrate really what we're talking about in like a visual form. Now the numbers might be off for sure. I mean, it's all bullshit. Anyway, for all we know,
I'll look it up for you. Since you can't, you're incapable.
But in principle, that's what James was, I think, alluding to.
What I understood was that what you learn, I'm sure it was similar to what I learned, is that light takes time to travel. So when you're looking at a certain angle at the sun, it's actually a different angle. I don't know about line of sight because line of sight isn't always a line. Maybe that.
Yeah, it's pretty much what I was just saying, but just with the words, right? Wherever you see the sun at any given moment, it's no longer there. It was there 5, 10, 15 minutes ago. Really, quote unquote.
And I'm fine with that. But somebody, I'm not sure who it was, said that because that scientists say that they can't locate the position of the sun. And I was curious about that because that was way more interesting than the light taking time to travel. I know that's something that
was James, right? Maybe he'll get something for you.
Perfect.
So distance to the sun is 93 million miles. Where did that come from? Can you break that down for us, dude?
Calculations.
I think it was triangulation.
No, not the one word. Tell us where it came from.
Triangulation.
Those words mean methods, very specific.
Why are you
methods.
saying dumb shit?
Am I being dumb? No. Do you want the methods or like where what came from? Can you rephrase the question? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Allow me to hear it again.
93 million miles to the sun. That's your claim. So where did you get that distance? Where'd the distance come from? How was it calculated, measured?
You want the variables? Because I already gave you.
Just anything, dude. Really, just anything.
I gave you anything. You didn't like that. So now I'm just making sure that I'm not going to waste my breath on some random shit that's going to be shot down with no explanation.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's random.
Globe related. It probably will just get shot down.
No, the random shit is being shot down. You're shooting it down for no reason, for some random shit. Like, I'm not hearing an explanation as to why.
Well, that's what I consider it random shit. 93 million miles to the sun, that's just random shit to me. Have you got an explanation for it, a proof, evidence, anything?
Well, I gave you a method that you can use to make calculations. I gave you. I was actually in the middle of giving more explanations, but I got interrupted. So I was talking about angular side.
Yeah, may I request that you walk through what they did to arrive at that number, if you happen to know, or be able to cite where that comes from, so we can scrutinize it.
I don't know. We got a Glober who measured it with one of our flat earthers, and he came out to 3,400 miles away the sun is. Right, Matthew?
Yes, we measured a angle, and then using the flat Earth calculation, we came up with 3,400 miles away. Or if we assumed it was a globe, we came up with the radius of the Earth to be, I don't know, 3,800 or something.
That's correct.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened in the last 15 seconds. I got a phone call. So when the moon's at half.
We're happy for you. We'd be happy for you to sit back and listen for 30 seconds and rejoin the conversation.
Sure thing. I was actually going to take a break anyway, so I'll just go on mute for however long.
Sure. I mean, we're happy for you to not narrate the entirety of your decision-making process, but go ahead.
Well, you asked me, and now you're taking me to take a step back. So
no, you don't want to. You don't want to hear
signals.
You don't want to hear this part where Matthew measured the sun to be 3,400 miles away.
Yeah, dude, and there's different people talking to you. I was the one that asked you if you could go provide or come back and provide a citation or a breakdown of the method that you heard that was done to determine the 93 million miles away sun. Then maybe we can talk about it.
Okay.
So while you're off, maybe you can say that.
So you guys can explain it with words, but I have to provide citations.
I'm asking if you can, so we can get more thorough. If you don't want to, your call. You can. You have every liberty to ask us for citation of things that I said too. You have yet to. I'm just asking you if you can. Is that a problem?
Oh, no, but I didn't even get to the explanation part. I cited a method, and then you guys complained about the explanation. I tried to get to the explanation, and then now you're talking about your own thing, your own calculations. And I'm like, when do I get to explain my bit?
Dude, that's not me. That's them. You and I spoke about 30 seconds ago, a minute ago. I asked you for this. You have every right to say no, thank you. If you want to bring it, it'd be great. We would have some material to chew on and work through. If you don't want to, that's fine. Whatever. You can ask us as well for material.
No, see, because I was ready to, but I got a phone call which interrupted my connection for 5 seconds. And then there was multiple other people talking while we were having a conversation.
Okay.
And they were talking to me, so I don't know who was who.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, they just took some airtime while it was paused. That's okay. But yeah, so if you have to go do your thing there, I was just asking if you do want to take the liberty while you're gone to procure something. I think that would be a little bit more fruitful for the room.
Okay. Not even gonna say it.
James, can you go on mute?
Yes, my bad. Oh, I got to click out of something.
Oh, Nick says all kinds of claims in the text chat there.
Oh yeah, he's lighting up the board. Have you checked them for your bingo card?
Yeah, I can count things in the text, can't I? I need to do that.
Yes,
you're right.
yes. Text counts.
Yes.
It's got black holes in there and everything.
Oh my gosh, I gotta check because I only need a few more squares. Oh yeah, Nick's mentioned the edge. I think that's on my card. I gotta check that. Nix, don't you want to talk to us about your globe beliefs?
He wanted to talk before. Then
I know he was. Yeah.
Back down. I think he wanted to back down now because now he's not so sure about everything he wanted to say.
Yeah, he was chiming in on the other guy. Yeah, when the other guy was talking.
Yeah, he passed the triangle test, and then when I showed him celestial navigation, that was the end of it. No more talking about triangles. We were done.
Too bad.
I would look at it as a celebration. Like maybe you humbled the person. Maybe.
Well, we live in hope, James, don't we? We live in hope.
Matthew, you don't like that 99% of the population is going to have daylight? It bothers you?
It doesn't bother me. It's just I wouldn't call it daylight. I would say 99% of the population is not in the blackness of night.
I didn't call it that. Timeanddate.com did.
Yeah, did you read the article? So they define it like if you define if They were saying, oh, look, these people are using clickbait headlines. You have to define it as either day or dusk or civil twilight or nautical twilight or before astronomical twilight. If you include all of those different definitions, then 99% of the population is in one of those things. But I would suggest that if you're in nautical twilight, it's pretty dark, so I wouldn't call it daylight.
Oh, so you can see in the dark at.
Civil twilight is when you're supposed to turn on your headlights or something like this. Nautical twilight is when you can start seeing the stars. Astronomical twilight, I think they have some definition, but I would say that if the sun is down and you can't see the sun, it's a stretch to call it seeing daylight. I guess you're seeing dusk, but does dusk count as daylight? I don't think so. But if you do count dusk as daylight, then at some moment you could say, okay, fine, 99%.
Did you get them to switch everything? Did you get them to switch everything up?
I would actually agree with.
They don't listen to me. What are you talking about? I'm talking about what if you read the that timeanddate.com article, it'll explain what I just said.
Okay.
I would actually agree with it. Daylight is 100% times different than dusk or dawn. You cannot call it daylight. And that's the part I would agree on.
A better way of putting it would be 99.
How many time zones are in the South? 39?
No, it's 24 hours worth of time zones in the north and 24 hours worth of time zones in the south. And if you want to split them up by like half an hour here, 15 minutes there, those are more political things than anything. I posted a link about the 99% in the chat. But
so, China has one. This guy thinks that time zones prove globes, so which is not true.
Who thinks that? Matthew Learns thinks that?
No, Nix. Again.
Nix is coming through for me. What's my prize, Rodwin? That gives me the bingo.
Oh my goodness.
Yay! Bingo. What's my prize, Rodwin?
You get to pick the next event name.
Okay, I'll start thinking about it. 90%
of Baltards believe that.
So I posted a time-stamped time zone Baltard in the image. It's not really time-stamped.
So we want to congratulate Dandelion for getting bingo. She showed her card. She's been marking them off. And most of them, I think she got half of it from Nix for the standard Glober things they say. And she got bingo with his last one.
Yeah, thanks, Nix. Thanks. Yeah, I'll share my prize with you.
Share your card here, like a graphic of the card. And
okay, I got it. I gotta X that last thing on there. I gotta X the time zones.
You gotta prove that you have bingo. We really should make like 10 bingo cards. So
the only thing it should
ones. Sorry, go ahead, dude.
The only thing it should require is, like the man said earlier, is elevation angles. Like, where did we get longitude and latitude from? Elevation angles. Well, don't you think it's important you understand what elevation angles are? Nope, not at all. I won't look into that at all. It's your standard Baltard. But once they do look into it, they're like, oh, shit. Horizontal reference plane. What?
Okay, yep, there I am.
Okay, here we go. We're going to call out what the bingo is. Satellites. Time zones. Ooh, you probably waited a long time for that. Then, of course, free space, which on the new card says NASA free space. Automatically, you can't have NASA because everybody says that. So it's a free space. Show me your model and seasons. I don't know where those came from, but probably earlier in other conversations.
The guy just said seasons. That was like 20 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Perfect. So
free space is also shadow boxing, right? You could consider shadow boxing free space, right?
Aren't the Globers always shadow boxing? Isn't that what they're doing? Yeah.
Somebody got the pun, but wasn't the person I was thinking would.
Oh, maybe I didn't. You're just too far above me. It went way over my head.
I'm not elevated on the cloud above anybody. That's not.
Oh, I thought you were. Yeah, thanks guys for your help. It's been fun. I think this is the first time I've actually won. Like sometimes I fill almost the whole card, but I don't make a line. I don't know how that happens.
Can't move faster than the speed of light. But nobody knows the true one direction speed of light, only two-way speed of light.
That's true, but it's a fairly good assumption that the speed of light remains constant there and back. But it is.
How could
you're right about
if the speed of light is the fastest thing known to mankind, and wouldn't it require the speed of light in order to capture its speed? Like what device
you can reflect how long. No, you can. You can figure out
how could you capture its speed?
Yeah, no, it would have to be faster than the speed of light to catch the speed of light.
Yeah. That's my point. Like people think they just believe that shit when they hear somebody say the speed of light. For some reason, in their mind, they're like, "Oh, I know how fast that is." Oh, nobody does.
Yeah, they do. They've calculated.
What would they use?
The one-way speed of light.
A laser. They measured the two-way speed of light using a laser and a spinning.
Well, it would make sense that they would have to use light. Laser is light, right? If the laser is trying to capture something that's just as fast as it, how does it do it?
By reflecting off of a mirror and figuring out how long it takes for the light to go there and back again.
But it's already gone. It's already there and gone, and you didn't have something fast enough to capture it, other than
but you can figure out how long it took to go there and back.
Wow, are you not hearing what I'm saying? Because I think I understand what you're saying, but I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. Like you're trying to disregard it without actually hearing it. What straw man my argument about speed of light? What am I trying to say?
That you would need something to go faster than the speed of light in order to measure the speed of light.
Yeah, absolutely. Like in order to measure how fast something's going, typically we use lasers. Right? Used to be stopwatches back when I played football, American football. But now it's.
Does a stopwatch use light?
Even the generation after me was lasers. They started using lasers.
Does a stopwatch use light?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. How can you measure if the thing you're using? How can you if the speed of light, the only thing you can measure is using the speed of light? How do you know how fast it's going? What do you have to compare it to?
You're right. Just comparing it to you're comparing it to the presence of light and the absence of light and how long that takes.
And what are you using? A stopwatch or light?
No. So James is right.
You're using light.
Dude, hold on a second. Matthew was speaking.
So James is right. If you're using a laser to bounce something off a moving thing, like cops do for giving you tickets, or in sports to measure a baseball speed or something, a runner's speed or something like that, then that wouldn't work. So you're absolutely right about that. But they use a different technique where they're measuring how long it takes the light to go a kilometer away and come back, and using interference patterns with the spinning filter somehow. So there are other techniques that they use where they can deduce the.
And what do they do? Just divide by 2, and that's your speed of light.
Right.
But you can't. But even then, like I could agree with that. Like there are arguments articulating the kind of words he was using, but when you think about it, if you truly think about it, like if it's the how do you, dude? It's the thing you're measuring everything from, right? So that's zero. That would be your zero. Everything's measured from the speed of light. That would be your zero in a backwards reverse engineering aspect, if you know what I'm trying to say.
That's not how it
absolutely.
works. No.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be reversed from that. If
You're
there's
saying
nothing
that
faster than that,
everything we've learned about speed is reverse engineered from the speed of light. Is that what you're saying?
no, I'm saying like picture high speed cameras. Like back in the day, they didn't have cameras that could zoom in on a bullet. Nowadays, you can buy fucking $1 million cameras that are like 100,000 frames per second or more, dude, way beyond that. And you can actually see a bullet fly through the air where you never could before, right? This is all being done through the movement of light.
Okay.
And the bullet can't travel faster than light. That's how the bullet's able to capture it in every moment in its detail, right? So if the very thing you're using to is the speed of light to capture the speed of things, how do you measure the speed of light? There's nothing to compare to.
How do you think they measured speed?
Like the bullet, frames per second, like the bullet. There's nothing to compare it to.
How do you think they measured speed before there were cameras?
You can't use a camera. No, but it's not when it's measuring the bullet in frames per second. It's not measuring light. It's measuring the physical object.
Speed before.
Listen to what I'm saying, dude. You're not. Okay, go ahead. I'll mute.
I'm asking how do you think they measured speed before cameras?
Everything's measured once we was able to obtain the laser and utilize it for.
I'm asking about before the laser, before cameras.
Like the gentleman said earlier with the police gun. They measure that from zero, right? Use the radar
gun. Measure what from zero?
You're doing the police gun. If it measures you doing 60.
Is it a requirement?
I know that the small amount of interaction my answer has is super confusing you.
The question. Is it a requirement to know calculus to measure curvature?
Of course not. Of course not.
Thank you. Non sequitur then. Stop. Okay. Stop being silly.
Is there a single flat earther that can do calculus?
We can all do calculus. What's the problem?
Oh, really? You can? Excellent. Do you want to do something with me?
It's not a requirement.
No. Let's do some calculus, actually.
No, I don't want to do any calculus.
That's awesome. Calculus was discovered by Newton, and Eratosthenes did not know calculus, so clearly his conclusions were false.
No. Of course, that's a dumb point. I'm not making the point that you need calculus.
You're making no points at this point.
Or that
any points.
No. I'm pointing out to.
Yes.
I'm pointing out to my original things that you both have, right? Like one of them being a lot of confidence and a lot of ignorance. In this case, ignorance. Like, don't you think it's indicative that like literally none of the flat earthers can do calculus?
You've made another assumption with that and a baseless claim. That's the problem. You're a walking contradiction, and you're just assuming your way through life.
I've had a standing challenge.
You're Mr. Assumption.
I've had a challenge for several flat earthers now that I would pay them $1,000 if they can pass like the basic physics SAT.
You show us the $1,000. Put the $1,000 in my account, then we'll do something. Until that day.
I even said I would pay for the exam too. Like I would pay your fees as long as you set up the results to be forwarded to me like immediately after the results are set up, right? But like, don't you think you need to understand?
With all the energy you're expelling, why can't you expel that and prove the curvature, which you haven't done yet, sir? You're offering us all this money.
I'm under no.
The ranch.
I'm under no impression that you will accept any proof that I present.
When I'm talking, you don't talk. He hasn't physically.
You don't interrupt. That's kind of dickish, right?
No. I am responding to your stupidity. You haven't, and your gore of just
you really triggered this guy.
Yeah, he hasn't really proven to the world
I'm
that
talking
the Earth
to
is a
Charlie,
globe,
not you.
and he's asking to give us $1,000, ladies and gentlemen. What kind of man does that?
I'm sorry, maybe my standards are too high. Is there any flat earther that could do like basic trigonometry?
That is not standards, mate. That's no standard. It's a standard of a deceiver. Distract you from your task of the globe and give you $1,000 to distract you.
Stop
Please,
crying like
I don't need your money. Just prove the curvature, mate. That's all you got to do. We don't need $1,000. See what I mean? See how silly you look now with your calculus.
You look really silly and really stupid. So really, nobody can take me up on that.
Can you prove the curvature, please? That's what we want you to take up. That's why you're here.
I'm under no delusion that you're going to accept any.
Nobody wants $1,000.
It's like a cog-dis thing where he doesn't even realize he's forgotten the theme of the chat. It's not calculus, bro. It's measuring the curvature of the Earth and demonstrating citation.
No, it's 24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 curvature. Like, you should be proving the flat Earth to us.
Don't you think you need to understand something before you can say it's not true?
Bro, if you guys want evidence for flat Earth, you need to hang around, bro. There's plenty of evidence, plenty of laser tests.
I'm in here plenty, man. There's nothing.
Yeah, they just need to go outside.
There.
My job is outside. I work outside.
Go to the 24/7 home server. If you're actually intellectually honest about wanting evidence, there's plenty in there that you can review and check out.
So you guys never talk about it in here? I've listened to hours and hours in here, and you guys don't talk about it. That's what you're saying?
They don't want to hold
Pretty
to a
fucking
model.
stupid, man.
So you're saying you don't want me to show you the evidence, you want me to just talk about it?
Yeah, no, that's not what I said. Like, are you being serious?
He puts up a blue light bulb as the Earth. A blue light bulb.
Have you guys disowned Witsit now, or is he still like beloved?
We never.
You want to see a bad performance? Watch him talk to that guy Dave who has a YouTube channel.
I don't like Dave. I really don't like Dave. You should not like that guy. That guy's an asshole.
Why not? Why not? What'd he do?
He's an asshole.
Yeah, I'm an asshole.
Right, but like that's not what you should extend charity out to the people who disagree with you, even flat earthers, right? Dave, all he does, he just calls fucking flat earthers morons and stupid and, brain dead. He's kind of like Quantum Eraser, right? Like all he does is insult. Like that's literally all he does.
Dude,
I mean, the guy's clearly smart, right?
Crazy that all he does is insult, like long format videos on like Earth science.
Okay, sure, you got me there. He doesn't just insult. But I think he could do the same thing that he does without insulting.
I get your point, though. He could be nice, but he's addressed
he's just an asshole.
Yeah, that's intentional. He chooses that.
Right, and I'm saying that it's bad that he is an intentional asshole. Like there's no 4D chess here going on. He's just a dick.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what your sister said.
Dave Farina. He's also
Professor
rabid anti-Semite, by the way.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, we can't talk about that on this server, so shut your mouth. Forget that completely. And be careful what you say about QE, because I'm going to tell him what you said.
Oh, no, you're going to tell Daddy? Now. You're going to tell your daddy QE?
I'm going to go and tell my best friend.
Is your daddy going to beat up my daddy?
QE, yes. My good friend, QE, I'm going to tell him about what you said. Okay, don't worry.
Yeah, and I hope he turns back around on you and tells you that you should fight your own fights.
I'm going to grass you. I'm going to tell on you right up. He's going to know about what you said. What's your name again? Man. What is your name?
He knows me, Charlie. Oh, yeah, you can come over here and sing Charlene.
I'm going to say there's a guy called Charlie calling you a. What did he call him? What did you call him? What was it again?
What did I call him? I don't remember what I called him. It might have been an asshole. What did I call him?
What did you call him? You don't remember what you called him?
Yes, you called him a head of a dick.
You called him a head of a dick. Okay, I'm going to tell him.
A head of a dick? I didn't call him a.
Oh, sorry, that's what I'm calling you. Sorry, yeah. Sorry, you're the head of
Is
a
it the
dick.
24/7
And a hole of an ass.
Are you trying to say dickhead?
Well, exactly. You got it. You hole of an ass. What's that? Asshole. You got it.
What's going on here?
And by the way, your mouthwash ain't making it.
No, I didn't use mouthwash.
This is like watching those white women rap battles.
Dude, what the fuck is this bitch tripping about?
I don't know. Go tell him, Daddy. Come on.
Don't worry, I'm going to go and tell him later on.
Good.
Charlie, by the way, if you're talking about Dave being anti-Semite because of the penguin joke, that was what somebody else said. He was mocking somebody talking about it. Oh, okay.
No, he's anti-Semitic because of his comments on Twitter.
Oh, I see.
Let's not go into that.
You want to see them?
I gotta find that.
We can't talk about that on this server.
We're not talking about it. We're going to go to DMs.
DM me, I will send you information.
All right.
Good.
All right, maybe I'll do that.
Why did you call somebody an anti-Semite?
No, we're past that. We can't talk about that here.
Now you're using the N-word. Now he's got to be banned, I think.
Oh, really? I thought the mods here were allowed to use the N-word.
No.
Because they love doing it so much.
No, you're out of your mind. What mod did that?
Oh, if you DM me, I'll send you the video.
He was using the N-word just now. He was. Okay.
No. One of the mods here did. Do you want to hear it? I'll send it to you directly.
No, I'm not interested, mate.
So much or once? So much or once, Charlie? Charlie, you keep this shit up, bro. You're out of here. Keep this shit up. You're out of here.
What am I doing?
At first, I didn't think he was, but now I think he's trolling.
He was trolling.
You better stop that one more time and you're out of here, bud.
There you go. You heard it? You heard that? I'll be quivering in my boots after that.
I literally don't know what I did. What did I do that is...
You don't know what you did? Oh,
no.
My word. Well, I'm glad I'm not you. You stink of poo. And your mouthwash ain't making it.
And a 30, right? That gun is measured at the speed of light, but it's also measured at 0, as in the gun is not moving.
Okay.
It's not moving.
So
It's
James,
measured from
you're
0.
right. The technique you're describing wouldn't work to measure the speed of light if you were doing something like they were doing with the radar gun.
I'll mute. Thank you.
The way
you're on, James.
Like I showed, at 48 past the hour, they use something like that to figure out the speed.
Chairman?
And it shows how to isolate the light too, right? How to isolate it.
What they did is they used a tooth cogwheel where the light can go through the... Say that
because I can understand a signal coming back. How do you know the light hadn't already done that and the signal's waiting?
To figure out how long it took, you have this cogwheel spinning really fast, and you spin up the cogwheel so fast that the light can go all the way to 8 kilometers and back, and it misses one cog and comes through the other little dimple, and then they can figure out how much time it takes for those cogs to spin, because they can spin those things several thousand RPM, so it's really fast.
Where'd you say you posted that? Is that the
48 past the hour in the text chat?
But if they're not using the speed of light, how do they measure it?
They're measuring the time between the two.
It's a signal, though. That's a signal. But there's hold on. I agree with that. I agree with this. Never disagreed with it. But there's improvised time on the human reaction, right? Just like the light.
Well, yeah, you can't sit there with a stopwatch.
No way.
It's that.
Yeah, there. Even with the method they're using, there's a improvised. You're trying. It's almost like the experiment's slowing down time or trying to slow down light. Actually, You can't. I'm just saying, man. If it's the fastest thing on the earth, you need something faster to make sure it's the fastest thing. Never claim something's the fastest unless you have the fastest to record it.
Yeah, this doesn't say anything about whether there's something faster than the speed of light. It just says, hey, the round trip speed of light to go those 16 kilometers.
Yeah, it's just
figure out.
Yeah, I'll admit I'm just using logical reasoning.
I'd like to point out,
And I'm explaining how they did it with this simple experiment. I mean, not that simple.
By using light. Makes no sense.
Yes,
Think about what I'm saying.
Did you see the image?
Yeah. I didn't read through.
Let me explain the basic idea. The light travels 8 kilometers to the mirror and 8 kilometers back to this cogwheel. And the question is, can you spin the cogwheel fast enough that it goes through one empty spot and comes back through the next empty spot? Because those cogs block the light on and off again really quickly. And you can figure out how long it takes for the light to go back and come back through the next one if you can get that cogwheel to spin fast enough. So think about it. If you have this cogwheel that spins at 5,000 RPM and has 100 little slots, it's 1/500th of a minute or whatever.
It would be really cool if you built a model of that.
What are you using though? What are you using for that measurement? The cogwheel.
Yeah, the RPM of the cogwheel.
Within the speed of light.
No, but the spinning.
So like a timing gun on a combustion engine. So that's your analogy. That's not to me. That's a false equivalence. You can't use light. The light is what's giving you the timing on the combustion engine. But you can't use light to record light. That's what's.
It's the RPM of the cogwheel.
Yeah. But you're basing that on the ribbon on the marking on the wheel, right? So you have markings, so you can make like a lot of people would say the Earth. You can't look at it as 1,047 miles per hour. You have to look at it as one revolution per day. But revolution, a flywheel, a timing gun on a flywheel will also give you mileage through the math. So it's the same thing. If it's going 1,047 mile an hour, you can reduce that to 20, however big it is. Obviously, the bigger it is, the faster it's going to have to go to come all the way around in 24 hours. But you get my point? It's all based on the light.
And you're right. Using something like a timing guide wouldn't work.
You're not using a light to measure the light on the flywheel. The timing gun
is using RPM to measure how much.
Yeah.
We're using it.
And you're using that. Yeah. But you're still not. There's no way you can measure. You still even couldn't use the wheel to measure how fast that light is. You can't use that wheel to measure how fast the light is. The one giving you how fast the wheel is. Get my point.
The RPM. You can use the RPM and how many cogs per rotation there are.
Yeah, but the light is solid. It's never. Okay. So, on the light.
You're shining it through a cog wheel, and it goes on and off again.
You can set your points. Yeah. I guess you got a point to that aspect. You can measure it. Okay, it's definitely faster than this, but you can't measure how fast the light is based on that because you're using the light to measure the RPMs.
Oh, the RPMs are measured some other way, and you're using the speed is basically distance divided by time. So it's 16 kilometers divided by how much time.
Yeah, but the light on the timing gun. The light on the timing gun.
It's not a timing gun. It's a solid. No, it's a solid.
Hold on. In my particular point, light on the timing gun of the combustion engine is flashing to the points your car needs to be set at, right? So you can't use what you're using is the light to set your points, but you can't use your points to give me the light of the timing gun or the speed of the timing gun.
Well, see, right? A timing gun would not be useful in measuring the speed of light.
No, not at all. Not at all. It's impossible. That's what I'm saying. You have to have something faster, like the timing, like the combustion engine of the belt that spins around as fast as fuck, dude. Your eyes ain't gonna compete to what the technology we have now can. But even then, it's still not slowing light down to its full ability. You could see everything. Light is different. Whenever you're using a lens or a pupil, there's an effect up right there. You're affecting light right then. So if you can't account for that effect of the lens or the something that's looking at the light, then you can't compare. There's no way you can. I don't know, man. It's just me. Maybe I'm not articulating it very well. Some people are colorblind, but it's all because of the light. Lens that they're looking through.
I think the stars are being projected from Egypt using quantum holography.
That seems unlikely.
There's just no cause and effect that can be done in a lab that would give me satisfaction to say I can utilize light to record how fast light is.
Yeah, this wasn't in a lab. They did it outside because you want a really far distance. In that case of the image that I showed, it was 8 kilometers, so 16 kilometers round trip.
Yeah, but you're talking about do the experiment where you're in a pitch dark room, dude. You open your eyes and you literally cannot see anything because the room was designed to be pitch black, right? And all of a sudden you turn on the light. What instrument do you use to measure that light? Because if it's light, well, you're still not using an instrument that'll give you there's no way, man. It goes all the way around, too.
I'll try and explain one last time, I suppose. So 16 kilometers, the light travels from the laser through that cogwheel to the mirror and back 16 kilometers in 53 millionths of a second. And the reason they got that 53 millionths of a second is because they spun that cogwheel so fast that it takes 53 millionths of a second for there to be a dip in that cogwheel for the light to go out one direction and come back through the next cog in the cogwheel.
When you say that they spun the cogwheel so fast, how fast is so fast?
I don't know, several thousand RPM, I would imagine.
What does it say? What is this? They don't tell you? It just says so fast?
I don't know the specific numbers in that.
It just says so fast, then that's just going to my argument, not yours. Like, how fast is so fast?
Fast enough such that it's 53 millionths of
thousands of spaceships and astronauts and people who've been to space seeing Earth. Can you stop mocking me, buddy? Because you're gonna get nowhere.
Really?
I can see you're a mob. I know you can mute me. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm preaching.
Why are you in here preaching to us? We hear the same shit every day.
Okay, what? Can you explain the definition what preaching means? Because I don't think you understand what the word preaching means.
Exactly what you're doing now. So
I'm not preaching.
You'll be right.
If I would be preaching, I would have tried to convince you that the Earth is a globe, which it is, by the way.
Strat, there
Now
is
do you
no-
understand why we have a little bit of playfulness in here, so people like yourself don't have little meltdowns? All right, so now we're all on the
Yeah.
same page. Try again.
Hey Strat, I posted something in the side chat for you. You said that there's all sorts of pictures of curvature. Posted a video from the ISS from one of the Chinese operations they did on the ISS. Tell me where the curve of the Earth is in that video.
Oh wait, you can hear me?
Yeah, I've asked you to check the video in the side chat.
Yeah, because that
curvature of the Earth. There is no
guy,
curvature.
I fucking muted that guy. He's insane. I mean,
Yeah, please
I guess,
don't do that.
I guess in this video, oh my bad. I guess in this video there's no curvature. I don't know.
Yeah, it's from the ISS.
Yeah, but do you know how big the Earth is?
Yes,
That's
do you?
from the ISS.
Of course, but like maybe this was just.
Where's the curve?
Maybe this isn't even real.
Do you know how high the ISS is?
I don't know. How high?
It's about 400, probably about 250 miles above the Earth's surface. Do you think you should be able to see the curvature from 250 miles above the Earth's surface?
But I don't know, because have you ever been on an airplane?
Yep, 30,000 feet, yep.
Yeah, you can see the curvature of Earth on an airplane.
Do you understand what I'm sharing with you? I'm sharing you something from 250 miles.
I've seen the curvature with my own eyes.
Strat, which one's bigger?
Like,
the
I don't
height
understand
of an
what we're trying to do here.
Okay, if this numpty's got me muted, he's not going to last very long.
Have you got Matrix muted, Strat?
Oh yes, I still have him. Is he still talking? Cause
yeah, he's a mod. Can you unmute him because it's just not going to work if you try to do that.
I'll unmute him. I'll unmute him.
Thank you.
He's extremely loud, bro. He's extremely disrespectful. He just thinks he's very, you know. Okay, yeah.
Don't worry about him. The more you get to know him, the more you'll realize it's not personal. That's just how he speaks.
Am I unmuted?
Okay, yeah. You're unmuted.
Excellent. Very simple question for you. Which one is higher up? An aeroplane at 30,000 feet or the ISS at 250?
The ISS, but that's not my point.
Well,
Why
something
is
to
it
think
that
about.
with my own
you
eyes,
talking over me
I've
is not
seen it?
necessary. I haven't finished yet.
You're talking over me, buddy. I started talking
I
first.
hadn't even finished asking the question,
Yeah,
and you were
my
already
exact
jumping all
point
over
why
me.
I muted you earlier.
Yeah, so you muted me so you could talk the fuck through me. Congratulations, you're not going to last long. So, you claim to see mass curvature in an aeroplane, but yet you can't see any curvature in the ISS. Are you stoned or stupid? Seriously, bro.
So if we've got you at 250 miles above the Earth's surface, then at 30,000 feet there wouldn't be curvature. So that means you're mistaken. You assume that you see curvature from an aeroplane, but the problem is there is no curvature to be.
You can see it with your own eyes. Have you ever been on an airplane? I'm being serious.
Bro, just take that, put that pin in a.
That's a yes or no question. Have you been
on an airplane?
Yeah,
I've been on an airplane.
Have you looked outside the windows?
Curvature. Yeah, I have.
But you do it. You can see it with your own eyes. The curvature. Look, I can share.
So why can't they see the fucking thing from the ISS?
Look, I can share videos. No, because that guy's getting triggered at the fact that it's from 30,000 feet, let alone.
Okay, fuck knuckle. We're going to try again. Which one has higher elevation? The ISS or a pissy little aeroplane at 30,000 feet? It's a very simple question. Even someone of your brain capacity could fucking answer it. And if you think my volume's loud, you should have seen it last week, mate. Fuck me. I've had it dialed back since. So, which one higher elevation? Aeroplane or ISS? Let's see if you can work that one out. Which one is it? What? You get the opportunity to talk and you don't want to?
Alright. I just got a video. Of a guy on an airplane. By the way, there's hundreds of these. You can click on that link. You can watch the video. If you don't trust it, doesn't matter.
So you still haven't answered the question.
There's hundreds of videos. You can click on that link. There's hundreds of videos. You can watch the video. If you don't trust it, doesn't matter. So you still haven't answered the question. So you still haven't answered the question.
There's hundreds of videos. You can click on that link. There's hundreds of videos. You can watch the video. If you don't trust it, doesn't matter. So you still haven't answered the question. We're gonna. If you've muted me, mate, you're really not going to go real well.
That's not the curvature of the Earth. Curvature of the Earth is supposed to be within the 8-inch per mile squared model. They'd be more pronounced than that. What you're seeing is the limitation of your view, and at that altitude, with that clarity, the limitation of your view is a great circle. So you will see a horizon that wraps around you. Go around the other side of the aeroplane, you'll see the exact same type of what you think is curvature. That's not curvature. That's perspective.
Okay. I just found out. Look, I'm not really educated on these terms.
I just want to finish the point and say you're not supposed to see the curvature from 30,000 feet. Your own paradigm, your own scientists. No, you're not supposed to. From the ISS, you're only seeing 3% of the Earth's surface. You shouldn't be seeing curvature like that from that height.
But why do you rely on only one video? That's my point.
No,
I
my
can
friend,
pull up hundreds of videos of these.
I can match you and share as many as you do. The problem is
just
when
from
you
the
don't
ISS,
use a fisheye lens. Yeah, when you don't use a fisheye lens from the highest, from like 100,000 feet and above on a weather balloon, without a fisheye lens, you get a completely flat horizon.
Yeah,
that
look what the guy sent. Exactly. You're claiming curvature, and here it is at Grant. He's got me fucking muted. Right, you can stay on red. You're claiming out the window is curvature. Yet, at ground level, oh my goodness. So what is it? Is it because of elevation? Because if that's the case, as Roots explained to you, which you didn't want to fucking listen, you were too busy telling him about how great your videos are and how many you've got. If you cared to listen at your 30,000 feet, it is mathematically impossible to see the curve that you're claiming. So how about we continue on from there with Roots?
Oh shit, I'm unmuted, okay. I've been... Oh my days! This guy's so triggered that I can't
Stradigo, you're not supposed to see from that height. Now, what shape are airplane windows? Are they flat or are they curved?
No, they are circular, but at the top, at the front,
they're curved.
No, they're not. They're curved circular.
All airplane windows are curved. They have to be curved by regulation standards.
Yeah, but that's not a fisheye view. It's not giving you a fisheye view.
But you're seeing through a curved window. So
look,
it can give the appearance
not curved in that
like curvature. No, but what we're discussing is the curvature of the ground, the surface of the Earth. When you get up to high altitude, you'll see the horizon wrap around you in a great circle. That's due to the limit of perspective. We're talking about the curvature of the surface.
Okay,
that
so
doesn't exist.
Let's make a hypothesis here. What if the Earth was flat? What do you think about all the other planets? What would they be?
They are also flat.
We told you earlier that the idea of planets in a vacuum in the sky goes against the second law of thermodynamics and all of the gas laws that we're aware of.
Okay.
There is no... Do you know what a planet is? The original term for planet was a wandering star. No, that's not the original meaning for planet. The original meaning for planet in Greek, which was like planetos or planetos or something. Planetas, that meant wandering star. So you've changed, or society has changed the original meaning for planet, which just meant a wandering star, and now you've fantasized it into a ball of rock in a violation of natural law. That cannot
exist. Why can you see them in telescopes? You can see planets on telescopes.
Yeah, we see wandering stars. Wandering stars is what we see in the telescope.
I'm not saying stars. I'm saying actual planets on telescopes.
Yeah, planets mean wandering stars. Are you not listening to what I say?
No, I'm listening, but a planet isn't a star.
A planet is a wandering star. The original, go check up the etymology of the word planet.
So, there's stars.
You get to planetas. And planetas
why are they orbiting a big star? What are they orbiting, right?
The Earth. The Earth is the center. The whole sky revolves around the Earth. That's why we see the constellations in the exact same place every year without fail. Yet you believe that we're tumbling and hurtling through space with several different accelerations and directions with an element of randomness, yet we get the exact same constellations in the exact same place. Why? Because the sky's like a good giant
why we have 4 seasons
that rotates around us.
Can you explain why we have 4 seasons then?
Why we have seasons? Yeah, because the sun moves.
No, because if the sun moves in the way you're saying it, then we couldn't have seasons.
No, that's incorrect. You just have no imagination.
Why is that? Why would you make that statement? If the sun moves like the sun moves, then it wouldn't move like it moves?
The whole fact that we have seasons is how close the Earth is to the sun. So how would that make it?
No, okay, hold on. Stop.
Prove your point of the Earth being flat.
Stop, dude. You are.
Please tell me.
You're in heresy. You're in heresy with your own model. In heliocentric, the distance to the sun has jack shit to do with seasons. Nothing at all. You need to look this. Okay, you need to look this up.
Your stupidity amazes me.
Yeah, you need to look this up. I can. Oh, how about this?
I don't need to look it up because you learned this in the 3rd grade.
No, you didn't.
Buddy,
you
sound like you're in the first stage.
Yeah, I skipped that day. Nice. How do you get 4 seasons of a month? Tell me.
Hey, calm down. Can you stop sounding like you're in the first stage of grief?
Yeah, right here. Here's
you're
a
in denial
for you.
Nice. In denial.
Here's a perfect citation for you.
Can somebody please explain how seasons actually work?
Yeah, we're doing that right now. So number 1 is unfucking your misconception first.
Okay, so how do seasons work?
Step 1 is unfucking your misconception first.
This guy.
Is
everyone a flat earther here? Is everyone as delusional as this guy?
Yeah, you just said that it's
I'm not
summer.
in any position right now.
You just said it's summer when the sun is closest to the earth. Here is a direct contradiction to that bullshit. Now
okay,
you need.
Yeah, can you explain that picture?
Look at this. How is it possible that you were so wrong while thinking you were so right?
Okay, can you explain why we can see the...
No, we got...
Why does the sun have phases? Tell me.
Step 1, we're looking at how you were so wrong.
Can you stop dodging my questions?
Yeah, step 1, we're going to look at why you were so wrong and you thought you were so right.
Strawman match.
Okay. Are you done?
Step 1, okay? You said it's summertime when the earth is closest to the sun.
No, it's not closest. It's furthest, matter of fact.
So now that we got it figured out, it's winter. This should unfuck your thinking that you were so wrong. You said, hey, flat earthers, explain this. The explanation is 3rd grade education failed you.
Okay. Why? Can you tell me this? Why does the moon have phases?
Yeah, you said earlier the sun. The sun had phases too.
What? Those are seasons. Don't get them.
We could roll it back.
Phases.
Why does the moon have
why
phases?
Why does the sun have phases?
That's why we record this.
Isn't the phase of the moon how do I say this? The shadow of Earth.
Again, hasn't he?
Look at say it
if
again.
It was a shadow.
Okay, hold on, Stratego. The phases of the moon are what?
Why do we have phases of the moon? They're the shadow of Earth.
There we go. No? Say it again one more time, just to make sure I heard it clear.
The shadow of Earth shows that the Earth is round, is circular.
Because of what?
What do you mean because of what? Look.
Okay, you say the whole thing out. I want to get a very good clip of this. Did you just say the phases of the moon are the shadow of the Earth? Did you just say that?
I did. You're twisting my words. I know what you're trying to do. Look.
Okay, I'm telling you
I'm going to show you a picture, right? And you need to think clearly when I send this.
You need to pay attention to this. Your education level is severely lacking in this topic.
Yeah, but my education level was able to determine why you don't even know your seasons, because you said the sun is closest and it's summer.
You said if you
that. Don't know that, if you don't know that, yeah, I said that and you didn't know it.
I got a citation to correct you because you doubted. You thought you were right. You said there's nothing this guy can show me. It's summertime when the sun is closest to the earth.
Look, you can look at your videos all day, but when you have raw evidence, raw actual evidence that you can see with your own eyes, then you can be delusional all day, buddy. Because you're believing one video, I'm believing thousands and thousands of paragraphs of evidence. This is evidence I'm showing you. This is like 0.1% of the evidence I'm showing you, and you're already stressing because you can't even tell me why the moon has phases.
Yeah, you told me in your worldview the moon has phases because
so the moon doesn't have phases anymore? What?
Caused by what?
You tell me. Okay, tell me what the things are caused by. Because I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. After all this information you have, you still don't know.
Okay, but why does the moon have phases? I just need to know that.
You said it was the shadow of the earth.
Something like that.
You are horribly uneducated in this topic. Horribly.
Yo, what the fuck is playing? Are you guys playing that?
Oh, is it a music bot in here?
If somebody's playing music, just mute it.
So step one here, Stratego.
Yo, hold up. Wait, just a second.
All right, go ahead.
They're crackpots. You're dealing with crackpots.
Yeah, well said, Steve. I mean, can you imagine that some dude come up in here?
Steve's got very little to add to this conversation, clearly. What stage agree for you at, Steve?
No, it's Steve's flat earther. He's just letting us know that...
Oh, apologies.
Yeah,
I thought he meant the flat earthers. Yeah, my bad, Steve.
Yeah, he's talking about the other guys.
Yeah, I'm with him. Yeah, they are crackpots.
I mean, imagine coming into a channel saying things that are obviously wrong inside your own worldview and expect to be taken seriously around here.
I like the whole move closer to the sun.
Okay, that's enough of that.
What the heck was that, bro?
That's another freak out. We call those freak outs when someone gets, flat smacked, and rather than start thinking, they just spaz out.
Is that legit a thing in here? Like, I've never seen that.
Yes, that happens
to make
all
sure it
the
doesn't
time.
happen again, we fix them.
That's crazy.
Which is why a lot of the guys don't like to spoon feed anymore. We like to see what level you guys are on, whether you're going to turn into one of these crazed globers, salty globers who come back and try and disrupt the channel, report the channel, because it happens a lot.
Mm.
But the sun's movement is the reason for seasons. And the sun being, if you know anything about the sun's analemma, the analemma shows you, from your perspective, what the sun looks like as it moves across the flat earth through the seasons. Imagine a corkscrewing effect around the center of the earth as the sun is in the southern hemisphere. You're going to get different observations, and over the year it makes up the pattern of the analemma. And this is the kind of pattern we see with the other heavenly bodies as well. There seems to be a certain pattern to all of the heavenly bodies, and they're almost perfect. We get a wobble, we get a bit of a back and forth, a to and fro, but this is what we're seeing in the sky. And there was lots of geocentric models that modeled the sky perfectly, with the Earth being the center on the way to the heliocentric model. So it's not crazy, it's not outrageous. This is how most people, the world, viewed the sky before the recent heliocentric model. And the heliocentric model is very recent. It was only actually brought into mandatory teaching in schools in 1945. Before that, there was all sorts of earthly models being taught. The question is, if Earth is a ball, because that's the positive claim, where is the evidence, the direct evidence? By looking at the sky, we're not going to be able to determine the shape or whether the surface is curving. So you got to see us as empiricists. We want empirical evidence. Where's the curvature of the Earth? Where's the motion of the Earth? You know, these questions, there's no answer to those because there is none to be observed. And like I said earlier, industry treats the Earth as flat and the atmosphere as non-rotating, whether it's aerodynamics, ballistics, building. We don't treat the Earth as a curving, moving surface. So how can it be a ball if there's no evidence for it?
Good morning, folks. Hello, Big Root. My man, welcome to gold status.
How about another question?
Hey, thanks, bro.
You don't believe that what government is saying, right? Government is telling you, scientists are telling you, oh, your planet is round. So why would they lie about it?
Just pick why you lie.
Would be the purpose?
You've been lying your ass off all morning. Why'd you lie? Why would you lie? Get it yourself. Why? Do you even know why you said back-to-back bold-faced lies?
Do you always respond with another question when there's
just think about it. Think about add in why you lie to answer why other people lie, and you can safely assume they lie for about the same reasons you lie.
No, what I was asking you is why you don't believe the government who is telling you.
No, you asked why they would lie.
No, like what would be the purpose of them lying?
The same purpose why you lie.
What purpose do I have?
You had all kinds of weird shit. Like you pretended to be talking to someone who wasn't in the room. You acted like you couldn't understand Alpha. All these lies that you said for reasons that you won't explain or take questions on. That generally boil down to what I think was you're either intoxicated or retarded.
Hey, we all know that retards love to get intoxicated, so don't discount that option.
Yeah, it could be both.
I mean, I guess I'm stupid. I like to get high, so I guess I'm stupid. I'm retarded.
No, that's different. Okay,
that means you like to get retarded.
Think about it this way. Think about someone who's going to say they can't understand why the government would lie to them. That everything the government says, all the scientists, all the engineers, they're all being above board, and then being like, "I enjoy my marijuana." When the government says that marijuana is the most extremely dangerous street drug. It's a gateway drug. It's more dangerous than heroin.
Yeah,
so which one is it? Is the government lying to you, or is the government being honest with you? And if so, how are you using this dangerous street drug that they told you to look out for?
Government lies about a lot of things. What I'm asking is, what is the purpose of them? Okay, fine.
They lie about everything.
What's the purpose? What would it be the purpose of them lying that our planet is round?
That's like asking the motivation of a murderer. It's subjective. Depends on your angle. But I think there's multiple reasons for it. And if we was to speculate on it, it wouldn't help the empirical argument that the Earth is not curving, would it? If you don't like the answer I gave, you might write off the whole discussion because you don't agree with my reason for why they would lie, or the motive. So before we discuss motive, we should always determine whether the event or the crime or whatever has taken place. So that's what we want to focus on. Is it curving, and is there evidence for it? Everybody doesn't have to be lying about this. Most people like yourself just believe it. They know stuff, what they've been taught, so they regurgitate that when they're challenged by a flat earther. The question is, do they actually know this, or do they just believe it? So the majority in government believe it. Simple.
You know, it's funny, Roots, is they probably believe it, and they know they can't prove that Earth is a globe, and that's why they lie.
Who needs alcohol when I got you guys?
Truth is stranger than fiction, my friend. But you're bypassing the bit that I wanted you to cling on to, which is there's no empirical evidence for curvature or motion. And if there's no empirical evidence, then what you hold is a belief. You don't have any direct evidence. You don't have any real-world experience. There's no interaction with a curving, spinning ball in your life or in anybody's life or in any industry's experience. So for you to just then default, why would they lie, means you're not really grasping the point. The point is that they don't treat the Earth as a ball. We don't experience the Earth as a ball. All evidence leads to a flat Earth. Isn't that strange at the very least for you? I mean, give us that. Isn't it strange that there's no direct evidence for the ball?
It might be hard resetting.
I think he just got more retarded.
So I have a question. So what are some good resources to look at? Like, is Eric Dubé a good source or no? Like, what are some sources I can go?
I don't like.
Yeah, find someone
24/7 flat Earth.
I was going to say, yeah, he's an old school flat earther. He's not exactly, he's not even as educated as some of the people in this room when it comes to science and logic. But he's done a decent job of spreading the message. He can't answer all of your questions, though.
Yeah, I recommend us. I mean, listen, we are 24/7 Flat Earth. We are the premier Flat Earth content producers in the world. So if you want to find out more, just keep talking to us and check out some of our online content too.
Fair enough.
And go out in the real world, buy a nice camera, a good quality camera with a high-powered zoom. Go and find landmarks, go on when you're on holiday, go and find, these places where you can see islands offshore, where you can see oil rigs in the sea with your high-powered zoom, and then find them on Google. You can put a distance to that, and that distance will break the 8-inch per mole squared heliocentric claim. You're going to find out that 99% of all your observations break the curvature calculation.
I'm about to post a video in chat. It's 2.5 minutes long. And what it features is Jay Tolan, a flat earther. He's up in an airplane, and he's got a high-powered zoom camera with an infrared lens. And from his position over Texas, he can see across the Baja Peninsula and beyond, which totally breaks the globe. Like, he can see too far for Earth to be a globe in infrared. You ready for this? It's going to take a bit. It's like a 40 meg drop. All right, it's uploading. It's on the way. some of us have different ways to approach flat Earth, and for me, some of the most compelling content came from high altitude infrared aerial imagery, just like what I'm presenting here. When you go up high, you increase your vantage point, your angular resolution limit to objects in the distance, which in this case would be mountains and valleys and water. Then when you go up that high, the air is also extremely thin, which mitigates any claims of bendy light through the air. And this is further mitigated with an infrared filter. And then by using high-powered magnification with a fat aperture, you can zoom in on things that should be obscured by that geometric horizon of curve. Instead of seeing curvature pop out in all of its glory, we see much further than that in infrared from high up. It's extremely baffling. Yep, there it is. Upload complete. There it is in the text chat. Enjoy.
Watching it now. One of my friends is a flat earther, actually, and I was introduced to flat earth through B.O.B., the rapper. You probably don't know who that is, but he started coming out with music with flat earth stuff, and it got me interested in it like years ago. Like he made a mixtape called Earth, I think it was called, and he just talks about it the whole time.
That's how this channel got started, this 24/7. It was another rapper. I just lost his name. Oh, crap.
Yeah, ODD.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, ODD.
Oh, I know ODD. Yeah. I used to watch ODD. Yeah, I used to watch ODD all the time, bro.
He was the original owner of 24/7. He's the guy who started it. Yeah, it started off. Oh, well, he moved on to other things. But so he started this as kind of like originally as an outlet for creative people to express their idea of flat Earth through music and poetry and art and whatnot.
Yeah.
And from there, other people said, well, I want to be part of the conversation, but I'm not really artistically inclined. They're like, well, sure, let's start other channels. We started branching off. And then once it got more involved with sort of the science, logic, and reason part, he moved on to other things.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but he was... Yeah, that's a lot of people found the same pathway you're on. You're just about, like 7 years behind. Not behind the ball.
Well, I'm not behind. I've been paying attention to this stuff.
Yeah, that's a wrong turn of phrase. You're a late bloomer, if you will.
Right. I see what you're saying. Like ODD, like I used to love his music too. Like he has a song called "The Matrix Has You." I used to love that song. Y'all know that song?
That's a good song.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, in fact, a lot of us consider ourselves artists and musicians too, and it's
I am.
Of the original heritage, I think.
Yeah, I'm a musician, so maybe I need to get into truth speaking in my music.
It's a great way to create culture around a topic, especially something divisive like this. We can unite people together, and when you create something cool out of flat Earth that people want to hang out with and be a part of, and share artistic inspiration about, you start creating culture where it didn't exist before, right? And you start lifting the veil of a taboo topic.
Real quick, guys, my favorite B.O.B. song was "It's Fucking Science, Bro." Y'all remember that one?
Oh yeah. I love that song. He has another song called Biodiversity, I think. He's like, bones don't turn to oil or something like that on the hook.
Yeah,
like,
he's
bones
right.
don't turn to oil. Bones don't turn to oil, nigga. Bones don't turn to oil. I love it, bro. And it got me thinking, yeah, maybe bones don't really turn to oil.
I like that one. This world is not what you think it is.
Oh, that's hot, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, so
the
watching that video?
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah, man. So like he just keeps zooming in and zooming in and zooming in. And at first I didn't believe it, right? Because I'm like, wait, that can't be water. That can't be the Gulf of Baja, Mexico, right? And then there you see Cabo San Lucas, which has like these, it's at the end of the peninsula and it's mountains, and there it is. You see the mountains at the end of the peninsula, and then you can see the Pacific Ocean beyond that. Like, so he's marking a 760-mile distance, but that's easily like over 800 to 1,000 miles beyond.
Yeah, we got somebody from the NFL who drops by here every now and again too. We got some famous people that will come through here, man.
Really?
Yeah, he's a part of the room. We've been talking to him for years too.
That's cool.
Well,
I think we get famous people undercover too.
Yeah, there's, like people in sports, they're actually saying that they're flat earthers. Like some of the MMA fighters, they say that they're from, they think the earth is flat. So a lot of people.
Kyrie Irving. I know Kyrie Irving.
When all these guys are like talking flat earth, when these guys are speaking about flat earth in public, we know they're listening to us because they say the same things that we're saying all the time in our channels.
Pretty cool. Yeah, y'all got a large audience, it seems like.
Yeah, we're making an impact in this world, man. Like, you can also make an impact too, just like who you are. Remember, I told you can speak life upon your own life.
Right.
You don't have to accept the reality that you think that you're not good enough or not smart enough. Dude, just wake up every morning and apply yourself. You'll see a difference.
That's good. That's good. That's a good word.
To quickly throw in one more, wasn't a few years ago, the St. Louis Cardinals baseball team had like 5 or 6 flat earthers on it. I don't remember. Does anybody remember?
Oh, yeah. Was that when they got busted for talking about in the locker room or something, and coach had to say, stop talking about that shit?
Yeah, something like that.
There's some other team.
Pretty sure AJ Styles from WWE is one too.
Yeah. One of the commentators on there said something like, I've had to argue with people in the locker room all year about whether the earth is flat or not, or something like that. Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and InfoWars too, right? Like everybody on InfoWars were talking about flat earth in the office, and it pissed off Alex Jones, and you had to tell them to knock it off. What's really interesting is when you hear people, politicians, newscasters on TV, media figures, right? Where they could say the word like planet or globe, but instead they choose to say like world or, realm sometimes, like across the world. If you hear a guy like on the news say across the world and not like around the globe instead, chances are he's saying that on purpose.
But interesting, when I was younger, I used to hear across the world quite often. And all of a sudden, it slowly morphed into around the globe when they're saying the same thing.
Yeah, we got like famous comedians like Jim Brewer. Oh, go ahead.
At some point in the last 50 or 60 years, whenever this was, worldwide became global. You know what I mean? It became in their vernacular. Instead of saying worldwide and stuff like that, you'd say global.
Oh, I forgot about this documentary. I saw it before. Level. What's your opinion on that? Is it good? Level?
There's like 3 now.
There's 3? What? I'm late, bro. I'm so late.
Yeah, we've moved on from some of our earlier discussion topics. So that's the thing. Like when you check out some of the older stuff from like 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, it's really not up to date with our current understanding and our best arguments.
So I come from more of a biblical understanding of things. So if y'all have any biblical arguments for flat Earth, that would be nice too.
I compiled a document recently on the ancient church and early figures in the church, quotes from their sermons with references and how they viewed the world. I'm going to post it here. Hold on.
And while you're doing that, my friend, also do a search on the definition of global.
All right, PDF up. It's FE Fathers in the text chat. Go grab a copy today.
I'm getting it now.
Wasn't the first entry into like English language of the word globe, wasn't that Shakespeare? And he named the theater.
Yeah, I'm
was
but I don't think the word global has anything to do with globe.
Right. I think it's also interesting, right? Since he called his theater the Globe, right, and then said the world's a stage.
Well, originally, like the globus was the universe. That's how it was conceived. That the universe itself was egg-shaped or globular. That didn't mean that your plane of existence was curved. Yep. So you have all these depictions going back through antiquity of rulers holding a ball in their hands called the globus. And this was not necessarily representing a curving surface of our world, but rather the entire thing that contains our existence. Oh, we got somebody in the chat asking me, what about the 24-hour Antarctic sun? Yeah, what about it? Earth measures flat below the 24-hour Antarctic sun. This is something we've been saying for years. You cannot form a coherent logical argument for the sun dictating what the Earth's surface does below it. What the sun does is accidental or incidental to how Earth measures. One of the ways that we could help verify or validate that the 24-hour Antarctic sun video existed by taking elevation angles to the sun. So the sun was something like 33 degrees in elevation at its maximum height. Incidentally, yeah, Illuminati confirmed 33 degrees elevation maximum height from their position at about 80 degrees south. And that coincides with the sun being at the Tropic of Capricorn at 23 degrees south latitude. So why is that a flat Earth validation? Well, it's one piece of evidence that helps validate it. The elevation angle itself being a geometric principle. The principle being two straight lines subtends to the angle of the observer. And the distance traversed along the baseline, the horizontal leg of that angle, is flat.
Flat with respect to what?
The surface.
No, flat with respect to gravity.
Oh, with respect to gravity. Okay, so you think gravity's a curving force vector?
No. When you take an angle of elevation measurement, that is with respect to gravity, the vector of gravity.
Well, it's perpendicular, right?
Yeah, perpendicular to the angle that's based on gravity. So it has nothing to do with the surface.
Flat.
It has to do with the gravity.
It does. Perpendicular is flat, right?
Yeah, compared to gravity, not compared to the surface of the Earth.
Oh, so you're saying that gravity is also a curving... So how do you have perpendicularity with reference to a curved surface?
No. It's not with reference to a curved surface. It's with reference to gravity. When you take a line, right, and you then make a line perpendicular to that, and you rotate that fully around it in a three-dimensional space, you get a plane. You get a flat plane. So it doesn't matter what the surface of the Earth is, because that's not what you're taking the measurement with regard to. You're taking the measurement with regard to the perpendicular of gravity.
Well, that is also true, but it is also with respect to Earth's surface, because the line that you are using is parallel to Earth's surface, being flat.
No, it's not. You can take a measurement of this
it's not.
kind
And do you
on a
have
mountain.
evidence of it doing something other than being flat, please?
Yes, mountains. Mountains are clearly not flat.
Dude, we're not talking about we're not talking about topological features like mountains.
Okay, but you should
we're talking about the average mean sea level being a flat baseline along the x-axis.
No. The angles of elevation are not taken.
Yes, absolutely.
You can sit there and say no all day long. It's not going
you can measure the angle of elevation from a mountain. You don't have to measure it from sea level.
Right, and that angle is parallel to the flat surface of mean sea level.
No, it's not. That's not true.
Yes, it is. That's what an angle is in reference to.
That does that.
And that
Show me a device that
parallel
does that.
horizontal reference plane above mean sea level is not curved.
Find me a device that makes that measurement. No such devices exist.
The sextant. The sextant.
The sextant measures
the
with
sextant, the quadrant, the theodolite. How many more of these? How about a laser transit method?
Stop. So the sextant doesn't.
No. These are devices that you asked for.
And no, they're not. The sextant is not such an example. Do you want to go to the next one?
Great. Tell me how it doesn't measure a flat angle measurement.
I already told you. Sextant is going to measure relative to gravity at your position, not at mean sea level. It has nothing to do
measures
with
what's
the
relative to
displacement to
gravity.
mean sea
Target
level.
location below the target.
What?
Yeah, it measures a horizontal flat base of reference between you and a target.
No. How does a sextant
that's how a sextant works. And to get even more precise, the theodolite does the same thing with greater purpose and accuracy.
How does a sextant work?
Well, sextant has two mirrors on it. It's got an index mirror and another. And then what you do is you got to rock them back and forth if you're on a boat, because you're going to be bobbing yourself all around on the sea. And once you have your upper and lower limbs set, then you can take a sighting using the sextant to an angle that goes to a star. And the angle that subtends your eyeball from the star, as well as from the horizontal plane of reference, which serves as your level baseline, creates a calculable distance between you and the ground position directly below the star.
When you say horizontal baseline, what is the actual horizontal baseline that the instrument uses?
Yourself.
A flat plane of reference that is relative to mean sea level.
How so? Explain how the device knows
parallel
where
to
mean sea level is.
It is parallel to mean sea level, and then you take another angle called the dip angle
Explain
measurement.
how. No, stop. Explain how
You want
it's
to just keep
relative to
talking over me? You asked me.
the horizon, bro. And then you didn't explain it. You said it's parallel to it.
All right, hey, fuckstick, you're on mute because you asked me to answer a question, and in the middle of me replying to you, you keep interrupting and gish galloping to the next topic. So that's where you're going to.
I don't think he expected you to know so much, to be honest, Amish.
Well, I banned him, so there you
go. Okay, keep going. Run, Forrest.
Yeah, I love how the Lobby. I love the conversation. Like, they have to tell you to stop. They have to order you to explain it. It's a really interesting technique that they use time after time.
What I found interesting with that, he asked for the specific devices that could measure it, and then when he got 3 or 4 of them listed, no. It's like he just went into, like, the needle skipped on the record. No, and just broke down. Like, what the fuck?
Stage 1 is denial.
What was he going to claim? That horizontal isn't involved in celestial navigation? Crikey.
Well, he was hoping, I think what he was hoping was that the tools listed would all have some kind of gravity vector or gravity control mechanism internal. And when the sextant got dropped, all of a sudden, no, it doesn't. It's based on direct line of sight to the horizon from yourself, based on mean sea level. and your elevation angle to your celestial body. There's no gravity vector in that.
Well, there is a gravity vector, and the angle that you're taking from your flat baseline is perpendicular to that.
To me, it sounded like that guy could just come in here and say gravity, and we'd all just shrink away. And then when sporadic started rattling off stuff, he kind of got, oh my God, you know?
Right, and when I pointed out it's perpendicular, he agreed, and that debunked his side of the argument too. Like, he shot himself in the foot repeatedly.
I dropped out. I accidentally left the call, but then I came back in, and all I heard him was like, say, "What?" He was like in shock. He was like, "What?"
Oh, that's on the bingo card. I don't know how far you got through your bingo card, Crit, but he hit a few of them.
I mean, to me, that's an example of the typical mindset of the Glober. They think they just say one word and it's all good. It's a ball, you know. They don't have to think about it after that.
Well, that's when they start trying to take charge and take control of the conversation, because they know that if they let sporadic continue, that actually not only is he going to be proven wrong, but they're going to be schooled on how to use a sextant in respect to an object in the sky in a horizontal plane. They do not want you to get into that, so they want to control the convo.
No, it's gravity.
Yeah, that's the only two words you need to be a globe believer. You don't have to know what they mean or anything. Just gravity and refraction, and you're still on the globe. There you go.
Yeah, it was only refraction and relativity away from full bingo.
There is no single question that you can ask GT that's not 100% explained by appeal to authority, refraction, or gravity. Gravity, boy, I said gravity.
We're immune to it now. Flat Earthers just be floating around the room and shit. Fuck them. Anyways, guys, that was awesome. I'm going to toddle off to bed so I don't get something bad wreck my night. And I'll catch us all tomorrow. Peace, guys.
Catch you later.
Peace, mate. Have a good one. All right, boys, let's get busy proving this globe. I'll go first. I got nothing. Who else got something?
I've got proof that the Earth is a globe. Dave, I don't think that with my proof of the globe that you can. I don't think that you can refute my proof of the globe tard.
Go ahead. What you got?
Do you think you have? Okay, so the first step, so it's a multi-step process. Step number 1. Step 2.
That is the greatest globe proof I've ever heard.
Yeah, incoherent breaking up dialogue. It's good globe proof.
I loved it. Isn't that weird that he was fine right up until he started saying it, and then it started roboting?
Roboting, and he's saying, "Here's the globe proof." He started roboting. That's hilarious. Try again, J.E. You there? You were breaking up, man. No, you're even worse. You're even worse.
Are you singing?
Oh my God.
It kind of sounds like
buy
the new
me a
Cher song or something.
It's his new auto-tune record.
Right.
Yeah, that is weird when somebody robots and it starts sounding musical like that. That's kind of strange, you know?
Elon doesn't want me talking, so I guess I have to sing.
All right, you're clear now. What's your globe proof? Say it real quick.
Number 1, assume the globe. Step number 2, appeal to authority. Step number 3, use the word gravity. Step number 4, use the word refraction. Step number 5, insult your opponent. Step number 6, congratulations, you have now proven the globetard.
Yeah, that's
pretty funny.
They outline what most people do at the surface level without digging into the subject. I agree, yeah.
You forgot a vital step. Ignore all natural world observation.
Good point, Roots. Or just admit that your natural observations are exact opposite of what you're actually seeing. Generally speaking, you know what I mean?
Sure do.
You know, and in turning that to another light, I guess the other way that you could say it is step 1, 2, talk about things you don't actually know about, and step 3, not ignore the natural observations you make, and then I guess the final conclusion is prove your conclusion. In all seriousness, how many of the people who come in here, that they don't know?
They're zapping you again, J.E. Hang on a second. Reconnect.
Dr. T-Pain Barrington. So I'm going to call you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's
your satellite is online. Go ahead.
No, just saying. Assuming all good intention of them coming here to converse with us and quickly find out they don't actually know what they're talking about, but what they do know more or less is the appeal to authority. So that's why they end up where they are.
Yeah, not in Alabama.
Well, that's all they've got. The Globe can only appeal to fallacious arguments. Prove us wrong, Globers. There's got to be one in here.
No, there are just mods here. Muting anybody who has a different point of view. What's the point?
No, we don't mute those who can have a calm discussion. We'll only mute those who start to spaz out.
If you come in here and discuss the subject like an adult, we will not mute you, I guarantee it. Go ahead, Rude. Sorry.
Yeah, we want to have this discussion without like somebody splurging out and then they start saying things that are incoherent or abusive. It just creates chaos. We would rather mute them and wait for those people who can come and have that logical discussion with us. Otherwise, the crazies will be taking up the time in the room and it stops others from joining in. So we'd rather a few moments of silence while we wait for the more coherent people to come.
I have a question.
Shoot from the hip, buddy.
What do you guys think about the Midnight Hammer operation?
The what?
The Midnight Hammer operation, you know, with the B-2 bombers bombing Iran's nuclear facilities.
That
sounds a bit political to me.
A little bit.
Yeah, we don't really discuss the mainstream circus and what clowns are doing what in here. But anyway, you got anything about the flat Earth or the globe? Go ahead.
We have some crayons in the back if you're bored.
Yeah, they did that on a flat Earth, by the way.
Yeah, they went for the Antarctic, no?
No, they didn't do it on the Antarctic. The subject that you just... Yeah, gentlemen, one second. Yeah, no. The thing that you just said right now, they did it on the flat Earth.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, I got a question. Like, I've seen some theories that there's.
Yeah, Josh, I'm letting this guy respond because he came in here pretty hot and heavy with the idea that, they're bombing Iran, but he doesn't understand they're doing it on a flat Earth. I wonder if he knows that.
No, I don't know that. This is first time hearing this.
Right. So the Earth, as you've been told, is thought to be a globe, but in no way does it conform to the globe that you think about, right? So they're not traveling over the surface with their jets, bombing another country on a globe. They're not doing that. It's a horizontal plane.
Do you believe that there are some spots on this planet that you can get 24-hour sun?
Yeah, it's not a planet. That's the problem. And the 24-hour sun doesn't preclude that the Earth is a globe. It just demonstrates that the sun is doing something in the sky, but doesn't tell you about the shape of the ground that you're standing on. All right, do it this way. Zed, I'm going to give you a little challenge. Try to formalize the idea that the Earth is a globe based on the 24-hour sun. Go ahead and give me a logical statement that it's exactly a globe because of the 24-hour sun. Tell me that, please. How is it a globe with a 24-hour sun? Formalize it in a logical statement, or logical syllogism is what it's called. Give me two true premises and one conclusion.
The sun is round.
Okay. That's premise number one. That's premise number two. What's premise number three? Excuse me, the conclusion. No, the conclusion. I'm sorry.
At the North Pole.
So you said the sun is round. Hold on. Let's recap. Hold on. The sun is round. The Earth is round. And what's the conclusion?
Still, there's more premises.
Oh, how many premises do you want?
As much as I want.
Yeah, but we got to put a conclusion at some point. We can't just keep going forever.
It will come. It will come. Eventually.
How many? Give me how many premises you need, dude.
All right, let's go one by one. So the sun is round.
Sure.
The planet is round. Satellites in the sky. The moon is round. There are seasons. We launch spacecraft to space. There are satellites you can see images from. Russia and America, they hate each other. China.
I think he understands.
So you're falling off, dude. You're falling off. We're only talking about the Earth. Okay, so examining premise number one, the sun is round. Well, it looks like a circle in the sky, so I can rock with that. Yeah, sun is round. Okay.
Do you know that the circle would look flatter
hold on
from different angles?
Zed, 1 second.
Do you know that a flat
I'm gonna have to mute you, sir.
Flatter?
I'm gonna have to mute you. All right, just listen to what I'm saying.
You should mute yourself.
No. We're going through each one of your premises. When I'm not spazzing out, I'm going through each one of your premises. You don't want me to. I don't know why. All right, premise number two.
You. A flat circle
you're not
would
correcting
look flatter.
me. No, you're not correcting me. All right, premise number two. the Earth is round? How do you know that? Because if you said that's a true statement, and premise number 2 is saying that the Earth is round, how do you know that statement is true?
Oh yeah, that's easy. Because if you take observers from different latitudes or longitudes, and you talk to them at the same time, and everyone takes the measurement, they will all have the same angle.
What measurement are they taking, sir?
The angle of the attack to the sun.
Okay, so when they do angles
of the horizon.
Right, when they do angles, are they using 2 straight lines to make that angle?
2 straight lines?
Yes, to make an angle.
Lines.
When you make an angle, do you
there
use 2
is.
straight
I mean,
lines?
yeah, there's a line to the horizon, and there's a line towards the sun. Yeah, and you're
Exactly. So you make an angle with 2 straight lines, yes?
Duh.
Okay, so it's one of the lines on the Earth.
Do you know how to measure?
It's one of the lines on the Earth. It's one of the lines on the Earth.
This is now questioning, not
It's
questioning.
one of the lines on the Earth. You're avoiding me, sir. It's one of the lines on the
You're
Earth.
avoiding me. You didn't even
Answer the question.
the reason
Answer
why.
the question. It's one of the lines on the Earth.
No, how about you answer my question?
Okay, you're running now. I don't like that.
I'm not running. I'm still here. I'm still talking.
Answer the question. It's one of the
No, you
lines on
answered
the
the
Earth.
question. I told you you have many observers.
Sir,
observe the sun
it's
at
one
the
of
same
the
time.
lines. It's
They
one
all
of
get
the
the
lines
same
on the
angles.
Earth.
You put this on a
You
flat
don't wanna-
plane. You'll find out that the sun is very far
You're
away.
running away
and
from
it's
me,
all
sir.
the way.
Third attempt. Third attempt. Third attempt.
You're boring me, man. You're boring me. Flat earthers, flat darts,
okay, so-
flat darts, flat darts. You're retard.
Yeah, have a nice
You
day.
are a retard. You know
Have a
you're a
nice day, sir.
retard.
That's how you do it, folks. Back to you guys.
Well done, AB. Another example of somebody can't think for themselves. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, enough
AV, the
brain
logical
cancer
bouncer.
for today. You Alabama Healy boys have fun.
What was that? I didn't even understand it. Was that insults before leaving?
The Healy Boys. I don't even know what that is.
That last guy was like, he's like, can you form it then into a logical syllogism? And he's like, the sun is round, yeah, planes flying. It's like, he just rattled off all this shit. It's random shit.
Premise 25. Premise 26. Saturn is round. Premise 27. Uranus is round.
Shoot, I'm quick like a ninja, baby. I'm into slicing and dicing.
Sasha, so What do you mean from bottom up? I'm a little bit confused on.
Because there is observation of the ships and people saying ships going over the horizon, and then they see the half of the ship, let's say, and they're saying why the ship it's we don't see the bottom of the ship, let's say. You understand now? Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Disappearing bottom can happen on the sphere and on the flat surface.
Oh, disappear. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. I understand. Yeah.
You got it now, yeah. So when people walk
I
away
understand
from
what you mean.
Right, when people walk away from you, the legs start to disappear, and eventually, you see the back end and the head, and then you can't see them anymore. All right, that's the way that things happen. From your angular resolution, the ability of your eye to focus on everything is being exceeded because it's going into what's known as the vanishing point, and it's going to vanish from the ground because there's more of the upper atmos. The air is vaster, much vast than the ground itself. The ground is a barrier, and everything's moving into the vanishing point of that object. You're looking at that person, that car, that ship. Okay, it's going to disappear.
What if you
Bottom
try?
upwards, because you're on the ground, you're on the surface of the earth. You see, so the surface of the earth will be an obstacle to see it because the person is moving away from you. Okay, it's not curvature though. That's the thing.
Well, what if you view the? What if you try the other half? What if you view like the sky, like the clouds? They would have to be doing the same thing to.
Yeah, they would be. They would be doing the same thing, as you put it. If you're focusing on the clouds, yeah, absolutely. Yes,
Yeah, but
they would be.
So they would have to appear to be going down due to the same reason.
That does happen. That phenomena does happen when you've got clouds. In fact, that when you look at the clouds, you'd think that the clouds were on a sheet of glass because it all looks flat and level. That's the other thing as well. So yeah, no, you're right in what you're saying. Because I witnessed it.
And looked at the sky.
Yeah, you want to start looking at the sky, looking at everything, start connecting with nature around you, and don't take it for granted. It's the only real thing that's happening that you can trust, that you know is real, not your governments and your space agencies that want you to forget about the senses and just believe. Yeah, connect with Earth.
Good thing I have a job that's all hands-on and outside and real grimy and dirty. In fact, I had a couple, maybe a pound or two of dirt out of my shoes alone. Plucking out weeds and all that stuff for a pumpkin patch.
Good on you.
Some shit.
Yeah, that's good. That's good for you because at least you're out there in nature. You have an opportunity to observe some phenomena that those who live in concrete jungles don't get. So you enjoy that and use your senses and look around. Take pictures. If you've got a smartphone, take what you see. If you've got a better camera than that, take it with you and make it a hobby. Capture these phenomena from time to time.
And it's
my job. What would you call? What would another word for that dirt that you're talking about? There will be another word for the dirt.
Soil.
Cognator.
Soil. Earth.
Soil. Earth. All right.
Mud.
So soil, dirt, and earth. Those are equivalent.
Well, yeah, I would say they are. Why not?
I would say that the creator wanted it to be a globe.
Why?
Well, if creator wanted to do that, why all religion in all human history didn't have that picture?
No, God wanted us to figure out that it is a globe.
If God wanted that, why all religious didn't have that depicting in their religious drawings?
But we were still on the way to figuring it out.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, all religions, all of them. Only one is not. Only one religion disagree with all religious. Only one religion. Heliocentric religion disagree with all religious.
I don't want to turn it into a religious thing. I guess Twanger, you said it, but Are you? Well, or whoever it was, yeah. I mean, but are you asserting that the God did not reveal His creation to His people? He made it so that you were unable to understand the revelation of the world.
Yeah, he gave us the ability to, and it's a fascinating, deeply spiritual fact of reality.
Yeah. So right. So you're saying that upon creation, he is not revealing the truth of he's not revealing the truth of his creation. That you have to actually dive deeper. So God is not showing Himself in all aspects of the world. I mean,
he's not showing all his handiwork. He's not showing all his handiwork, is what you're implying. Yeah.
Yeah,
When
quite the position.
when we understand big ideas, like when we put together the work of knowledge that we put together, that's closeness to God. Okay, so
yeah,
and one way of knowing that is knowing that he wanted it to be a globe. Thank you for that.
Yeah, but you're saying, but by consequence, what you're saying is that
he
you were
didn't
not
want it to
created.
be a globe. That's for sure.
Yeah, you were not.
No
you were
evidence for that. There's no proof or evidence for the globe. None.
Yeah, by
I don't even
consequence,
know
you're saying
how
that
you
you
could
were
come
not
to that
given the.
conclusion. How could you come to that conclusion with no evidence for it?
No, all the evidence for it.
You were saying, the consequence of what you're saying you are not given the ability to perceive the revelation, upon being created.
Of God. Yeah. Even though He gave us the five senses. Get out of here with that. Come on. No proof, no evidence, but yet it's a globe. He's having a laugh. I think he's joking with us. Clearly joking. He's laughing behind it.
Maybe Glober's just the next stage in evolution, sir.
That's it. Yeah, that's more like it. He's laughing in his pillowcase. I can tell.
Maybe you'll get there by the time you pass. I hope so.
Yeah. So if you don't have the ability to perceive the revelation, being the world, however it is being revealed as it truly is, you would then, as a consequence, be saying that you're living ultimately shrouded in illusion. Yeah. And then the senses that you would have to use, and the reasoning that you would have to use, then could all be impaired by this delusion. So you would have to use your senses to determine that your reasoning is valid, but you already put yourself in a world of illusion where you don't have the ability to perceive the world as it is. So you'll never know. Yeah. You can't know now. You fucked yourself.
Yeah, that's right. It's dangerous. And I think today Sacha did a great job in revealing that, because the other guy was lost, and Sacha's line of questioning was simple, and yet the man didn't get it. Wow. Well done, Sacha. Anyway, it was very enjoyable.
Flat Earth is fundamentally a self.
Twanger, one simple question. Can you distinguish the curved surface from the flat surface?
There you are.
Yes.
How you will do that?
As a whole, we know that.
As a whole, what?
You're thinking about only yourself. You're the flat earther.
No, I'm not thinking about myself. I ask you a question about the surface. How you will distinguish the curved from the flat surface? I'm not talking nothing about me.
I'm going to engage with that level of conversation.
Oh, that's the simple level this is the most simple level of conversation. That means we in the question it's the flat and the curved. And now how we will distinguish that? How we will know that something is curved and something is flat?
Yeah, how can you tell the difference? How will you know the difference? How you would discern that? That's all. Simple question.
I heard him say that we can't do it on a local scale. So what he's going to appeal to is non-local, I guess, measurements, right? But so he's saying only you can do it, and only you can do it, and only you can do it, and only all the people he's pointing at, they can only do it locally. But you're not going to be able to use local measurements.
You're thinking too personally, too individually. You have to think more about what we know as a people, dude. You don't think about yourself. Don't be selfish.
Well, let's think about the size. Let's think about the size of the Earth. Let's not think personally, okay?
Yeah, let's take the numbers. Go ahead, Sasha.
Let's take the size of the Earth. Let's think like that. How much for you distance is locally? What distance you will give for locally?
I think
What is locally? What is
level of
locally?
English is too low to actually. You should try to think about the word in your own language because you fall short in English.
Oh, I'm
No,
short
he's
in
doing
English.
okay.
Okay,
He's doing okay. Come on. He's
okay.
doing okay. Come on, Sasha.
I will.
Sasha,
Yeah, I
ask
will
again.
try
You're
to.
doing okay.
Yeah, I will try to learn English. I'm asking you, what is local? 1 mile, 10 miles, 100 miles. What is local?
Right. What's local? What do you mean by local? Define that.
Oh, is it 1 mile different to understand in English? 10 miles? Is that I need translation for that? I need to learn English for 10 miles of distance? 100 miles? Do you understand English?
I think it's just some like. What do you mean by like local?
What do you mean by 100? 100 is behind 99. You have 99 miles and you have 100 miles. Did you understand now?
Yeah, 100 miles will not be local. That's for sure.
Less
100
than
miles
99.
is not local.
I'm still confused on what he means by local. Like, as in current position, or like.
No,
like
I asked you the simple question in the beginning.
Immediate
How you
location,
can
generally.
how do you know the difference? How do you know the difference between something it's curved surface and the flat surface?
Yeah,
given your local approximation on the
What
Earth.
is local? What is local approximation?
Yeah, can you define that in miles, please, or kilometers?
Like where you are on the planet.
Let's say let's say I am in one town. Let's say whatever. Can I choose the town?
Yeah, just choose.
I'm in Amsterdam. Let's say, okay. And now what?
Right. How do we discern whether we're curving or flat? Let's go.
Then I only want to know. I only want to know how the sphere is working, nothing else. And then I will come back to the sphere tomorrow immediately if it's curving.
Yeah.
Because it will be stupid to deny something what is curving.
Exactly. That would be foolish. If it's curving and you can see it curving, why would you deny it? Yeah, that would mean you need mental help for sure. No drugs, of course.
Or should I take a stick and put it on the ground in Amsterdam and wait till the sun to come and say, okay, shadows is 3 meters of this stick. That means Earth is curving.
No, you're going to need 2 sticks. You're going to need 2 sticks, not 1 stick.
Let's make 100 sticks, Gene.
That's going to take a long time, but okay.
Why
Why what? Can you tell me the method how I can measure the Earth? Why not 5 sticks?
I have no idea where this is coming from because I have not previously heard anything on this. So
okay, how I can measure? What is the method to measure the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, because if a Greek did it 2,500 years ago, and we're now living in 2025 with the most latest cutting-edge technology, we should do this piss easy. But we're not able to do the curvature here, so how can we do it? Today's modern technologies can't help us, unfortunately. We're not measuring any degree of curvature. So, how do we measure it, folks? Got to go back to 2,500-year-old methods. Sticks in the ground.
Unger, can I be not flat earther and ask that question?
Yeah, you ask it. Yeah, ask it as non-flat earth, as a glober. How do you measure?
No, like a person. I'm asking only question. I'm interested in how we can measure the surface of the Earth.
Well, you're going to have to do what Aristophanes did. You know, you've got to count the base.
That's the story, Gene. I want to know now in 2025 how we can use the geometry to measure the shape. It's spherical.
Yeah, it's a great question because, like I said, today's modern technologies is not able to do that. We're finding horizontality extended, not even local, but extended horizontality. from
does
my
horizontality even have to do with this?
You know why?
If something is horizontal, is that curved?
Do you know why Eratosthenes is
If
so
something looks horizontal, does that mean it's automatically curved?
No, it's something
No.
measured.
If something looks, if something looks horizontally, does that mean that it's curved?
Right, that's the
Yeah,
first
it
thing.
can
Does
be.
it mean it's curved?
Right?
Can be.
It can be.
It can,
Just because
it can
something
be.
looks like a certain way
Okay,
doesn't mean it is.
hang on. But when it's measured, hang on a minute, Sasha. Hang on a minute, Sasha. When it is measured horizontal, is it curved then? When it's measured,
It's not measured horizontal. What are you talking
it
about?
is measured. Don't be
Okay,
telling us
how
it
how
isn't.
horizontal?
It's measured horizontal. Measured
By
horizontal.
what? What metric?
There's many methods. Many
Gene,
methods.
can I ask him? Gene, can I ask him the same question like I asked the guy?
Yeah, you may do so, sir. Go ahead.
Like a new guy, how you
8 inches
can
per
you
mile squared.
okay? Can you know the difference? What is the flat surface and the curved surface?
Yeah.
What's the difference between a flat surface and a curved? That your question just answers itself, right? A flat
great.
surface versus a curved surface. Are you kidding me?
Okay, good. How you will know that something is curving?
By looking at it.
By looking at it.
Just by
Or
looking
you can
at
use
it.
math.
Doesn't it
Just
look
by
flat?
looking at it, but just by
You can
looking
look at it, right? Go at a high altitude, right? 100,000 miles up. You can see a curve. Any pilot will
I can
agree
see-
with me.
Okay,
Any
that
pilot-
means
fighter pilot will too.
that mean that you see the curve from the air, from the high altitude.
Yep.
That means that same curve it's on the ground.
Yep.
That means it's measurable.
Yep.
How far?
How far what?
Let's say I'm 6 foot tall. I'm not.
I'm pretty sure the
5 something.
circumference of the entire Earth is 24,000 miles, right? So if you want to know that, there's your answer.
Okay.
It's around
Can you type
24,000 miles.
Yeah, that's correct. And radius is 3,959 miles. Is that correct?
Something like that, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, it's
And
curved.
with the 6 foot height, how much you can see?
6 foot height? How far you can see? I don't know the exact distance, right?
3 miles?
I'm pretty sure it's like
three
yeah,
miles.
probably around 3 miles, most likely. Maybe 8.
With the 6 foot height.
Yeah, around 6 foot. Yeah, maybe 3 to 8 miles. Doesn't really matter,
Okay, well,
right?
how much
If you
you
had
can
a
see
flat
with
Earth,
what?
you'd be able to see forever, right?
No.
Unfortunately, yeah.
No. Unfortunately, no. Do you know why no? One first example, stupid example. Do you know what is the Guinness record for the long distance photography?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the Chicago skyline or something like that on top
I'm
of a
asking
mountain.
you, do you know what is the Guinness record for the long shoot photography?
Yeah, longest.
No, what is it?
270 miles.
270 miles. Okay, from what to what?
Okay. From one mountain to another mountain.
Yeah, French mountains, 273 to be
Okay,
exact.
well, I can't verify those numbers. You could be making that up, so...
There is a competition. You can type it on the Google. There is a people who win the Guinness record for that. If you don't believe me, you know.
From a
And now the question for you is this: if there is a record to make 275 miles, how I can make something what is on 400 miles photo?
Okay, well, you can't do that, right? I mean, the thing is,
why we cannot
the higher
do that?
you go, the more you can see, right?
Yeah, that's why we see 270 miles. That's the record.
Yeah, because you're so high up.
No,
right?
yeah, but you said
farther. The higher you go up, you can't do that on the flat Earth, by the way.
You see, it's happening on a flat Earth. That's the point.
It's not.
I'm asking you,
Why can you see so much more the higher you go? That doesn't make any sense on a flat Earth.
Well, then, hang on a second. Look, why don't you just do a quick test? Lie down on the ground and see how much you can see with your belly on the ground, face, and then you look along the ground, and then stand up and tell me you're not going to see more. You don't even understand your own environment, man. You're lost.
You can literally look up weather balloon videos, and you can see how far they can see out in the distance. Right? It doesn't make any
because
sense.
you're higher up. No curvature, though.
Doesn't make any sense on a flat Earth.
Are you saying if surface is flat and you raise the elevation, you will not see further?
Yeah, you won't, right? If at a certain distance, right, if you go really high up, you would be able to see like throughout, like pretty much to the end of the Earth, right? And if you go higher and higher, why can you see more?
Why you cannot see more what?
Why? Okay, so on our Earth, right, when you have a weather balloon, why can you see so much farther when you increase your elevation, right, to 10,000
Because you increase your
miles?
angle of view, you can see more.
Angular view?
Look,
why can you see
hang on.
more?
Right.
Because
Isn't that what
you
Whitsitt said?
raise your
Whitsitt
angle
said
of
that.
view. Are you saying that for you it's something strange if you raise the elevation that you will see more? That's for you strange?
Yeah, if you go 5,000 feet in the air, right, versus maybe 100,000 feet in the air, you can see way more of the Earth than like 5,000 feet. Why does that happen? Why is it whenever I go up in elevation, let's just say I'm standing on the beach and the sun sets, I can't see the sun anymore. And then I go up really, really high, I can see the sunset again. Explain that.
Well, that's because you've gone up in elevation.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to speak. I'm trying to speak to you. You went up in elevation, which increased.
Sorry.
Why do you keep interrupting? You can hear me speaking. Why did you burst out?
That wasn't
you
me.
some
That
kind
wasn't
of
me.
fucking retard. Shut
That
up.
wasn't.
Pay attention.
That wasn't
Pay
even
attention.
him.
Just pay attention. Because you went up, you raised your elevation slightly. That is why you could see the sun. But I guarantee you, hang on a second, because when you look, the sun has just gone out from your eyesight where you were standing on the ground. You raise your elevation, yeah. The sun disappears afterwards. There will come a point where you will never see the sun, no matter how high you go up. Okay. So let's not get smart here.
Yeah,
It's not
how high?
proving curvature, by the way.
How high?
Oh, I
Do you know
I
the
can't give you
exact
that. I
distance,
haven't
or is that just an ad
I
hoc
haven't
solution?
conducted that, but it's not going to be that not much higher than your tower block.
Okay, so that's
To be
an
quite
ad hoc
honest.
speculative claim. So I don't know why you're
It's
bringing
not
that
an
up,
ad
right?
hoc at all. It's not an ad hoc at all.
Yeah, you're just
What
saying at a
you've
certain
done-
point you
what
can't see the
look,
sun anymore. Prove
What
that.
I'm trying to say to you is that it's this, yeah, and you failed to do it. Lie down on the ground and see what you can see, and then stand up and tell me you're not going to see more. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah,
You're
I'm in my room right now,
you
so
are
it's not really gonna make a
ignoring the
difference.
facts here.
Bro, what?
You're ignoring
You don't.
nature.
Okay,
as well.
what you don't comprehend is scale. You don't understand how big
you
the
don't
Earth
understand scale.
Can you tell us
Going
how
from
big Earth
1
is?
foot
Can
to
you tell us
6
how
feet.
big? Can you tell us how
It's not
big
gonna make a
Earth
difference.
is? Can you tell us
How
how
big
big
the
Earth
Earth is?
Yeah.
I just
Can you
told
tell
you.
us?
It's got a
You
circumference
tell
of
us.
24,000
Okay.
miles.
Okay.
It's
Can you
not.
tell me how much
Wrong
you can
number.
see on the sphere with a 6-foot height?
Yeah.
About 3 to 8 miles, somewhere around there.
Okay. With the 1-foot
Guessing.
observer height, we see 10 miles.
Right, there
You
you
said
are.
what?
And can you look in the side chat? I posted the actual camera.
With the 1-foot observer height, we see more than 10 miles.
Yeah,
Okay.
we actually see
Okay.
29 miles.
I mean, we can see.
29
depending on what you're talking about, miles, right? We can see way farther than that. But
Forever. Listen this. With your height, how much you can see on this given size Earth 3,959 miles. You said 3 miles. That's it. We see in reality with 1-foot observer height, that means 6 times less height, we see 10 miles. You
Okay,
cannot
so
see
prove
more
that,
than
right?
3 miles. I'll prove that. I think that.
Okay, show me without instead of showing me a picture of something taking a
Do you
picture
want
on
video?
the ocean, right?
Do
Because
you
of
want video, not picture?
you're not letting me finish, right? And because I know you flat earthers love to do this thing where you take a picture of something across like the ocean or across like a lake, and you can see like refraction and stuff like that. That's causing
No,
like
that's not what we
maybe the
do. We
Chicago
don't do
skyline
that.
to come
You
into
made a
view,
mistake.
right?
I don't know why you would say
I see that all the time. I always see the Chicago skyline
No,
picture.
that's rubbish. You're speaking crap because we don't do that. We don't take pictures with refraction in them
All I
because
see in the side
they're
chat
an
is
obstacle. We don't do that. That's not what we do.
It's an obstacle? What are you talking
I
about?
thought you said you could only see so far based on the observer height.
Yeah. Refraction. You know, we
So
look for
what is the
refraction.
maximum amount of surface you should be able to see for a 1-foot observer?
Yeah. We can
Tell
see
us.
29 miles.
around 3 to 8 miles, right? That's
For a
the basis I'm saying.
for a 1-foot observer.
For 1 foot, I don't even know. I don't think there's much of a difference between 1 to 6 feet, right? It doesn't really matter. I think it's the same thing, right?
What's
Probably
it based on?
3 to 8
What's that
miles.
based on? What is that based on?
I'm pretty sure 8 inches per mile squared, right? That equation. You can verify that if you want. Okay, so how much is it?
No,
Tell me.
It's
Is it over 10
1.225
miles?
miles. It's
1.225
1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay, so if you were 6 foot or 1 foot, how far could you see? Explain that to me.
It's about 3 miles.
About exactly. Thank you. You just explained what I just said. Perfect. About 3 to 8 miles. I'm just saying 3 to 8 miles, right? It could be 3 miles
from 1 foot. Is 10 so from 1 foot it should be 1.225 miles. So is 10 miles or 20 miles about 1 mile?
What?
Yeah, I said about 3 miles. So what if a 6-foot observer observed a horizon that's 10 miles away? Is 10 miles about 3 miles? Around about 3 miles?
If a person who's 6 foot that should only be able to see 3 miles away see something 10 miles away, right?
No,
we have to calculate how
not
tall that thing
something
is.
that's 10 miles away. The surface, the amount of surface.
The surface. So you're talking about street level, right? You can see the ground 10 miles away. Yeah, no, that's never happened, unfortunately. Right? We've seen the Chicago skyline, right? But you can only see the top halves of those buildings, right? Not street level. It's only the top halves of those buildings. So
how much of curvature should be on 50 miles?
how much curvature?
Yeah, for that Chicago skyline
No idea how much
observation.
curvature. If you want to calculate that
It's a
using 8 inches per mile squared,
it's a 1,000 something feet.
1,000 feet of curvature?
Yes.
What the fuck? That's definitely not right. Right, 50 miles.
That's not definitely not
feet.
right.
Oh yeah, you're saying feet, so that makes sense, right? It's 50 miles of curvature. If that's what you're asking.
Well, hang on, Sasha. So at the 52 past the hour, Sonny on the Plains posted something there. Now that's an observation taken from 1 foot. Why is there surface beyond 1.225 miles then, if that's never happened, as you said?
What are you talking about? Why is there surface beyond 1.2 miles?
Yeah, why can you see water beyond the distance that you said that's never happened?
I said 3 miles. You said 1.2 miles. I said
because if you apply that formula, shut up, bro. If you apply that formula,
that was pretty funny,
right, to a 1 foot observer height, you get 1.225 miles.
Yeah. And
yeah. So in that,
I mean, I don't even know if that's correct. Right? I don't even know if that's correct.
It is, right? That's the formula. 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Right? You can check this online. There's online distance to horizon calculators and online curvature calculators. You can check this if you like. That's the math, right?
All I'm hearing is what if? Like,
so we apply it to this image, which was taken at 1 foot observer height. That would make a horizon distance of 1.225 miles. Yet we see a horizon there beyond 9.41 miles.
Yeah, okay, so what is the atmosphere looking like, right? Is it atmospheric particles, right?
So now you want to invoke other things.
What is it?
So what is the maximum distance? So what is the maximum distance one should be able to see from 1 foot observer height?
You say it's 1.2 whatever miles, right?
That's
but
the
you
math.
are just lying.
That's
You're just saying this thing exists because
that's
I
not me
so.
saying that. Hey, bro, that's not me saying that. That's the globe math.
That's the globe math?
Yes.
Or are you even doing it right? Which math? Are you using the trigonometry one or 8 inches per mile squared? Which one?
No,
Which math?
1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet is the formula for determination of distance to the horizon. Go and check it. If you want a moment to go and check if that's correct or not, go and check it.
Okay, we're going to check it together.
Yellow.
Okay, 1.22 miles. Okay.
Right, so that's correct, right? That's not us. That's not our math. That's
So that
globe
means
math.
that if you're 1 foot tall, you cannot see something 9 miles across.
Right, you can't see surface of the Earth. You can't see a horizon that's beyond that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, and so in the image that Sonny on the plane took, that's a still shot from a video which shows a guy getting down about 1 foot above the surface of the water and zooming in towards those oil rigs and seeing a horizon beyond 9.4 miles.
Okay, first of all, is there atmospheric refraction putting those things
so
in distance?
now you want
Can
to
you see the
invoke something
base
else.
of the oil rig?
So you either can or you can't see past that geometric limitation.
Atmospheric you say the water, right? You're proving my point
so
here. You're saying the water.
So you can
refraction.
So you can see past that geometric point. All right. So you can
via refraction. Right.
Okay.
Has
So
nothing
what's
to do
the
with
maximum?
curvature.
So what is the maximum then? What's the maximum amount of surface you should be able to see from 1 foot? What is the maximum amount?
1.22 miles. But if
so you're going back to that. So not
surface,
refraction then.
Refraction
I want you to
cause it to be in frame.
All right. So add in as much of your refraction as you like. What's the maximum distance? What? No, hey, bro. Shush.
Oh my God.
What's the maximum amount of surface one should be able to see, given all your conditions, right? Across how much? What is the distance? What's the maximum distance you should be able to see?
From what height?
1 foot.
I'm gonna say this again. Ready? 1.22 miles.
No, you threw that under the bus. You threw that under the bus and said refraction. I say, okay, so
refraction
what is
has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. It is an illusion. It's like a mirage. So unfortunately, that claim can be thrown out the window.
In that image, can you see surface of the Earth beyond 1.22 miles?
I don't know what image you're talking about. Where's the image? Is it in the chat?
At 52 past the hour.
Okay, let's see this. Let's see this video. So unfortunately, that's okay. So they're taking this video on. It's not even sea level. It's not even sea level. They're on literally like a mountain or a cliff. So you're saying
they're at the beach, bro.
They're on. They're on literally a cliff. You can see the top of the ocean. Are you serious? You're deliberately lying right now about their.
You're missing. Hold on, forever. You're missing the actual camera setup. I don't know where you are in the video. You can clearly see he's right at the water, and he just pans up, rotates the camera up after the camera's right on the water.
He's walking up steps. He's going up in elevation.
That's after.
He's walking up steps, and now he's not even 1 foot off of the ground. You're a liar.
What's the timestamp?
3:56. 3:56. He's walking up steps, which proves that he's not 1 foot off of the ground, right? He's on top of like the stairs, and he's taking a video of the oil rigs really far away. So you just debunked yourself with your own video. He's not 1 foot off the ground. I would go mute too. I can't lie.
You said 3:56. Go to 3 minutes.
Okay, let's go to 3 minutes.
Okay. Where he is.
Okay, this is also not 1 foot off the ground.
Okay,
he's literally standing up.
I will give you 10 foot. Okay.
Don't you guys have
I will give you 10 foot, okay?
Yeah, that's atmospheric refraction. You can't even see the bottom part of the oil
I will give you 10 foot. You said it's not 1. I will give you 10, okay? Is that all right?
Right, you're debunking yourself, right? It's
no, man. Let's
bro, he is at 1 foot.
Yeah, atmospheric. You can't see the bottom half of the oil rig. You can't see it. You can only see the top half of it.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
You can see the bottom half of the oil rig.
This is about the horizon. This is about the horizon. Things don't disappear from view before the horizon, always after, right? In your worldview, not before. If you've got a horizon that's behind something and you can't see the bottom of that object, it's not Earth curvature.
If you're talking about a very tall structure like an oil rig that's not even part of, like, not even on sea level, right? This is a very tall oil rig that you can probably see from that far away.
Do you know what is oil rig in that example?
Do I know what oil rig is? What are you talking about?
Do you know what is oil rig in that observation? What is presenting oil rig?
Yeah, a very tall structure. It's a very tall oil rig.
What is in that argument? What is in that argument in that observation oil rig? Do you know that?
Okay, so you're talking about things at sea level, seeing one thing from sea level.
I'm asking you, what is the oil rig presenting in that observation?
What do you mean presenting? It's presenting itself. What are you talking about?
You don't know.
Sasha.
That's the problem. That is the mark. That is the mark. That is the mark. Only to finish.
He's not understanding your question, Sasha.
Yeah.
Okay.
What he's asking is, what do the oil rigs represent in the picture? Okay?
Okay.
The picture is not about the oil rigs. The picture is about the horizon. What's in the picture?
You cut out. What did you say?
What do they denote? What do they represent? The oil rigs.
What do you mean? What do they represent? They're oil rigs. Right? They're higher than sea level.
Distance.
They're higher than sea level.
Distance. I'm giving it to you because you're too dumb.
Distance plus height. You forgot about that because they're way higher than sea level.
The oil rigs represent a distance away from the observer. That's all they're relevant for in this situation. Now, where's the horizon?
The horizon, right? What do you mean, where's the horizon? Are you talking about sea level?
Where is the horizon in the imagery?
Underneath the oil rig.
Underneath the oil rigs.
You can see that it's higher. You can see the oil rig is higher than sea level.
Stop for a second.
What is the horizon? What?
Can you give us the definition of horizon? What is your definition of a horizon? We need to start there.
That's where I was going. What is the horizon?
What is the definition? You're asking me what the definition of a horizon is?
Yes.
Are you serious? The furthest point, a horizon is the furthest point you can see along Earth's surface before it curves away and drops.
Not your definition. Not your definition.
No, that's
not your
the definition. Unfortunately,
the dictionary definition, please.
That is the dictionary definition. It's the furthest point you can see along the Earth's surface. Unfortunately,
Post it.
I gave you a definition. So what are you talking about? What is a horizon to you?
Post it.
Post it where? Here, I'll
from where you got your source. From your source for that definition.
You want me to give you the source?
Yes, the source of that definition, please.
Let me copy and paste this shit.
The line at the furthest place that you can see where the sky seems to touch the land or the sea.
Yep.
Where is that
place
line?
You can see
on
Earth's surface.
Where the sky seems to touch the land or the sea. Where is that line?
I just gave you the definition. I put it in chat.
Yeah. The line.
The line at the farthest place that you can see, right? Where the sky seems to touch the land or the sea. Seems to, right? But I'm adding it's along Earth's surface. Perfect.
All right.
Where
the sky seems to touch the land or sea. Right, okay. So where does in the imagery that's presented to you, where does the sky seem to touch the land or sea?
Are you saying how far the observer is able to see?
No. In relation to the oil rigs, where?
So the distance between the horizon and the observer is what you're asking?
No, he's asking you where seems the sky to meet the ground? Where that?
I don't know the distance. There's no distance
not
there.
The distance.
How far
it's
the horizon is.
It's behind the oil rigs. It's where is the oil rigs or behind or in front of oil rigs?
It ends around the oil rigs, right?
Where? Can you show where?
The image I just
ends
posted.
on the oil rigs.
Where is the air?
Where is the farthest oil rig? Right, you can't even see the bottom half of the oil rig.
No, where sky is starting?
Where sky is starting?
Yeah, can you? Where is that line where sky is starting? Where it seems to meet the ground?
I didn't know the sky starts. Right, it's on the oil rig.
It's this easy, right? Okay, in the image I just posted,
oil rig is behind the oil rig is behind the horizon. Right, because it's so tall.
In the image I just posted. In the image I just posted. In the image I just posted, where does the sky
Why
appear
did you?
to
Why
meet
did you?
the sea?
Hold on. Why did you add? Why did you add exposure to it? You deliberately edited.
Oh my
this shit.
god!
Why is this higher exposure?
Where does the
Okay, so
sky appear to meet the
9.41
sea?
miles. Right.
Where
So
does the sky
why can't
appear
I
to
see the
meet
bottoms
the
of the
sea?
oil rig? Why can't I see the legs
Where
of the oil
does
rig?
the sky appear to meet the sea?
Around 9 miles, possibly.
No, it's clearly beyond the furthest oil rig. Clearly, it's going behind it.
No, definitely not. Right? It fades out.
Yes.
That's why you
Yes,
can't see
you
the
can see
bottom
clearly
half
on
of the oil
either
rig.
side of
You're
the
objectively
furthest
wrong.
oil rig. It extends out from either side of it.
Okay, so how far is
and
it?
going
How do you
behind
know?
it.
Okay, so
because
how
you
far
can
is that?
see it's
How do you know?
clearly beyond the furthest oil rig.
How far? How far? Explain that. Do the math.
Beyond 9.4 miles.
How
That's the part that
high is
doesn't matter.
how high is the person holding the camera, right? And how far should
1
you be able to
foot.
see? Do you know what atmospheric refraction is? That's why you can see these things, and that's why you can see so
Okay,
much
so
farther.
with your
Why don't
refraction,
you-
what is the maximum distance then that we should see a horizon?
With refraction? What do you mean? With refraction, you can see way farther, right?
Yeah.
You should be able to see.
How far? What's the
around
maximum?
9 miles.
What's the
right?
maximum? What is the maximum?
It literally depends on the atmosphere, right? It depends
No,
on,
give us the maximum.
on atmospheric conditions.
What is the maximum
There is
amount
no
of
maximum.
surface you should
There is
be
no
able to
maximum.
see?
I don't know the maximum.
From 1 foot.
But why don't you do the same experiment without something
you
on
don't
sea?
know.
How about you give me something else, right? A building that's 9 miles
God.
away that has nothing to do with sea, right? So atmospheric refraction doesn't cause these things to happen, right?
You're
Do the
making
same
a claim.
experiment.
Hold on. You're making a claim of the refraction. We want you to post that refraction. What's the maximum? At 1 foot above.
I don't know. I don't know any map. I don't know how far these things are. I can't confirm these numbers, right?
I suggest you don't even know what refraction is.
I know what atmospheric refraction is. Can you show me a specific? Can you show me a specific? Hold on. Can you show me a specific picture of something that is 9 miles away that has nothing to do with the sea, right? Cannot be affected by atmospheric refraction or light refraction, right? Something that is 9 miles away, and you can see the bottom half of it and way beyond it. Can you show me that?
Are you saying that refraction doesn't occur over land?
Yes. I mean, depending on atmosphere,
you don't know what.
But like when it comes to the sea, when it comes to the sea, you can see way farther because of that. Do you know what a mirage is?
So the lower down you are, the further you can see.
No, it's an illusion, right? It's an illusion based on light.
So
things like that can happen. You can see so much farther because of that.
Post the refraction that you're stating right now for that 10-mile observation over the water.
Refraction that I'm stating. You mean the image that you sent? That I'm saying that's atmospheric refraction.
You're claiming something that you don't know what you're talking about. So I want to see where you're getting that information from. You obviously have something in your back pocket.
You don't know what atmospheric refraction is?
Yeah, I know more about it than you do.
Okay,
yeah, I know more about it than you do. I'm asking you to post something that backs up your claim of refraction in the image that is posted here.
Because you shouldn't be, according to math, right? You shouldn't be able to see that far, but you can see so much farther because of refraction.
Yeah,
it goes
no shit, Sherlock.
Physics. It goes against physics.
That's you making excuses.
No, that's not. That's literally what it is. That happens on a day-to-day basis. So unfortunately, you're objectively wrong.
That would mean that the Earth. That would. Hey, bro. That would mean that the Earth's curvature has been established and validated to be in existence already.
Invalidated? Why?
No, validated, not invalidated. That would mean, in order for you to be able to see beyond the geometric limitation of your sphere Earth, that would mean that the sphere Earth has been validated already. So when was that done?
Validated? Like proven that it's a sphere?
Yeah, that there's curvature to the surface of water.
Into space, right? And
no, they would need to know. No. They didn't know before that?
What do you mean they didn't know before that?
So did they know before that? They didn't know. They just went, "Oh, we don't know what the Earth is, and we send up a rocket, and we found out it's a ball."
Are you going to bring up Eratosthenes?
So did they, or so when did they know? How did they figure it out?
Eratosthenes, like 2,000 years ago. Sticks and Shadows.
Okay, how did he?
You're going to say that also proves? You're going to say that also proves, right? That's also flat too.
Yeah. So
I know this trap. I know
what
this
did he do? So he didn't.
Okay,
so
he used
measure
sticks and shadows.
Right.
No, he used sticks and shadows to measure the distance from the sun, right? He put sticks on like a specific distance
to
away.
the sun. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he proved that it's curved, right, via his sticks and shadows.
No, he did not.
Okay, how did he not do that?
He already thought it was a ball. He wasn't trying to figure out if it was one or not. So can we get to the part where somebody established and verified beyond doubt that the Earth is a sphere and its surface has curvature?
Eratosthenes.
No, he already thought it was one. He was trying to figure out the circumference, and he didn't measure Earth curve. He measured shadows, for fuck's sake.
No, he did. He with his sticks and shadows, he proved that it was round. Right?
You can't prove.
Just because he thought it was already round doesn't mean literally anything, right? He proved that it was round. Can you debunk that?
So
that his sticks and shadows didn't prove anything?
Oh my god!
So reification fallacy is what he used.
Reification fallacy.
So
no, I mean he proved it. Can you debunk the sticks and shadows thing he did? Yes or no?
He wasn't measuring the surface of Earth. He was not
in my lounge room, bro. In my lounge room, I can do it. In my living room, with a light.
Okay.
With an object underneath, directly underneath my living room
are not
light.
Going to help here. Right, I know you flat earthers love to do your little middle school experiments.
So I can calculate the sphericity of my lounge room floor by shadows, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So my lounge room's a sphere now, is it?
No, because the light is your light is not 93 million miles away.
So he did. So he assumed that, did he? He knew how far the sun was away.
Okay, so okay, can you even explain to me what Eratosthenes did and how he proved it? Do you even know what he did?
Yes, he measured a shadow length.
Yep.
Yeah, he had a well or an obelisk, whatever you want to call it, in one location above which the sun was directly above it, not casting a shadow, and then 500 stadia away, however far the fuck that is, because they don't even fucking know. Right. But let's say it's around 500 miles, right? He measured the shadow of another stick, right? And got a 7.2 degree elevation angle measurement to the sun, right? He was using trigonometry, so he had a flat Earth angle measure. He had a flat Earth measurement, a straight line distance from two cities 500 miles apart, right? And then an elevation angle to the sun, a right angle triangle.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, so flat Earth right there.
How does that
start with?
How does that not?
Then he used that 7.2 degree arc degrees between a stick and a fucking shadow, and applied it to the circumference of the Earth, and assumed that the Earth has a circumference.
Yep.
And he minused the distance from using that angle, even though angles hadn't even been invented yet.
Angles haven't been invented yet?
No, they hadn't.
Angles were never invented.
Yeah.
They were discovered. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they hadn't even been discovered or invented or whatever you want to fucking call it then. Yeah.
That's a fucking hilarious claim. Okay, so the thing is, right, the reason why this works is because the sun is so far away, right? It's 93 million miles away. That means rays hit Earth in almost parallel lines.
So your whole argument for Eratosthenes relies on you being able to verify the sun's distance. So prove it.
Yep. You want me to prove how far away the sun is?
Yes.
All right. So, parallel shadows across Earth, right? The sun is really far, so the light rays come in parallel when they reach Earth, right? Tall objects like, flagpoles or buildings in different locations at the same time cast shadows that differ in angle only based on latitude, right? Also solar eclipses, right? During a literal solar eclipse, the moon perfectly covers the sun. The sun is 400 times farther away than the moon, and is about 400 times larger in diameter.
You claim stacking, bro. You claim stacking. You're adding more claims that you're going to have to prove.
These are observations. These are not fucking claims.
You don't observe the moon being 400 times closer and smaller than the sun, bro.
Okay, so does the sun shrink at sunset? Because that's another observation. We can tell how far away the sun is.
How does any of this give you the distance to the sun?
Because in a sunset, when the sun moves really far away, it doesn't get bigger or smaller, right? When the sun
Okay,
is
so
overhead,
tell us how you,
right, it
so
should
give,
be
so,
way bigger.
so how,
but in the sunset,
so what do I do?
it should be
okay,
way
so I'm going to
smaller.
go watch the sunset.
Explain that.
What do I have to? I'm going to go watch the sunset. All right. What do I need to do to get the 93 million mile away value?
These are observations. I'm showing to you how far away the sun is. I'm not giving you the exact distance, but you can tell how far away it is because the sun doesn't shrink. It doesn't shrink or get
93
bigger.
million miles. You got to prove this claim, bro.
You want me to prove the exact claim that it's 93 million miles away?
Yeah, you claimed it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, well, it doesn't really matter, right? Because the sun, I literally just proved to you how far away the sun is. It's really far away.
No, you didn't.
It can be farther.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. The sun doesn't shrink at sunset. Explain that.
So what? No, don't ask me to explain something.
Why in a sunset, if the sun is overhead, why wouldn't it get bigger?
Just
and
tell
when
me
it
how it
moves
gives
away,
you the distance to the sun.
No, explain that.
Just
Explain
prove
that
the
phenomenon.
distance to the sun.
I get it. You want to move.
My explanation or lack thereof is not an argument for to support your claim, right? Your claim should stand on its own merit.
I'm asking you a question and you're trying to avoid it. I get it.
You don't need to ask me a question. You just need to support your claim. No, you need to support your claim. No, asking me a question is not you supporting your claim.
My claim is that the sun is very far away.
Prove it. Prove it.
Okay, I did. I asked you a question. Why doesn't the sun shrink at sunset?
No, asking me a question doesn't prove anything.
Right? It moves away at sunset. No, it does. Why doesn't it shrink or get bigger?
Your claim.
What happens when you get closer to an object? It gets really big, right? If you get a fucking can, right, like a can of soda, and you move it away,
did you suddenly forget about your atmospheric refraction?
When you move it really close, it gets bigger, right? So why doesn't that happen with the sun?
Oh, did you suddenly forget about your atmospheric refraction?
What does atmospheric refraction have to do with big light in the sky?
Oh, displacing it.
What does that have to do with the sun? The sun is beyond the atmosphere, and it's emitting light, a lot of light. So explain that.
No, I don't have to explain anything. You just support your claim that the sun is far enough away that the light comes in parallel.
Because it's so far away.
Prove it. That's circular reasoning. It's so far away because it's so far away. Yeah,
cool story, bro. Why doesn't it shrink or get bigger from sunrise to sunset?
Don't ask me a fucking question. Just tell us how you know that the sun is that far away.
Didn't I just explain this to you?
No, you didn't. No, you did not, bro.
Yeah, you haven't cited anything.
Yes, I did.
We're still waiting on your evidence.
No, bro, you didn't.
93 million miles.
So the sun being large enough and far away enough for the light to reach us parallel, right? Is this your whole Eratosthenes argument relies on this? So you got to validate that claim, or your Eratosthenes argument is bunk, bro.
Okay, so if you want me to prove the 93 million miles away claim, I'll explain this to you really simply, right? How do we know how far away the sun is? A long time ago, really smart people, unlike you, were really curious. How far away is that big bright ball in the sky? They couldn't fly there, so they used telescopes, right? Actually, I don't even think they had telescopes then, right? But they used their brains and clocks and teamwork. Sometimes a little black dot in the sky called Venus moved across the sun, right? Like a bug walking across a flashlight. Two people stood very far apart on Earth, one up high and one down low. They both looked at the sun at the same time. They saw Venus take a slightly different path across the sun from their spots. Kind of like when you or your friends stand on like different sides of the room and you know the same toy looks like it's in a different place. So they used clocks and some math. They timed how long it took Venus to cross the sun. It took 6 minutes for me, right? And the other person's like, oh, it took 8 minutes for me. Because times were different, they knew how far apart they were standing. They used triangle math to figure out how far Venus was, right? They did even more math. They already knew how Venus and Earth go around the sun, like cars on a racetrack. So once they knew how far Venus was, they could figure out how far Earth is from the sun. I'm pretty sure the distance to Venus is like it's like b over 10. I forgot. It's like this complex equation, but they calculated that. So they calculated how far the Earth is to Venus. So they were able to calculate how far the sun is from Earth. So they said, okay, well, it's probably they measured it via math. I gave you.
No,
you want me to give you the equation?
That's calculating. You said calculating. So they'd need to know the size of. They'd need to know the size of one of those two things.
They need to know the size of it.
Yeah, they'd need to know the size of one of them.
For that, what was done? What did they assume? They assumed something. Do you know what they assumed?
What did they assume?
They assumed that Earth was the same size as Venus. That's what they assumed.
There's too many things, actually.
How do you know that?
Which is circular reasoning, because this is the thing that we're trying to establish, how they fucking...
It's already been posted in the chat. Does the sun get smaller if you go ahead and look instead of ignoring it?
I don't care what they assumed about the size of Venus. They didn't need to know
Anyway,
the size
sun
of Earth
gets
or Venus.
smaller as it goes away from you. The sun gets smaller as it goes away.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they
They
did,
just needed to know the distance between the observer on Earth and the timing differences in Venus transit across the sun. That's all they needed to. They don't care about the size. That has nothing to do with it. Right, we get approximately 93 million miles away. Why would they need to know the size of Venus?
Because angular distance can change with size.
Why do they need angular distance when it's so far away?
Because how are they going to know the angular distance, the angular separation of something relates to an actual separation if they don't know at least one of the factors, a distance or a size?
Okay, well, why does it matter the size when it's so far away? Right? Let's just say that the circumference of Venus is 25 miles in circumference. Why would that, since it's so far away, why would that at all change the distance? Because it's going to give you a different fucking value, you idiot. How much of a different value? How much? How do you know?
You can make anything you want. If you've got just an angle, you can make anything you want out of that. You need to have a known distance for that to work. And they don't have a known distance. You're telling us that they calculated.
Why does
they
the
made
distance so far away change?
Well, I don't know why you're having a problem with this. The whole thing, the whole heliocentric model, the whole heliocentric model has been derived on the fact that the Earth is the same size as Venus. That's where they went with this, and they have no proof of that. And we're just telling you
it has nothing to do with it. We're talking about the distance. Why are you talking about the heliocentric
model? You're the one that is lost here.
Why are you talking about the heliocentric model? Who cares?
Okay. When was this done exactly? Was this done before Eratosthenes? Is this how Eratosthenes was sure and certain about the parallel light rays?
This was about 255 years ago.
So not before Eratosthenes then. No, we're trying to figure out how he figured out the fucking distance to the sun. Because that's the whole relevance of your argument.
He did the sticks and shadows, and then later we found out, right, the distance between things.
Later. So he didn't figure out, so he's not the one who figured out the Earth is a globe. He just assumed it was.
He did it, right? He didn't have the proof. We figured out the distance, right? So he didn't have the proof then. By the way.
So he didn't have the proof. For all he knew, all Eratosthenes knew, the sun was close and casting, having divergence rays, right? And he could have got the same result.
But you're not understanding. You're not understanding. We figured out the distance between the Earth and the Sun.
No, we didn't figure out shit. Why would that
enforces the sticks and shadows? That reinforces the sticks and shadows.
It doesn't.
That makes his claim even better.
It doesn't, because you still don't have a verified value for distance to the Sun.
I literally explained it to you how they calculated from the Earth to Venus, and you keep saying, "Oh, it's bigger than Earth." Who gives a shit? We're talking about the distance, not the size. You're an idiot.
No.
My God.
So is the size relevant or not?
No, not from how far it is.
Yes,
right? Not from how far
it is, bro.
Nope, not at all. Why would distance be relevant to Venus' size?
Because in order to get the value that they got, they needed Venus to assume that Venus is a fucking body like Earth, right, and has a similar size to Earth, which is begging the question, because this is the thing that you're trying to prove exists in the first fucking place.
Yeah.
Right, a sphere Earth, right? But suddenly, somehow, they know the fucking size of the Earth, and they're going to assume that Venus has the same radius value as Earth, so that they can figure out distance and angular relationships, right? To actual sizes and distances, right? Based on their assumptions. Assumption one, that the Earth is a sphere with a radius value with a radius value that you have not yet verified, and Right. On top of that, this other thing in the sky is a similar shape and has a similar radius value to the thing that you haven't proven is the case for the Earth. Yeah, cool story, bro. How about proving the size and shape of the Earth?
Okay, now we're jumping to another talking point. Do you concede that the distance has nothing to do, or do you concede that the size of Venus has nothing to do with the distance? Because you just jump talking points.
It does. It does in their fucking
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
no,
it does.
Literally has nothing to do with it.
Their whole argument for distance to the sun is reliant upon that assumption.
Not at all. Right? It doesn't give you the exact distance. We don't know the exact
It's been posted
distance.
in the side chat for you, bro.
What,
well, if the transit of Venus across the sky is accurate, then we know the size.
It doesn't really matter if Eratosthenes doesn't know. We confirmed it, right? We literally confirmed it via observations by going to space. Even gravity too. Like our idea of gravity and understanding of gravity literally proved that too, right? So it doesn't matter if you think he was wrong. There was other observations that came out years later that proved his point too. So I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. Oh, Eratosthenes is wrong. It doesn't matter that he didn't know. Doesn't matter.
He didn't figure it out then. So who did? Who figured it out, bro?
He made the idea that the Earth is round,
Earth?
and we confirmed it.
Who measured the Earth?
Who scientists measured the Earth?
Who? Give us a name. Who measured the Earth to be a sphere?
Multiple scientists. I don't know the exact.
Give us a name.
I don't know the exact. Probably Einstein. I don't know. Who?
Give us a methodology that I can go out
measured
and
the Earth.
I just gave a name, Aristotle.
Aristotle? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Aristotle.
Yeah. What did he do?
He measured the diameter of Earth by using two sticks and measuring the shadows between them.
Oh my god, bro! We just went through this. That was Eratosthenes, bro, not Aristotle.
That's Eratosthenes.
Aristotle.
We just went through that. He didn't measure the Earth. He measured shadows, and then made assumptions, and then used a calculation. Talking about fucking measurement.
Yeah, and
measurement of the Earth's
Eratosthenes
surface.
did it. Yeah, no, Eratosthenes was the one that measured the Earth's circumference.
No, he didn't, bro.
It's literally in front of me right now. You're gonna disprove just objective reality.
Yeah, he didn't measure the circumference. He measured a fucking shadow and inferred.
He measured the circumference, right?
No,
and we confirmed it years later.
How did he measure it? How did he measure the circumference?
The distance from the sun.
At the 9.
No. How did he measure the circumference of the Earth?
Sticks and shadows.
So he measured shadows and sticks, not the circumference of the fucking Earth.
And was he wrong? Was he wrong?
Hey, do shadows
was he wrong?
prove that something is curved? Do shadows
he was
prove
wrong.
something is curved?
Yes, he was wrong.
See, here's the problem. You're not.
How do you know he was wrong?
Explain.
You guys would have to make the argument on how you know that.
Again, you're not giving time
Go
to
ahead and make the argument on how that sticks and shadows tells you the shape of Earth. Just make it.
So what he did with the shadows was
I've got shadows in my kitchen. Is my kitchen curved?
Enough with the
I've
middle
got a
school
shadow.
experiments. Your light is at 93 million miles away.
Wall. I got a shadow on my wall that's on the floor. I'm got to get a protractor here, and it looks like it's about 40 degrees.
That's if the
does that
sun
mean
was
my
in our
floor is
atmosphere.
curved?
It's not.
Does that mean my floor is curved?
No, that's a false equivalence, unfortunately.
No, it's not. It's the same principle applied.
So here's the thing. Eratosthenes didn't know... Huh?
At what point does the curvature come into it? He measured angles, two straight lines.
Okay, so Eratosthenes assumed that the lights were parallel. I'm answering your question. Do you want to know my answer? Eratosthenes assumed that the lights were coming in parallel because the sun is so far away. He didn't need to know the exact distance. All he needed to know
so he didn't
was
measure.
All he needed to know was that the lights came in parallel because of how far away the sun is. So he doesn't need to know how far away the sun is. He just assumed that the lights came in parallel. So he used that by using sticks and shadows from multiple different distances, like 500 miles north, right? And he calculated how much curvature...
So not measured, calculated.
He measured it via the shadows. Are you fucking... No. He measured it via the shadows. Are you fucking dumb?
So why did you say calculate then?
What?
So why did he have to calculate then? We just want the measurement of the surface.
Because he wanted to measure how the curvature of the Earth.
No, he calculated
anything.
He calculated it from how far these sticks are and how far the
so
shadows
we want a
were.
measurement. We want a measurement of the surface of the Earth, not fucking sticks and
Circumference
shadows,
equals
bro.
360 over 7.2 times 500.
Do you have an example of the Earth's surface being measured to have a claimed shape and size?
Eratosthenes,
Or
idiots.
No, that's
trying to
a
disprove
calculation based on measuring sticks and shadows. So not measuring sticks and shadows. So listen, bro. I'm going to say it to you nice and clearly, right? Not measurement of. Shut up, bro. Shut up. So not measurement of sticks and shadows, measurement of the Earth's surface directly.
So you think scientists can get a big old fucking ruler and wrap it around Earth's surface?
So
to
that's a
calculate
concession of no. That's a concession then. No. So that hasn't been done then.
Eratosthenes
So that hasn't been done
doesn't
then.
prove anything.
So that hasn't been done then.
It has.
So that hasn't been done then, bro. So that's a concession then. So
no,
that's
it's not.
a concession then.
Disprove Eratosthenes right now.
Okay.
Disprove Eratosthenes.
No, he didn't measure. I don't need to. He didn't measure the fucking circumference.
That 100% proves Earth's curvature. Disprove Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows. If you can't, then that means you concede to your stupid ass claim that it doesn't
curvature,
work.
bro.
It literally does, and it works on a day-to-day basis.
It literally does. No, it doesn't. It literally proves that he can infer a circumference from an angle and a distance. Trigonometry, bro. which he had a fucking right triangle, which is a flat Earth fucking measurement.
What do you mean? So you're saying that Eratosthenes proves that the Earth is flat too? Is that what you're saying?
He assumed he had to treat the Earth as flat in order to infer that it's a sphere and infer that it has a circumference value, because he had a straight line distance from one place to the other. Right? He had the sun above one of those points. That's a line coming down from the sun, meeting that line distance between two locations. That's a right angle. And then from the end of the other end of the line on the ground, he had a line extending from that point up to the sun to get an elevation angle.
These were all
That's a right triangle. That's
you're
a flat Earth.
These were all taken at the same time. These were all taken at the same time when the Earth was at a specific point. Somebody documented one point when the Earth was at a specific point. No, not a fucking right triangle, right? He's measuring the distance from one stick and its shadow.
In
right?
a straight line?
It's parallel.
In a straight line?
Not in a straight line. He is trying to see how much curvature there is from the shadow of the stick compared to the sun.
So he didn't have a fucking elevation angle then.
Why do you need elevation? It's sea level. He put a
because
stick in the ground.
Because you need the elevation angle of the sun.
No, you don't. If you assume it's parallel, you don't need to know the distance of the sun.
Yeah.
Even if you assumed it was parallel. I literally assumed that lights were parallel. That's how he did it.
He's too dumb.
That's what I thought.
You and a friend are doing it in reality, right? So you have an angle to the sun that's 90 degrees above you, and your friend has an angle to the sun where it's a little bit lower, right? So it would be like at 70 degrees or so, right? So you got 90 above. So that's a triangle. Why would you say it's not?
Triangle. It's a triangle. It's a triangle.
Right?
Okay,
You
so
and your friend.
What are you even saying?
Standing at two different. I'm saying you and your friend. You're like, okay, I'm going to take 7,000 stadia steps this way. And I'm going to say, okay, now I'm this far away from you, and now I'm going to measure, an angle to the sun. It's right above me, and your friend's like, oh, well, look, the sun's not right above me. It's actually at a lower angle, off in the distance, a lower elevation angle. That's a triangle. You can't see it in your mind.
The fact that it's a triangle proves that there's a curvature that exists. Right? If the Earth was completely flat, there would be no fucking triangle. It'd be a straight line. So I don't know what you're on about.
Actually explain it, because I can if someone doesn't cut me off. Like what happens, right? He measured it in the city Alexandria, and there's another city called Syene, and between those two sticks, you can see a shadow of 7, and he measured the shadow to be 7.2 degrees.
7 degrees.
7.2 degrees. So that's how he was able to tell that it was curved, because there was a 7. That would mean there's a 7 degree difference in curvature between those two cities.
Right. So the 7 degrees is just presupposed from a circle of 2, 360 degrees. So he's saying, well, I measured
because
this much of a circle. The sun circles in 24 hours. The sun moves 15 degrees, approximately 15 degrees per hour in the sky. Therefore, I measured, half an hour. That's it.
Yeah, so now 500 stadia equals 7.2 degrees of a fucking circle, and now he's going to calculate, not measure, the rest of it. Based on assumptions that he didn't know if they were true or
things
not.
like plane travel.
And
things
based
like
on assumptions that you don't know are fucking true or not.
Assumptions.
So how about just providing direct measurement of the Earth's surface, showing that it has drop over distance, a rate of change of slope, which is in conjunction with the idea that you live on a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles, bro. If it doesn't exist, then you don't have anything.
So, in order for something to be true, you need physical proof of it. Like, you need an actual ruler around the Earth in order to do that. So, why can't calculations prove it? Why can't calculations prove it?
Because it relies on assumptions you don't know to be true.
No, they're not assumptions.
On flat. It works on a ball. You need those assumptions to be true. They are assumptions, bro.
Shipping routes,
The
submarine travel, Google Maps
the Aristotle's is inconclusive because he pre-assumed a globe already, and he wasn't trying to prove a globe. He assumed the globe, and he was trying to calculate the circumference of
and
the
he
globe.
proved it. So unfortunately,
the Chinese around the same time they did the same thing, but they assumed they had different pre-assumptions, and they came to a different conclusion. And you and I can do the same thing. So the result of that, those calculations are inconclusive based on the assumptions that you have from the beginning.
Like, even for
one more
nonsense.
His measurement was 0.4% off, and the actual measurement, which we know now with the instruments we have in modern age, so it's actually
actual measurement.
Okay, well that's
give us the actual measurement. Then.
One more thing with the Eratosthenes.
Math works. You guys are idiots.
Give us he said actual. No, Tanks. He said it's 4% off the actual measurement. What's the actual measurement? Present that.
Well, the actual measurement is 40,000 kilometers.
Yeah, we want the process by which it was derived.
Oh,
they just keep jumping talking points. They can't even talk about one thing at a time. They just keep jumping talking points.
Wrong, bro. This dude's saying that Eratosthenes.
You concede your last claim. So unfortunately, since you're saying no, you lose.
Again, it's you that's not letting us explain T-Dub. Like,
you lost that claim. I just proved
shut
the
up
Earth
forever. Shut up, bro.
So what he did was a proportion. So what I said before, it's 7.2 degrees. We know that a circle is 360 degrees, right, all around. So he used that, and since he had the measurement between the two cities to be 800 kilometers in difference, he could use a proportion to calculate the total of the
Right. One more thing on the Eratosthenes for you awesome, since forever's gone. Yeah, and then you can give that the real measurement for sure. You should. So now, if you move, like, say you're standing in front of a tree. This shouldn't take too long. Say you're standing right in front of a tree. You point to the top of the tree. It's almost like a 90-degree angle. Right now, you walk like 100 feet away from the tree. You keep pointing to it. You're going to get a lower elevation angle to the top of the tree just by moving away from it in the horizontal level orientation. Right? Can you imagine this happening in real life?
Oh, it's on ground level.
Yeah, right. So you would then start pointing lower and lower and lower. You're just pointing lower. You're getting a lower angle. So now you and the friend, like I described earlier, one's got the sun 90 degrees above them, and the other one points to it. They move further away from that, under the sun to it, just like the tree. They just move further away from it, and they measure it. Now they're pointing lower. So now that is just the reification of, since you're pointing lower, it's not the sun that appears to be going down due to your distance away from it. It's actually the Earth curving down. That's if you can picture it in your mind, that's the representation. Yeah, but now you can go ahead with the really real measurement.
Because how did they figure out? How did they figure out Eratosthenes was wrong?
I mean, he wasn't wrong. He was 0.4% off. It was an estimation.
How did they figure out that? How did they figure that out?
Well, now we have instruments like the laser refractor on the moon that can tell us the actual measurement on Earth. Like, we have advanced technology to do that now.
Fuck?
Yeah, like on
what do you mean?
So on the moon, NASA has launched a laser, like I forgot the full name of it. It's a laser retrofractor that can measure the distance between the Earth and Moon. So as the Earth turns, they're able to use the laser to measure the Earth's circumference. So now they have like the fully accurate measurement with technology today. But for his time period, it was still impressive.
That's cool. The typical rebuttal is you need the circumference of the Earth to get in the correct orbit so that you can maintain that velocity and get into this parabolic trajectory to get to the moon to put the reflector on there. So you're going to need that first. Yeah, you're going to need that measurement first.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? Like the way they do it is with like hand measurements, right? Like with using tools like rulers and protractors and all. So there's obviously going to be a human error. So with the technology now, you can make a completely accurate measurement, right?
So that's what was asked multiple times. When did they make the actual measurement? That's what we need to know. And what method was used, what technology was used.
I just told you all those on things. The moon, they've launched a laser. Let me search up the name.
We need the curvature of Earth measured on the surface, not looking up at the sky. So the curvature of Earth measured on the surface. That's what we're asking. When was that measured? Not calculated, measured.
I just told you it's the same thing. I don't see how it matters.
Looking up at the sky.
No, it's looking down on Earth from the moon.
So looking up from your ceiling lamp, from on the ceiling, you're looking at the floor and you're being able to tell what the dimensions of your floor is if you were up in the ceiling light? Walk me through that logically. I want to know the sequence, the steps that you take. So you're up in the ceiling looking down, and how do you logically connect that you're from the ceiling lamp, let's say you're up there, looking down on the floor. What's the first step? What's the next step?
Well, they're using a laser to measure it. It's
I want to know how you measure from the ceiling lamp. You said from up in the sky to the ground, you're measuring the curvature of Earth. So I want to know how you do it. Let's say you're on your ceiling lamp, looking down at your floor. What's the first step in determining the size or dimension or the surface condition of the floor while you're up in the light? Go ahead.
So they're firing the laser down to Earth, and as the Earth rotates, the laser will also move. So that's how they're doing it.
So you haven't logically connected the two things yet. We're still waiting for that. No.
It's light. It travels incredibly fast.
You're up in the ceiling. Now put yourself in your ceiling lamp, up in your ceiling, looking down on your floor. I want to know what the first step is in determining the floor's conditions.
I don't know because I'm talking.
Okay, so they did it from the moon. So what was the first step they used to determine that the Earth was curved? By being up at the moon.
No, that wasn't to determine the Earth was curved. That's to determine the circumference of the Earth.
Well, we're talking about the surface curvature, aren't we? Not yet. You're just going by logical fallacies.
I was talking about the circumference.
You don't have a measure of the circumference.
We do. I just told you it's 40,000 kilometers.
How'd you get that?
They're using lasers. It's advanced technology that can.
Okay, great. So how did the lasers actually measure the circumference? What standard did they use?
Well, they fired a laser at the Earth, and as the Earth turns,
great.
The laser
is
also.
Because they're using a laser, how did they measure the circumference using a laser? What's the first step?
I just told you.
I want to know how it measures. How do lasers measure? What were they using as a standard? A graph? A linear scale? Like, what were they using with the laser? They just shoot the laser and then they go, oh, this is ta-da. So they're making claims
it's an advanced
of a circumference being known by lasers on the moon. So I want to know how they did that step by step. What's the first step?
That is all the steps, actually. They're just firing.
Bro, they're not going to the moon. They're not going to the moon until they have the exact fucking values of the Earth. Sorry.
They don't need to.
How did they do it?
Earth to go to.
So how did they do it? Yeah, you fucking do, bro. You need the dimensions of the Earth.
Why?
Because it's imperative.
How?
You want to be
why is that
precise.
To go to the moon?
You're gonna send people to the fucking moon, bro. You're gonna fucking know what you're talking about. You're not gonna risk those men's lives. You're gonna have everything down to the fucking T by the fucking millimeter, bro. So they didn't just go, well, we think it's this. Oh, we're going to just shoot you fucking guys up there and hope for the fucking best. Land there and point this laser back at us, please. No, they didn't do that, bro. You're full of shit.
It wasn't a person.
So give us the fucking way that they knew Eratosthenes was 4% wrong.
Okay.
Not fucking lasers from the fucking moon, bro.
No, it is lasers from the moon. That's how it was.
No, it's not. That means they already knew the exact fucking dimensions before that.
Oh, yeah, because Aristotle calculated it, but they got a...
No, he was wrong, remember? He was wrong.
He was wrong by 0.4%.
Okay, so how do they know he was wrong? How do they know he was wrong?
Because they have the actual measurement now, and they can calculate...
Yeah, from what? Not from the moon, bro.
It is from the moon, though. That's how they...
No, before the moon. Before the moon.
They don't.
Or they didn't go there. Or they didn't go there.
They did. What?
No, not based on Eratosthenes. They fucking didn't.
How do they have machines on the moon then?
They don't.
Yes, they do.
It's your claim. You've claim stacked. You've claim stacked that they fucking knew enough about the Earth to be able to get men to the moon, and you've claimed that they fucking planted something on the moon in order to bounce lasers off it or fire lasers from the fucking moon while they're up there. Who fucking knows? And that the Earth is in motion. So you've made several claims that need validation already in the first instance. And it's not Eratosthenes, bro. He was wrong, right?
There's a picture of it. I can find it for you.
Oh, fucking right.
Yeah.
You guys are insufferable, okay? They're not going to risk men's lives on a willy-nilly assumption that they're right about something. They're going to fucking have knowledge down to the T. Precisely. They're not going to risk men's lives based on, well, we think we're right. Let's try it. No, they're obviously already confident enough about the Earth's size and its dimensions and its shape, right? So where did they get all that from? Not Eratosthenes, bro.
You're asking me for proof, so give me a sec. I'm trying to find a picture of it.
They're definitely not sticking 3 guys in a tin can and shooting them into the sky on the grounds of a guy in a toga from 2,000 fucking years ago. That's for fucking sure.
Then he said the moon, reflectors on the moon. So I want to know, how did NASA input the measure of sticks and shadows from 240 BC into their telemetry computers? Go ahead.
I just sent you a picture of it. That's the laser retroflector.
What, you just have like selective hearing or something? Did you hear what I just said?
What did you say?
How did they put Eratosthenes' sticks and shadows measurements from 240 BC into the NASA telemetry computers? Because you went from one to the other.
Textbooks.
Yeah, so how did they put that information in their computers?
You just type it in. Like,
you type in sticks and shadows from Eratosthenes. Do they just type the words?
You type in the number from the measurement.
What number?
It was, I don't know. It's something 40,000 kilometers.
So they just guess from something that supposedly happened in 240 BC?
No, it's not a guess. That information was.
That's how accurate they are. That's all the accuracy they need.
Yeah, I did it for you. Awesome, dude.
Was no tank? You're also flat Earth?
Yeah.
No tanks.
I just did the work for you. He says right there that your buddy Eratosthenes, his buddy in Cyan, measured an elevation from the horizon of 82.2 degrees, which the factor from 90 is 7.2. So it's just it's a proof of the triangle. He's giving it to you.
Well, I mean,
I don't know what else you're gonna do with
that
it.
matters on that is the 7 degrees because he's using that for the proportion calculation.
Yeah, he used that. So the claim is that he used from the vertical, right, 7.2 degrees. His friend at the same time, there's the documentation to share with you. His friend at the same time in a different location measured the elevation of the sun at 82.2 degrees from the southern horizon. Right there, that's a triangle.
Okay.
That's it. Right?
You have to understand that
that's perpendicular. Good.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to understand the argument is that we're disputing is the claimed discovery of curvature from Eratosthenes because it's very inaccurate. Like there's no documentation on it. It has a lot of premises and assumptions baked in. So one would think before they did the moon landing, there's 10 or 20 ground measurements to confirm the radius and circumference before they start, calculating telemetry and all of this.
Why would the circumference be required to go to the moon? They're not related.
You need a radius value. You're going to need the known distances.
For what? Why? How does that calculate?
Yeah, but I wasn't just continuing that thought, right, and explaining it, right. So you're going to need
it really well. So
holy shit, bro! You're going to need distance between masses. It's the center of two masses.
The fuck are you saying, dude?
But you said the circumference.
The distance between the center of two masses. That's going to require knowledge of the distance from the center of the fucking Earth.
Said who? Said who?
Oh my god.
Oh, I mean.
Oh my god. Don't bring him in.
It's baked into the math that they claim they use in order to achieve escape velocity and orbit.
I like how you just mute everyone who can easily defeat you in an argument, like the other guy.
Right, so it's in their math. It's in the math that they claim to use in order to achieve escape velocity and orbit. Right? They need to know the distance between two objects, the center of two objects.
How is circumference related then? Because we were talking about circumference.
Oh my god, because that would give them a fucking radius value by any chance? Huh?
That's radius.
Brother, like there's a bunch of constant relationships there. There's if the speed of the or if the size of the Earth is a certain size, then you have the ground speed of the sun relative to that size of that Earth. So now you're going to need to know the speed of the Earth, right? Rotation, the distance between objects, so that when you take off, you know how. Can you imagine the first one? You can that is necessary, right? If the Earth is low, you see the sun move across the sky a ground speed of the sun. You're going to say, okay, well, the Earth must be moving at this speed. So you're going to need to know that. Can you understand that one? If you're spinning and you're a small ball, right, and the sun rotates once a day, 24 hours, you're going to be spinning a lot. You better know that if you're going to in the sky.
You broke up quite a bit there.
And that graphic. Right. Okay. Good.
But I mean that's.
But then go ahead without me.
Sense because you're launching a rocket, so it's just point A to point B, bro. Like what they do with the rocket is they just launch it. It goes around it.
Yeah. So obviously you don't know. So the answer is you don't know.
I know a little bit.
Right. So they didn't directly measure the surface of the Earth to be curving in order to be able to obtain the correct values required in order for them to be able to launch 3 guys in a tin can into the sky.
Yeah, I mean,
with the least as least risk as possible.
So
can you hear me now that I changed
gone to the
the
moon now?
Wi-Fi? No.
You think the moon landing's fake?
Can you hear?
No, you're still breaking up. No, thanks.
Can't hear you at all.
You believe it's real?
Yeah. What, do you think the moon landing's faked?
And my question to you was, you believe that it is real?
Yeah, I said yes. Yeah, I do believe it. Do you believe it's fake?
How do you know that it is real, though? You said you believe it, but how
I
can
mean,
you
it's just
validate
common
that it is
sense.
real?
There's no real reason to fake it.
Well, you gave evidence earlier, didn't you? You said lasers, didn't you? So obviously someone put reflective material on the moon somehow.
Oh yeah, and did you know that MIT did it before they went up there?
What with a drone in the 1960s?
I believe 1965 they did a laser test to the moon without any reflectors.
By the way, like most drones that we send to the moon, well, not most, at least like quarter fail, and we're struggling with it now. I don't think that's possible. Most likely we had pilots that went up there. And even most of those failed, because if you look at the amount of Apollo missions there were, most of them failed to get to the moon. Well, I land on it, I should say.
So are you saying that the moon landing was fake?
I'm saying the moon landing did happen.
But they failed every time except the time they sent guys up in it?
Incorrect. And I think you know why, because they've sent people where they've died.
People died in outer space?
Yeah.
That's not what I said. That's not what I claimed. Stop putting words into my mouth.
Somebody
said
claimed
in
yes
the
now.
attempt.
You got one Glober said yes, and one Glober said no. So which is it?
Well, I guess we're not a hive mind, are we?
Well, no, it is true. There have been some people who have died in space.
No, don't ignore them. They're baiting you into like really silly things. You have to be very concise with them, otherwise they'll take your word as gospel and they'll run with it.
I don't know if
so which is it? They died in space or they didn't die in space?
You're not letting me explain. I don't think the same mission he's talking about is the same one I'm talking. I'm just saying there have been people who have died in space. I don't think it's the same thing he's talking about.
Who died in space?
I mean, I'll search it up real quick.
I didn't get. I'm sorry, because my Discord started acting up, so I couldn't hear the response when they did it without reflectors bouncing a laser off the moon. You still there?
Yeah.
You're breaking up pretty good.
So just to clarify, when the first Apollo 1 mission on the ground, it blew up and killed all its crew members.
Who died in space?
I don't have the names of them, but apparently
nobody.
That's not my. Hang on, that's not my claim. So stop taking his word for gospel. He misspeaks. We're talking about the Apollos.
So which one of you is correct that I should be talking to?
It's not in the Apollo mission that they died. It's in a more recent mission.
So why were you speaking up for him?
Because I just heard that I just heard you say that no one died in space.
Nobody died in space.
No, there have been people, but I don't.
No, name them.
Not in the Apollo mission.
Name them. Name anybody.
That's what I'm saying. I'm searching.
Did they send them? Did they lay them in a large sunglasses case and then shoot them off into the vacuum of space like they would do at sea? And instead of putting burial at sea, they bury them like Spock in Star Trek when they put him in a giant sunglasses case and shot him out the ship. Is that what they do when they die in space?
I'll give you a clue just in case you're googling it. Look up Soyuz 11.
Yeah, did you respond about the lasers that Joshua?
Yeah, well,
So
I just said on the moon there is a laser retroreflector, which the laser
Yeah,
tells
but
us.
did you hear that? Did you hear that? That I said that MIT bounced a laser off the moon before they even sent the laser reflector, before they're supposed to even step on the moon.
Well, yeah, that's from the Earth. Of course, they were doing it from the Earth way before. I'm just saying that they've launched one on the moon as well.
They always. Where else are they gonna do it from?
Where else? What?
All laser bounce are from the Earth.
No, they have one
All
on the moon
laser
as well.
bounce to the moon. No, the moon doesn't throw lasers. They supposedly when a pilot went up there, they put a reflector. They always do it from Earth. If they were able to bounce a laser off the moon before they even put a laser supposedly reflector up there, why would they need to put one up there if they already can bounce one off the moon?
Resolution.
So, like, you think the laser retroflector doesn't exist?
No, 100% it doesn't.
100%. Nobody went to the moon. There's not shit laying on the moon. There's not a buggy up there. There's not golf balls and golf clubs and all that shit. Nothing up there. No. Now, are you guys sad about that or happy?
Well, no, NASA claims differently. There's pictures of.
Well, NASA doesn't claim anything.
No,
Let me see where you claim that.
Of technology that they've launched up.
No, they don't.
Well, we have photographs of it, so I don't
there's
know
tons of technology that's.
I have photographs from my woods near the ground, and it looks like it's on the moon. Does that mean it's on the moon?
So, just going forward, any photographical evidence we display to you, you're just going to dismiss.
Yeah,
you can't go to the moon.
Thermodynamics.
That's
correct.
correct.
It's not even just NASA. A lot of space organizations.
All of them did not go there. All of them. Nobody went to Mars. Nobody went to the moon. That's it. You've just been lied to about it.
We have technology on Mars. We don't have people there.
You don't have technology anywhere.
Hang on.
Yes,
Can you prove? Can you disprove then that we didn't go to the moon? Then, what's your evidence that we didn't?
No, bro. You don't need to claim a negative. Okay.
I'm not disproving a negative, son.
Right, you got to claim that people walked on the surface of a fucking ball in the sky. Prove it.
What'd you say? They walked on what? I didn't even hear what you said.
We don't have to support your fucking claims for you, bro.
Bottom line. You asked a question.
So just prove it. Prove that someone walked on a ball in the sky. Prove it.
Hang on.
Oh, we have video footage of it.
No, that's just a fancy way of saying it's another way of saying that it happened. That's the claim. That's not the proof of the claim. Right. Otherwise you accept the existence of Bigfoot and fairies and ghosts and aliens.
Yeah, okay. That's again not related.
100% related. If your video footage of them going to space is evidence for you, I could give you my video footage of Bigfoot, of aliens, and you'll have to accept that that's true as well. That's
incorrect. We can dispute each images. You can dispute the moon ones, and I can dispute your Bigfoot ones.
Also, video footage is not evidence then, right?
You're able to tell which videos are edited and which ones are not, though.
Oh, yeah? Can you tell me how you do that?
There's like experts. There's also kind of obvious when you can see.
Yeah, there's a bunch of experts saying that the videos from the moon are
have
fake.
Have you seen like modern
And it's not
movies
even a
as well?
flat Earth claim. That is actually people from the globe that believe in the globe telling you that videos from supposedly space or the moon are actually fake.
Hey, Elbow, have you seen like movies in which they try to CGI like realistic elements, and you can even tell in those movies it's terrible. Like it's really hard to edit something without you being able to tell it's obviously edited.
Yeah, they actually did a movie about space before they went to the moon.
As I posted it in the chat, which one of those two is real?
Okay, yeah, again, we can tell that's edited. Like, obviously it's
Which
edited.
one is real?
Neither of those. Oh, actually, the first one is real, but it has edited elements in it.
Oh, so they edit shit in space, so they just use a studio then?
You didn't listen to me. You can tell it's obviously edited.
Why?
Because that doesn't happen in real life, bro. There isn't like random beams of shit appearing.
So do people appear invisible in outer space? Or is that edited too when you see that?
Oh, if there's someone there, then yeah, it would be invisible, and they add it in post.
So they edit it in post when people disappear. The guy disappears. Zip, he disappears.
Yep. That's
fakery. More fakery. Okay, we got it. Yep. More ISS fake stuff.
No, that was by you guys.
No. This is taken directly from NASA. Yeah, it's nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us.
NASA is not the only space organization in the world, dude.
Oh, I can show you the others too then. Is that what you want to see, the others?
I am seeing the others. You posted something from the European Space Agency. It says their logo in the back.
And there's the ISS with disappearing astronauts. What else you want to see? How about floating ones on wires? You want to see those?
Yo, he didn't disappear. He went into a doorway.
Well, how come he started disappear? As soon as when your feet go into a doorway, people normally disappear. Is that what you're saying?
No. This is just.
If I put my hand into a doorway, my body disappears because his foot went into the doorway and then he disappeared, and then you watch him disappear. Is that how normal life works?
His whole body went into the doorway, and he's not on camera anymore. The camera's not following him, so obviously he's not going to be there
it's a giant cope for you then?
Dude, the camera is not following him.
It doesn't matter. He disappeared before he
placed the camera in one place, and he went out of frame of the camera.
He vanished before he went all the way around. What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, the one under that, yeah, that's obviously edited. I don't know who edited it, but that's obviously edited.
NASA edits them.
I mean, I can't. Who's telling you?
So if I tell you it's NASA, then you're like, blah, 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 blah. I don't know about editing anymore. But if you what if it's a flat earther that edited? Then you're going to say, oh, that makes sense. A flat earther did it. A flat earther did it. What do you think of that?
I mean, this is just a GIF. I have no way to verify who edited it.
So now you can't verify anything anymore. So now videos are no longer verifiable, correct?
Right.
Oh, they are verifiable.
So they are verifiable.
Yeah, you're taking my words out of context.
So they are or they are not verifiable now?
We're talking in context of the videos you posted.
We can just go to YouTube where they came from, where we clipped the little GIFs from, and just show you the videos then. Is that what you need? We got 6 hours of it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really go through 6 hours.
Are you going to watch 6 hours of it if we give it to you?
No, I don't.
Okay, I didn't think so.
You don't have time to watch 6 hours of footage either.
I've watched it a few times.
Okay, I have better things to do with my time, so sorry.
I just like believing imagery that's presented to you.
No, I mean, I use my common sense to deduce what is fake and what is not.
Oh, bullshit, bro. Bullshit. You just someone told you a story that that men walked on the moon. They showed you some imagery, and you went, okay, I believe it. Yeah, you're telling the truth. You wouldn't lie to me.
Well, I mean, I'm using common sense to.
Oh, bullshit! What common sense? So you went, yeah, I'm skeptical about this. I'm going to analyze it. I'm going to use my critical thinking skills and my expertise. Yeah. Turns out that you didn't do that, bro. Don't bullshit. You didn't do that, bro. It's as easy as this. A guy tells you a story, shows you a picture, and that's good enough.
Yeah,
the flat earthers. I use the fact that it comes from a credible source to figure out that
what makes them credible? What makes them credible? How do you evaluate their credibility?
I mean, they often have like PhDs in physics or
oh my god,
like that.
And that makes them credible.
They're hired from yeah, that's how he does.
They would be credible because we have a whole academic system, and it proves.
Is that monkey that's flying through outer space? Does he have a PhD?
I'm curious, like when you go on a long journey, do you like?
Does the monkey have a PhD? Yes or no?
Do you have a PhD?
Answer the question, dude. Does the monkey have a PhD?
You're sidetracking because you know you're not going to get stuck on this. Whenever you travel or take a plane, we're all using GPS. GPS is a very handy technology, but it's inconvenience to your flat Earth.
Aren't you changing the story fast?
Well, we're talking about space and GPS.
No, we weren't. You were talking about. You brought up GPS. I was talking about space. GPS is on the ground like this one, like I just posted. Yeah, right there. That's where GPS comes from when you're sailing. Yep, right there. Those.
So you can literally watch. You can literally watch a Starlink.
That's where they come from.
Of satellites being launched.
So when Starlink goes overhead and there's 10 dots and they go over your head, is the internet gone after it goes by then?
No, I'm not talking about the internet. I'm talking about GPS.
So does it beam down enough internet that by the time it comes back, it collects that internet and then beams you back more internet? Is that how it works?
It's not how it works.
You're very special. That's not how that works.
So lights go overhead, then you have internet, and then you always have internet after you see lights fly overhead.
You can misrepresent the science as much as you like, but it still works, and it's still reliable, and everyone uses it.
So lights go overhead, then you automatically have the internet.
Oh my God, is that what you really believe? What else do you believe?
Is that what you believe?
No.
So lights go overhead and you don't have internet.
That's called a straw man.
When lights go overhead, do you have the internet?
Do you know what a straw man is?
No.
It's when you misrepresent someone's argument and you either state it incorrectly or you give it the most weakest position and then you attack that position. So unironically, you're attacking Professor Triangle's version of the internet. You're just having a debate against yourself.
Pretty much everything you guys have been saying is a straw man.
Yeah. Are you going to tackle the arguments, or are you just going to have an argument?
I showed you where GPS comes from, the middle of the ocean.
Believe this picture, bro. They got a PhD. Fuck off.
I mean, where PhD's not reliable?
No, they're not reliable.
I just steel-manned your fucking argument. I just steel-manned it. Don't accuse us of straw-manning your fucking argument. Your argument is, I saw a picture on TV and they told me they have a PhD. It's got to be true.
That is a straw man.
Bullshit! That was the grounds for your validation of the credibility and authenticity of the imagery. Was somebody saying they have a PhD?
Yeah, your straw man falls flat, no pun intended.
Was that not the fucking justification for the credibility of the imagery? Yeah, that's what I fucking thought, bro.
Yes. Yes, the Earth is as smooth as your brain.
No, it's not an argument.
An argument would be dealing with what we're saying rather than saying some random shit.
Yeah, and what you said was, trust them, bro. They've got a PhD. The imagery's real.
I'm curious. When you go to see a doctor, are you like, I want to see your credentials? I want you to explain
I'm curious.
exactly
do you know how to fucking read an analog block or tie your shoelaces?
Do you give them like lots of questions? Go like, if you don't answer all these questions correctly, I'm not going to let you treat me.
Mate. So I don't even have to consider that. I am my own doctor. Now pay attention, please. I've got a question for you. Are you aware of the phenomenon known as outgassing? In America, it's off-gassing. And university, it is known as degassing. Are you aware of that phenomena?
You broke up.
No,
you're
not.
Can you repeat it?
What is
Sorry, I was asking you. Are you aware of the phenomena known as outgassing, which is off-gassing in America? In universities, it's known as degassing. Are you aware of this phenomena?
Nope.
No. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's all right. That's okay. Are you aware of?
Can I give a guess, and you can tell me if I'm wrong or not?
Yeah. You go ahead, sir.
So is it like? Yeah. So is it to do with like trapping and freezing or absorbing gas?
No, it's none of those things. It's to do with gas, of course, but nothing to do with those things. Let me just ask you another question. Are you aware of the cosmic ray particles?
Yes, I am aware of those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are they?
So when you say cosmic ray particles, we're talking about like from other celestial objects projecting through, like other stars, even the sun. Sometimes like the hyperly charged particles, and sometimes they don't interact, or most of the times they don't interact with physical objects, but sometimes they do. So like a good example is like gamma radiation. It seems to like really like fuck with biology.
Right. So basically, what cosmic ray particles are? You're not quite right. What cosmic ray particles are material that's left behind from when a star goes into supernova and explodes and dies and shoots this material across the universe, apparently. And this is called cosmic. Hang on. This is called cosmic ray particles. Then the gamma radiation, the X-ray radiation, and what's the other one? Gamma neutron rays. Yeah, that type of radiation kills DNA. So there's no way any human being can survive that. Okay. Then you've got the solar flare particles, and then you've got radiation belts to contend with. So now the question would be: was NASA during the Apollo missions properly prepared to go and challenge those obstacles, unsurmountable obstacles? Did they have the required shielding, for example? Did they?
I'm unsure, but I have a question.
You may have a question. You can see that we're talking here at the moment. Your question is going to have to take a back seat for a second, yeah? I'm going to be over in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Please wait. Right, now go ahead.
So yes, they did take a number of radiation. Like you can even look at the biographies where they talk about when they closed their eyes, they could see that the spots at the end of their eyelids. So that yes, they did get struck with radioactive, especially when they were going through the radiation belts around Earth. So yeah, and some of them did, like a couple of years later, did die of cancer. So yeah, this is a thing in space.
You're going to have to give us the names of those astronauts that died a couple of years later from radiation, because I've never heard that in 24 years of research. So you're going to have to tell me who those astronauts were. But anyway, Here we go now. Now, the radiation that we're talking about, that's the nearest to the surface of the Earth, is at 250 miles from the Earth's surface, and it was put there by man, right? America and Russia fired up megaton bombs into the Earth's atmosphere back from 1959 to 1962. Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, and then the last one called Operation Starfish Prime. Now, according to the British astronomer at the time, he said that those events have created a third radiation belt 100 times more lethal than the current the Van Allen radiation belts. Okay, so at that time the Van Allen radiation belts contained 2,500 rems apiece. So if you times that by 100, that's 250,000 rems. Instantaneous debilitating death levels. You don't have time to dose up. You go in, you die. That quick with that kind of radiation level. Yeah. Now, NASA did not have the required shielding to go to space with that. In fact, it turns out that aluminium is the worst material to use in space, because when radiation passes through the aluminium, it gets a boost on the inside where the astronauts would be. Okay, so it's not good. And this is now quoting Bill Woods, the NASA rocket propulsion engineer. He was asked, did NASA have the required shielding for the radiation? Bill Woods' response is, NASA could not fabricate the necessary shielding for the radiation because it would have needed to be 10 centimeters thick. That's 4.5 inches thick of aluminium in this case. That would be needed, and they didn't have it because the rocket would have been too heavy to lift off the payload. So NASA didn't even have the shielding to go to space in the first place. Okay, the suits didn't protect them, and outgassing is where the molecules that make up the spacecraft begin to outgas. Okay, That means that it's beginning to evaporate. That's what vacuums do. Okay, so NASA could never have gone to the moon. They would have been killed before they got to the Van Allen radiation belts, in fact, okay? But anyway, you keep on believing, yeah?
Hang on, can I contend with some of the stuff you're saying?
You
for
may
example,
contend. You may.
So, for example, you talked about the Van Allen belts. It is correct that there is a lot of radiation, but it's not a uniform radiation. There's going to be spots where it's more dangerous, and there's going to be spots where it's less dangerous. So what the astronauts did is they started off for a low orbit, so below the belt, and then they used the Earth as almost like a slingshot. So they accelerated from the far side of the Earth, then towards the moon, and they hit like the weakest point of the belt, and they shot past it as quickly as possible. Now, they did get a dosage of radiation, but I believe it's no more than like 4 X-rays. And that's how they survived going through the belt. So they didn't hang around in the belt to be radiated.
I'm pretty sure their rocket and their suits also provide some radiation shielding.
Oh, didn't you hear what I just told you? Did you not hear me quote?
I did hear you, but
well, then you're lying now. Now you're lying because the actual rocket propulsion engineer tells us that NASA never had the required shielding. He's the man who works for them. You're not the man. So what you're putting forward is bullshit. You can't do that here. You're going against the man who works for NASA now.
You said earlier you're your own doctor. Like, do all of you self-medicate yourself?
I do my own doctoring because I don't need to go to the doctors, do I? I'm 63 years of age. I'm healthy, regular exercise, good eating, clean water, very little alcohol, no drugs. I'm clean and healthy. I don't need to go to the doctor. Heart rate, 52 beats per minute at rest. 52 beats per minute at rest. Standard is 78. So don't be silly now, yeah? You can be your own doctor. You don't have to keep going to the doctor to tell you you're healthy. You can do that yourself. Now, get back to what we were saying. Don't bullshit the people with NASA had this shielding because they didn't have this shielding. We know they didn't. They didn't go anyway. Anyway, next person, please. No more fools talking rubbish here. Anybody else?
Rubbish, but I kind of find it insane that you guys distrust science so much that you self-medicate.
It's not that we distrust science. We question it and we study it and we know that it's found wanting. It's not we distrust. We're not science deniers. That's not what we do here. Okay, we prove that they're lies is what we do. You have no proof of what you're saying.
No, you guys.
Anybody else? Anybody else, please, of significance? Please.
Hold on. I could definitely tell you that you guys are science deniers.
I'm not.
No. We are.
You, Jim.
You guys literally dispute the entire field of physics. Like
everything.
No, not at all.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Can you tell us what thing that we dispute?
I mean, I've heard from you guys that gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah, that is in physics because they haven't done any scientific experiments on that. Can you show me any scientific experiment? Okay, can you tell me which one is which scientific experiment have they done?
I mean, we pretty much all do it every day. If you just drop an object, you are doing.
That's not a scientific experiment. What the hell? You don't know what science is.
Well, do you know what the ball drop experiment is? Like, it's a
Where's the ball drop? You're watching something, and then you make a claim saying, "Oh, it was gravity."
No, the ball drop experiment's like a common experiment that like all middle schoolers do, where they just like measure the height of where they're dropping the ball from.
Right, and then you assert that it was gravity,
and then
Then you assert that it was gravity.
Well, yeah, when you're dropping an object,
I could say. It's invisible fairies bringing it down with her pixie dust.
Invisible what?
Invisible fairies.
What's the cause of the ball dropping?
Hold on, dude. He just said it was gravity.
It's accelerating towards the ground because gravity.
Yeah, and your claim is gravity, right?
So here's the thing, right? How gravity works. It's an attraction between two objects. So since the Earth is so massive, any object is attracted towards.
Right, that's the claim part. Then, and you're viewing an effect, and you're trying to say that the reason why that's happening is because it's attracting something. So the Earth is attracting the object. That's your claim, right?
Yeah, Earth attracts objects.
Right, that's the claim. How do you actually prove that?
If you drop a ball, right, you measure the height, you measure the time it takes to fall to the ground. You measure the speed, and then with all those, you can measure gravity.
Therefore, gravity. That's circular.
Well, you can measure the acceleration.
Circular reasoning, bro. That's circular reasoning.
That's not circular reasoning.
All you're doing is describing details about the observed phenomenon and then declaring the cause.
Well, the phenomenon would need a name to start with, so you start with gravity, and then you assign its attributes as you discover more about it.
Assume gravity?
No. It's just a placeholder. You can call it X. X is the cause. X is the reason why it pulls it to the floor. And then as you discover more things about X, you assign attributes to it. Okay?
I'm going to call it fairy dust.
Falling. Thing
you can call
falling.
it whatever you want.
Thing falling.
All right, so therefore fairy dust is okay. So therefore fairy dust is real, and that will cause these things to fall. There you go.
Hang on,
that's a straw man.
Hang on, but that's a straw man because you're asserting attributes. So when you're saying fairy dust, you're invoking a fairy, a creature of some kind.
You're doing the
the
same
evidence
thing,
is
though.
upon you to prove
You're
that.
doing the same thing as well, though, with your gravity. You're doing the exact same thing. You're assuming. You're not proving anything. And hold on a second. If you look in the chat, the last thing that was posted was by me, and it's the 5 or 6 steps to prove gravity using the scientific method. Can you please apply your knowledge of gravity to that, please? Go. Let's see the experiment now. Go ahead. That proves gravity, because Isaac Newton couldn't do it, and what's his name? Albert Einstein, with his bending and warping of space-time fabric, which is the current standard of gravity, by the way. He didn't prove it either. No connection. But go ahead. Use the scientific method. Talk us through your experiment that you proved gravity. Go ahead.
Sure, but Hank, calm down. Just chill.
Well, I mean, like you said, you can call it fairy dust if you want, but the widely accepted term for it is gravity.
That's just the effect, and you're claiming there's all right. So, real simple, you're saying there's this effect.
You're breaking up. We can't hear you.
Damn it! No thanks.
So, the word. Hang on. The word gravity is just like very triggering to you guys. Just think of it as like
no, not at all.
As X.
No, it's not at all. It's the explanation. It's the explanation that is the triggering here. Okay. Can you get on with my little 5 steps there? Can you please address what's in the chat, in the side chat there? Go. Observed phenomena. What do you do next?
Hang on. First off, gravity is my claim, and I'm going to present my evidence how I'm going to present my evidence. It's not going to be
there's a standard, there's a scientific method standard that you need to do. If it doesn't adhere to that, then it's not your way is not the way then, is it? Because there's a scientific method that you have to follow. Science. We've been accused of being science deniers, and we now offer you up the scientific method, which you didn't know about. There it is. Now 4 steps as a real scientist would. That's the standard they use. Use it, please.
Again, like, this is my evidence, and yes, we do use a scientific method.
Well, that's what it is. That's what I posted. The scientific method. Away you go. First and foremost, you observe a phenomena, don't you? What is that phenomena you observe?
Well, obviously that's going to be things being pulled to the ground.
No, you don't. No, you fucking don't, bro. No.
Things not pulled to the ground?
No. That's adding claim. That's adding cause.
Yeah. Absolutely. What is the observed phenomena? What is the observed phenomena, please?
As soon as you said pull,
yes,
you invoked cause.
Yeah.
Don't invoke cause yet. Don't invoke cause. Just the raw observation.
What do you naturally observe, please?
Oh, I see. So you want to be worded in like things move towards the surface of the ground?
There you go. I observed something moving towards the surface of the ground.
Hang on, stop. So immediately you're already wrong. To start with, things accelerate, so henceforth they are being pulled towards the ground.
You don't know if it's accelerating yet or not. You don't know if it's accelerating. You don't know that yet. Bro, we're starting off. Bro, shut up. We're starting off with the raw observation. You haven't done any measurements yet. You've just seen something happen. You don't know if it accelerated or not yet.
And just go forward. Hang on. Are you claiming that things do not accelerate towards the ground?
We're not claiming anything.
Josh, hang on. Did you say that by virtue of somebody saying that it moves towards something, that it is automatically accelerating?
No, that's not my claim.
Yeah.
Stop strawmanning me. I'm saying we're talking about observations. We're not talking about anything else. And if I can observe something accelerating towards the ground, I think I can use the word pull.
Wait, so what did you just call T-Dub out on? He said something and you said, no, you're wrong because...
So, the contention they had was my word pull. They wanted me to say things are moving towards the ground. I'm contending that because I'm saying things do appear to be pulled towards the ground because there's an acceleration of that thing.
Okay, how do you observe the measure?
Right? So I can push on something from the opposite side and make it accelerate too, right?
Correct.
Exactly.
Right. So you're mincing words here. Whether it's moving towards or the other thing is moving towards it in the opposite direction, that remains to be determined. But what we can say for sure, which aligns with what T-Dub was saying, is that they appear to get closer. Period. Now we're again.
You're just accelerate? You're distorting the issue. Are they accelerating towards the ground? Yes or no?
They do accelerate towards each other.
Thank you.
But hang on, wait.
How do you know this is? How do you know?
Wait. Elbow. Hang on. You're speaking. You're saying that as if it's a gotcha. No, that's not in contention. You're asserting a cause.
If it started from zero, yeah.
I'm
and it's accelerating.
I'm trying to follow a conversation from A to B to C. So first thing, things are moving towards the ground. Second, they're accelerating to the ground.
Yeah.
Wait, how do you know it's at the ground accelerating towards it?
How about let's put it this way then, right?
I'm not going to talk Einstein's
hang on. Let's be
gravity with you. You guys are so far removed from that.
It's not Einstein's gravity. It's not Einstein.
For God's sakes, can I get fucking in here? I just want to finish up. Okay, I got to go anyway. Let's be generous and say that the gap between the two objects, okay, decreases at an ever accelerating rate. Period. Whether one's moving towards it or the other thing is moving the opposite direction, that remains to be determined. Period. But the space between them, the distance between them, decreases at an ever accelerating pace. Fine. Okay. Now what?
My second claim is that the acceleration is the same, regardless of mass, of 9.8 meters per second. That's the acceleration.
How do you work that out?
No, that's my claim.
But that's your claim. Yeah, that's an assumption, isn't it? You're assuming, yeah?
No, this is my claim. It's not an assumption. I have evidence for this. Before I go like any further, I want to know like if someone's saying like, that's fine, Josh, I accept that, or no, Josh, that's bullshit. I want some evidence for that. So I want to know when I say it's accelerating at 9.8 meters per second, is that being contended, or is it the object of being doesn't matter regardless of what mass, the acceleration is the same? Like, which bit do you disagree with?
Well, I mean, I don't know how you would know it was 9.8 meters per second unless you've measured that. When you look talking about your hypothesis, you should be offering up a hypothesis at this point, shouldn't you? Really?
Sure.
You've made. Hang on. Look at the list. It's there for you. You've made a natural observation, yeah, natural phenomena, something dropping to the ground, right? That's what you observe. Yes or no?
Yes, of course. Like all science is based on some level of observation. I'm not contending that.
Has to be, right. Then the next step is your hypothesis. Why is it dropping to the ground? Oh, yeah, explain that. That's what the hypothesis, your idea.
Well, we haven't moved away from observations yet. We're still on that.
Okay, so you're still on your observations. All right, well, carry on.
So we're measuring at this point now, and we've seen the objects fall at 9.8 meters per second. I want to know if people are against this.
How did you see that, man? By looking at, you're observing a natural phenomenon. How are you making calculations already when you have all you're doing is observing something happen?
Can I tell you
the effect?
I can tell you.
No, hold on. You're not gonna. When you observe an effect, you're not calculating. You're observing what is happening.
So if I say, for example, if I if I dropped an object from a high distance and it had measurements, and we can just watch like time it, how far it has.
Figure out the cost.
That's correct.
No. We're measuring. We're measuring.
Supposed to be watching something. Supposed to be seeing something in
Observation has to be a natural phenomenon, meaning it cannot be done by man. In other words, you're seeing something out in nature occurring, a phenomenon.
Can we measure that phenomenon? Can we stick a ruler to it?
Now you're doing a measurement. What are you doing a measurement when you're trying to observe an effect first?
Measurements are part of observations.
Yeah, but that's not the effect. Your measurement is not the effect. The measurement is what you are observing.
So we can deduct what things are by, yes, observation, but also measuring those observations to get a clear picture of what that thing is. Are you disagreeing with that?
Dude, when you're observing something for science, you're observing something happening.
Correct. And you're putting
not
tools or
not measuring something happen. You're observing.
You're insane. Yes, we measure things all the fucking time.
It's correct. That is correct. That is the standard that the scientists use. You're not adhering to the scientific method. You're not, because that's what he said.
So just to clarify, and I don't mean this as a straw man, but this is what it sounds in my ears, and I'm sure you don't generally mean this, is that scientists generally go around not measuring things and just do pure observation.
No, they adhere to their scientific methods, and they shouldn't be assuming, but it's turning out that they do a lot of assumptions when we actually scrutinize them anyway. The
Can't
thing
we get
is,
rid of
the
those
standard
assumptions
is
with measurements?
Excuse me, it's sitting that you're assuming at this point. You mentioning 9.8 meters, that means you've now given a course a speed. How did you get that when you're just looking at a naturally observed phenomena? There's a step to go through. You're jumping the steps. That's what you're doing. You're assigning a speed to the thing now.
I'm seeing where the contention is. I'm seeing where the contention is.
No, it's not. It's wrong. It's wrong. Look at the ABC on the list. If you're looking on the list,
I'm not following. I'm literally giving observations. No, you're structuring. You're trying to structure my argument in a completely different way. We're just starting with observations.
You don't measure it, though, do you? You don't measure it when you look. That's what you're being told.
Anybody here actually a flat earther?
Yeah, go ahead.
My God, generally we have to have some kind of measurements, and those measurements have got to be part of our observations.
No, that's great. That's great. Is that your independent variable? Is it the rate of fall is your independent variable? Is it?
Yeah, he's going beyond it already. He's gone too fast. He's skipped one. He hasn't given us his hypothesis yet.
Joshua, are you proposing that the cause of the effect is the rate at which it falls?
No. We're dealing with just observations, okay?
Right.
So,
what's the cause? So now you got to hypothesize a cause.
Wait, who's jumping what? I'm literally still talking about observations, and you're already jumping to conclusions.
Listen, Joshua, when you're talking about your observations and you start to give numbers and values, that's measuring. You don't measure when you observe. You're just seeing these things happen naturally. You've now got to work out why it's happening, right? So that you can't be giving us numbers and values, because that's not how it works. It's not how it works at all.
No.
Why not?
So for some strange reason, you've got it in your head where we just do plain observations with measurements, then we do a hypothesis, and then we do a measurement. No, this is not how science is done. What happens usually is this is not how this is done.
Standard. I know, this is the standard. This is the standard. What I put here is the established standard. You're arguing with the established standard now. It's not my standard.
You can assign whatever you want. This is my claim. You can get whatever.
It's out of sequence, and there's some assertions that are coming that wouldn't be coming from a naturally observed phenomena. You see something drop on the floor. Next step is you try to work it out. How is that? And you write down your ideas as to what you think is happening. That's what you're meant to be putting down. Then you start to do the measurements and everything else, testing and all that. You're getting it all wrong. You're not following the steps from the scientists. It's not my standard. This is the standard that I have to follow.
If you hang on, it's not your standard. So I don't know why you're trying to apply a standard that you don't believe in onto me, where I do believe in a scientific standard.
Now you've gone out of control. This is the standard all flat earthers adhere to. Okay?
I doubt that very much.
Well, unfortunately, you're the one that's not actually. I'm trying to get you to follow. You're trying to jump the gun here. I'm saying to you, naturally observed phenomena, thank you. What is your hypothesis now? Right? That's what you've got to do. You don't want to do this. This is the scientist's way of doing it. Okay? Now get on with it. Stop trying to wriggle out. Stop making baseless claims about flat earthers. Are you ready? Go. What is
what you've done is, hang on. Let me talk for a bit. So what you're doing is, as soon as I'm bringing up any measurements or any empirical evidence,
less meta, bro. No meta. Get to the fucking hypothesis, bro.
Yes, because that's what you've got to do. The hypothesis.
So
get to the hypothesis.
As soon as I stop.
No, get to the hypothesis. Stop talking about you and you guys and this and that. No, just fucking get to the point.
Yeah.
Are you afraid? Are you afraid of measurements? Is this the problem with you?
You said we can't use numbers, so there's no point. Like,
get to the hypothesis. What is causing the effect?
You won't even accept any measurements.
What is your supposed cause of the effect?
By the way, any scientific article, if you ever ask any scientist or anything, are measurements part of observations? They would say absolutely, equivocally yes. And the fact that you're not accepting any measurements at all before I can give a hypothesis.
Meta. Look, we're going to accept it. You're out of sequence. You've got to give us your hypothesis, why you think it's happening. That's what we want next. Okay? Fucking hell. Don't give us the numbers. 9.8 meters per second it's falling. How do you fucking know that? You've got to have done some testing. But before that, how do you know
hey, don't keep talking.
You're getting there.
Keep them on a point. So just stay at the hypothesis question and then just leave it there. And every time he tries to get away from it, just keep asking him.
Yeah. What's the hypothesis, please?
Well, you keep asking. What do you think? Hang on. Can you follow a conversation? First, you start off giving a list of rules, going, you must address it X, Y, and Z. Then I start following it.
Less substance.
Right.
Less substance. So, come on. Get to the meat of the potatoes, bro.
Yeah. The scientific method has been laid out for you perfectly clear. A, naturally observed phenomena. B, the hypothesis. That's where we're at the moment.
But you're scared of A. I stopped doing A to B, and you're scared of A.
We've done A, naturally observed phenomena. Okay? Something dropped to the floor, you said. Now, next, what is your hypothesis, please?
Oh, that's convenient. You're not allowing any more...
the guy doesn't get it, does he?
Fuck's sake. You've got one independent variable. I mean, so you've got one dependent variable.
Multiple variables.
No, you've got a dependent variable, the thing you saw occurring in nature. Now you're going to suppose a cause. You're going to predict why it occurred. This is going to be your hypothesis.
If you see a phenomenon called X, and you're like, I wonder what X can do, you don't go like, oh, X is doing this.
Okay, don't try to lecture us in the scientific method. You have no clue what you're talking about. That's why you can't just give the hypothesis.
Yeah, because he doesn't know what to say, you see. He doesn't know what to say, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't know how to describe.
Who's muting who, by the way?
None of your business. We need the hypothesis. You're muting you because you keep not giving us the hypothesis, and you've already been told you'll just be muted if you don't give it.
Yeah.
So try again.
Yeah. B, scientific hypothesis.
Oh, gaslighting as well. I'm muting.
Yeah, we don't care about that. Give us the hypothesis.
Yeah.
Every time you mute me, I think I've...
Okay, well, you don't have it. It's obvious.
Yeah, he doesn't have the hypothesis, ladies and gentlemen, because he doesn't know. He wants to go straight to the 9.8 meters per second squared, as if that's something. That's nothing at this point. He's got to give us his hypothesis. Why is that happening? And he's failing so far.
Try again.
Yeah, go ahead. Scientific hypothesis? Go.
Dependent variable. The thing observed occurring in nature. Right, you've got that. Okay, independent variable. Supposed cause. Present it.
Why are you afraid of measurements, guys?
It's just, no one is scared, mate.
You've muted me several times, just over measurements.
I never
don't
muted
want to
you.
listen to you talk about getting muted. We want your hypothesis for gravity. Try again.
Perfectly there. Simple, Just
The
follow the
conversation
steps.
goes back and forth.
No,
Yeah, you're not coming back with what we're talking about, you dipshit. Try again.
There's no measurements at this point in time. At this point in time, we are just formulating the hypothesis, and you've already got your dependent variable. You saw something fall. Now we want the rest of it. We'll get to the calculations and measurements later, but we need to form a hypothesis first.
Exactly.
You keep muting me. You're so upset.
Why are you not talking about the hypothesis, man? Come on. Don't you want to prove your gravity? Come on. It's your gravity.
I don't think you even know what a hypothesis is.
I don't think you know the gravity of your situation, I don't think you understand it at all. See what I did there? Okay.
Your arguments are falling flat.
No, they're not. They're not falling flat at all. They're rising high.
Something that was done and it was tested scientifically, there would be a hypothesis. So
if you want this conversation to move,
go get the hypothesis, and if you can't find it, tell us that you can't find one. But go get it.
See how they can't prove gravity, ladies and gentlemen.
By muting your position. Congrats.
That's not how we do it. I don't do that.
You have done that multiple times.
You can have the floor. You can have the floor if you can give us the hypothesis. We'd really like to push this conversation forward. We've so far got one component of the scientific method. We've got your dependent variable. How about your independent variable? What is the cause? We'll get to the measurements later.
What caused it? What do you think? There we are, ladies and gentlemen. The silence. He doesn't know what to say.
No, he's muted.
The scientific method.
I was muted. I'm probably going to get muted in any second now. But I need more variables to create a hypothesis. So,
like what?
Yeah,
for example, the rate of fall, the rate of retraction fall.
No, you don't need that.
Is it accelerating? Is it staying the same amount?
Joshua, those are measurements. We're not doing measurements yet. We're just.
I know you're afraid of them.
No, we'll get to them. I'm not afraid of them. We'll get to them later. We need to form the hypothesis first. What is your independent variable? What is the cause?
Imagine if I asked you to prove your flat Earth, but I told you.
You're not answering the question. See? He's given up.
I haven't given up.
Well,
I'm just waiting for an adult conversation.
Maybe we can move on with the same guy to a different point, or maybe we can just move on to someone else.
Run away! Run away! Retreat!
No, you're running away. You won't present a hypothesis.
Who's meeting who? I'm sorry. Who's meeting who? Who's ganging pile?
You have failed.
And you just got meta. That's all you got.
There's somebody in here by the name of Awesome Dude, and he apparently has what we need. So I don't know if we can unmute him or whatever, but he seems to feel that he's got the experiment.
Yeah, let's go for it. Let's go for somebody who actually wants to challenge this. Go for it. Let Joshua think about his hypothesis. Maybe have a word with ChatGTP or AI. He might help you out.
Would be that objects fall towards the ground because of the force of gravity. And
yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out. So you've got your hypothesis is that you've saw something fall to the ground. That's your dependent variable. We need the independent variable. Can you give us that? What is the cause?
I said the cause is gravity. That I don't think you guys know what a hypothesis is.
How are you going to prove? So how are you going to prove gravity? So the next step in the scientific method here is that you're going to have to vary and manipulate gravity so that you can prove that it's gravity that is causing the dependent variable. Can you do that for us? How are you going to manipulate gravity? Go.
Yeah, I can do that. So let's just take like so this is just a common experiment, pretty much like every student in every school does. It's the ball drop experiment. So you take like I don't know, like any ball, right? It's a ball, and you're just holding it. When you're holding a ball, it's at 0 meters per second because you're just holding it. It's not moving. There's no speed to the ball currently. When you drop the ball, first of all, before you drop the ball, you measure the height from which you're dropping the ball, and then you have someone time it. Now, I'm telling you, because you guys are going to start questioning me on this, no, the timing is based on this, like a student's ability to stop the stopwatch at the perfect time. So it's estimation. It's not going to be perfect, but it will be close to 9.8 meters per second by the end, meters per second squared by the end. So
okay, that's enough. I need to stop you there.
No, you're not letting me finish it.
No, I need to stop you there because what you have just explained is not the independent variable. You just explained the dependent variable again. You're explaining how something falls, and now you're going to measure the time that it takes to fall, and then you're going to tell me what the acceleration was. We need to know the cause. You're still dealing with the dependent variable here. Get your independent variable.
Yeah, the actual cause. What's making it drop?
The independent variable would be the height, because you can drop it from any height. It doesn't matter. It will still
No, it's not. No, you need to manipulate your theoried cause. Your cause, you said yourself, is gravity. So that's the thing you're going to need to manipulate, not the height. They dropped an object after you already lifted it up off the ground out of its equilibrium.
Gravity cannot.
Your cause of raising it up higher is a human caused it. So that's not what we're after. We need what you manipulated. Gravity is your presumed cause. So that's what you're going to have to manipulate. So how did you manipulate gravity? To show you either have to stop it, slow it down, or speed it up. So you're going to have to explain how you did those things with gravity. Go ahead.
So why do you think gravity?
We don't think that. We don't think that. We don't think that. That's the point.
It does.
Yeah,
no, that's what you said. It is.
No. Height is independent.
Yeah. You did. You said. What makes things fall to the ground? You said gravity.
Yeah.
So now we're setting up the scientific hypothesis, which would be you observed a phenomenon, things falling to the ground. Okay, great. So now we're going to presume you already said it. What's the cause? You presumed it's gravity, correct?
Yep.
So that's your presumed cause. So you're going to present a hypothesis, so you need the independent variable. That would be what you manipulated to show a change in the dependent variable.
Yeah.
So in order to show a change in the dependent variable, you're going to have to manipulate your presumed cause, which is gravity. So
no, it's not.
Speed it up, slow it down, or stop gravity. That's what you're going to have to do. Produce a change by changing gravity. You're going to have to manipulate your presumed cause. You already said it, gravity. So you're going to manipulate gravity. How are you going to do that?
Gravity is the acceleration. You cannot speed up acceleration. You can.
So you're pointing to the dependent variable again. We already know that you suppose that we already see that things fall to the ground. Great. Now we can measure the speed that they fall to the ground. That's still the dependent variable. Things falling to the ground. No matter what the speed, hold on just a second. No matter what the speed, no matter what the height, no matter what the volume or the weight of the object you drop it, none of that's all it has to do with is your dependent variable, observing things falling.
The dependent variable is time.
No, the dependent variable is a phenomenon you're observing. Are you observing time?
You're observing gravity, but that's not what dependent variable is. You're wrong.
You're assuming the consequence when you say that. So no, we're going to set up the variables. So you already have a phenomenon. That's the dependent variable. Things falling to the ground. We don't care what you're saying about when they fall, how they fall, the distance they fall, the time of day they fall. Like if you ate dinner before they fall, did you have dessert before they fell? Did Did another person measure it with a stopwatch? Did we use 5 different None of that stuff matters. That's just the observation. That's your phenomenon. The dependent variable is that's what you're talking about.
You don't understand. The problem is you don't understand what an independent dependent variable is.
No, you don't.
No, you
Why
don't.
is it that us flat earthers are having to teach you because you're below 5th grade level of science acumen?
They teach you the Earth is a globe at 5th grade.
We're talking about the scientific method, my brother.
Yeah, scientific.
Yeah, why are you running away from it?
So I'm not running away from it.
Yeah, you are, because you said they taught us a globe in school, like in 5th grade. Yeah, you're talking about things falling. Now we're trying to set up the hypothesis. You already have the phenomenon that you observe things falling. However fast they fall, however from how high they fall, whatever the acceleration is, that's all just pointing to different aspects of the phenomenon or the dependent variable.
Can you shut up and let me talk? You're not letting me talk. That's the issue.
No, okay. You talk fine. You just go into different subjects.
I'm not going to different subjects.
Yeah, then why did you go? They taught us the Earth. Why did you go to that?
Okay, let me step in here just for a sec. Awesome, dude.
No,
Hold on a sec here.
I'm going to start talking and Sonny
no, you're going to get muted if you're going to do that. Here's what's going to happen. You have told us that things fall. Okay, if you pick up a rock and hold it up high and you let go, you are the cause of it falling. Okay, the effect of the fall can be measured. We can put a yardstick there. We can have somebody with a stopwatch, and then we can calculate the acceleration of the rock falling. That is the effect. Okay? The rock falling is the effect. What we're after is not the effect. We already know the effect. We want to know why the hell it does what it does. And in order to figure that out, you're going to need to vary and manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause. What is the cause?
So your
hypothesis, is what you think is the cause of the dependent variable. That's what your hypothesis is. So you need to vary and manipulate gravity. Go ahead and vary and manipulate gravity. Make it stronger, make it weaker, or turn it off. One or the other, or all three. But you've got to vary and manipulate gravity. Can you do that?
No, and you're getting it wrong. The independent variable is not something that causes. That's not what an independent variable is.
I give up.
No, you just... Yeah. The reason is because you don't know what it is. That's why you're trying to argue with me. I can't do it under your definition of it. I can do it under the scientific definition.
It's not my definition. It's the standard that's been established. It's the established standard that we've got here. It's not ours. This is what the scientists use. We have to follow them, yeah? This is their standard. It's not ours.
How about you let me finish and then cut off? Okay, what I'm saying is the independent variable is height and the dependent variable is time, because time changes depending on the height from where you drop it from.
So what you're telling us, if the dependent variable is time, what you're telling me is that you got up and you went outside and you saw time, and now you want to figure out the cause of time. That's what you just said here. You have no
I said
clue.
Time is dependent
you have
on
no
height.
clue what the scientific method is. You're just in the wrong venue here because you're not educated enough to handle this conversation.
That's you. You don't even know what an independent dependent is. You don't even know what it is. You're using the wrong definitions of it. You're using
the money you're spending on your education is a waste of money.
No, you're using your own flurf definition of it. I'm using the actual definition.
I want to ask you something. Dude, I want to ask you something. Right? Did you just say that time is the independent or the dependent?
No, so time is the dependent variable because it depends on the height from where you drop it from. If
so
you drop
time
it from
phenomenon. Hang on. Time phenomenon. Wait a second. Time depends
you wait a second.
On height?
Let me finish.
No,
you wait a second.
No, shut your mouth. You're gonna listen, right? If time depends on height, right?
Yeah.
Wait, time depends on height, dude. You're misconstruing a simple XY coordinate plane. Right?
It's not. If you drop it from a lower height, it will take less time. If you drop it from a higher height.
Shut your fucking mouth. You're misconstruing, okay, a simple Cartesian plane, right, with an independent-dependent variable relationship. Okay? We acknowledge that we use that tool in both different in different contexts, one of which is to map something over time, right? And also to map a dependent and independent relationship. But just because something is on the x-axis, it doesn't necessarily mean that it depends on what's on y if you're not measuring something in a scientific context. Do you understand that?
You muted me. You already lost.
Shut your fucking mouth.
So once again, another one fails to follow the established scientific method. The ones that they say we flat earthers don't follow. Look at them, not able to follow. It's laid down red carpet. Here it is laid out for them, and they cannot follow it, ladies and gentlemen. Terrible. Absolutely terrible behavior. Failures. And I don't know how much you're spending on your education. You want to stop spending it because you're not educated. Waste of money. Waste of space.
Literally tried to tell us that time is a dependent variable and the cause is height. That's what he literally tried to tell us.
Yeah. And these are the educated ones, you know. Going to the universities, showing off. Look at what I can do, and they're parroting nonsense.
Yeah, that last one, that blew my mind, man. I've never heard that one before, but I don't remember it. Like, it's just a coordinate system. How the coordinate system is used is what's important. Just because it's over an XYZ plane doesn't mean, for sure one depends on the other. Not necessarily.
Yeah, this is where you've got to do so many different experiments with different weights of material to check whether it's the weight that's making it accelerate down. What happens if it's a lighter drop? You understand? They're not even working it all out. Got to work it out in a vacuum. There's a lot of work you got to do, man, with your dependent, independent variables and checking. It's not that easy. One guy wants to give us the number before he's even done any testing. 9.8 meters per squared, like he knew everything. There you go. Yeah, man. Dropping it from different heights.
Because the phrasing, right? The height is a function of time. When you map that out, you throw something up, it creates an inverted parabolic arc, right? The phrasing, the height depends on the time. That's more of a, in this context, we can predict where the height would have been based on the time, right?
Yeah.
But it's not clear that in reality, height depends on time, right? Like at 1 o'clock in the morning, I could be on the ground, but 1 o'clock in the morning the next day, I could be standing up. You know what I mean? Like that. It's a context.
We don't live life like that, but that's how it is.
And but it's phrasing. The phrasing of it is what fries their brains or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man,
they don't get it. That's why I decided to do that. Since they want to talk about gravity, let's see if they can prove it. The established standard is there. They couldn't do it. That hypothesis killed them. Step 2. Step 1, you see something drop. Why did it drop? And that's where they lost. See? Yeah, man. No integrity. And they accuse us of being science deniers, ladies and gentlemen. And flat Earth is not scientific endeavor. It's just about measurements and observations. We're not doing science. They're the ones that are supposed to be the science buffs, and they failed.
Does anybody out there have any measurements for drop over distance? Has anybody measured the ball Earth?
There we are. And that's a desperate plea, by the way. That's 10 years in asking. That's why.
Yeah, we're open to hearing it. We just haven't found it yet. And we'd love to find the curve.
Yeah. 10 years. Yeah, let's start dropping the numbers in. They haven't been able to answer that question. 10 years, in the most latest 10 years, they have lost every debate. They haven't won a single debate. Anywhere.
Well, there's no debate anymore. I mean, it's pretty obvious now that we know that the Earth is flat, aviated flat, navigated flat, practically used as flat, measured flat. surveyed as flat. It's just what we do. So there's no curve, there's no ball. It's all imagination, fun stuff.
Yeah, it's disgusting is what it is, because it doesn't even exist, and yet they're teaching it to children. Really bad, isn't it? See? Really bad.
Yeah, it's super gay.
Yeah. Really, really
Homosexuals,
bad.
Man.
I hate that.
Yeah. What would you do if you discover your son is a femboy? What?
Yeah, I'd smack him back into heterosexuality very quick.
Oh, sorry, we're not going to put up with that kind of crap here, okay there, Cash Meow? That's why you're put on mute. We don't need that crap in here. If you'd like to discuss the topic of the channel, you can, but we're not going down that road.
Yeah, we're not talking about gayism, because that's not what flat Earth, even though it's happening on a flat Earth. We don't need to talk about that. Absolutely correct. Back to gravity, that no one can prove, ladies and gentlemen. The gravity of the situation, honestly, it cannot be proven. Just like the globe. Right, so no more globers then, yeah? All right. What about the other guy, Forever? He was quite funny. Forever. He was forever getting it wrong.
Mimus has a lot to say about what flat earthers do. Flat earth is this, flat earth is that. How about globe earth this, globe earth that? Just present the evidence for the globe. What do you got, Mimus?
Globe earthers. Never present the facts, never present the truth, just lies.
Yeah, that's right. No, I'm here for entertainment. Don't worry about me. I'm just chilling.
Okay, all right. Yeah, he knows his place. He knows his place here. He's just there for the entertainment. All right, good. Don't want to start messing with the beehive. Don't poke the bear now. Who was it? The other guy as well. Charlie said we were very confident but ignorant. I thought, no. They don't match. Confident and ignorance don't go together, mate. All right, not in this place. Confident because we've gone out to check, yeah, and we have a right to be confident. And at the end of the day, that's not how we project ourselves. We don't project ourselves in that way. We looked to you for your proofs, and you always fail. And when you're failing, you start to ad hom and insult. And then when we totally trash you with that, then you start saying we're arrogant, we're this and that. Confidence. And of course we're going to be confident. We know what we know. Chic of it. Does anybody know calculus? Is that necessary for measuring curvature? Why'd you bring it up then? What's that got to do with measuring curvature? See what I mean, yeah?
It's a flex of a moron is what it is, who can't address the actual topic.
And he's in the wrong room, man. If he wants to argue on those bases, I think many of us are prepared for that. But those are very niche subjects within this.
It's like, oh yeah, well my mom said I'm smart, basically. Okay, then why couldn't you answer the question we asked?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm curious, who asked about the calculus thing?
That was Charlie, his name was. Charlie.
Oh, he's not in here now? Okay.
Yeah, satellite boy.
I think Tristan's pretty well worn out his welcome here. He's just like a perma chat skank that just talks shit with no substance. Unless he wants to mic up, I'm just going to take him out. Go ahead, Tristan. It's your last chance.
Yeah. What about the $1,000 challenge? He said.
I know. I just want to ban you because you're useless, Tristan. I'd like you to post a hypothesis or something of some value here instead of just sitting there chanting and ranting and coping and spiraling, dude. If you think it's a win that you're getting kicked out of here because you're fucking useless to the conversation, then take it. Or get on your mic and give us something. We've asked 3 people in a row for a hypothesis. They couldn't cite one. Can you? We'll renew your subscription if you can give us one.
Well, all I know is that Tristan was drowning with all the stuff we put in there. He was buried with all the fucking facts from the flat Earth. I made sure I peppered that room totally. Fireman's hose. He was drowning.
You don't have any science, Tristan. We know very well what it is. You're going to need a dependent independent variable. You're going to form a hypothesis with those. You got one more chance. Get on your mic and give it, or else you're out. We don't need some fucking fundy just sitting there chanting and coping and whining and crying all day.
Yeah.
Just fucking post your shit. Stop making the snide, stupid little comments from the side. We don't need a peanut gallery in here. Post something of some substance. Cite a hypothesis from somebody. Post an experiment. Give us something that we can talk about instead of just sitting there thinking that you're like landing an insult or something. You're too stupid to even be condescending, so don't bother doing that. You got no use that way. You're not valuable that way. Just give us a hypothesis, bro.
Yeah, as was said in the Iron Man movie, you better rock my world, Tristan. You better rock my world.
All right, he's got nothing. Well, that's the end. See you later, Tristan. You're never coming back.
Bye. There you go.
Yeah, I'm perma-banning you from every single venue until you DM me a hypothesis that we can talk about because you're fucking worthless. See ya.
Funny. Very funny indeed. Yeah, he was being hit from all sides in the chat. He was getting mashed up, mate, and then all the memes and everything just drowning him, man. Drown, you fucker.
You're supposed to let some asshole just sit here and make snide comments from the side while he adds fucking no value day after day. Yeah, fuck him.
Yeah. I'm glad you did that.
And it's one thing to like present a hypothesis for the cause of something falling, right? It's another thing to then relate it somehow to the shape of the Earth, right? Which is what this is supposed to be all about, right? It's like, I don't even know why we get into this gravity thing sometimes, because it somehow proves the Earth is a ball. I like to see they can't even get to the hypothesis part. They think it's going to prove a ball.
There you go. Well said. That's why I put it up. I thought let's have them prove it, and they couldn't, could they? Couldn't. Yeah. Stuck up. Step 2, hypothesis, and they couldn't even think of one. See, because it doesn't exist, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to be a liar, and then you're going to be looking very foolish if you can't lie coherently to make it make sense. Einstein's bending and the warping of space-time fabric. That was the best they could do. After Newton abandoned the idea of the mass attracting mass because he thought it was stupid himself. Couldn't prove it. He went mad in the end. When he moved to alchemy, so much he was into this gravity nonsense. He abandoned that pretty quick. But I tell him, Bentley, this is bollocks, mate. And he didn't get married. Didn't have any children. Oh. What a strange man he was. Oh. I just love it. Don't forget, the Globers have lost in a court of law twice, on top of everything else.
It's 3.
10-year embarrassment.
It's 3 times.
Sorry, 3 times.
Yeah,
Thanks.
one of them, the judge, like 2 of them, that like they went, not like side with the plaintiff or side with defendant, side with the defendant. The third one, the judge is like, "What the fuck? Get the hell out of here!" Like this is why are you wasting the court's time with the same thing again? Your case dismissed with prejudice. It was like, do not come back to this courtroom. Like the judge had to tell the dude, like Thompson or whatever, if you waste the court's time again, it will not be good. Like basically tell him you will not like the outcome. You've already had to pay multiple legal bills. Like Garcia he had to pay Garcia all the legal standing, the legal.
The legal costs.
Fees.
They call it.
The legal fees.
The legal costs. Yeah.
Yeah, he said if you do this again, it will be contempt of court. You'll be paying the court too.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Come on, man. What more do you need? We're winning in courts of laws. We're smashing them on the streets. It's an embarrassment. I don't even know how they can come in there, and then they're getting educated, thinking they got the best education, and they can't even get past the hypothesis stage. There you are. Sums it up completely. And he's trying to accuse us of not knowing. I want to establish my standards. Now, only I do that, mate. You can't do that. You're not a professional expert specialist. Wants to do it his way. Now, you do it the scientific method. You're calling us science deniers. Well, adhere to your own standards then, scientist. You did a great job there, man. Did a great job for the last 3 hours. That was just, checkmate. Every step they made, they were checked. You move over there, check. You move over there, check. Move over there, check, checkmate. He's gone next. Check. And then that's a check. And a check again. Check again. Hypothesis, you can't get checked. You're out, checkmate. Next. It's good. Oh, glad I'm not a Glober. Embarrassing. I was for 48 years, though. Ooh, long time. Long time to be fooled. Partly my laziness for not checking, to be quite honest. Even though all the clues are right in plain sight. Walking around with my eyes wide shut.
I'm curious. So you're from down south, yeah?
South, where?
Yeah, you sound like a southerner. Whereabouts did you go and do? I'm assuming you went out and did like observations and that. These guys, they all love their observations. Whereabouts did you go for that?
Well, I was born in London, first and foremost, back in 1961. That puts me now at 63 years of age. I am now talking to you from Japan. Have been here for 26 years.
Wow. Well, that's pretty cool.
Whoa.
What did you move over to Japan for?
Well, what do you think I moved over there for? The love of my wife, of course.
Oh, right. I thought. Yeah.
And then I'm teaching English here.
Yeah, I was
teaching English. I'm enjoying the weather.
The UK's a shithole. I thought that's why.
Well, no. I left in '99. It was getting to become a shithole. But I was bored of England by this time. I know it inside out. Not bored of the people. I just wanted to spread my wings and have a look. And I thought Japan is a good opportunity. I met my wife in London. She became my fiancée on my birthday, so we wouldn't forget the date there. Look at that, eh? And then I'm in Japan. And now we've been here 26 years, 4 boys.
Oh, congrats for it. That sounds nice. You got out while it was still good, yeah.
Well, I got out as it was getting bad, actually.
Yeah.
Starting. It was just starting.
And it's been all downhill since.
I know. I've been listening.
Can you speak Japanese?
You better believe I speak. Yeah, Nihongo shaberu. Mochiron. 26年間ここにいるで日本語喋れない。それは大変だよ。What did I just say? Of Of course I speak Japanese. If I've been here for 26 years and I can't speak Japanese, I'll have hell to pay.
Yeah. Hey, man, I've known a few Brits move abroad for like 20 years and still not be able to speak the language. So good on you. It's a hard thing to do, especially like you weren't. It's easier to learn languages as a kid, but as an adult, it's a lot harder.
Yeah, that's what people say. My children can speak. My children can write the kanji better than me, but because they were born here, But I speak it, and we have a good laugh with it. Teach the English, teach them the flat Earth, teach them everything. You have to. As a teacher, you must teach the truth. That's why I keep telling my Japanese teachers as well, because they're trying to say that we shouldn't teach the flat Earth because it's too early. But they're learning about the globe now, and it's the wrong thing. So how can we allow them to learn the wrong thing and not teach the right thing? When are we going to teach the right thing? Teach it now. Stop the wrong thing. That's what a good teacher does. And if you don't do that, you shouldn't be a teacher. That's what I've told them. Yeah, shut them up. This would be in the tea room. When you have the tea breaks, that's when that happened. A few times. I had to remind them. Remember, you called me to teach the English. This is the standard we operate under. Teach the truth. Don't send the kids down with the wrong information. I'm not going to do that. Yeah. Yes. That's what we do, set the British standard at that time. All with my flat Earth t-shirt on, by the way. Yeah. Never wore a suit. Wasn't a requirement. I'm teaching elementary, junior high, and high school. And then the university students come to my school here. So that's cool. But yeah, for me, unbeknown to myself, I've been observing the Earth flat, making notes in my mind, in my brain, with my experience and not realizing it, you see. And then when I watched the video in 2015, Boxing Day, 5 minutes in, the penny dropped. I had a warp speed flashback of all my life. Whoosh, it's flat. Shit. It was like my brain did a rewind, right? And it was looking for curvature, of course, some kind of curve experience on a globe. Nothing. That suddenly flat. That's exactly how it happened right here in this room 10 years ago. I went, bloody hell, it's flat, man. Fuck. I was pacing up and down, smacking my head. What the fuck have I been doing? I've been in error. Wow. Let me watch the rest of this video. Then I watched 8 hours of videos on flat Earth. Every single one of them matched exactly what I've been living. And then I wrote it on the board. This is December 26th, Boxing Day. I'm already preparing for January 6th. So put down there, Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome back. Now, what is the shape of the Earth and how do you know? That was the first lesson of 2016. And it began there. Whoa, I haven't looked back since. My most recent present is an iPhone 11 Max Pro Max that was given to me 3 weeks ago as a present. Wow. Now that's
welcome
something.
to the 21st century.
Thanks, Rayleigh. Yeah, that's what happened to me anyway. And it's great. I love telling the story because it's true, isn't it? That's what happened. And the point I'm trying to make is that everybody here listening now and outside have recorded the experience of a flat Earth, not a globe one. And you've only got to start to look back and you will see and come to that realization like that. Yeah, it's not something you have to fight. It's all in your body, in the brain. It's been recorded. Your brain has been living horizontal for a long, long time, ever since you were born. Yeah. So the brain's been educated to think it's on a globe, but there was no evidence for that. So it should really be easy to break the indoctrination just by that alone. Your experience hasn't been that of living on a globe. It just hasn't. And the fact that the schools and the education system didn't give you any physical proof, again, is another easy way of breaking the spell. Yeah. And that's how I try to deliver the flat Earth and get them to look back. With the children, when they start trying to defend it with their lives, they say, hang on a second, I'm older than you. If I haven't seen a curvature, can you see it before me? How? How can you? How? Think about that. No, just think. All right, so you know more than your teacher now? All right, yeah. Did you see? You didn't, did you? Right, you couldn't have done. How can you see it and I don't see it? Yeah. So it's been great getting them up to speed. The cherry on the cake was when the university students were calling me at like 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning, Skype, wanted to discuss the flat earth and everything. And then when I spoke to their professor, and I asked him, could he prove the earth's a globe? And before I even finished, he said, no, he couldn't. I said, did you hear that? Your professor cannot prove the earth is a globe. I can't prove it. You think you can prove it? You people? And then they spent like 3 months ringing me up and that, and you could hear the computers on the go, all the questions. And in the end, they were saying, the earth is flat. Jin Sensei, the earth is flat. I was like, no, I've been telling you. But the earth is flat, Jin Sensei. I know, yeah. It's flat, it's beautiful. Go and tell all your students, all your colleagues in your universities, go on, hurry up. Because Japan is last on the list. In the Western world there, Japan is behind. Now get on with it. Yeah, Jin Sensei, you are great. I said, everybody's great. Go and get it done. Yeah, that's what happened. 3 months of arguing. You know, they went to prestigious universities asking for my qualifications. And I said, look, I didn't have any qualifications in physics, but it's not necessary. To know physics, I don't have to have a qualification to know it. Ah, okay. You haven't got it yet. You're still learning. All right. Yeah. Yeah, the professor was fired from his job because they were discussing flat earth. So he lost his job anyway. He came to the Discord a couple of times back in 2018. 2019. He came to the Discord when we were not on politics before that. Together with my student Masato.
Hey, what's up, Hollywood? Are you?
That was the time, man. Those were the days. But he lost his job, yeah.
Hey, Hollywood.
What?
What do you think the shape of the earth is, man?
Oops, someone's hot mic in there.
No, Jim, or nobody's hot mic. I'm asking Hollywood a question.
What are you saying?
Elbow, your volume there is very low.
Yeah, very low. It's like you're in a restaurant in the kitchen area.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better.
Yeah, only a little bit better. You might want to get out of the kitchen.
I was trying to ask Hollywood something. If you want to ask him for.
So you guys there?
Yeah, nice. Yeah, he's having an argument with the chef. It sounds like.
What do you want?
I was trying to ask Hollywood something, Jin.
Yeah, go ahead. Please ask him.
He's new. If you want to turn the conversation with him.
Yeah, hello, Hollywood. How you doing, sir?
New.
Yeah, how you doing, Hollywood?
Good.
You got any questions?
No.
Why not?
Well, I have a question for you, Hollywood. What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Flat.
Think it's flat?
Yes.
How do you come to this conclusion?
Dude, I'm not new.
Dude, I'm not new. How old are you then?
Old enough.
Yeah, old enough to get it wrong, yeah? Okay.
That's the first time I see you here, Hollywood, so that's why I'm asking.
Well, I was actually here last night, and you were here last night, so you brain damage, maybe.
No, usually if I'm here, doesn't mean I'm looking at the screen, and I didn't hear you speak yesterday, so
well,
sometimes
I did,
I leave my.
and then
Yeah, so
hours.
So okay, so you don't mind telling me what do you think the Earth is flat then, right?
Means you're irrelevant.
So how do you think can you give me 3 proofs that you know that the Earth to be flat then?
Yeah.
I literally did that yesterday. So
Well, you can do it again in a few seconds. Then go for it. 10 seconds.
It'd be pretty fast then if you did it yesterday.
Well, I have to push a button to talk, and I'm currently rotating my rollerblade wheels, so I prefer to continue that for now.
All right, I'm just gonna put you as a LARPer.
Yeah. See,
I'm gonna put you as a person that has no memory.
I don't care what you put me at, but I'm gonna put you as a LARPer until you actually give me some information.
Okay, cool, dude. How about you give me 3 proofs? How about that? Why don't you start with that, buddy?
Oh, so now you're trying to do proof reversal?
Yeah, whatever that means, sure.
Yeah. So why?
I mean, what do you want from me, dude? I'm a flat earther.
Since you saying you're rotating your rollerblades, and yet when the simple things I asked you for, you don't want to actually speak about it. It's kind of weird.
I mean, because it's like beyond basic for me to repeat myself.
It should be pretty simple if you would ask anybody here, but you want the answers so you can actually LARP some more.
I've literally been here longer than you probably, dude. So why don't you pipe
That's
down?
hilarious.
Is it?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, enjoy.
You're a Johnny come lately. You can't have been here longer than anybody else.
Are there any actual flat earthers present?
Yeah, I am.
I'm talking to trolls.
I'm a flat earther. What's up?
Actual flat earthers. All right, prevent the evidence for the cause.
Water.
Evidence for the cause?
Yeah, prevent the evidence for the cause.
Water.
Your State Department. Hold on.
Oh, so I'm going to buy water. Oh, the Earth is flat. I just bought water from my local convenience store.
Yeah, you go buy it and then fill it up in any container, and then the surface is level.
Proof.
Dude, what are you saying?
Than that.
You think it's literally a ball with water sticking to it, dude? Are you insane?
Yo, first off,
where's your hold on? First off, why don't you just say where's your proof of water sticking to a ball, dude? That's not in reality. Like, if you can demonstrate, demonstrate water. First of all, demonstrate. I mean, I know you're gonna say gravity. Do you have any demonstration of gravity, bro?
Yo, can I talk?
Yeah.
All right. So I know you don't know this. But
how do you know I don't know? How do you know I don't know? Why don't you explain that first? How do you know I don't know?
Because I know. Okay, you don't know what I know.
Ahead.
That's how I know. You don't know what I know.
So the first time you've met someone, Tracksuit Timmy, you all
know what I know.
magically know
that
he
Okay, let's give him. Let's see. I don't know what he doesn't know. All right.
Hold up. So the first time you've met someone, Tracksuit Timmy, you magically know that he doesn't know something.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
That's impressive. I'm glad he's not some kind of kick-ass flat earther to rip your ass a new one. But anyways.
I like Hollywood already.
It was light work.
So basically, I like how you mentioned water. We'll go with that point here.
Let's keep going.
With water, like how you were saying, right? You can prove the Earth is flat by looking at water. Well, the crazy thing is, and maybe not here, right? But in other places of the world, there's something called tsunamis. You ever heard of that word?
Yeah, I know what a tsunami is.
I'm in Japan.
No, I'm not done talking. So basically what a tsunami is when a tectonic plate shifts in the ocean. And when these plates shift, they cause a great disturbance.
How does that make water stick to a ball?
So what happens is these giant vibrations that occur cause a great disruption, and these giant waves form that travel thousands of miles very, very fast, and they wipe out entire villages and cities. There's stones in Japan that have carvings that say don't build below a certain level because a tsunami will wipe you out. So how exactly can a flat Earth have a tectonic plate? And if you would like to explain that,
you really don't understand.
Hold on. You literally just disregarded everything I said, dude.
No, please.
You've brought up tectonic plates to somehow prove that water sticks to a ball.
Tsunamis, right? Tsunamis are part of the ocean. So please, how do tsunamis form on a flat Earth? Go ahead.
Hey, bro, don't you mean tectonic bowl?
How are tsunamis formed on a flat Earth? Please.
Yeah, you're fucking
Anybody. Anybody.
How about you explain how water sticks to a ball, dude?
It's called gravity, genius.
Okay,
No,
so
you don't
how do you
understand
so
that.
can you name two things that are attracted to each other because of gravity? In real life?
Yes.
Like what?
You and the planet.
Oh, okay. Anything else?
Yeah. Jump in the air. What happens?
I provided a force. I created a force to get rid of my equilibrium where I'm sitting at. And
Why do you
I go up and then I go down.
Very strange.
Back to equilibrium.
Why don't you just fly like a fucking bird?
What do you mean? I'm dense, dude. The air is lighter than me.
Like a jumbo 747 fucking jet?
Dude, do you know how airplanes work, bro?
With like
they provide
people
lift.
on it?
Airplanes wouldn't literally fly if they weren't creating lift, dude.
Yeah, they're generating lift through the thrust.
Because you know why? Because they're heavier than the air.
To rise up.
If they're not, if they don't have velocity, they're not creating any lift, and they're not going to fly around, dude.
Thank you.
Again, so your only evidence of gravity
Thank you for
is
pointing
the
out the
world
obvious, my guy.
and yourself. You have so gravity only exists in the world and yourself. There's no other examples.
Gravity exists everywhere, dude. I don't know what you're smoking.
All right, everywhere. So name two objects besides the Earth itself.
There's actual places that record gravitational waves happening in the universe.
Oh, in the universe now. Okay, so nothing in your life is attracted to anything else because of gravity, right?
What do you mean nothing?
I can't go to the store and buy anything that has any sort of gravitational pull, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, everything has a gravitational pull. Every object.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to the store and I'm gonna buy a bowling ball, and then I'm gonna buy another bowling ball, and you're claiming that those things are gonna attract each other?
Do they attract it? Yeah, they do actually. Every object attracts everything.
Okay, well.
Yeah. What do you got to say now?
I think you're brain dead because they
really?
don't.
Yes, they do actually.
Okay, so oh my god, dude, are you serious?
Every single object has a law of attraction. Yes. I don't know what you're smoking.
How would you demonstrate that? Go ahead.
Take a fucking physics class.
What does that mean, dude? I took a physics class. You know, we measured like the acceleration of whatever, but you know what? It's never going to accelerate forever, bro.
Actually, energy does last forever.
What? So when I jump out of an airplane, right? I'm going to accelerate until when? Forever?
Until you stop. Yes.
No, dude.
Yes.
You're going to accelerate until you reach terminal velocity.
No. Until you fucking stop. And if you never stop, you will never stop.
No, you reach terminal velocity.
No.
And then you stop accelerating, right?
Your dumbass in space, and you just kept going. You will keep going forever.
Dude, again, you're like bringing up. I'm talking about reality. I'm talking about reality, dude, not like artificial reality. No, you're talking about outer space. I'm saying you've never been there. I've never been there. It
doesn't matter. I can go outside at night and look up. Oh, there's the moon. There's the sun. There's the stars. There's this.
What about it? The sun and the moon are. Hey, how about this? How about this? The sun and the moon.
The surface of the Earth.
The sun and the moon are the same size in the sky.
0 feet elevation.
Right. Let's talk about the Earth. So
sea level here.
So
why don't you go pour water on a bowling ball and see if it sticks, dude?
So speaking of water.
Yeah, what happens when you pour water on a bowling ball? What happens?
What happens when you spill your cup on your dinner table, dumbass? It goes all over the place. It falls on the floor. So what's stopping a surface that's flat holding fucking water, idiot?
Well, the table holds the water, doesn't it? The table, unless the table.
You never seen somebody spill their drink? The water goes literally everywhere.
Yeah, because
what's stopping the water
why isn't
from
it
just
sticking? Why isn't the water sticking to their glass? Why isn't the water gravitationally attracted and sticking to their glass?
And another thing, have you ever seen a snow globe?
Because it doesn't exist.
If we're in like some dome environment, why don't we all just drown? Why aren't we all just underwater? Have you ever seen a snow globe?
We're not going to drown because we've got.
You know how deep the
I think you need to have a breath for 5 seconds.
Wow, what just a mouthful of troubles there. Holy jeez, that's enough.
Yeah, he wasn't really getting it, was he?
Okay, Hollywood, you just met Tracksuit Timmy. He's a known offender.
That's my introduction. Yay.
Tsunamis, though, right? Tsunamis, right? That's what.
Tsunamis because of the tectonic plates.
Good Lord.
Plates, yeah, because of plates.
Okay.
Plates.
Hollywood.
Not bowls. Not bowls.
Yeah, bowls. Hollywood. At the start, you said about water.